Welcome in Pokemon fans from all over the world. We are live right now in New Orleans, Louisiana for, of course, the biggest international tournament of all time, the North American International Tournament. My name is Juancho Sazana. I'm your representative for the TCG.
I'm David Partington. I'm the representative for the video game Pokemon Scarlet and Violet.
My name is Pedro Carrizo, and I'm here representing Pokemon Go.
My name is Jake, aka Spraggles, your resident content cowboy here. Yeehaw, and I'm representing the one and only Pokemon Unite.
You must, folks at home must be wondering, we're starting the show a little bit early, but this is the countdown show. Welcome in. This is where we're gonna be defending our games a little bit.
Yeah, we're gonna be brawling with each other a little, figuring out which game is best. Unite will come out on top, which is really, really exciting.
Yeah, I'm not so sure about that, but yeah, we'll be brawling for it.
Fiji has a big history there, so I think we know all the tactics to be the game that is definitely on top.
I don't know, folks at home. There's 3,000 TCG players on the hall right now, so I have a lot of backup.
Yeah, we're kind of new, but we walk like 20 kilometers a day, so we're prepared.
Oh,
you know, we're prepared.
You
Pokemon
have the
Go
energy.
players.
I feel that. I feel that.
Pokemon Unite competes in teams of 5. 5 Pokemon Unite players could take down 5,000 TCG players. They're just not organized.
So we're doing the debate of 5 Pokemon Unite players against 1,000 Lions.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Who's winning?
No, but it absolutely astounds me how many Pokemon players have really come together for this big tournament. I mean, I I was doing the math by myself for TCG. There's 3,000 players in TCG just now. 3,000 masters. There's even more juniors and seniors. That means there's over 180,000 cards being shuffled simultaneously as we play together. And you just know all these players have multiple decks, right? So I'm sure there's like 1 million, give or take, cards in the venue.
Oh my God.
And they said, when would that math be useful in real life? Well, you just saw it right there. This is why you go to school, everybody.
Yeah. 100%. And with that, I want to talk about the season, this tournament, the North American International Tournament. Let's talk about everyone's format.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a really exciting format here for Pokemon Unite. We have 2 tournaments going on this weekend. So day 1, we're going to find out who our North America champion is going to be, the 3 representatives heading to Worlds for North America. And then tomorrow, we have the final stretch, which is like a last-ditch effort for some of these teams to qualify. It's a wild card slot. Any team could sign up here and make it all the way to Worlds on Saturday. It's going to be insane.
Wow. Well, we in Pokemon Go have a double elimination bracket, which makes things a lot more tenser. You know, it's a lot harder. That means that if you lose 2 times, you lose. So you need to stay winning. And if you go on the losers bracket, you need to defeat the actual champion 2 times. So it's a lot harder, but makes it totally worth it when you're in the finals and you can turn things around. So people are really hyped for that. We have a couple of updates, moves. So we are eager to see if these new Pokemon would enter the meta or not.
In VG at the moment, we have, for the last just month and a bit, been in Regulation Set G, which is a really exciting format because it means that everyone can use one really powerful, restricted, legendary Pokemon. But what's been really interesting is that in the last couple of weeks, we've had multiple regional level events where the victor has been Calyrex Shadow Rider, such a strong Pokemon. And at the moment, that's what everyone's trying to plan for here in NAIC. We need something that beats this Pokemon, especially when compared with Clefairy. So I'm really excited to see what beats this duo.
Competitive Clefairy. Some words I wasn't too sure I heard right.
Yeah, it doesn't work for our game either. Competitive Clefairy, it's just not there.
No, but for sure, for TCG anyway, this is going to be, we have the latest set, Twilight Masquerade. It honestly just released, and this is going to be the first and only North American tournament in this format. So this is the only opportunity that these players will be able to use these cards, well, by themselves before the new set comes out. Because the next time we have a big tournament, it's going to be the World Championships. And just before Worlds, there's another set. So a lot of players have a lot of things to prove that they are essentially the best player in this format, right? In the Twilight Masquerade. Again, there's so many new cards, which really led into so many new decks. There's a lot of things like the Ogre Pawn EX or not useful just yet, but it's only because the North Americans haven't had a shot at building a deck with Dragon Ball EX just yet.
Okay, right. There's a lot to play for here, though, Honcho. Oh my goodness. Okay, I might just sidle over and watch a little bit, but Fiji's still where it's at, by the way. I'm sorry.
No, yeah, your games sound amazing, but Pokemon Unite really is where you need to be. I don't know if we're supposed to be fighting over which game is best. They really didn't tell us to do that. In fact, I bet they're discouraging it right now.
No.
3,000 players. Come on, let's go. Let's make some noise for TCG. No, but you know what? We're here. Oh,
Yeah,
let's
be
go.
careful.
We're here for, everyone, every Pokemon enjoyer, especially the folks at home. That's why, hey, you know what? We're giving stuff away.
Yeah.
I think we're going to start with something for the BGC folks at home.
We are. Now, I've already mentioned Calyrex Shadow Rider is doing very well here, so you probably want something that resists Astral Barrage, or even better, immune to it, and Porygon 2 is a great Pokemon to pick for that. And as you can see, Nils done one with this incredible duck back in EUIC. And as you can see, it uses Trick Room. It's so bulky, and it makes use of Terra Blast in and out of Terra as well. So if you want a reliable Trick Room Pokemon but maybe your restricted already spent on something that isn't Calyrex Ice Rider, Porygon 2 is a great option. So get it on your team with that code below.
Ooh, Porygon 2. Easy code there. I got to write that down. I want that in my team as well.
Yeah,
That's very generous of you to give that away.
Yeah.
That's
really
right,
nice
yeah,
of you.
I mean, Nils had a little chat, and he was like, yeah, sure, whatever. Yeah, I'll make 1,000 of those, and more.
Yeah, why not? Why not? Yeah. I have one in my pocket right now. Pretty generous. Yeah.
Everyone should, though. It's everyone's favorite duck. It's
Yes.
my absolute favorite.
I just love how Porygon 2 has been like just the mainstay instead of like something like Porygon Z.
Yeah.
Yeah, like with the EVO-Light, it makes it really, really strong. And that's why Clefairy is also really good with that EVO-Light too. So EVO-Light Pokemon seem to be the play at the moment when compared to those restrictors.
I like it, I like it. But you know what? I believe we're also giving stuff away for the TCG.
Ooh.
You know, like I did talk about the Ogre Pond EX, Twilight Masquerade, and all that jazz. And I can't think of anything better than to give, you know, we love our rarities. This is the secret rare version of the Ogre Pond EX, the Teal Mask Ogre Pond, excuse me, which is used in a very new competitive deck. You're gonna need 4 of them. We're gonna help you out, give you 1. And yeah, it's an easy code, Teal Dance, NAIC24. Make sure you grab it. I mean, hey, then this is, of course, for Pokemon Trading Card Game Live. If there's one thing TCG players like, it's those high rarity cards.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love what you were telling me before about how this is the only time we're going to see this format here in North America, and then things change completely for Worlds. That's so exciting.
Yeah.
I love that. I love watching high-level players have to adapt to that.
Oh, 100%. It's like, it's almost a test in itself, right? It's there's skill in deck building and then a skill in playing the game. And it truly tests that your skill in both aspects just for this tournament.
Yeah. And I gotta say, that Ogre Pond art is beautiful. Beautiful.
Yeah, I feel like I'd get distracted just by that and really wouldn't play the game very well.
I drew it.
I drew it. Oh my God, you're so talented, dude.
I need
What?
one signed.
You're so
I
talented.
have to tell everyone I did not draw it. I understand. No.
I fall for it,
That
yeah,
makes
yeah.
sense. Yeah. Okay, I won't do that again. Thank you. Production.
Well, sign my Ogre Pond EX anyway.
Okay, I will. Thank you. That's all I really wanted.
No, definitely. It's a very powerful card. Again, something you should be able to see down on the floor. And I mean, you know what? It's you're gonna need 4 of them. So getting 1 definitely helps out. And with that, I believe we're also giving away stuff for Go.
Yeah, we're all feeling really generous today. And we're here celebrating M.E. Whittle's victory at EOIC with his Altaria. We're giving away, if you stay a little bit on Twitch, a special research that will give you access to one of his signature Pokemon on that victory Altaria, and a lot of good items and resources to maybe prepare for next PvP season, maybe next Play Pokemon season, or maybe Worlds, because you have TMs, Stardust, and different Pokemon, maybe Candy too. So this will help you prepare for future competitive tournaments.
That's a lot of stuff. All I'm giving away is a card.
That's a cool card.
It's a cool card, but you're giving the stars out there. The
Yeah.
Stardust.
Huge. Stardust is huge. Very huge.
Huge Stardust fun,
Yeah.
yeah.
What about for Unite? What are we giving away for Unite?
Nothing at all. Wait a minute. Actually, we are. We have some of the best drops we have ever had for Unite. First off, we have a code right now. NAIC 2024, or as my casting partner Doobsnacks calls it, NICE 2024. You're going to get the opportunity to play as the team that won this thing last year for North America, TTV. You've got their rental licenses for their Pokemon, a rental Hollowware for Gardevoir, and that beautiful UCS sticker. But that's not all. If you order right now, you are also going to receive 11 gold emblems and a possibility to get a Unite license from a selection of 20 Pokemon. These Twitch drops will be available throughout the weekend. There's some amazing gold emblems there. We have Lugia, which is a huge pickup. If you do not have it, it's going to complete some amazing sets for you. So really the best drops we have ever had for Unite. So I set it all up.
Yeah.
So you're welcome, everybody.
Are you feeling a little jealous? We give away 1 card, 1 Pokemon. He gives away an entire
Yeah.
team.
You just stole it at the
Don't
end
do
there.
that to yourselves, okay? You guys
No.
are fantastic. You're wonderful. Don't do that. Yes, I went above and beyond, but you guys did great too.
He needs to make up for the lack of Pokemon
Yeah,
Unite.
yeah.
Okay. All right, I'm furious.
No, but you know what? That all of these drops, it does help all the newer players out there, if you're players at home playing any Pokemon game. I know I'm writing that down. I'm going to go ahead and try out to be the next VGC champion, the next Unite champion, next Go champion maybe. But you know what? There is a certain group of people I really do want to talk about, and it's going to be the best of the best players we have to watch out for here at NAIC. And how about we start with Pokemon Go?
Okay, let's go. There's a lot of players that you need to watch in this tournament. And I choose one of each region to comment. First of all, the favorite, maybe the best player at the world at this moment, Dumbuck. He's been winning non-stop tournaments, so you need to watch him because he's totally capable of winning the whole thing. Then you have from EU, Inadequans, one of my favorite players and co-caster. He has the ability of create really creative teams and use Pokemon in different ways and win with them. And at the end we have from Latam, from Brazil, LNDS, where Jeff, he holds one of the biggest records of undefeated streaks ever, and he's definitely one to watch.
Sounds like a bunch of amazing people. But hey, you know what? TCG players are not slacking here. I want to talk about some of the most amazing TCG players we have out there. Again, let's start with Ian Robb. Again, there's so many amazing North American players. I could have chosen someone like Azul GG, a lot of regional champions, but I believe there's no one else that wants this tournament more than Ian Robb, because he was the closest to get it last year. He got second place at NAIC, and he used that drive to really have an absolutely amazing season, almost multiple top 8s, top 16s throughout all the regionals. But I'd be, of course, I also have to talk from EU. Probably our best player in the game, in history, some would argue, Tord Reklev, just because he has 5 international championships, and he's gunning for his 6th for this one. You know that. I mean, he's essentially gotten the playset. He's gotten one of each, and then one extra one for EUIC. You know, Tord, if you need to, if you want to trade your spare, let me know. And of course, there is Brent Tonneson over at the Oceania. He is a player that has been traveling all over the world. He is your favorite player's favorite player, but right now I think he really has made a name for himself to just be, hey, you know what? Your favorite player. He's made day 2s and probably almost every tournament he's been to. But and honestly, you never know. He's won the Melbourne Regionals. He's over there in Stuttgart, rocking it as well. So then you see him in LA. He's all over the place, and I'm sure he's going to make a name for himself here at NAIC.
Well, let me tell you a bit about the VG players that we've got going on. So I've got 3 in mind who I think everyone should kind of know a little bit about. Has anyone heard of the guy on the left, by the way? Like, anyone know?
No.
Anyone know
No,
who he is?
that's an unknown.
Yeah, maybe. Was that an error there, maybe? I don't know, yeah. Wolf, yeah. Oh, I don't know.
Well, that name's not yet. He's not going to stick around. I'm sorry.
So, yeah,
I'm sorry.
Well, anyway, just in case, this is Wolf Glick, by the way. He's the 2016 World Champion and a previous North American International Champion, 9-time Regional Champion, and 2-time previous North American Nationals Champion as well. So, and 2 of the regional championships have been this season on top of that too. So unfortunately, he is someone we're going to have to watch a little bit more closely to see what World Champ difference that makes to everybody here at NAIC. Alex Gomez as well is from Spain. He is a very hot pick right now because he came all this way last year and took the win away from the North American region as well, doing it for the EU crowd. So we really want to see if he can do it again this year. And Juan Salerno from Argentina is a really up-and-coming, very much younger player from the LATAM region who's been doing really well recently. And it actually had a win at Buenos Aires special event as well with the Calyrex Ice Rider, the not so much popular pick that everyone needs to prepare for. So, I don't know who's going to be doing it, but these 3 are definitely ones to watch.
Definitely. I think for Unite, you'd say it'd be a group more than 3. I think you're going to be introducing like 15 people.
Yeah, there are so many players to talk about with Unite, but I want to highlight 3 teams that you will see. So we have Luminosity, Orange Juicers, and Luminosity that we will get more into on broadcast. These teams were kind of together, then they broke up and pulled different members of around the community and formed super teams, which has been really amazing. A real Romeo and Juliet story. I've been told many times that does not apply to this, but I keep saying it's a real Romeo and Juliet story with these 2 teams. Luminosity, your former world champions with possibly the best player ever on them. Overlord, they're amazing. Orange Juicers, the young upstarts who are coming to take the crown. And then Nemesis, the most consistent and best team in North America throughout the year. It's amazing. It's going to be a crazy day.
I know there were some exciting storylines for Unite, but I wasn't imagining Romeo and Juliet or Shakespeare there.
And everyone tells me I'm wrong. They say it just doesn't apply in this situation. It's just the only Shakespeare you know, Jake.
That's for sure. That's for sure. Okay, with that, I do want to remind folks at home, probably the most important thing. Follow us on social media. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure you can't watch Pokemon unless you're here on YouTube with /Pokemon or on Twitch /Pokemon as well. I've been loving the Twitch integration as well on Twitch.
Yes.
They have a chance to really vote and get Twitch drops and all that jazz.
Yeah, and I do have to say, make sure you're following Pokemon Unite on Twitch and YouTube and Twitter. We have our own space for our games, so make sure you're watching us over there.
Definitely a lot to watch out for. Make sure you really have, those 4 screens open for all of us.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes, have 4 screens open, maybe even a 5th, just
Why
watching
not?
a show you love, something nice like The Office. You've got that on too. I'm just saying, keep yourself entertained this weekend, but I think we're going to keep them pretty entertained because we have some amazing games coming up.
No, 100%.
Oh, yeah.
Just make sure you put TCG on the bigger screen.
No.
On the white screen on the TV, right?
Not the bigger
No.
screen.
It's really hard to read the cards, okay?
Video game has the word video in
That's
it.
a fair point.
It's right there. It's already there for you. Yeah, it's the Switch screen. You got the Switch as well. You can be playing at the same time. So I think we've got it there. But
Yeah. No, maybe grab some popcorn, grab your cell phone, put up a lure, capture some Pokemon, prepare for next tournament. And I gotta say, and start with my Unite here partner, that we got a live game. This is second by second, action. So
Yeah.
this is jab back action.
Yeah.
No shade, guys, but
No
the
shade
action
at
is
all.
right
The
here.
action is just insanely good over
Like
here.
Than the
For
others.
sure, yeah. Watch Unite. I
Yeah.
think that would be the way to go.
You know what? You don't even need screens to enjoy TCG. Just need your cards, you play it out, you can pretend you're playing against some of the best players out there. Just saying, you just need a webcam. So.
That is true.
That didn't feel like a great defense of it, but you know what? I appreciate your trying. Yeah.
Okay, I can't compete with the newfangled technologies of the phones.
Come
You just
on.
need your cards. You need
I
a
mean,
booster pack and that's
I gotta
it.
help you right there. There's TCG Online you can play.
Yeah, there is Pokemon
Yeah,
trading
there is,
card
yeah.
game live, and make sure you use the Ogre Pond code to make a brand new deck and all that, right?
Yeah.
Can you watch VGC from the Switch?
You can still definitely play it, and you can open up the Nintendo eShop and buy plenty of other games at the same time as well. So yeah, you've got multiple screens going on, definitely. You can obviously hook it up to your TV with the HDMI cable. So loads can be happening with the Switch, and of course Scarlet and Violet, and we've got all the DLCs on top of that, and
Yeah.
the Porygon 2 coming in too. So VG's definitely the place you want to be.
Yeah, let us know in the chat, how is your setup hooked up? Are you using an HDMI cable or something else? Let us know right now. We're very excited to find out how everyone plays their game.
Hey, man, you can enjoy TCG on a CRT. Again, we just use cards here. We're very low tech.
You could enjoy it on a CRT. Absolutely. Yeah. Another huge bench for TCG.
Yeah. You play on top of the CRT, right?
Very nice.
I do want to talk about something else a little bit. Just what Pokemon are you guys expecting to really do well in your events?
Oh, I really want to talk about Tyranitar just for a second. Tyranitar has been amazing. It recently got some huge buffs in our game. We had the Japanese regionals, and they're one of the best regions in the game. They were not playing it, but I expect to see it make waves here. I guess ironically, it will make waves here at NAIC because it's got the sand tomb and everything. It really doesn't do a lot with waves.
It's a sand wave, right? When you do the attack.
I'd like to think so now. Yeah.
What about for Go?
I would love to see a Shadow Charizard today. I love the Pokemon. I mean, I know it's cliche to say Charizard, but it's really cool, and the Shadow makes it even cooler and deals a lot of damage. So I would love to see that on the first place.
Hey, I love Charizard. Gen 1. Gen 1.
Gen 1. No.
Well, speaking of Shadow, obviously Shadow Calyrex Rider. I've been shouting about this entire time. But unfortunately, one of the best ways to deal with it is be the faster Calyrex Shadow Rider to outspeed it because it's very weak to its own Ghost-type moves as well. So I think not only are we going to see a lot of maybe Terapagos, which might kind of help against it, but a lot of just faster Calyrex Shadow Rider, or ways to make it even quicker, because at the moment it's just so consistent. And I can't think of any solid way to really deal with it right now, but I hope our players out there certainly can.
Well, it's like they always say, you need to fight Calyrex Shadow Rider with Calyrex Shadow Rider.
That's
I
what
believe that was Shakespeare.
I believe that was in Romeo and Juliet.
Yes.
Part of it was like later in it, but yeah, it was definitely in there. Pretty possible.
To be or not to be a Shadow Calyrex.
Yeah. Hopefully with a better
Calyrex.
ending.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's for sure. That's kind of scary to think that in VGC, it comes down to who has the faster horse.
Yes.
And you can only be so fast, what, 250, right? But,
Exactly.
Yeah.
But for TCG, again, I talked about how we have the latest set coming out, Twilight Masquerade. And with the latest set means, hey, you know what? You guys have nice updates and all that, a little bit of changes. But hey, our updates are like a lot of cards, almost 100 cards probably. And not everyone is usable, but something I do want to keep an eye on is, again, the Teal Mask Ogerpon with the Raging Bolt. I know that has been doing really well over in Japan, but yeah, I mean, it's very powerful. You get to just do almost infinite damage on as long as you have enough energy. But something I do want to talk about is the Dragapult EX. Dragapult, again, it almost is a mascot as well of the set, but it hasn't been doing well at all. Surprisingly, I mean, some people are doing well with it. It's getting a lot of hype, but it's not perfect. People are really hyping up this card. But I always just say it's because we haven't had a chance yet here in North America to really make the perfect 60. And that's exactly what I expect from players down here today, is a deck to copy-paste the perfect Dragapult EX deck.
Yeah, I have faith in Dead Dragapult. I really like its design, so hopefully it does well today.
We also have a Dragapult problem, where Dragapult seems pretty good, and no one's been able to make it work in our game also. So I think, look, I'm not saying Dragapult needs love from the developers or something like that, but someone's got to figure out what's going on with this Dragapult situation.
They might like VG better, because Dragapult's very good in our game.
Oh,
No
there
problems
you go.
going on here.
I want Dragapult in Go, please. Please, give it to me. It's not available yet. I want it. Please.
Don't worry, once it releases, then you'll realize we have to fix it a little bit.
Yeah, I feel kind of left out right here. I don't have it yet.
It's okay.
One day.
You'll get Dragapult.
One day.
I know you'll get Dragapult.
You will.
I'm positive. Come on.
One
Believe in
day,
yourself.
one of our games will shoot a Dreepy your way from its face and land in Pokemon Go.
Yeah, hopefully. Sooner than later, yeah.
No, that's for sure. That's for sure. With that, again, there's so much Pokemon action to be had this weekend. Is there anything else you guys are excited for here in NAIC?
I mean, I want to talk a little bit about the final stretch real quick. Again, tomorrow for Unite, we're having teams who have one last shot to make it to Worlds. They've got one match. You're going up against every single great team left in North America, and someone is going to claw their way through all of those squads and qualify for Worlds. It's just that really exciting story where you could have someone who maybe couldn't get it together throughout the earlier part of the year, or a new team that gets formed, and then they find their way to Honolulu and they could win the whole thing. It could be amazing.
Love that when that can happen, yeah. In VG at the moment, we've got so many restricted Pokemon that can really come out and of nowhere, honestly. And last week we had the Japan National Championship, which was really exciting because there's always something new that crops up there. The Japanese seem to have like a unique way of like looking at the video game and how to play it. So a lot of people have probably looked at last week and seen what they can kind of use. And something that really came out of that, which was really cool, was a Kyogre team, which obviously sets the rain, right? But it was paired with like a Tornadus, which had Snowscape to set the snow. So with Terra Ice Kyogre, it could go for the Terra Ice, get the snow defense boost, and make the blizzards it was going for really accurate and really powerful as well. So it was a snow team, but it was a Kyogre team.
Yeah.
So, I don't think anyone else is going to think of that.
So creative.
And it came second.
Yeah.
Wow, that's something I've never seen. Again, I like to play a lot of VG as well, so normally, if you're bringing Kyogre, you want it to rain. You're going to use water type attacks, but making it snow, an ice Kyogre. Okay, so
thinking outside the box.
Next regional form, Pokemon, we're making notes, I
think it was top cut at least anyway. Top cut at least. But it's very strong, obviously. And there were so many players throughout the nationals that had got whittled down to this very point here, across all the global challenges that had been going on throughout the season as well. And they had multiple qualifiers as well, so this was kind of the first opportunity for them to really show it. And now so many of them are now qualified for the World, so we'll see them later in Honolulu, Hawaii.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it just gives me so much anxiety, so I would say, just because this is a lot of players' last chance to qualify for the Pokemon World Championships. There's, again, I've said this time and time again, 3,000 players are here trying to fight for that dream, trying to fight for that chance to become a Pokemon Master, and it can happen. You really, really can get your invite by playing here at NAIC. You could go home with $20,000 plus a bunch of packs and everything. Dreams will come true in the Pokemon trading card game, in the Pokemon games in general.
Yeah, absolutely. It's so exciting, isn't it? You know, like you were saying, a lot of players are going to find out they're going to Worlds this weekend, which is amazing.
Yeah.
It is.
Hawaii ticket sales just going up.
It's skyrocketing.
It's starting to get really expensive. Yeah.
Yeah. And I gotta talk about something about Go. There's been lately, like just like a couple of weeks ago, we have this week we had the last update, moved update. So there's a lot of Pokemon that are getting a spotlight right now. The Typhlosion finally got Thunder Punch for coverage, and we finally see a debuff on Skull. So Whiscash is not that powerful right now, but I want to see if that's really the case. Maybe people are gonna bring it anyways, or maybe it's finally Quagsire time, because I'm a Quagsire boy. Yeah, I love my Quagsire. Yeah.
Hey, you know what? We're all experts in all our respective fields, I think, here.
Oh my God, thank you so much.
Yeah.
That's the first time anyone's ever said that about me. That's huge.
So I'd like to put everyone on the spot.
Okay.
Here.
Oh my gosh.
I want to get everyone's hot take. What do you think is, not something people are expecting, but will maybe do well here at the North American International Championships?
Okay, maybe I want to go with maybe not expecting is a little out there. I think Phalanx, which just came to our game, could be really huge, but a lot of teams are pretty wary of it because it has some really strong counters. So in Unite, you're able to draft against your opponents, you're able to pick away Pokemon from them or ban Pokemon. If you see a Phalanx on the other side, there are a lot of great opportunities to counter this thing, but I do think it's also really amazing. And also, if I want to give a hot take, I don't think Mimikyu is it. It's just not it. I love it, but it's not it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't think Phalanx is very fair. Isn't that like multiple Pokemon in one?
I did pick like 6 Pokemon. Yeah.
It's the entire Unite team right there.
Yeah, exactly. I would put my hands on fire, for Shadow Bastion maybe. It's not a flexible Pokemon. It's a wall. Literally, it's a wall. It's the stone wall. It's not that flexible. But in later tournaments, it had a great, score at the end. It put so much pressure to the opponent's team, not necessarily because you use it, but because the presence of him and in the team makes me think not twice, like 3 or 4 times what I'm gonna use, because if he aligns correctly, my opponent aligns correctly, it's Bastion on, then it's over. So I need to be extra careful, and now it did so well last week. I think people will bring it a lot more.
Okay, well,
if you say Shadow Rider Calyrex one more time,
one more time, we'll kick you out right now.
You've said it a lot.
Okay, but can I say Incineroar? Incineroar. I think Incineroar's going to be good this weekend.
Say Ice Calyrex. Ice Calyrex.
Yeah, Ice
Could
Calyrex.
change it a little bit.
Yeah, slightly. Yeah, like either way, I don't know what horse I'm going to back, honestly. But Ice Rider is a great call, to be fair. It's really been consistent, honestly. And everyone's had to kind of respect it as an option because it's the go-to Trick Room mode at the moment. So that's probably why it hasn't taken many wins just yet. So I think it's always going to do well. But instead of something that's going to fly under the radar, I think it's going to be something like Lunala or maybe Necrozma Dawnwings, which we've never seen until, again, Japanese Nationals last week as well. So we'll have to see. I think there's so much potential for and room for creativity here. I honestly can't call it.
I mean, I like those picks. I would have been surprised if it said something like Cosmog. That's a restricted Pokemon, right?
It is, yes.
Yeah.
Restricted to the lower tables, maybe.
Yeah.
Hey, if you win at NAIC with something like Cosmog, don't you just make a name for yourself for the entire Pokemon history?
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, there's 2 different ways to play this game, I suppose. Yeah, if you want to go Cosmog, go for it. Because, name is strong.
Yeah.
I mean, not gonna lie, I can't think of anything better than winning a tournament with a deck people don't really expect.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
You really do make a name for yourselves. I guess for a hot take for the trading card game, Lugia V-Star. No, everyone knows Lugia V-Star is a great deck, but I've been playing a lot of that Monkey Dory control. So it's a new card as well, Monkey Dory from Twilight Masquerade. You're essentially playing no Pokemon that can really attack. All you do is sit on the bench, and there's a Frostlass with an ability that hits everything for damage with anything with a Pokemon ability. And all you do
is hit your own Monkey Dory and move the damage over and not really attack, which is a very interesting way to play Pokemon. Typically, you want to knock out the opposing Pokemon, but this way, you're just hiding behind some walls. You're using your Mawile to get something stuck in the active while all your Monkey Dory is just hitting stuff on the bench. It's not the most competitive deck, but I've been seeing some results with it personally. Might lose my career now after I've said this. Hopefully none of you guys are in trouble as well with your hot takes.
Oh yeah, well I'll
Monkey
be
Dory
fine.
stocks right now
Yeah.
plummeting.
Is there a Pokemon that you would really love to see, but you don't see played too often? Like we have a pretty big roster in our game, but obviously not thousands like VGC, not thousands, but like 1,000 Pokemon now.
There is now, yeah.
So I'm curious, is there something that you would love to see and you just don't get to see played often?
Yeah, for me anyway, it'd be Murkrow. I'm a little bit biased because did rather well in the previous tournament, but Murkrow actually has a place in this meta game right now. It's got that prankster ability, which a lot of other Pokemon have, like Whimsicott and Thundurus and Tornadus. So it can offer like prankster Tailwinds, and Taunts, and Thunder Waves, but namely Haze, because Haze is a move that completely eliminates all the status changes on the field, and what Calyrex Shadow Rider sometimes does is like it doesn't come on.
You can't talk about it anymore.
We need to kind of squash that out. So like Haze prankster can do that.
Yeah. For me, I would love to see more plant-type Pokemon. Right now, Skarmory is really strong, so I would love to see Venusaur, for example, come back, or maybe Trevenant. Trevenant as a Ghost-type Pokemon is really strong because fighting types on Pokemon Go are really strong, so I would love to see Trevenant come back in this tournament.
Wait, guys.
Yeah.
Do you hear that? There's a lot of noise coming out. Is that drums?
Is it?
What?
Yeah, I hear something.
Cymbals?
Yeah.
What's
horns
happening?
and everything? It's a little noisy.
Hey!
Good morning, Pokemon fans from all over the globe. I'm Anna Prosser, your host, and I'm so excited to be here at the New Orleans Convention Center in New Orleans, Louisiana. This is the final international event of our 2024 season. This is set to be one of the biggest Pokemon events ever, and we're so excited not only for the competition, but to watch our competitors solidify their invites to Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. Our prize pool has topped $500,000. And for many here, that's actually just the cherry on top to the coveted Pokemon trophy they could win by the end of this weekend. Over 4,000 trainers are here in New Orleans this weekend, and we're about to kick things off across Pokemon Unite, Pokemon Go, the Pokemon trading card game, and the Pokemon video game. Pokemon Unite will be hosting 2 events this weekend, with the first capping off our NA regional finals later today. The other titles are gearing up to battle all weekend in order to reach Championship Sunday. Now, it's time for our competitors to make your way to the play tables. For everyone else, stay with us as we go into our pregame show or take some time to walk around the event. Make sure you don't miss any of the action by catching it all on Pokemon.com/play and join the conversation using hashtag PokemonNAIC. Most importantly, if you're watching along on Twitch and YouTube, don't forget to follow that channel. Now with that, it's time to kick off our 2024 Pokemon North America International Championships.
Welcome to the North America International Championships. Trainers from across the globe are coming together, catching up, trading their favorite cards, leveling up Pokemon, and diving into exhilarating side events. Amidst this festive atmosphere, the true highlight remains the intense and exhilarating battles. The finest competitors from across the globe are attending, each aspiring to etch their name in history as a Pokemon International Champion. The stage is set and excitement fills the air as history unfolds before our eyes. Get ready to see the amazing skills and strong will our trainers wield in the upcoming Pokemon battles. Last year in Columbus, we saw a familiar face in Pokemon Go.
I was just like really hyped up because it was like a super close game and I didn't think I was gonna win. So when I did, I just kind of popped off.
We're done taking this fifth game and is your North America International Champion.
For VG, Berna came out on top.
Flare Blitz into the Dragon Ball, takes it down. Alex is the VGC 2023 North America International Champion.
I feel amazing. It means the world to me to be back.
Last season, TTV was all the rage.
Let's see if they can make this happen. Ender hops off. Ender tries to score. The points are going. 64 points going for TTV.
This could be it.
TTV wins it.
It took everything within us to make it happen, and we're just so glad we're here.
And finally, Cyrus Davis made history with their Game 3 top deck.
Could we see a winner right here? Cyrus has the artillery, rapid strike search for the Tower Waters, attaches the water energy, and
winning this event means everything to me. It means I've left a mark on the history of this game.
As we head into NAIC, the competition is vast. It's going to take courage, strength, and strategy for any contender to triumph over their rivals.
Oh, we're going to see the Wicked Ball, but no! It was the Scyther! And the catch onto Swampert.
What is it? Another Super Rod.
This is going to be massive. Dragonite outrages into the Flare Blitz.
Pokemon trainers, you have been invited to a sensational event here. And by tuning in, you're punching your ticket for the Twilight Masquerade. So shuffle up some cards, grab a mask, because we are about to get the party started here at the North America International Championships in New Orleans, Louisiana. I'm Boo. I'll be one of your TCG commentators on the desk this weekend. And I'm joined by the 3 Ps: professional player, polished analyst, and content creator, Pablo Meza himself. Pablo, I gotta say, we love our Pokemon Go, we love our video game, but I think the trading card game is gonna be having the most amount of fun this weekend. What do you think about that?
I wholeheartedly agree, Boo. Thank you so much for that amazing intro. And yeah, I'm very excited. We have Twilight Masquerade coming up, the first and only tournament we're gonna have with this set. So very unique tournament we have here, and a lot at stake, right? Especially championship points. There's so many championship points at stake in this event.
Yeah, a ton of championship points. I mean, this is our final international championship outside of our world championships for the season. Everything is on the line here. Let's take a look at the breakdown of these championship points for our players. We have stepped it up here from just a regional event or a special event. We're here at an international in North America.
Yeah, 500 points for first place, along with that auto invite to Worlds. Same for second place. And even though the players who earn these will probably already have their invite, there's a lot at stake as well with the tier 1 invites and those travel awards and stipends. Now, 320 for top 4, 250 for top 8, 200 for top 16, 160 for top 32, 130 for top 64, so many championship points, and it goes all the way to top 1,024 with the amount of players we have today.
Absolutely. Like I said, everything is on the line here for these players. And I think we're going to be seeing all the stops being pulled here for the North America International Championship. A debut of a new format. It could not get more exciting than this. Let's take a quick look at the format that our players will be playing in this weekend.
This 2024 International Championships event will be showcasing thrilling Pokemon TCG matches all weekend from New Orleans, Louisiana. Trainers from around the globe are here to compete for over $500,000 in cash prizes, booster packs, and championship points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a 3-day event, starting our trainers off in Swiss rounds. All Swiss and Top Cut matches are best of 3. The trainers earning 19 or more match points or placing in the top 32 will advance forward to Day 2. Day 2, Swiss rounds will continue to determine the top 8 trainers in the tournament. The competition then shifts to a single elimination top cut bracket, where those remaining trainers battle until we only have our 2 finalists remaining, where they will compete on Championship Sunday to secure the NAIC trophy and a place in the history books. Who has taken home the title of North America International Champion? Will Cyrus Davis be able to defend their crown? Who will secure the points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? Stay tuned this weekend and watch all the action live.
Who will be taking home the gold this weekend? Everyone wants to have that on their books, a champion at an international championships. And this is our largest event this weekend as well. And it's showing that with the prizes that we have here as far as the money that you will be awarded for each placement.
Yeah, $25,000 for first place in Masters and $7,000 for juniors and seniors.
Yes.
And a not too shabby $15,000 for the finalists,
not
right?
too shabby, absolutely, Pablo. I mean, even going down the ranks here, ton of money on the line here for our players, but I can guarantee you they have earned every single dollar that they will win here this weekend. So deserving, all of our players out there. And like I said, this is the largest field, so they're going to be playing through an incredibly daunting weekend that we're going to be looking at, and some of those players are going to have to do it here on our stream as well. So I definitely think a first place $25,000 is a nice little consolation prize for winning first, huh?
Yeah, I mean, there's so much effort and preparation that goes into this event, and I think the North America International is one of the most special ones because it's the last tournament, the last chance to earn the money, the championship points, and get to that World's invite.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a chance for so many people out there to make a name for themselves as well. We've seen it time and time again where someone's not very well known, and then they come out of the woodwork and win one of these giant championships. And that would be exciting to see, but also we have our seasoned players out there as well. And they're going to be bringing their all because this is a brand new format, pretty much almost entirely untested. This is our first major tournament here in NA with these cards. So everything is going to be on the line, and I really do think it's going to come down to who can build the best deck and what matchups do you hit.
Yeah, these are tournaments that really engage and allow players to showcase their deck building skills, right? There's of course the in-game decisions that you need to make, but the preparation for this tournament where there's a little bit of data coming from Japan, right, from their tournament results, but they do play a slightly different format, so I think it's very important to take that with a grain of salt. And yeah, the surprises that I think we're gonna see today, I don't think no one will be able to predict them.
No, I don't think so either. I mean, yeah, we've seen the format in Japan. We've seen how a little bit of this plays out, but it's completely different here into an entirely different field of players. Let's take a look at the caster predictions as far as cards that we think are potentially going to see success this weekend. And I gotta say, I think we have a pretty solid variety here. What do you think, Pablo?
Oh, certainly. I think we covered pretty much the whole field, right? I went with the brand new shiny toy, which is Dragapult TX. And also a little bit of, it's not Teal Mask Ogerpon like yourself, but it is included as a 4-of.
They're buddies.
Raging Bolt. Yeah, they're buddies. So I think those two brand new cards that just are, this is the first day that they are legal for tournament play. I think they're gonna be at the center stage.
Yeah, I mean, this is me and you on the desk right now. You're the Raging Bolt, I'm the Ogerpon here. Yes, we got some good variety here from all of our players. I'm sure that we'll get to hear from our other co-commentators about their picks throughout the weekend as well. But even though I'm probably Gardevoir's biggest hater, I went with Gardevoir this weekend because I just believe so heavily in the deck. I mean, there are so many options that you have with it, and every time I see a Gardevoir player playing out in our field, it is someone that is a highly skilled player that I completely trust to do well with this deck. So with a couple of new cards included in there and a couple new tricks for Gardevoir EX, I think there's a player out there that's going to take it so far this weekend, and I do believe it's going to do exceptionally well.
Yeah, and I think Joe here agrees with you. He's a big fan of the Munkidori. Now, we have seen Munkidori in a variety of decks, not just Gardevoir. So I think its Adrena Brain ability is so versatile. It's going to be one of the key things to look out for in the field because it's so good. But yeah, it really complements Gardevoir with all the damage counter placement, allows it to do a little bit of extra damage. So I wholeheartedly agree, Boo. Gardevoir is definitely going to be one of the decks to be on the lookout for today and probably going to be at the very top. We also know quite a few of the top players are playing it, so it's going to be really interesting to see how they pilot the deck and how they build their list as well.
I was going to say what cards they put in it. I love that Joe also put the Blood Moon Ursaluna EX as well. So it's like two cards that are broad because they can be slotted kind of anywhere you want them to go. I see you, Joe. I see you. But Ross over here getting behind the Miraidon EX and also attracting some customers. What do you think about that, Pablo?
I mean, I like his choice of Tatsugiri. I think that's a really nice tech card. Speaking of versatile, right, just like Ursaluna and Munkidori, Tatsugiri is a very versatile card. It's a card that increases consistency of any deck that you place it in. Probably needs Rescue Board to go along with it, but it also really complements Miraidon well. So it's almost like he's really all in on Miraidon, which is a really good choice when Lugia is expected to be one of the top decks. And I'm sure Juancho is extremely ecstatic. I have not, we will not hear the end of Juancho if Lugia ends up doing well this weekend, and I think it's going to happen.
Yeah, Juancho is our resident Lugia V-Star believer, but I will give him credit. He's been believing in Lugia long before anything. I mean, even when it was down, Juancho was pulling it back up. So Lugia V-Star has its time to shine this weekend, and it is just because there is way too much potential for that deck. I would have to say the biggest enemy of that deck is itself, because all the cards in it are incredibly powerful. So I'm really excited to see some explosive matchups this weekend with Lugia V-Star.
Yeah, and let's not forget about Sableye as well. I think Lost Box is poised to have a sort of resurgence. There's been a lot of talk about it in the lead up to this event. It's been doing well at online events as well. It has a decent Gardevoir matchup. It can apply a lot of pressure early, and of course, thanks to Mirage Gate, it can adapt to pretty much any metagame and include any necessary attackers. So I do think Lost Box will be seeing a lot of it, perhaps partnered up with things like Dragapult itself as well. Dragapult has so much versatility. It has Pidgeot as a partner, Charizard as a partner, Lost Box as a partner. So I do think we're going to see great things from Sableye because Dragapult has made people drop their Jirachi from their decks.
Yeah, that is very true, and that's a huge point to make. Like, our metagame that we were playing with before is entirely different now. And going into a fresh event where you can't predict what people are going to bring, you cannot predict how people are going to build their decks. So it's so difficult to make those niche picks as far as tech cards. So you really have to pick and choose, okay, what is going to bring me the most amount of value, because there really is such a lack of metagaming into a field like this.
Yeah, you touch on a great point, Boo, and that's something that I always try to advise people. When you're going into the tournament where it's the first time that there's going to be a brand new set, what you and I decide that this is what a Gardevoir deck we're going to test against might be completely different from what other people decide to test against, right? So our data might not be fully complete, as opposed to after a month of tournaments, you have like a trend of decks, right? And you can make like better predictions on what to expect. So today is like the biggest, it has the biggest question mark out of all the tournaments that we're going to have.
I know, and that's what makes it the most exciting, right, Pablo? Sure. It is going to be an incredibly exciting weekend. I cannot wait to get started, jump into our first match. Of course, we're streaming all of our matches here for our players, so it's going to be a jam-packed day with Pokemon TCG, but make sure that you keep up with us on social media as well. Let us know what decks that you're rooting for, what players you're rooting for, or just how you're enjoying this event. I mean, these are huge events, lots to do here in New Orleans, lots of friends to meet up with. So make sure you snap all those pictures, #PlayPokemon, so we can see what you're up to.
And speaking of friends, we have our stage ready to go. We have our first match ready to go. Let's head to the stage and see who we have for you round one.
Beautiful. I cannot wait to get things started here at the North America International Championships. We're starting with our Swiss round one. It's going to be a grind from here on out, and these players are going to have to bring everything to this stream match. Over here on the left, we have Kamal Crux Valdez with Dragapult EX, and it's going to be the Lost Zone build of Dragapult.
Yep, and on the other side, we have Alex Kreckler with a very unique Lugia build, I gotta say. It's something that I haven't seen before, and the Cracklers are usually known as deck innovators. They always have the spicy techs, the spicy build, so I'm really looking forward to seeing how this plays out. And it's also two of the most talked about decks heading into the event, so I'm very hyped for this, Boo.
Yeah, I am too. And I mean, if I could just give a little sneak peek, we got the deck list here of both of our players, and there's some very interesting things that we're going to have a lot of talking points here for this matchup as we head into it. I think this is the perfect match to kick off the North America International Championships for our players. So as we set up, our players are going to get those 7 cards to hand. Of course, they have to have an active Pokemon that they choose to start with. Then we're going to see those prize cards, and that's going to give us a little teaser as to how things are going to look for this match coming up. But of course, if you don't have an active Pokemon like Kamal just had, you do have to mulligan, and your opponent will get an additional card. So let's talk about this matchup on paper while our players prepare. What do you think about it, Pablo?
So on paper, right, a usual Lugia list against a usual Dragapult Lost Box list. There's the pressure of a potential Iron Hands. There's the pressure of a potential Wellspring Ogre Pond EX, that brand new card that targets the bench. However, Alex has a little bit of spice here for us. There's no Cinccino. So Alex is going to have a harder time dealing with Dragapult EX's humongous 320 HP. However, he's going to have a lot more pressure with Iron Hands as he plays 2 copies of it.
Yeah, I know. I feel like you tell someone you have a Lugia list and you don't have a Cinccino, I feel like that's you wouldn't be believed.
You
at
missed
this
the
point.
memo. That Cinccino came out and it's really good.
Exactly. Do you know what a single prizer is? Well, let's take a look at these prize cards. A bit dark here, but I think we can make out what we're seeing. What do you think about it, Pablo?
Yeah, I mean, 1 energy and 1 Mirage Gate prize for Kamal. Not the biggest deal. The Drag Cloak also as well, and then over on Alex's side, the Jamming Tower being prized. But I think the 2 Ultra Balls are probably the biggest issue, because that's how you can get your Archeops not only into your hand, but also into the discard pile, which is very crucial for Lugia, of course.
Yeah, 2 of the many energy that we see in this deck. So not horrible, could have been a lot worse, but also 2 Ultra Balls that might lead to some awkward hands potentially, and not getting some discards that you need to start thinning your deck, and of course, throw away those Archeops.
Yeah, now, when you're playing 17 energy, right, having 2 in the prize cards is
not
as impactful. However, one Pokemon that Alex does have is that Weirdeer. That's his answer to like the high HP Pokemon, and that does require a bunch of energy to get a 1 KO on the big thing. So we'll see how that plays out. Even though Lugia plays a lot of energy, every single one of them usually counts.
Yeah, well, let's hope Alex is going to be taking some of those prize cards to get some of those back into the hand. So I'm very excited for this match. Both of our players looking very tuned in to what they're about to play, and I think this is going to be a surprise for them as well. For both of these lists, we have the fist bump. We are underway here at our North America International Championships. Let's get to the stage and watch this match. I am so excited. We're going to be starting here over on Kamal's side of the field with a nest ball going through the deck, as well as a Comfey in the active position. So we've talked about, Pablo, so many different varieties of how you can build Dragapult EX. How does this one stand out as far as that? Or I suppose, what is the setup like? How fast are we going to be trying to get into things if we're on Kamal's side of the field?
I mean, you definitely want to build up your Lost Zone as soon as possible, especially because once you see the Lugia, you know there's a looming threat of Iron Hands EX, right?
Yes.
So Kamal's best answer to that is going to be that Radiant Charizard, as Dragapult only does 200 damage. So it's going to be very crucial for Kamal to have that ready to go, and that means probably powering it up with Mirage Gate, and therefore you want those 7 cards in the Lost Zone as soon as you can.
Yeah, it's honestly a perfect pairing, Mirage Gate into this deck. Of course, Dragapult EX having a fire and a psychic requirement for its energy attachment for Phantom Dive, which is what is going to be dealing all of that damage to the field. So Mirage Gate being able to search out those energy cards is beautiful here, but we got to get there first. We have to start stacking these cards into the Lost Zone in order to unlock the power of Mirage Gate. So that is what Kamal is going to be doing here, starting off with that Comfey in the active. Flower selecting, gonna have to choose one of those cards to go into the Lost Zone, the other to the hand. That's gonna get Kamal another couple of Pokemon onto the field with this Buddy Poffin, bringing those Dreepy out.
Yeah, Buddy Poffin, such a crucial card. So fantastic to find on turn 1, but it does come at a heavy cost for Kamal. With that Supra, there's only 2 copies, and of course, with only 6 energies and the 1 copy of Radiant Charizard that you probably want to reutilize, that's already a tough start for Kamal, but he knows this, right? He knows he only has access to 1 Supra, so that will probably affect his future decisions.
Yep, we're looking at the second flower selecting now. It looks like another tough decision potentially here for Kamal, but it's going to be made a switch cart going into the Lost Zone, joining that Super Rod. We've already seen an additional switch being used for Kamal as well to get into that second Comfey here. Cramorant's going to join the field, and that is going to be it for our first turn on Kamal's side. Alex Kreckler over here, let's take a look at the hand. There were a couple extra cards because Kamal did have at least 1 mulligan that I saw. Yep. So we're going to be seeing a couple of extra cards that Alex gets to work with here, and a Great Ball is going to get us a great result here, Pablo, getting that Archeops out of the deck off the top 7 cards.
And speaking of great results, we see the Capturing Aroma, which with a Tails, you get a basic, with a Heads, you get an evolution. I think Alex will benefit from that Tails, as he will be able to find Luminion V and be able to find a way to discard those Archeops. That is so crucial. Now, a lot of players have a love-hate relationship with Capturing Aroma. Sometimes you want Heads, you get Tails. Sometimes you want Tails and you get Heads. But I think it's important to plan your way around whatever result you end up getting. Now, we see Alex is being very thorough with his price checking and making sure, as Lugia, it's very important to know exactly which energies you can count on, especially the Legacy energy. This brand new Twilight Masquerade card is generally what brought Lugia to a brand new level.
Well, as we work through this second Capturing Aroma, it's also going to be a Tails here as well for Alex. So that's 2 basic Pokemon. Iron Hands is going to join us on the field immediately going down there. But yes, this Legacy energy, talk about it more, Pablo.
Yeah, Legacy energy essentially is that rainbow energy that Lugia has really needed for a long, long time.
Yes.
And also, there's the merit of the extra effect, which makes your Pokemon give to your opponent 1 prize card less, and therefore that's really, really powerful. Because speaking of 1 prizers that you mentioned earlier, like having a single prizer Iron Hands is so huge.
Yeah, it's brutal, honestly. You're taking extra prize cards, your opponent is taking less prize cards, and Alex Kreckler is on the path to getting to a board state like that. We saw the professor's research here that did discard one of our Archeops into the discard pile, and this is a fresh hand that we're working with on Alex's side.
Yeah, he did actually have already the professor's research in hand, so didn't need that Luminion to discard the Archeops. Not the greatest follow-up afterwards, but now it's on Kamal's side of the field. Does have that call res, will be able to use 2 more Comfeys. Probably not going to get to 7, doesn't need to though, and will be able to try to plan and account for this Iron Hands, which is so threatening.
Yes, but one thing I love here about Kamal is the deck bling. Oh my gosh, every time Kamal plays, all of these cards are so beautiful. Some of them I can't even tell what they are because I've never even seen an art like that before. But this Colress's Experiment is definitely a recognizable card. Huge card in this deck. It is going to allow Kamal to get an additional 2 cards into the Lost Zone as well as 3 to the hand. And that is what we need to start seeing here for Kamal so that we can start establishing these threats here. And I mean, it seems to be going pretty well. What do you think, Pablo?
Yeah, so far so good. We'll be able to use the Dracloak ability to continue to build up that hand. That fantastic ability. It's almost like a Flower Select, except 1 card doesn't go to the Lost Zone, which is really good. Now we do see that Kamal is playing 2 copies of Cramorant, which really complement the damage that Dragapult does. Like, Kamal will be able to do 110 this turn if he wants to on this Lugia, and that sets it up perfectly for the follow-up to 100 from Dragapult. And you have that Recon Directive ability to help sustain your deck and get you closer to the cards that you need.
Yeah, not to mention, you know, that Cramorant, you're hitting for free as long as you have 4 cards in the Lost Zone there to unlock that Lost Provisions. So yeah, it complements this deck perfectly here for Kamal. And I think we're going to start seeing some action if we can line up the cards here, debating the switch cards. There's 2 in hand, and it's going to be played to get that Comfey out of the active, and Dragapult is actually going to be promoted.
Interesting. We're going to see a Jet Headbutt being dealt here, 70 damage, which doesn't quite set up the number, so we'll have to see what Kamal is planning here. Probably trying to protect from the Iron Hands, and because if you go in with the Cramorant, then the Iron Hands can easily get to prizes, right? But with no Minchinos on the board, which Kamal doesn't necessarily know that there's none at all, right? Then there's that merit of, okay, I want to protect against the 1 threat that's Iron Hands, and my Dragapult is protected from any sort of Cinccino because there isn't any. But eventually Kamal will realize that there's actually no Cinccino whatsoever in this deck.
I mean, unless Kamal just thinks Alex is doing some very interesting deck choices here, but...
Yeah, now we do see that Lightning Energy, which is another of the peculiar inclusions for Alex, as that allows him to be even more aggressive with Iron Hands. I think Alex is going to try and win without actually dealing with that Dragapult too much. He's going to try and get some of the easier prizes on the bench, and he does have a copy of Iron Bundle to do so as well, so we'll have to see if that's what he ends up going for here.
Yeah, and look at this, the V-Star power ability here, the Summoning Star on the Lugia V-Star, bringing that Archeops out of the discard pile here now onto the field. It is a stage 2, but it can instantly join us for this fight thanks to that Lugia V-Star. So we're going to be working with a single Archeops to Primal Turbo accelerate these energies out of the deck onto the field for Alex Kreckler.
Yeah, that single Archeop's not the exact way you want to play out your Lugia deck, right? You usually want to have the two, but sometimes the pressure is so immense that you have to work with one. Now, Kamal also knows this, probably will try to take that down at some point in the game, and there's a lot of pressure on Alex, not the ideal setup that he wanted.
Yeah, you want to be able to make sure you can debilitate your opponent in any way possible. And the liability of only having one Archeops is potentially huge here in this matchup. Kamal over on this side in our third turn, I believe. And this looks like the... Is this recon directive? Okay, cool. So we don't have to put one of these in the Lost Zone here. It's going to go back into Zach. And I'm sure that Lost Zone players probably are happy getting a little break from having to get rid of like half of their decks. So at least we get to save some now.
Yeah, it's still a choice of keep one, lose one, but you're not losing it forever, right? You're losing it to the bottom of the deck, therefore it's accessible afterwards. Now, difficult choice here for Kamal, valuing the recovery of Superrod, but also valuing the access that Nespal gives him to that potential Radiant Charizard to deal with the Iron Hands. Now, if Kamal does find that Psychic, another copy though, because there's one already here, we'll be able to place some damage counters on the bench. So we'll have to see if this Colress finds him that Psychic or a Mirage Gate, as he will now be going up to 7 cards in the Lost Zone.
Exactly. We're at 5 right now. That's going to tick up to 7 with these two hitting it. But what do we see here?
We do see the reveal of Kamal's Ace spec does have that Unfair Stamp, which is a very peculiar choice. Usually Lost Box decks tend to play Prime Catcher. It's a more aggressive choice. I've even seen Neo Upper Energy, but Unfair Stamp gives Kamal a way to disrupt his opponent's hand, which is not something you usually expect from Lost Box decks in the beginning, at least not until you're into a Roxanne turn. So very nice choice for Kamal. I'm sure will also surprise Alex at some point with that.
I think that will be a surprise for sure. And honestly, if you can get rid of a hand against Lugia and they kind of draw into nothing, it can get real clunky and awkward from there. Of course, you can still accelerate as long as you have that Archeops get energy down, but if you don't have cards to work with, it can get kind of awkward for you. And you're not as fast-paced as you'd like to be, or being able to carry out certain strategies that you want, as we've already seen kind of happen here with one single Archeops go down onto the field for Alex. So Kamal is into another, already did a flower selecting here on that Comfey, that Dragapult EX back onto the bench now.
Yeah, now we are going to see more flower select. Kamal has a huge hand, but doesn't have the Mirage Gate that he would like to work with to potentially power up another Dragapult. And funnily enough, that 200 damage on the Dragapult, he got protection from Iron Hands, but now there's 120 HP left on that Dragapult, which could allow Iron Hands to take it down for 3 prizes at some point. So that's going to be a potential issue for Kamal in the future. We'll have to see how he manages that.
Yeah, how are players going to manage these situations? How are things going to turn out here in this first game? But of course, you can kind of re-strategize going into a second, whether it goes either way. But we'll have to see what happens here. Kamal just promoted into that Cramorant off of the Switch card. And then we're going to see the energy attachment onto that Dracoloak on the bench here. And then that's going to be it. It's that Lost Provisions being unlocked with 4 prize cards or more. That's going to be 110 damage added to the field onto that Lugia V-Star for Kamal.
Very underwhelming turn for Kamal. Unfortunately, couldn't get that extra Dragapult going, and now Alex does have a Boss's Orders, does have access to that Archeops, could potentially chase after the Dracloak, could chase after the Dragapult. Also knows that sitting at 230 HP, there's no threat to his Iron Hand, so he could just take down this Cramorant. So many options for Alex, but the crucial thing is he really needs to make the best use of this single Archeops, needs to get 2 energies into play every single turn. And I think at this point, Kamal was thinking, hey, where's your Minchinos?
Yeah, right.
Where are they?
Yeah, what's going on here? What is happening? We're seeing the Boss's Orders here, and this is that liability we were talking about, Pablo. Dragapult EX being pivoted into the active position from that Boss's Orders, calling it up, and that's just going to be a knockout here from the Lugia V-Star. 2 prize cards going down for Alex Kreckler, taking the first prize cards in this race to 6.
Yeah, Alex did not have the extra energy to take down that Dragapult with Iron Hands. Maybe didn't even want to do it, as he can now go for like a 2-2-2 prize setup, which is really, really good for him. He's now like 2 turns away from winning the game potentially. And so far he knows that Kamal's hand is not as great, right? He didn't do anything super significant last turn as he top decks that Mirage Gate.
Yeah, the hand, I mean, it's been lackluster over here. And then when you're Kamal looking at your opposing field, it's pretty daunting, honestly, just seeing those Pokemon out on the field, even with the single Archeops, even with no Chinchino, you can see the strength and the variety that Lugia V-Star has as far as attackers. And of course, powered up by those special energy. That is truly the key to this deck. But over on Kamal's side, we have some energy of our own. Mirage Gate is going to be played now that it is unlocked thanks to that Lost Zone. Woo, here we go, Pablo. We love the dramatics. We love that cinematic.
I don't know if I'd be as excited as you are to go to the Lost Zone, Boo, but to each their own.
Whoa, spooky.
All right, so we do have that Mirage Gate for a single Psychic. There's one fire prize, one fire in the discard, and one fire in play, so couldn't get the most value out of it. Usually this deck doesn't worry too much. It doesn't have that heavy requirement of Iron Hands or Roaring Moon. It's just 2 energies for your Dragapults. Now the big issue here for Kamal is going to be finding that Dragapult to have this follow-up attack, as there's only 2 copies. One is in the discard pile from the previous KO. We'll see if Comfy can get us there.
Yes, let's see. Indeed, we're going to have another flower select. You got to pick those flowers. One's going away forever, and the other one goes to your hands. It's going to be that rescue board going into the Lost Zone here. Did you see the card that was picked?
I believe it was Roxanne, which is a very key card usually, but against those gift energies, I don't think both Roxanne or Reese's Stamp will be as valuable. So I think I would have liked to see Kamal keep that rescue board a little bit to make it a little easier for him to pivot around his calm face.
I kind of agree with that. You give a little bit more variety to your board and actions that you can play out in the future, but it's gone now. Rescue board in the Lost Zone. Jet Energy is going to be used to pivot that Comfey into the active position from the bench. We're going to see 2 more cards now, a Buddy Buddy Poffin as well as a Technical Machine here. Hit the Lost Zone off of that Colress's Experiment.
Yeah, another interesting card in Kamal's list, that TM Devo that just got sent to Lost. So not the most useful against Lugia, but will be very useful against other things. As we see the counter catcher on the single Archeops combined with the Unfirst Stamp. So I guess if there's no gift energy in the active, that's where your Unfirst Stamp will be the most effective. But Kamal doesn't have any single threat right now to take down that Archeops. So really needs to find that one-off Dragapult DX left in his deck, as he also chose not to play the Supra that he had to put some resources back and that extra copy of Dragapult. We'll have to see if he finds it.
Yes, we're going to start to see how unfair this stamp really is this weekend. It's been a lot of questions, but I mean, it is a terribly scary card to be eyeing down if you're facing against it. Of course, if one of your Pokemon was knocked out, you're going to be drawing 5 cards. Your opponent only draws 2. It's a great way to limit their ability to have cards in their hand, but is it going to pay off for Kamal? We're still seeing more cards go into the Lost Zone here. We did see an evolution there into that Dracloak, but what are you seeing, Pablo? Anything that we're working with?
I don't know what the other card choice was between the Cramorant and the other card. I think it might have been the Temple of Sinnoh, which is very good to shut down all those special energies, especially the Legacy, but I don't think we found that Dragapult DX boost, so I don't think that Arceus is going to go down here.
That is brutal. Well, we can maybe save it here on the Dracloak.
I don't think so. I think it would have been an immediate grab.
We would have been seeing it quick there for Kamal. And unfortunately, all of that draw support that we see from this deck has failed so far here for this turn for Kamal. We're just going to see the discard of that Jet Energy now, and it's Cramorant back up into the active again, but not even enough damage here to take out that Archeops, and Alex is able to just accelerate this Iron Hand straight into the active position now, fully loaded up here, and has the Legacy Energy. I mean, this is brutal.
This is really brutal. Boo has the perfect setup in order to take 2 more prizes against this Cramorant, go down to 2, and there's so many targets. And once again, there's nothing that threatens that Iron Hands at this point other than the Radiant Charizard. But does Kamal have access to any fire energies? Not at this point. There's one here, there's one here, and there's one over at the prize card. So even responding to this Iron Hands right now is going to be quite difficult.
I totally agree with that. You know, when you're playing Lost Box, you do have the the benefit that you play a lot of single prizers, but Iron Hands doesn't care at all, Pablo. It's going to start taking 2 prize cards off of you thanks to that amp you very much, and that can lead to quick games here. And Iron Hands is ready to go to start slapping those hands together.
Yeah, and speaking of Iron Hands, right, we see another peculiar card for Lugia. Earthen Vessel not only helps discard those Arceus, but also finds you the basic lightning energies that Alex is playing in this very unique Lugia, as he does play a second copy of Iron Hand. So he's basically saying, I don't care about dealing with your big HP Pokemon, I'm just going to always go after the little people.
Oh, poor Cramorant going to the discard pile. Did do a lot of work, but it just wasn't enough, unfortunately. Iron Hands taking 2 prize cards, thanks to that amp you very much. Alex Kreckler down to only 2 prize cards left to take in our Swiss round 1 here at our International Championship. Things are looking tough here for Kamal. Still 6 prize cards left to take. It's not looking great, Pablo.
It's definitely not looking great, but I mean, Kamal has the ideal response with Temple of Sinnoh plus Radiant Charizard plus Roxanne in hand, but is missing that crucial Fire Energy, and the only way to get a Fire Energy right now is through Super Rod. And where's that Super Rod? In the deck. And then afterwards, you need the Mirage Gate. So it's not looking great on the odds. And then even if you respond, right, you are able to respond to that, then your Charizard goes down to either of the Lugias on the bench. You're not able to take advantage of the previous damage you dealt on the Arceus. So things scaling a little bit too much for Kamal. Now, Temple of Sinnoh plus Roxanne will still be very good and might even stop Iron Hands from attacking next turn. But Kamal finding the response. He does find the Super Rod, I believe.
Oh yeah, it looks like it. It's gold. That is for sure a Super Rod there, Pablo.
There's
and
it's Super Rod.
Yeah, it's going to be kept. Of course, the other card going to the bottom thanks to that Dracloak.
Yeah, so we'll be able to actually get the perfect response. Temple of Sinnoh, Roxanne.
Beautiful.
And does need to use the Mirage Gate right now. I think I would have liked to see him retreat first. Before playing the Super Rod, that way he could have recovered an additional energy. Either of these would have been fine. Probably a Psychic, so you can reattach it. So a small, perhaps not a mistake, just a way to get more out of your cards, you know?
Yeah. Yep, it was just going to be that single energy coming back into the deck here for Kamal. Of course, Mirage Gate is going to allow Kamal to get that energy right back out and go straight on to that Radiant Charizard here on the bench.
Now that Radiant Charizard will be able to handle that Iron Hands. The Temple of Sinnoh shutting down the Legacy Energy, so you will be getting 2 prize cards off that.
And here we
see the Roxanne, which also, like we talked about Gift Energy, but it's not activated right now. So if Kamal's going to make a comeback, it's going to be thanks to this perfect combo that he just pulled off.
Yep, a little bit different there from the unfair stamp. And of course, it's in a supporter as well. Kamal's going to be getting 6 cards here, and Alex only 2. Let's see what these 6 cards are here for Kamal, but I think even more important, what is Alex getting in the other side of the field as well?
Wow,
Ooh.
double
Well, there's the Dragapult, huh?
Double Dragapult, double Boss's Orders as well. We'll be able to use another Recon Directive and find a switch card, which is very important to be able to utilize Radiant Charizard in back-to-back turns. So with Boss, with the Dragapult, with the
Which are in
switch,
hands.
if Alex doesn't have a great combination of cards in his hand, Kamal could pull a comeback here, Boo.
Yeah, I think so indeed, Pablo. I'm excited to see what happens here. I don't know.
Ooh, conserving the energy on that Dragapult, but now it might make it a little bit harder for this Radiant Charizard to get back-to-back attacks. We'll have to see how this ends up affecting the next few turns.
Yep, at least getting that Iron Hands EX off the field now here for Kamal. First prize cards down. Alex promoting that Lugia V-Star. That is very unhealthy at the moment. We're going to see the Serena discarding that Drapion V. Another interesting card into the discard pile here for some additional cards into the hand. So that's a little bit of recovery after that Roxanne. But what are we working with here?
I mean, I guess if your Charizard was going to go down, keep it using the switch was actually better. But yeah, Alex drew the Boss's Orders that he needs for next turn, right? He's going to take a knockout on this Radiant Charizard right now, and then the next Lugia, or potentially the Blood Moon Ursa Luna, could just win this game. Now, we see the Jet Energy, and because of Temple of Sinnoh, this double turbo energy doesn't work right now. So Lugia cannot attack unless Alex attaches an energy from hand. I'm not sure if he found one. He might have, I think, the basic lightning.
I think it was lightning, yeah.
All right, so if he attaches it to active, then he's going to be all right. He does, yes.
We see it.
Alex, very aware of that Temple of Sinnoh.
Yeah, Temple of Sinnoh, huge card. We're going to be seeing a lot of it this weekend. It turns any special energy into just one single colorless energy. So that double turbo doesn't count for much there at that point. Removes those effects. And Alex Kreckler is going to have the recovery there, thank goodness, to that lightning energy. Going to be able to take those prize cards, go down to 1 here. And it's just back-to-back from these players.
It really is back-to-back. Alex just shows the jet energy that he's going to be able to get the win next turn. Kamal not able to make this comeback. Had almost everything that he could have needed, but it was just too much.
Too much, but Alex Kreckler, I mean, was also kind of working in some really awkward hands here. Had to do a little bit of an awkward setup in the beginning there, just to have the aggression in the early game, but I definitely think it paid off here. Kamal, I feel like if there was just a little bit of difference in what cards were drawn at what times, or maybe what resources were discarded into the lost zone, we would have seen a little bit more recovery there, but I feel like we just weren't hitting the right things at the right times on Kamal's side.
Yeah, missing the knockout on that Archeops. I think he respected Iron Hands a little too much in the beginning and chose to go in with the early Dragapult, which didn't accomplish too much, but then we saw that Dragapult go down to the Iron Hands, to the Lugia, and then the Iron Hands took the next 2 prizes, putting Kamal against the ropes here.
Yeah, I mean, the way that you kind of hear this deck being talk about the Lost Zone version of Dragapult EX, the Cramorant is huge because it does get those damage counters out in the early game, and then Alex really doesn't have a way to get rid of them. So as long as those damage counters are down, it gives you more variety as far as when you can take your prize cards, how you take your prize cards, the threat levels you remove off the field, or if you want to debilitate your opponent's field as far as taking out the Archeops, it just gives you more options. So I would kind of love to see that here, if it's possible, from Kamal. Maybe a difference in strategy. We'll have to see if he chooses what he does going into this game 2 in our Swiss round 1. Of course, Alex, I have no doubts that we're going to see an incredible turn. I mean, it's a very interesting Lugia list, so it could get clunky, but I just feel like Lugia always gets set up so well, no matter what, Pablo. Every time.
Yeah, Lugia, it feels like when you play it, it feels clunky. When your opponent plays it, it looks like the best deck in the world.
It makes you want to start playing
it. Exactly, yeah. Now, as you mentioned, this is a very, very unique list. Something we didn't see was a Drapion V in there. There's the Weird Ear as well.
We saw it get
didn't
discarded.
See the Iron Bundle, yeah. So those cards allow Alex to adapt to different matches, have different typings as well for the different meta decks that he expects to face. No Cinchino, which I think Kamal at this point must know that there isn't access to any of that.
I would assume so. We saw nothing there, but speaking of these Pokemon that are so interesting in this matchup, the Weird Air V as well as that Iron Bundle are actually in the prize cards this time around for Alex, and they're at the top of the prize cards as well. And look at this as well, Pablo. The double turbo down onto this Lugia V. That's at least something here, but nothing. Not even a single card was played into the discard pile here for Alex. And we're over to Kamal now. Buddy Poffin, fantastic card to have on your first turn so you can start establishing these Pokemon. We need to get these cards into the Lost Zone off of these Comfey as well. So it's looking good over on Kamal's side, and maybe Alex has one of those clunky hands we talked about.
Yeah, now we can see that hand, right? We know it's a little bit clunky now. If you're sitting down in Kamal's spot, though, an attached pass from a Lugia player can be sometimes a little bit deceiving because they could just have a supporter and 2 Archeops waiting to be discarded, right? So you can't really count your blessings until you get a little bit more information. But yeah, Alex's hand leaves a lot to be desired at this point. We'll be able to get 1 Archeops in the discard pile, but not much else. We're probably going to see a Read the Wind. Now, we did see Kamal prize his Radiant Charizard, so that's his best response to Iron Hands, and he's going to have a little bit of trouble accessing it, at least in the beginning, but we're going to see how Kamal is able to set this up.
Yeah, and we're getting set up for sure here for Kamal. 3 cards now in the last zone, and that's going to be 4 after this additional flower select here off of this active Comfey. Of course, having that Colress's Experiment going second is huge as well for this deck. So hopefully we can see the tides change a little bit here in this game too, and the aggression is going to fall to Kamal versus Alex, being able to take those first prize cards and just keep up the pace.
Amazing top deck by Alex. That Jack supporter that will allow him to find the second Arceus and the Lugia V-Star right now. Now, it's an interesting situation for Alex. Does he choose to discard 1 Arceus with the Earthen Vessel and then read the win the second Arceus? Or does he decide to play with a single Arceus once again and start applying that immediate pressure?
You know, I'm starting to think maybe it's a part of the strat. I don't know, Pablo. I don't play Lugia. Especially not this list, that is for sure. Yeah. We're going to see what Alex is going to choose to do here. But yeah, that Jock is huge. Being able to get those evolution Pokemon out, that's going to give Alex things to work with here for this turn. So Earthen Vessel is going to be able to discard this Archeops. Nice and easy peasy. Perfect discard here. And I'm telling you, Pablo, is it the strat? Am I missing something?
I mean, I think Alex just recognizes that Kamal has very few options to deal with an early Iron Hands.
Yeah.
He will be able to power it up right now with that lightning energy that he found off the Earthen Vessel. So I thought because he started shuffling after the Earthen Vessel, he was not going to go for it, but then he immediately goes for it.
Yes.
Wants to go for that early amp you very much, thanks to a double turbo. And even though it's going to do 100 instead of 120, there's no Pokemon that can survive that attack next turn other than a Rare Candy Dragapult, which is really difficult to pull off, or the Radiant Charizard, which is not available. So Alex off to the races here.
Exactly. This is huge here for Alex, and it really just shows you the difference in the different types of builds of decks. Lugia V-Star, even with just an attach pass, not a single card played. Top decks, amazing card, and then is going here. And look at this board state now. Just as we thought Kamal maybe had a little bit of legs to work with, or work on, I should say, for these upcoming turns, now we're on the back foot completely here. Alex Kreckler with an Iron Hands in the active position. Tons of energy loaded up onto it and taking multiple prize cards as well. And the poor Comfey just trying to pick some flowers here, Pablo.
Yeah, definitely not amused by having an Iron Hands EX right in front of it. Now,
I know, right?
Did have to pick between a Colress and a Nestball. I think Kamal was eyeing up the Nestball, perhaps because he's considering the response with Radiant Charizard. I'm not sure if he was very thorough with his price checking to realize that it is not available. But another great response here. He already has the Rare Candy and the Dragapult, so with a Mirage Gate, he will be able to deal a lot of damage and also prevent the Iron Hands from taking an extra 2 prizes unless there's a boss's order. So we'll have to see. And also found the unfirst stamp.
Yeah, and we haven't had any issues here, thank goodness. Getting into the Lost Zone, we're up to 7 now there. Dragapult EX is going to be evolved on the bench here. We're going to be joined by a few more Pokemon. And honestly, we also have a lot of cards to work with in the hand.
We do. We have a lot of cards to work with, as you mentioned, Boo. There's Unfirst Stamp, there's Switch Card, there's Counter Catcher as well, so Kamal could try to disable and knock out the only Arceus disabled Lugia's Engine as well, but he's missing the crucial Mirage Gate. Doesn't have a way to deal any significant damage at this point in time.
Well, I think we're going to select some more flowers here, see what we can get. Is it going to pay off here for Kamal? It doesn't look like it. It looks like a Cramorant.
Yeah.
Cramorant and that Temple of Sinnoh. Temple is going to join the Lost Zone there now, bringing us up to 8. And Cramorant going into the hands now for Kamal. And it's just like that. All of the hope we have kind of diminishes here, Pablo. You hate to see it.
It's all going to come down to this unfair stamp when I think you have to commit to it. You want to thin as much as you can, bench that Cramorant, bench that Sableye, play the Counter Catcher, and hope for the best with this unfair stamp that we don't see the benching of those attackers. I really would have liked to see Kamal maximize his chances of finding that Mirage Gate.
Well, those attackers are now being shuffled back into the deck here. Both of our players shuffling up, but Kamal is going to be able to draw 5 cards where Alex just gets only 2. But Alex has been drawing some pretty good cards lately. I mean, look at this artwork, too. This is the most disrespectful artwork I've ever seen, Pablo. Look at this. It's like, oh, your hand? Nope, not today. Draw 2, buddy. That's brutal to see.
It is, yeah. Unfair Stamp is a very unfair card. Unfair card, it seems.
It is.
The cool thing for Alex, though, is that he hasn't played a single supporter other than Jack to help his setup, but does find the Mirage Gate. Kamal will be able to take on the Archeops, and Alex immediately scoops the game.
Oh my goodness, Pablo. Is that how you expected this to go? Holy
did not
smokes.
know. Kamal having everything ready to go, the rare candy,
incredible,
the Dragapult, and hitting that Mirage Gate was so clutch. I think Kamal knows this, and I love this scoop by Alex. I think this is something that players don't do enough. A lot of players would just be like trying to win that game and playing with their iron hands that's powered up, and eventually realizing that they have no more options. Alex immediately recognizes, with a single Archeops, I'm not going to have the option to do pretty much anything. Just going to go in on winning a game 3. I know I have an advantage. That an early Iron Hands really cripples your deck, so I'm going to play with that knowledge. And now I get to choose to go second, potentially, or first. I'm not sure what he's going to choose, but he knows that he has an advantage. I think that's why we saw him scoop so quickly.
Yeah, I mean, this really highlights the skill level of the players we're seeing up on this stage. I mean, Kamal, we've seen time and time again bring some incredible decks here and play a lot, honestly, throughout this entire season. But Alex Kreckler just showing that, I mean, he knows the resources in his deck. He knows it back to like the back of his hand, and he is confident going into an additional game here because the clock, it only goes so long, Pablo. So we're going to see what happens in this game 3 for these players.
Yeah, now very rough prizes here for both players. 2 Fire Energies prize for Kamal, 2 Archeops, and the Jack prize for Alex. So that could make it a little difficult. Like, your goal is to discard 2 Archeops. When there's only 2 out of your 4, that makes it a little bit more difficult to pull off.
Yeah, it could definitely be kind of hard to get everything you need in hand to be able to actually discard them. But we'll have to see if that comes into play here. But for Kamal, this Nest Ball is going to start us off, getting a Dreepy down, of course, going into the deck, looking at all of the cards available and those prize cards that we just saw as well. And the Comfey starting in the active position.
Now, I always advise players, the easiest thing to check on your prizes are the energy, because that's usually what you play the most of. So then the first thing you check is that, and if you price energies, that's the easiest to find out. So I'm sure Kamal just figured out that there's 2 fire sprites. He's going to need to keep that other fire as if his life depended on it.
Yes, exactly. You have to manage these resources, but all of our Lost Box players do that fairly well, I want to say, because otherwise they probably wouldn't be playing this deck, that is for sure. Our second Comfey coming into the active position for an additional flower selecting. 2 cards right now in the Lost Zone.
That was a Body Puffin and a Sableye. Tough choice for Kamal. It is the only copy of Sableye, so there won't be any Lost Mine this game.
Oh, yeah, that spices things up as well here in this game at 3 between our players. Another GP coming out here thanks to that Buddy Poffin, as well as another Comfey. So we're seeing kind of the same board setup we've seen so far from Kamal. Let's see if it pays off once again here in these future turns. Alex Kreckler starting with the Iron Hands in the active position, and having to play, finally, we see the fish coming out onto the field, this Luminion, using that ability to search out a supporter card with Luminous Sign.
Yeah, now Alex's hand very underwhelming, full of supporters, full of energies, and will even use this Luminion to dedicate to search for another supporter, but we'll quickly find out that there's no Jack available. Not that he wanted to use it this turn, but there's no Jack available, and there's only 2 Archeops. I don't think, as a Lugia player, you ever check how many Archeops you actually prize, because you always just expect them to be there. But yeah, this could be bad news for Alex. Because there's no guarantee of a Lugia V even hitting the field right now. It's 7 cards. That's what you have to work with. They're completely random. So we'll see what fate has in store here for Alex.
Yeah, not to mention, the more you have to discard with these awkward hands, the more resources you're losing in the future. And then you start to have to resource management as far as keeping track of which energies are going to be going down, which ones have you kept so far. We're seeing one of those missed energy go onto this Iron Hands in the active, but the rest of these cards in hand are going to the discard pile now. Off of that Professor's Research, we're going to see a fresh hand of 7 cards for Alex.
did find at least an Ultra Ball, and there's also the Mesagoza Stadium, so more coin flips coming our way as we see the tails, unfortunately, and it's not capturing Roman, right?
I was about to say.
So it's gonna be a very underwhelming turn once again for Alex. His hand is not great. He's gonna be able to bench a Lugia, which is like the bare minimum you want to do on turn 1, but then he has nothing to follow that up.
I know, and so much in the discard pile now. Just under 13 minutes left for our players to get through this game, and it is looking clunky and awkward so far here for Alex. I mean, you hate to see it's just a pass over to Kamal now. And this board is looking pretty nice here for Kamal. We're going to see the flower selectings. We're going to see that lost zone tick up here as well. And of course, you'd want to make sure you don't forget that stadium. You're now in the Mesagoza.
Yeah, your opponent was so kind of them to play it down.
I know,
Might
right?
as well try to take advantage yourself.
Unfortunately, was a tails there, but I always happen to forget that stadium, so I'm glad Kamal did not this time around. But yes, we're getting through this deck now. We're seeing more cards hit the lost zone off of that Colress's experiment, so 3 additional cards in the hand. We're starting to stack up a ton of resources here, and it's just going to be more thanks to this flower selecting.
Now, if you're Kamal and you look at your opponent's side of the field with no Lugia in play, that's so good for you.
Yeah.
So Kamal definitely knows there's no threat of Iron Hands coming next turn. He really wants to take advantage of this and be as aggressive as possible, but he also knows that if he isn't able to apply any pressure, that's not horrible. But now's the perfect time to try to use Cramorant if he's able to find it, setting up the damage for a follow-up Dragapult EX, but no Dracloaks found, no Cramorant yet. We'll have to see if he's able to find something from this Flower Select.
You want to play it safe. You want to work through what the long-term game looks like for both of these players. And that is what Kamal is doing right now. Lasso now up to 7 here.
Just a pass from Kamal. No aggression, no Dracloak. So getting to Dragapult is going to be difficult as Alex top decks.
Yeah,
yet another energy. Not ideal for him.
Oh my gosh,
No.
Mesagoza.
Finally gets a head
goodness.
slip. That's huge.
Yeah, that was huge.
There's the first Archeops into the hand, the 1 of 2 available, and now what will Alex decide? Ultra Ball away this Archeops to get Luminion, to get another Research, to get an Iono perhaps, or just establish the Lugia and continue to be in top deck mode.
Yeah, some tough decisions here, and we're about to get a little insight on what the strategy is going to be. That Luminion brought up to the active position here. Of course, the Iono sought out of the deck as well to make sure it's there, and that is what is going to hit the bench here. Now we have 2 fish, Pablo, onto the field. Of course, that Iono is going to be the choice off that Luminous sign, bringing us another supporter. But, I mean, as far as Lugia decks go, we have yet to even see a Lugia here. So thankfully, Alex is going to have a lot more to work with now, but this is like still looking very awkward.
Yeah, very awkward indeed. There's at least 1 Archeops over here, right?
Yes.
But yeah, the 2 Luminions could also be liabilities. We do find the Lugia V finally hitting the board. So our Lugia deck starting to look like a Lugia deck.
Yes, we can breathe a sigh of relief now that Lugia V is down. That is what Alex needs here. The Iron Hands additionally being powered up here with that double turbo energy. So it's getting closer. We're ticking down the clock here for our players. Speaking of which, 9 minutes and 30 seconds for both of our players. Thankfully, we do finally have a Dracloak here. So we're going to see that Recon Directive, getting some more cards here for Kamal, as well as the first flower selecting for the turn.
Yeah, that Iono was such a blessing for Kamal. He didn't have any useful pieces in his hand. Now he found the Dracloak, also has the rare candy, so could potentially have finally a Dragapult attacking and be the aggressor this time around before Alex. Now 1 Colress did go to the bottom of the deck, which I think is fine for Kamal, as he's just looking now to be able to find the combination of Mirage Gate plus Dragapult, though I'm not sure he was able to find it. He hasn't used the Mesagoza yet, I believe. There we go.
Here we go.
So we could see that Dragapult being found this turn. No.
The tails every time here for Kamal, unfortunately. But hey, let's see if we can get something here off of the second Dracloak.
Yeah, now evolving there does mean that there's not going to be Dragapult DX hitting the board right now.
You got to wait a whole turn.
Yeah, another opportunity for Cramorant to potentially be aggressive, but there's no Cramorant found yet either. So fortunately for Kamal, not the best start to take advantage of Alex's slow setup.
Well, TM Devolution hitting the last zone very quickly there off of that second flower selecting here for Kamal.
Now, if you thought we were done with the coin flips, Boo, we still have one more crucial one. The flip for capturing Aroma is going to be super important. If it's heads flip, it could allow Alex to finally have 2 Archeops in play. But the Temple of Sinnoh will potentially prevent Alex from even doing anything with the Iron Hands, unfortunately. There's no counter stadium available to him right now.
Yeah, the Mesa Goza is out of play now. Temple of Sinnoh, the gold version, in play from Kamal's side. So shutting down those special energy, turning them into just single colorless energy that we're working with. Kamal sending a Colress's Experiment into the lost zone here now for a Mirage Gate, I believe, going to the hand.
Yeah, Mirage Gate very crucial. Was one piece away essentially to be able to attack with Dragapult EX, that very same Dragapult. So that coin flip on the Mesa Goza is so big.
All right, Skral capturing Aroma. We're seeing tails all day here. So that is a basic Pokemon for Alex Kreckler.
Yeah, you can see him nodding in like he's not amused. Yeah, he's not amused by so many tail flips. So far, does find that extra copy of Iron Hands, but now he has once again to decide, do I play with a single Archeops? Do I not? And even if he gets Archeops, because Legacy Energy is shut down right now and there's no counter stadium, Iron Hands cannot attack at this point. And your Jet Energy is also shut down, so it's not like you can potentially bring something up and attack with that. So Temple of Sinnoh really putting a dent into Alex's plans on top of that tail flip on the capturing Aroma.
And that's what's interesting about this. Kamal hasn't been putting the pressure on as far as damage on board, as far as aggression with attacks, but the cards that have been mounting into the hand for Kamal is allowing for this setup, and Alex just cannot piece things together. It is so awkward here, and we're just gonna have to keep churning through these turns in a really awkward way for Alex. We're back to Kamal now, but this is the time to shine. Can we finally get where we need to start putting the aggression as far as attacks go onto this field, because that could be huge if Kamal can take things down in this turn.
Yeah, both decks are usually very aggressive, and so far we haven't seen aggression from either one. Alex's very slow setup and bad hands, and we see Kamal finally hit that Dragapult DX. There's also a Mirage Gate in hand, so as long as there's a way to retreat that Comfey, we will be able to see Dragapult DX finally attack and also be the first one attacking, but I think there's only one energy in the deck, Boo.
No way! What?
Yep. The Psychic, one Psychic is here. I believe another Psychic is here.
The lost zone.
And I don't know where the third is. It might be in Kamal's hand.
I was about to say, is it in hand,
that would still be fine. Yep, there's one Psychic everywhere. There were 2 fire sprites. Yeah, the Psychic's in hand. All right, so we will be able to see the Dragapult powered up. But can we see the Comfey retreat? Because Kamal played this rescue board down before, assuming the Comfey active was going to go down.
Look at this.
Tough choice here as well, but it's also, I mean, one card goes to the bottom, so I think you want to keep the Colress. Yep,
Recon Directive,
Yeah, it wasn't the Flower Select, so it's a little easier, but Kamal really needs to find a way to retreat this Comfey.
Yes,
Did he find it?
Well, the Manaphy going into the Lost Zone, but what do we see as far as the cards?
I don't think we did.
No, wait. Oh,
There's
no,
Lost Vacuum,
Nope.
Mirage Gate, and Iron Bundle now. No way
Wow.
to retreat this turn. There's one more Recon Directive.
Oh, please. Can we get something here for Kamal? Oh, no. It's just going to be the boss's orders going into the hands. The other card being sent to the bottom here. We don't have the pivot, Pablo.
We don't. It's going to be another turn where neither player is able. Oh, okay. No. Kamal's just going to be aggressive and go for the Jet Headbutt.
I mean, it's damage, I suppose.
Oh, okay. He's going to go Super Rod, put back the energies now, and commit a second Mirage Gate to this. So, not the most efficient way to do it, but you finally got there.
You're getting it done. We are going to see this energy hit the field now, activating that Phantom Dive attack here from the Dragapult EX. Iconic attack in the trading card game that is joining us here from the Twilight Masquerade. And finally, we get to see it play out here in this match. Only 3 minutes left on the clock for both of our players. But at least we have the damage on board here, and all the pressure is now on Alex Kreckler.
All the pressure indeed, Boo. There's no good card. There was a missed energy top deck, I believe. Alex can find the Lugia V-Star, protect from this Lugia getting knocked out, potentially establish a second Arceus, but establish a single Arceus, but this is not the setup you want as Alex, and the Jet Energy is not working. He just passes.
Oh, this is so tragic to see here. Unfortunately for Alex, just shaking the head. Now we see the boss's orders promoting that Lugia V into the active position here from Kamal. And this, that's going to be it, Pablo. Alex shaking Kamal's hand here, giving the first win of NAIC to Kamal, Crooks, Valdez, and Dragapult EX. You love to see it.
Wow, what a game we just saw. A very original Lugia list, not having the Cinchinos, trying to be a little bit more streamlined in that way, but a single Temple of Sinnoh completely shut down Alex, combined with his less than ideal draws, right? He had to dedicate 2 Luminions to be able to get set up, and he wasn't even able to accomplish it. So very unfortunate for Alex. However, Kamal takes this down with a very unique field of Dragapult.
Yeah, Alex, a beloved player here in the TCG, and I'm sure very disappointed to unfortunately take the loss here on our stream, but we had 3 incredible games. They definitely did not go as I thought they would. Let's walk through what we're seeing here throughout these matches.
Yeah, we saw Alex take a very early lead in game 1, be very aggressive with Iron Hands. Kamal tried to make a comeback with Radiant Charizard and Temple of Sinnoh, denying the Legacy Energy benefit, denying the Gift Energy, but that was not enough to stop down Alex, as he was too far ahead at that point.
Absolutely, and that Temple of Sinnoh that we got to see out in the field was just huge, I think. And unfortunately for Alex, I feel like we're going to see a lot more of that card throughout the field today. So if things unfortunately start going like this, Alex is probably not going to have that great of a time.
Yeah, I think we have a brand new set, right? And Dragapult is a big focus, but Lugia seemed to be the biggest winner from the brand new Legacy Energy, and that means a lot of decks are preparing for Lugia with cards such as Temple of Sinnoh, and that completely shut down Alex, as in that final turn, the Temple of Sinnoh was even protecting the Iron Hands. Was denying the protection from Mist Energy on Iron Hands. So Kamal was just going to take 4 prizes right there, had the Iron Bundle to make sure there was a Luminion in the active next turn. So everything going wrong for Alex, and everything going fine for Kamal, despite having quite possibly the slowest Dragapult setup that I have seen in that game 3.
Yeah, we don't really expect Dragapult to be extremely explosive. It is a setup deck there, but no, that was slow, Pablo. That was very slow. But it kind of shines other portions of the deck, like we said. If you have the ability to set up and start drawing into those cards, even when you have a start like that that's extremely slow, the power of Dragapult EX can clean up the back end there in some of these matches. But I definitely think it helped that Lugia unfortunately did some Lugia things there for Alex Kreckler.
You mentioned in the beginning, right? Lugia can be clunky. We just saw Lugia be extremely clunky, and that's
it just happened to happen at the worst time.
Yeah, it happened at the worst time. Game 3, round 1 of your stream match. I'm sure Alex is gonna be disappointed in that, but he's also not a new player, right? He's been there before. I'm sure he's had a lot of really good starts to tournaments, but also bad starts. So I would not be surprised to see him recoup from this and still see him have a very good tournament this week.
Yeah, lots of resilience there, I'm sure, but definitely an exciting matchup we got to see in our first match here at NAIC. And I feel like so many people are viewing the stream right now, tuning in to see how the cards really shake out for this format. This is our only major tournament that we're going to be playing in this Twilight Masquerade exclusive formats, and everyone's been kind of waiting to see what all the rumors were about. There's been, this is going to be the best deck. This is by far the most powerful, but this truly is the test of all of that into a giant field of players. How many did you say we had at this tournament, Pablo?
I think we have over 2,600 master players, over 3,000 total TCG players, and there's so many others from the other games. So a humongous tournament, and as you mentioned, Boo, this is the one exclusive tournament for Twilight Masquerade. So we just saw the battle of Legacy Energy A-Spec versus On First Stamp A-Spec. We also have one of the featured cards, Dragapult EX. And I'm sure we're going to see Teal Mask Ogre Pontiacs as well at some point. So I'm very excited to see.
It's one of my picks. Yeah, I like it too. I feel like there's a good balance of big basics that we see in the field, as well as those evolution Pokemon, maybe the slower decks that have to build up, but then once they do, they're so powerful. And I think that truly is going to be the rhythm of this tournament. The big basics versus those decks that set up, but when they do, they're explosive. And Lugia V-Star is definitely one of those. I mean, just the energy, the special energy and all of the effects they have, you're adding so much. And then the energy acceleration on top of that, all the different variety of moves. I mean, we saw some very unique Pokemon chosen for that list that we just saw from Alex Kreckler. And those special energies are the reason you can do that. So I'm very excited to see, like, what is the top Lugia list? What is the top Gardevoir list? And especially, what is the top Dragapult list? Because there have been plenty of those, let me tell you.
Well, and speaking of top Dragapult list, we have our interview ready with Kamal. So let's hear from him why he chose Dragapult Lost Zone.
Thank you, casters. Juancho Saldana here, and I'm joined by our first winner of the biggest international tournament of all time, Kamal Crooks Valdez. How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling great, man.
Great to hear, great to hear. That looked like a very tough matchup. You want to walk us through that last round?
Yeah, Lugia is pretty rough. I think it was not as bad because I don't think he was playing the Chinchinos, which kind of gives me a little bit more allows me to manage the matchup a little bit more because he can't just one-shot Dragapult. But game 3, when he just didn't start with Lugia and started Iron Hands, that gave me a real big advantage. Yeah, that's pretty.
No, that's for sure. That's for sure. I saw, like, despite not being able to exert pressure early, I think you had enough resources to really disrupt him. I mean, the Temple of Sinnoh by itself, right? That means the Iron Hands can't even attack. Are you scared of this specific matchup, though, would you say?
Yeah, it's pretty tough. But I added a Lost Box engine, which kind of helps me manage it a little bit more with Sableye and Cram being one prizers to trade prize.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. I mean, Dragapult. It's a new card, right? There's newest card of the set, and it's really a lot of people are arguing about how to really play this deck. And can you tell us about the thought process of why you decided to bring Dragapult Lost Zone specifically to this tournament?
I have no good reason, to be honest with you. In Comfy we trust. I didn't really like the other variants of Dragapult, and I wanted to have a good, like, not a terrible matchup into Raging Bolt too. So that's where the Lost Box cards really helping.
In Comfy we trust. Words I can definitely live by. I mean, it's one of the most powerful archetypes we have in the Pokemon trading card game. With that, I want to ask you, do you have any tips for any aspiring Pokemon master out there? I mean, it must feel good. You won the very first game on stream here.
Play every game one at a time.
Play every game one at a time. Absolutely love it. Before I let you go, anyone you want to shout out?
Everybody back at home in Florida, my brother, Hani, my friends all over that watches me, even friends from other games, Yu-Gi-Oh, Lorcana, yeah.
Love it, love it. With that, again, our very first winner here at NAIC, Kamal Crooks Valdez. With that, we're going to throw it back to the casters for more Pokemon action.
Thank you so much, Juancho, for that wonderful interview there. And thank you for the energy. I mean, bringing it here for the stage. I love it.
Yeah, Kamal felt pretty chill, right? He was like,
right?
Yeah, just starting a day, business as usual, right? Beating Lugia. Pretty chill, pretty easy.
I know. I love how it was like, yeah, it's a pretty tough match, but, you know, I won, so
yeah.
It's nice. I mean, honestly, I feel like that's kind of how you have to be. That is definitely not how I would be. Going into one of these events, I would be like, hands sweaty, I'm scared going against there. But Kamal is definitely not one of those people. No stranger to the stream, that is for sure. But it is a lot different being on one of these major stages. I mean, the production out there is impeccable. We have a giant stage, you're up in front of the crowd, and it's a lot more pressure, I think, than just a regional stream or maybe a special event where it's a little bit smaller scale and a little bit more tolerable,
Just
I think.
a tiny little bit, yeah.
There's not stairs, like giant stairs you walk up. There's just smaller stairs at regionals.
It definitely feels like it's more special, right? It's so much grander, right? And therefore, you get that win. It feels that much more special. So it's always very cool to be up there.
Well, I hope Kamal is definitely feeling special out there now. Taking a win off of our first Swiss rounds that we got to see on stream. It's going to be even more exciting. But you know what else? I'm excited to take a look at, Pablo. Something everybody waits for, the meta forecast, or not really forecast, but what we're seeing right now. Yes, the meta share in our day one here from our players. So let's see how things actually shook out. Let's see if the predictions were correct from so many people thinking Lugia is going to be this share, and we're almost at 18% there.
Yeah, I'm feeling a deja vu back to when Lugia was dominating, and Lugia is back on top. A single card, Legacy Energy, brings Lugia back to the forefront at number 1 with almost 18% of the meta. But then we have a brand new, it's not a brand new archetype. Raging Bolt has been out for a while, but with combined with Ogre Pawn, coming in at number 2,
really.
It's a pretty cool deck to see up there.
Yes, I mean, Ogre Pawn has unlocked that deck's potential entirely here. And to see it be second in our usage for our day one between our players, I mean, I actually almost thought it was going to be first, if I'm being real, Pablo.
Yeah.
Backstage, they asked, all right, what do you think won first deck? And I actually said Raging Bolt, because it has the new cards. It is so fast-paced. It's aggressive. I feel like it's easier for people to just kind of pick up and run with it. And because Lugia was just going to be so much of the field, and I personally don't really enjoy playing Lugia Mirror, so I think I'd want a little bit more spice for my NAIC experience.
Yeah, and the Trends Online did feature Raging Bolt usually as the number 1 deck, so you're right. I also was predicting this, but coming in at number 2, pretty respectable. And then we have Gardevoir EX with its brand new partner. Well, not brand new. It's like it has Drifloon, does have the new card Monkey Dory, and once again, a single card immediately brings the deck to the forefront, just like Lugia. So that Monkey Dory really showing how powerful it is. And then another deck that I feel like is resurging, as we saw from the previous format, and now solidifying this one, is definitely Lost Box.
Yeah, Lost Box, there's so many different ways that you can play it. So I'm not surprised that it is such a heavy share of our meta here with 240 decks now that our players brought. I'm excited to see what versions we're going to see, you know, how they're going to pilot this, what they're going to go against, if they're going to be able to take down, you know, those matchups where you do run into those pesky iron hands as well. But, you know, Dragapult EX, are you surprised here, Pablo, to see this deck at our 5th slot in our meta share?
I am a little bit surprised to see it. I'm not going to say lower, right? Still top 5, but it is a big drop from Lost Box to Dragapult. I feel like Dragapult had all the lights on it heading into this event, or as soon as the deck, the cards released. However, there's so much variety with Dragapult and so many things to prepare for with all the variants, that maybe that made it, like with the little bit of time between the set release and today's tournament, maybe that made it so that players were not as confident in Dragapult as some as the other decks, which Raging Bolt is a little bit simpler, and then Lugia, Gardevoir, Lost Box, and Rhydon, those are decks that we have had for potentially years, right? So they're familiar faces, and heading into an unfamiliar metagame, that makes a lot of sense that you would go for a comfort pick.
I completely agree with that, Pablo, and that's why I'm not at all surprised to see it there at the 5th slot, because there was so many question marks really going into this tournament as far as Dragapult EX. No one really knew the best way to play it. There's so many different varieties of cards that you could have in the deck. It really just comes down to which version do you feel is best, which one runs the best for you, which strategy do you like the best, because there are so many cards that can fit into that deck. And I think you're right, our players didn't want to gamble on the Dragapult EX, but this is why I think Dragapult EX might have the potential here to take it all, because if if one of our top competitive players is sitting behind Dragapult EX, has built a solid list of it, they're going to have the surprise factor on their side as well, because nobody knows what's in your list until, you know, at least so far into the game that by that point you may have already lost.
Yeah, and the surprise factor that you mentioned, Boo, is so crucial in these humongous tournaments, right? Where you're gonna be playing against potentially someone new that you've never seen before every single round, and therefore having that small edge, right? Having that surprise factor could be very important during your game, such as Alex tried, right? With his own version of Lugia, no Cinchino, which was a surprise that Kamal mentioned, and then we have the Weird Ear, the double Iron Hands, everything trying to really surprise your opponent. So we'll have to see how or which Dragapult ends up coming at the top, and I'm pretty sure whatever you and I tested before the event, it's definitely going to surprise us.
I think so too, and that's what makes this so exciting. And then, of course, to round out this graphic here, we have Miraidon EX making a resurgence here, and I know all of the Miraidon fans are losing it in the crowd right now.
Yeah, there's a lot of Miraidon fans out there, and now I think this covers the top meta decks, but who are the top players in the different regions that are playing for the Tier 1 invite? And here we have the NA top players list as of June 5th. Yeah, and this tournament, the North America International, will determine who walks away with a Tier 1 invite and the travel award to Hawaii.
Yes, I mean, we've been talking so much about how those tiny moments make such a big difference, and that really truly is the difference between our top competitive players and crowning an international champion. And all of the names on this list that you see here for our North America players are all trying to aim for that title here as well.
I'm pretty sure you could name a good result from every single player in this list just from the last year. Ian Robb, NAIC finalist. Lucas Singh, the LA regional winner. John Ang, regional winner as well. So many good players. And of course, this is an international tournament, so we have all the regions present right here. This is an A, and now let's take a look at EU as well.
Yes, EU, we love to see our EU players. I feel like the format sometimes is so different there. They bring different decks, they bring spice into new builds of decks as well. There's so much just intuition from our EU players that they bring into these international events as well. And we get to showcase them on our stage and see these unique builds of these great minds behind our EU players, that several of them are on this list.
Yeah, and I mean, we have LAIC winner Yuho Kalama and EUIC winner Tordrek left, both of them at the top. So EU definitely one of the strongest regions out there, and I really wonder, will EU make it 3-4-3, or will NA be able to defend their home turf? Now we also have other regions involved in the Pokemon community. We have Latin America with Fabrizio Inge having an outstanding season, the #1 ranked player in the world with 1,400 championship points. Boo.
I know this is huge for sure, but it's nice that we get to feature all of these people here for our international tournaments.
And now we also have Brent Tonneson as well, tied with Fabrizio, actually, I'm just noticing. So Oceania getting representation as well. And then South Africa and Middle East with Sheldon Kupana and Jonah Alter. I believe Jonah Alter just won a South Africa special event either last weekend or 2 weekends ago. So we have players from all over the world competing for those invites. And today is the last chance to earn that world's invite to Honolulu, Hawaii.
Yes, there's so much on the line. You've seen our players, you've now seen the meta share here, but now you get to see it perform on our stage here at NAIC. Of course, before we continue our action, we're gonna take a quick break, but stay tuned. We'll be back very soon.
I got into competitive Pokemon with my siblings all the way back in 2010 just by going to our local league. My first competitive Pokemon memory is probably when I won my first regional championships, also in 2010. My favorite Pokemon is Shuppet because it was the card I used to win my first major tournament. There's a lot of players who I look up to and respect in the community. I mean, one I think that most people look to is Tord, just because he kind of represents the ceiling in the game. And I'm a big fan of, past just being a competitor myself and playing in tournaments, I'm a big fan of competition and seeing what Tord can do, thinking about what's possible, even if I'm not the one competing at the top 5 years from now, seeing what the landscape of competition could become. I'm very enthusiastic about it and excited to see where it goes. I'm a big battle anyone. I think I'd have to go with Ash Ketchum. You know, he's the go-to, the champ. So yeah, morning person. I don't practice as much as I would like between tournaments. Of course, for the bigger tournaments like the ICs, I put in that little bit of extra prep, show up a little bit early to the locations. But my in-between major regional tournaments is definitely lacking overall. I would like to be testing more if possible. I'd probably call my girlfriend first if I won the World Championships. Well, I guess she would probably be there because she does usually come to the World Championships. So I'd probably have to give my mom a call. Favorite dessert? Cake. Any kind. Carrot cake, chocolate cake, vanilla cake, any kind of cake. My favorite part about coming to Pokemon events, I love competing in the competition. I think the real thing that keeps me coming consistently is my friends and my group that I play with consistently, seeing old friends. If they didn't really exist and I felt like I was like a little bit more outside the community, I don't know if I'd compete, but yeah, it really is the community that keeps me coming back consistently.
Pokemon fans, trainers, and communities worldwide, welcome to the Pokemon World Championship.
At least a couple of times a day, every day leading up to a tournament. Don't not excessively, because you still have to maintain that work-life balance. But if you want to do good at these tournaments, you can't do good if you're not practicing.
I frankly don't practice very much. I more do things to ground myself mentally. I do my practice before the tournaments and then just between. It's just to regulate my mood.
I think it depends. Right up before the tournament is definitely where I get the most practice in. I will slack kind of in between, but I try to practice pretty consistently.
I practice every day just to learn the decks and how all the matchups go, and just to see how the meta goes. It's just fun, and I like to play Pokemon, and it helps me focus and all them, and I have good testing partners, so it just actually helps me. So yeah, I practice every day.
In between tournaments, literally every day, and I literally do viewer battles on stream, so we practice like that too. Usually I like to practice against the matchups that are good into my team, so counter teams, so that I can see if I can strategize a way to play around that and kind of outsmart my opponent. I think those are my main ways of practicing, and then of course just reps. Just getting as many battles in as I can.
You're joining us once again here in New Orleans for our North America International Championship. We started the day out strong here with our Swiss round one. Of course, I'm Boo here with Pablo Meza. We took you through our first match, but we're about to head into another match here, Pablo. And the Pokemon action just does not stop. Not only do we have some incredible decks to showcase this weekend, but our top players are invited to this international stage to perform at their very best as well. It's going to be an exciting match coming up.
Very exciting match indeed. We have the players getting set up on stage, so we'll head down there very, very soon. We have a very unique matchup here to showcase, with a lot of unique choices as well. So let's wait until the players are ready so that we can get into that. But what a tournament. I think we started off with a very good showcase of a brand new archetype such as Dragapult and a brand new version of Lugia that is so much more powerful than it used to be a couple of weeks ago. Don't tell Pancho that, because he's not going to like that news.
Trust me.
But yeah, Lugia is finally clearly at the very top in a lot of players' minds, right? And that's why they chose to bring it, and it's their #1 deck present today.
Yeah, I mean, it just has the aggression, it has the speed, it has all of the perks of the energy as well. And it has, you know, single prize attackers, it has other attackers you can now use in it, thanks to that legacy energy. So there's so much potential there with that deck. But as we saw, it was not able to take the win in our Swiss round 1. And then, like I said, biggest enemy of itself, or is itself, unfortunately, for that Lugia V-Star. So I'm excited to see, not only is it working against itself, but it is working into a metagame where there's a lot of electric Pokemon out there. There's a lot of things being pulled out. All the stops being pulled out, the Temple of Sinnohs to counter Lugia as well. So you have to work through quite a field, and you just have to rely that the power of Lugia is going to be on your side, really.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, Lugia's worst enemy is itself, even though it has everything on paper to deal with everything, right? Cinccino one-hit KOs anything. Iron Hands takes 2 prizes on the single prizers, and Legacy Energy makes it so that Cinccino is even worth 0 prizes to your opponent. But players also know this and are ready with Temple of Sinnohs, with Enhanced Hammers all over the field, I'm pretty sure. So having the spotlight is also not as great, right? Because then everyone's trying to counter you.
Yeah, it could be a huge negative for you, but as you can see, it is our top played deck at this tournament, at least for our day 1. We'll see how it converts over, but you got to think, if it's the top played deck, there's got to be some players in there that have very fantastic runs with it, because it is just a powerful deck there. So the players in the field are looking to be that player that kind of wiggles through and dodges all those tough matchups.
Oh yeah, you definitely want to hit those early rounds where people maybe did not respect Lugia as much and therefore don't have the counters. But yeah, as the tournament advances, I'm sure they're going to be running into those issues. But Lugia is so powerful that it can definitely adjust and has the right cards, right? It's about finding them at the right time.
Yeah, you want to start hitting those matchups early, but I mean, we're in the early part of our tournament. We just started here at NAIC. We've only seen 1 featured match so far. Now we're about to head into our Swiss round 2, and that is something that is just bar none. To any event I ever work, the internationals, being able to see so much more gameplay happen is a game changer, let me tell you, because we get to see more players, we get to see more decks, we get to see more lists, we get to see more strategy, and all of these special moments play out on our stream. And that's exactly what we're about to see here, because we have some incredible players coming up for our round 2.
Yeah, I mean, more Pokemon. Who is going to complain about that, right?
Not me.
More Pokemon makes us all happy now. We do have our players setting up. I see them shuffling. So I think they have their headsets on, so we can talk a little bit about what we might see here. Gardevoir against Lost Box, 2 of the decks. They're also at the very top of the meta, sure. It's going to be very interesting to see how this plays out.
Yep, it's going to be Gardevoir and Lost Box, but our players aren't just setting up. They're ready to go here as they get their decks out. So we're going to be able to introduce them here for you in a second. I think somebody out there is definitely going to be excited to see this matchup. Isaiah Bradner, who we have on the right here, piloting that Gardevoir EX. And I just want to let y'all know, this deck list is actually called Redemption.
Yeah, Redemption for that 2022 NAIC final that Isaiah lost to Azul Garcia Grego, looking for that redemption, as you mentioned, Vu. And then on the other side, we have Cameron Kawasaki, a player from Seattle, I believe.
Yeah, look at that sweater.
Yeah, featuring that Turbo Lost Box deck, and with some pretty unique features, let me tell you.
Oh yeah, Turbo Lost Box. I am so excited to see this. I'm always excited to cast Turbo Lost Box because it just plays so differently from how we usually see other builds of Lost Box. And I just love to see cards flying, things hit in the Lost Zone, and attackers are set up and ready to go so quickly. And that just adds to the fast pace and aggression from this deck versus, of course, Isaiah playing Gardevoir. It's a little bit more of a setup deck, but I will say, it can also be pretty fast-paced sometimes as well.
Oh yeah, that Technical Machine Evolution really paces off the deck as we see one of those technical machine evolutions hit the prize cards. Now, 2 lightning energies in the prize cards for Cameron. That only leaves 1 lightning energy for his Iron Hands EX and another attacker. Boo, tell us about that other attacker that features the lightning energy.
Oh yes, we are actually going to see the Iron Thorns as well. So we're still in the future here, Pablo. But Iron Thorns is an exciting pick to be included into this deck, and I'm excited to see how it's going to be featured here from Cameron, because it does actually have play into this matchup here, and that is in shutting down that Gardevoir EX ability as well, which is a huge part of a Gardevoir deck. So this is going to be an interesting dynamic between both of our players, but they're set up, they're ready to go. Prize cards have been laid, and we're kicking off our Swiss round 2 here at NAIC. Comfey in the active and a Buddy Poffin. This is the usual story. Well, yeah, Buddy Poffin. I mean, that's exactly what you want to be seeing for Lost Box.
Yeah, Buddy Poffin fetching those extra Comfeys. Now, unfortunately for Cameron, right off the bat, before the game has even started, there's a Flutter Mane in the active, which shuts down abilities from the active, so there will be no flower selected in this turn for Cameron, which is really, really unfortunate. And Gardevoir players usually play only a single copy, so starting with it against your worst matchup, what a start for Isaiah. A dream start here for sure.
Yeah, that Flutter Mane is a huge tech card because it has so much utility going into this matchup. And we're truly going to see how debilitating that Flutter Mane is remaining in the active position, allowing Isaiah to set up the board here and Cameron to not be able to be as turbo as we may have thought, huh, Pablo?
Yeah, looking at this list, there's 3 copies of Lost Vacuum and 3 copies of Pokestop, and that really helps Cameron advance his Lost Zone, find the resources he needs to potentially attack early with Greninja or whatnot. But with that Flutter Mane in the active, that ruins Cameron's plans for pretty much every single turn. And Isaiah is playing 12 different basic Pokemon. The chance of starting with this Flutter Mane in the active is so low.
Well, that Flutter Mane is definitely fluttering out on the field there for Isaiah. Well, let's talk about this Lost Box. You know, we talked about it being a turbo build. It's built in a very specific way to go quick. So if you're not able to go as quick as you want, how does the rest of the deck start to fall apart, especially matched up against Gardevoir?
Yeah, the whole deck relies on Mirage Gate, right? And the Pokestops, the Lost Vacuum, they're there to help you get resources and also allow you to find pieces that you might need. Now, we do see Boss's Orders hit the discard pile off of that Pokestop, but as you mentioned, Boo, the plan with those cards is to build your Lost Zone as quickly as you can. However, Cameron not able to do it on a single card in the Lost Zone despite triple Comfey because of that Midnight Fluttering ability.
That is brutal to see, but not if you're Isaiah, that is for sure. Let's see if Isaiah is able to establish a board state here for our initial turn. A Buddy Poffin of his own. He's about to chow down and get some of these basic Pokemon, 70 HP or less, out onto the field.
Now we are going to see that probably fetch a couple of Ralts. We'll have to see if Isaiah can combine it with an Arven, searching for the Team Evo. Now, we do see one of the very unique cards for Isaiah, that Luminion. These definitely not a common inclusion for Gardevoir decks, but Isaiah really favoring the consistency.
Yeah, I mean, Gardevoir, there's so many tricks that you can pull out of your bag now with Gardevoir. A lot really has been unlocked thanks to that Monkey Dory inclusion, and I'm excited to finally see its debut, really, here in NA from Isaiah Bradner. I think the story has definitely, couldn't have shook out any better here.
Couldn't have started out any better, Boo. You're completely right. Now Isaiah being very thorough with his price checking, pretty much arranging his deck in deck list order at this point, figuring out exactly what he priced, what he doesn't have access to, and that's so key for every single deck, right? We saw also Cameron do it, so this is what you expect to see on the first turn for players to be very thorough with their price check, because you never want to make a play based on something that you actually don't have available to you.
Especially in these decks that are so resource management heavy, and both of them are. I would argue Lost Box a little bit more because some of your cards are disappearing forever, but Isaiah is definitely going to have to be making his way through a lot of card options as well and having to make those choices. But really, it's a lot easier from Gardevoir because you're just drawing cards, you know?
Yeah, those refinements just give you so many cards, so many resources, and especially against a deck like Lost Box, right?
Yeah.
Which plays very little hand disruption, right? There's no Ionos. There's sometimes one copy of Roxanne that can be utilized later, and there could be unfair stamp. That's not usually what you expect. You expect Prime Catcher most of the time. Now, Isaiah is starting with double Ralts in hand to go with that body puff, and truly a dream start here.
Truly a dream starts. That Ultra Ball discarding these 2 cards now to search out another Pokemon from the deck here from Isaiah. So as far as this matchup goes, if you're sitting on Isaiah's side of the field going up against a Lost Box, what is your traditional pattern as far as the Pokemon you're getting out, what you're going to be attacking with, and what you're looking to do in this matchup against a bunch of one-prizers? Well, right now, one-prizers.
Yeah, I mean, you're really trying to utilize Cresselia as much as possible. It's usually a card that you want to use against Dragapult, but it actually really helps against a Lost Box as well. Clears damage off your board and takes a knockout on theirs. Usually there's no more Jirachi, so that's pretty key. And Fluttermane. Honestly, Fluttermane is a very powerful attacker to do enough damage on the Comfey, set more damage elsewhere, which is really, really nice. But right now we're seeing that Luminion be played. We're going to see the Arven play, potentially getting the TM Evo out for double Kirlia. Could have been a research as well to get a fresh hand for Isaiah. I think I like that a little bit, as you already slowed down Cameron quite a bit, but you cannot go wrong with getting double Kirlia out on your first turn.
Yeah, I mean, that TM Evolution now being sought out, and then the item card was actually that unfair stamp just being put into the hand. I mean, like I said, the disrespect, it's just a threat to even see come out of the deck at all here. But that TM Evolution is going to be placed now onto the Fluttermane, and we're going to get to use it. Now, of course, that TM does discard after the turn, but it's going to get these evolution Pokemon out for Isaiah Bradner into these Kirlia. That's going to start drawing into those cards and establishing these different strategies we're going to see down the line here in the later turns of this game. But that also means the Fluttermane is still in the active position here. The turn will end for Isaiah Bradner thanks to that move on the TM Evolution, and it's back to Cameron as well.
Yeah, those double Kirlia so important. But you're talking about that TM Evolution, so key for Gardevoir's setup. I think we're going to see a lot of that get utilized this weekend as we see Cameron finally get his turn, but no Colress in hand. A single copy of Lost Vacuum. Oh my gosh. Oof.
Well, now we have another copy of Lost Vacuum, but we're losing both a Pokemon as well as that Lightning Energy. So more resources hitting the discard pile when you want them to be going into your hand off of that Pokestop, getting those item cards.
Now, we did just see that Iron Thorn, so Isaiah now knows that there's a copy of Iron Thorns available to Cameron to potentially shut down the Gardevoir EX. So protecting that Fluttermane is going to be very key for Isaiah to make sure that he doesn't get locked out of Psychic Embrace eventually, but no Nest Ball to find Iron Bundle to push this Fluttermane to the bench. So yeah, just another pass from Cameron.
That's not even something I thought of as far as another downside to Pokestop. I already don't even mess with Pokestop, or I play Pokemon Go, but I don't like rolling that stop. I'll tell you what, because it always fails me. But it's also revealing parts of your deck that you're not choosing to reveal. The Pokestop reveals it.
Yep.
You spin, you don't know what you're going to get. So that is another factor that now Isaiah has that information of the deck and even more to work with here, as well as this Iono now that is going to disrupt both hands for both of our players. Shuffle your hand, put it to the bottom. But Isaiah is going to be drawing 6 new cards here, as well as Cameron.
Yeah, Isaiah top decked that Iono, which was very clutch, as he had a single card, right? The on-first stamp in hand. But now with that Iono, gets a fresh new hand, does give Cameron another fresh hand. And when you've seen your opponent not play Colress in their previous turn, when there's no reason why they wouldn't, you know you're getting them closer to that. But also, you're getting closer to your own setup. And I think Isaiah is definitely going to favor that right here.
Yeah, you always have to value your own setup before your opponents, because I mean, if you're in shambles at the end of the game, you're not going to be winning anyway. So make sure you can establish more of a board state than your opponent, even if you do end up helping them just a little bit there. And that's exactly what Isaiah is doing here. These refinements, drawing into these additional cards, discarding those energy into the discard pile as well for Isaiah Bradner. That's what we need to be seeing here.
Yeah, getting that psychic energy so clutch, right? It's how Gardevoir works.
Yes.
It's what you need to accomplish. And now with 2 more in the discard pile, now we could see the Gardevoir EX hit the board, power up the Flutter Mane, and start taking some prizes whilst denying the abilities.
Look at that. Oh, Isaiah Bradner rolling the stop himself, losing a Radiant Greninja as well as that Drifloon into the discard pile.
Yeah, Drifloon in the discard, one of the main attackers in this deck, of course, but Isaiah just wanting to get through his deck as quickly as he can, getting that extra Kirlia out, it seems, favoring that over the aggression that Gardevoir EX would provide, unless he already has it in his hand. I can't really tell, but there's nothing wrong with furthering your setup. The triple Kirlia on the bench, protected by the Manaphy as well, is so key here.
Yeah, I always called Gardevoir sort of like a bullet train, because as soon as it's fully set up, it is so hard to deal with. Once you get those Psychic Energy into the discard pile, that Gardevoir EX can use the Psychic Embrace, bring them out onto your field. You can utilize your damage counters against your own opponent. I mean, that is huge in this matchup here, and there's so many single prize attackers that you can use as well, and you can really take advantage of your opponent's board state in a very powerful way. So Isaiah Bradner is going to be looking to do that. We now have 3 Kirlia on the bench here. They've all drawn into additional cards. One of them now evolving into that Gardevoir EX. We're going to start getting that bullet train going, Pablo.
Yeah, bullet train of Gardevoir EX powering up that Flutter Mane. It's not usual for the Gardevoir deck to be the aggressor, but now we're going to see Isaiah take the first prize card against a Lost Zone deck that has 0 cards in the Lost Zone.
Yeah, and taking it with this Pokemon that just happens to have the Midnight Fluttering ability that is carrying so much weight here in this matchup, shutting down that Comfey from being able to Flower Select. This is huge for Isaiah. All those energy applied to the Flutter Mane, and it is doing work here. Cameron gonna have to Iron Bundle now to get that Flutter Mane out of the active here.
Yeah, that Hyper Blower ability, finally Cameron finding the 2 perfect cards. Hyper Blower to activate Flower Selecting, and also has a Colress in hand, so we're gonna see some form of aggression from Cameron. Isaiah valuing Manaphy the list, not wanting to promote the Luminion in case Cameron goes turbo and all of a sudden Iron Hands takes a 3 prize turn. So we're gonna see how Cameron, or what Cameron can piece here, finding a follow-up Colress, finding Nestball, pretty good cards to find.
Yeah, those are extremely strong cards that can be added into Cameron's hand here, but 2 of them are going to have to hit the Lost Zone as well. So with strong cards also comes difficult decisions.
Yep. Yeah, that's very true. Usually, like, you want to find good cards, but some not so good cards, perhaps.
Yeah, nice mixture, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, balance, right? But all 5 cards were super good. Therefore, Cameron has to make those tough choices.
Yeah.
But starts to build the Lost Zone, which is so important.
Exactly, and now we're building it up here. Lost Zones up to 2. This Flower Selecting now being activated thanks to that Manaphy being the active Pokemon. After that Iron Bundle helped out the field a little bit. It just Hyper Blowers and then it leaves. Yep. Lost Zone up to 3 now. We're going to see an additional Flower Selecting here. Nest Ball being put into the Lost Zone for that Sableye to the hand.
Yeah, we're up to 4 cards now. Now we can go for that Cramorant, potentially take down this Manaphy, which opens up the potential for Radiant Greninja later down the line.
Yes.
So a lot of options just open up for Cameron, but that Flutter Mane is still a big threat here, as it's probably going to come up, going to attack and continue to deny not only Flower Select, but also Lost Provision. So Cramorant, not a great response to that Flutter Mane itself.
I mean, really, the only non-threat on the board is the Luminion at this point. You never know what this Gardevoir deck is going to pull out and what it's going to do to your board, and that is a scary position to be in when you face off against it. One of the many reasons that I did choose Gardevoir as one of my decks to root for, taking down this entire tournament. It definitely has that potential there, but let's see if Cameron can stand in Isaiah's way with this Turbo Lost Box build. Cramorant's going to join the field here. Thanks to that that Nest Ball, to the discard pile, and now we're going to get rolling on Cameron's side of things.
Yeah, matching the knockout that Isaiah's already taken. We're going to see the Pokestop, discard a Colress, but get a Superrod, so not a terrible trade-off. Cameron already has a follow-up Colress in his hand, but that also means that if Isaiah plays an Iono, right, which Gardevoir is known to do, then that Colress would go to the bottom. So Cameron in a decent spot, also has a prime catcher in case he chooses to do that to chase down a Kirlia instead of this Manaphy, but I think going after the Manaphy is a little bit better as that opens up the play for the potential Radiant Greninja follow-up.
Yeah, you want to open up some options on your fields as well as taking a prize card. It's always nice to. We're going to see the pivot here thanks to that hard retreat from Cameron Kawasaki into that Cramorant. Of course, Lost Provisions is online because there are 4 cards in the Lost Zone. Are we going to go back to the Lost Zone here, Pablo? That knockout from the Cramorant thanks to this Lost Zone mechanic deck. Isaiah, of course, promoting this Flutter Mane back into the active once again.
Yeah, that Midnight Fluttering, so annoying. It's like the one counter you have against Lost Bugs, and then it's going to be present pretty much the whole game now. Isaiah did see the Iron Lawrence gets discarded, so he's aware of that threat, knows how valuable this Flutter Mane is, and therefore this Supra that he might play this turn to recover the Manaphy, continue to protect his bench, recover the Drifloon that got discarded by the Pokestop. Very key, but also that Flutter Mane, like, you don't want to be in a situation where your opponent powers up the Iron Thorns, takes a KO, and you have no way to shut it down in order to continue using Psychic Embrace. So an interesting dynamic we have here, and Isaiah does have that knowledge of that surprise factor that we were talking about.
Exactly. That's Super Rod here for Isaiah, putting a couple of cards back into the deck here. So we're recovering some resources on Isaiah's side of the field, going back into the deck with that Buddy Buddy Poffin as well.
Yeah, this could refine that Drifloon, probably gonna rebench the Manaphy. Now Cameron's Radiant Greninja, I believe, is prized, but Isaiah doesn't know that, so he's being extra careful, and that's always how you want to play it, right? Prepare for the worst case scenario. If the worst case scenario doesn't happen, fantastic. And if it does happen, well, you were prepared for it, so you're completely fine.
Yeah, you want to play with the edge being your deck list, the mystery of the cards that you have, the mystery of what your strategy might be, not living on the edge and taking risks here, that's for sure. So that Manaphy is going to come right back out onto the field for Isaiah to protect that bench here with its ability. And then Collapse Stadium is also going to be put into play. This is limiting both of our players' bench to 4 Pokemon each.
Yeah, and speaking of bench protection, right? If Luminion is a liability, this is how you can get rid of it, as we do see that unfair stamp that you love so much.
I do.
Get played.
I love it so much. It's so disrespectful. Even the art is just really cool. I know that a lot of people are not a fan of this card, and usually it's because it's being played against you. But, you know, if there's a knockout that happens, it does unlock the ability here, and Isaiah is going to take advantage of that, limiting Cameron down to just 2 cards. And that really could, I mean, speaking of edges, that could put you over the edge to debilitate your opponent enough and take a far enough lead in a match. And that's why this card is so good. You know, with Roxanne, you can't play it till much later in the game. It's more of a comeback card, but this is not a comeback card. This is a card you play like, hey, I don't want you to even be able to play this game anymore after you knock one of my Pokemon out. That's what you get, buddy.
Yeah, as you mentioned, right? Usually when you're putting down your opponent to 2 cards, it's either with the Roxanne, which is later down the line, or Iono, which is even further. But on first stamp, you can play it on turn 2 if your Pokemon got KO'd. So very powerful tool here for sure. And it's especially powerful because Cameron last turn discarded a second Colress off of Pokestop. So he has 2 Colresses left. His abilities are being shut down at this point. And off of 2 cards, like, even if you find a switch, right, it's not going to be useful because you can't flower select. So it's one of the 2 copies of Colress, perhaps the Prime Catcher, and that's basically the only cards that help Cameron in this spot.
Yes, calm, cool, collected Isaiah Bradner is carrying out these actions here all by plan, and that Midnight Fluttering ability is still in the active here on that Flutter Mane. And it's going to be doing more damage not only to the active Cramorant, but it is also putting 2 damage counters on the benched Pokemon as well for Cameron. So we're stacking up damage even over there on that Iron Hands, and that's going to be it, Pablo. The unfair stamp was unfortunately just a little bit too unfair here to Cameron.
Now, I love this scoop by Cameron. He recognizes that he's in such a bad spot. He had a Lost Vacuum, he had a Mirage Gate, and he had a Body Puffin in his hand, but those cards were completely useless at that point. He didn't have anything on board to even threaten the Flutter Mane, and I think as long as Isaiah doesn't start his single Flutter Mane as his only active Pokemon, Cameron will probably be able to have a little bit more of an explosive start and will be able to handle that better. But it wasn't the case this time around, and now he's down 1-0.
Yep, unfortunately there for Cameron. Down a game, Isaiah Bradner giving some looks there to the camera. Like I said, playing calm, cool, collected, and composed, knowing the ins and outs of this deck. And it paid off for him. And, you know, I want to just highlight something else here, because we talk about how you could have maybe gone for more of a aggressive approach from Gardevoir potentially, but the fact that, like, the evolution was played, the TM evolution, and Isaiah was valuing setting up that board state so much, got us to the point where Cameron just envisioned that there was no way to recover after this. And that is truly the difference in skill from one of our top players, from somebody who might go a little too aggressive, play a little sloppy, and then you actually put the idea into your opponent's mind of, hey, I could maybe exploit some of this board state here, and maybe I could go further with this, and then you could end up losing a match. But Isaiah put so much pressure there onto Cameron that he just had it in the bag, and really, that wasn't even that long of, well, it didn't feel like it, but now we're only at 30 minutes, huh, Paulo?
That game did take a while. Isaiah's deck searches in the first game did take a minute there, but yeah, we see double Colruyt and double Kirlia in the prize cards for each player, so Isaiah could end up suffering from that. And the same for Cameron, right? After he has the Flutter Mane comes in the active, it's Colruyt how you get those cards in Lost Zone, and with 2 of them prized, it's gonna be a little difficult to actually get cards in the Lost Zone.
Yeah, you want to be chaining those Colruyt's Experiment as much as possible. Not only are you stacking up your Lost Zone, but you're also stacking up cards into your own hands that are playing into your strategy for the future of your turns. So that could definitely be very difficult here for Cameron, having 2 of those Colruyt's Experiments in the prize cards. Maybe a little less experimenting in this game, but that Buddy Poppin is not failing us on our first turns for our players so far. Cameron gonna bring out these Comfey into the field, but I'm sure very happy to see that it's Screamtail this time in the active, and we're going to be able to select some flowers.
It's still an ancient Pokemon, just not the one you actually hate to see in the active now. Cameron, once again, being very thorough with his prize checking. Pokemon to the front, energy to the back, and that's usually what you want to prioritize, right? Because you have the least of and the singles and the Pokemon, you want to know what options you have access to. But I gotta wonder, he's passing through his deck quite a few times. I'm sure he's gonna notice that there's only 2 Colruyts available, so it's gonna be a priority to thin as much as possible and try to find them to combat the threat of that Flutter Mane. The ideal scenario is to use Ampu very much against that Flutter Mane. That would be the dream for Cameron here.
Yeah, and look at this. Cameron does have the notes on the side here to note take what is in the prize cards. Colruyt's Experiment is definitely one of those cards. It's easy to check for, it's easy to see, and I'm sure that was just written down there from Cameron. Great strategy from our players, making sure they know exactly what is in their prize cards so they can plan for their future turns. Like you said, Pablo, thinning your deck is going to be huge at this point because every single draw matters here to Cameron. So we're going to be getting into some flower selectings here, hopefully not too difficult. You know, maybe some of our Lost Box players wishing for the days again that once you're past your first turn, we have Battle VIP to just throw away into the Lost Zone.
yeah, that's usually like when you're flower selecting, right? You're hoping for 1 good card and 1 less good card.
Yeah, that's true. Not many of them are bad.
Yeah,
really.
Exactly. Like you wouldn't purposely play bad cards in your deck so you can lost all them away, right? That would just be wasteful. But there's definitely, as games develop, there's some cards that are more useful than others. But we're gonna start with the flower selects right here. Hopefully getting a bunch of them. There's the pseudo battle VIP pass, right? Buddy Buddy Puffin is good, but it doesn't get you Cramorant, it doesn't get you Sableye even, so it's a good card to get rid of after you have your comp face down.
Yeah, and it's also tough to just throw an A-Spec into the Lost Zone as well. I mean, you can only play one single... Oh, is that the Ursaluna and the Colruses?
Yes.
Oh my gosh,
Blood
wow.
Ursaluna, which is the high damage Pokemon for Cameron, and it's also the Colress, the card he really needs. And yeah, I think you have to favor that, but that's really going to limit Cameron's damage output moving forwards.
Yeah, those are the tough decisions we've been talking about here. That Iron Bundle going to join us on the bench as well for Cameron, but that's going to be it. After that Lost Zone was stacked up to 3, thanks to that one flower selecting as well as a Colress's experiment. Isaiah Bradner on the first turn of our game 2 now, getting started with a Buddy Buddy Poffin of his own. We're going to probably see quite a bit of searching here for Isaiah. So let's talk about this match a little bit more, Pablo. How do you think the pace of play is going to change here between both of our players now that, of course, we don't see that Fluttermane in the active position on Isaiah's side?
Yeah, I mean, that already allowed Cameron to get 3 cards in the Lost Zone on his first turn, right? As opposed to 0 during the first 2 turns last time around. So this is really going to speed things up. And I think it's really going to favor Cameron, especially as he has the Iron Bundle that you mentioned already on the bench. So he has immediate protection against the Fluttermane in the next turn as well. So off to races for Cameron, and Isaiah on the other side does have an Iono, so might not be able to, I couldn't see if he had an Arven, so might not be able to get those Kirlias into play, and that will delay him a turn. So we're seeing the opposite of game 1. We're seeing Isaiah much slower, Cameron much faster. But unfortunately for Cameron, he did find that Colress of the last Flower Select. He kept it, right? And Isaiah did see Cameron that he hesitated. He had a tough choice to make. That's going to make Isaiah even more eager to play that Iono. And that Colress was a blessing in disguise. You're relieved that you found it, but now it's going to the bottom.
Not only that, but Isaiah doesn't know that 2 Colress's experiment are in the prize cards as well for Cameron. So that makes it even worse of a situation if Isaiah does decide to use that Iono. Of course, this is the second turn of, or the first turn for Isaiah going second. So the ability is there, and that could lead to some slow pacing potentially from Cameron, but we'll see if you know, the deck is able to be shuffled up potentially and then drawn into off some flower selectings. You never know what's going to happen, but we really have not had the chance to thin too much yet, and that's what can make it a little bit awkward there for Cameron. Of course, Isaiah writing in the his own notebook here, notating all of those prize cards so that we can get going through this turn now on this first turn of the game here for Isaiah. 2 Ralts on the field, as well as that Manaphy being established as well. Playing it safe, I love it. And here's that Iono. Both players shuffling up. These hands are gonna go to the bottom, and they're drawing for each prize card. So both players are gonna get 6 cards here now to work with.
Yep, 6 fresh new cards for both. Cameron not going to be super happy about that Colress hitting the bottom of the deck. Isaiah looking for the combination of Energy plus TM Evo, but I don't think he found even a single Energy. No follow-up routes, no Buddy Buddy Puffin. So Isaiah's bench going to look very lackluster compared to game 1.
Yeah, game 1, it was so nice having that Fluttermane being your starter Pokemon into this matchup, but it is looking a little bit more difficult here for Isaiah. There's still cards in hands that he has the ability to work with after that Iono, but just assessing the board state now here for Isaiah, and it's just going to be a pass over to Cameron.
Yeah, just a pass. I mean, he did find the Artisan, could have maybe gone for the Fluttermane, but he had no energy to retreat into, so, and there's the Iron Bundle already, so choosing not to give his opponent that Artisan, maybe make it a little bit harder for Cameron to find the follow-up Cameron, but Cameron off to races, going for those flower selects, going for those switches. 1 Colress at the bottom, but there's still another Colress that could be accessed, and wow, another very unfortunate choice for Cameron. Iron Hands or Radiant Greninja Boo.
I don't want to even be making this choice right now, Pablo. I really don't. Have you seen that meme where it's just like the Lost Fox? They're like, oh no, that's exactly what we just witnessed here.
That is exactly what we just witnessed. The 2 ways that Cameron has to take 2 prizes. Now one of them completely gone for the rest of the game. Value the Iron Hands, can attack with it twice, potentially getting closer, right? Is at 5 cards, does need double Mirage Gate plus a way to retreat to potentially get the attack off. Does have Pokestop as well. I think he might be close to getting the Iron Hands KO, this turn. Really.
Yeah. Yeah, at least that Pokestop finally paid off for us after some difficult decisions. After that Radiant Greninja is lost here, but Lost Zone's up to 5. Pokestop finally got us some item cards. We're going back into the deck here now for Cameron with that Nest Ball that's going to draw out the Cramorant onto the board.
Yeah, Cramorant might be the choice this turn, as we do see it in the board. Now, Iron Bundle will still be very good here. Using Cramorant to knock out either Ralts would be great. Now, Isaiah does see the Radiant Greninja in the Lost Zone, right?
Oh,
so
yes.
he now probably knows that there's no more need for Manaphy, because you cannot play 2 copies of Radiant Greninja.
Yes, you cannot. It is a Radiant Pokemon, only 1 per deck. Unfortunate because they are so powerful, but that's why you can only play 1 in your deck.
All right.
So Cramorant just going to come up, knock out that attacker in the Scream Tail, and Manaphy's going to join us in the active position now from Isaiah.
Yeah, spit innocently for Cameron. Now the aggressor gets that first prize card, which is so clutch. Still has the Iron Bundle, so could push the Manaphy back to KO something juicier like a Ralt or a Kirlia. But now it's on Isaiah to make something happen. Does have the Arven, can get TM Evo to potentially evolve these 2 Ralts. Would need to find the Earthen Vessel in order to get those energies, unless he top-decked 1, which I'm not quite sure I saw. He did actually, does have that energy. So we'll have to see what item card he picks. Could be that unfair stamp to try and deny Cameron resources. But the one thing he knows is that there's no Colress in Cameron's hand, right?
Yes.
Otherwise, he would have played it. So 2 cards is less, but it's also 2 new cards, which could be that Colress.
Could be the Colress.
So maybe finding a different time for it would be better. So we'll have to see what Isaiah chooses for his item card.
Yeah, you got to see what happens. Of course, that TM is going to be the tool card being brought out of the deck here, allowing Isaiah to establish this board even more. And it is going to be the unfair stamp, at least drawn out here from Isaiah. So I guess we're going to see what strategy Isaiah is going to be following here, and if it's going to get in the way of Cameron's future setup.
Yeah, that unfair stamp will shuffle away that Iron Hand ZX back into the deck, right? So making it a lot harder to get 2 more cards in the Lost Zone, double Rash Gate, a way to switch to attack with Iron Hand, so that's going to benefit Isaiah. But without taking a knockout, the unfair stamp is less and less impactful as the like in the early game. You want to combine that with an attack, and wow, we see the Pokestop discard. The only routes left in Isaiah's deck, as the 4th one is prized.
The only Ralts hitting the discard pile along with 2 Psychic Energy, but that Super Rod is going to be utilized this time around here for Isaiah to bring both of these attackers, or future attackers I should say, back into the deck.
Yep, we're going to see that Artisan probably fetching that Ralt that just got discarded, and that was like the trade-off. You use Pokestop, and then
you have some recovery options.
Yeah, you have some recovery options, but you could have played the Artisan first, right, to get that Ralts and then avoid that. You do get 2 energies into a discard pile, so it's a win-lose sort of scenario for him. Now Isaiah doesn't choose to play the unfair stamp. Cameron will retain his huge hand, will get closer to those Colresses, but now he knows the unfair stamp is coming, so we'll have to see how Cameron prepares for that.
We will have to see, but that technical machine evolution going to be used over here on this Manaphy now. I love technical machines. You can just put them on any Pokemon and they work, but it's going to be discarded, of course, after the turn. But those Kirlia are now out onto the field for Isaiah Bradner, and that's where we needed to get to here to start drawing into additional cards and getting into those Gardevoir as well in the future. Cameron Kawasaki kicking off this turn. Now over here on the left side of our field.
Yeah, Cameron has such an underwhelming hand. He has so many cards, but doesn't have the Lost Zone counter to really utilize them, and doesn't even have an energy or a way to switch into the Comfey. So he's going to be able to potentially knock out a Ralt, but can't find that Colress at this point in time, really.
Yeah, and that really is the what is stumping Cameron right now, just the limited Colress's experiment, slowing down this deck when we had so much potential here versus dealing with that Flutter Mane in the last game. Buddy Poffin going back into the deck here from Cameron to search out some more basic Pokemon onto the bench potentially. And yeah, just looking through the deck.
Yeah, Buddy Puffin could fetch Manaphy just to thin, right? Not that you need it to protect against Gardevoir. There is that Flutter Mane, I mean the Screamtail that can target down benched Pokemon, but at this point, I don't think you need that protection. Now, Cameron does have a Pokestop. That Pokestop could give him switching cards, the switch cards, the switches, even Prime Catcher would be decent. Can't give him a Colress though, and it would be very unfortunate to discard another Colress.
Oh, if that happens, that would be tragic here, Pablo.
It really would be, yes.
Hopefully, if it's played, that is not what is about to go down here, and it's not the caster curse that we potentially have for our players. But Cameron still has a couple of cards to work with here. That Super Rod being played out of the hand to shuffle in these two Pokemon as well as that Water Energy. So the bundle is back, as well as that Sableye.
Yeah, bundle is fetched through that Artisan at this point in time, so getting some use out of it. Wanted to use the Artisan before he committed his own Pokestop.
Yes.
Might not even play the Pokestop.
Yeah, true.
But,
you never know.
Really values that bundle, as that Manaphy is probably going to keep coming up.
Ooh.
There's a Pokestop though.
Yep, Artisan being used, switched out now for Pokestop. Are we going to be Pogo gamers here for Cameron? Of course, we're going to have to roll it and see what we get.
Okay, I mean, switch card's good.
Yeah.
Switch card gets you to 6.
Could have been worse.
Yeah,
could have been worse.
Could maybe get you to a Colress.
Yeah.
Even a Lost Vacuum. A Lost Vacuum would be a dream card, but no. The switch card could still get you there, right? With the switch, you're going to get to 7 cards. And actually, I think that's it. This, with the switch, Cameron could attack with Iron Hands this turn. If he lost zones the Roxanne, retreats, then switches, and that's 7. So
I think Cameron was just thinking it out.
Yeah, thinking it out. Yeah.
And honestly, that's what you should be doing if you're going to be playing one of these decks here.
Oh, Mirage Gate and Energy. I do believe there will be enough energy to access Iron Hands after this, but losing a Mirage Gate or losing an Energy, not ideal cards for sure.
I mean, I feel like we're never talking about ideal cards in these choices, unfortunately, but that Lightning Energy going to hit the Lost Zone now, bringing Cameron up to 7 cards in the Lost Zone. That's the point at which we needed to access this Mirage Gate that can now go through the deck, search out 2 different types of basic energy, and that is what is going to be powering up this Iron Hands EX. So Cameron is finally getting things done here on the board for this, I guess, quotations, turbo Lost Box deck.
Yeah, it hasn't been as turbo as Cameron would have liked it to be.
It's still working, though. It's still working.
It's hard to get it to work without Colress, right? So it's kind of working, but we got there. We're going to see an Amplifier Mod against the Ralts, which is really, really good. We also got resources out, and this puts immense pressure on Isaiah. Isaiah has to respond to this immediately with a Drifloon, with a Bravery Charm, and enough energies powered up to take down this Iron Hand. So very crucial turn coming up for Isaiah here. And even if he does respond, he's gonna be a little bit in the back foot, as with Cameron's triple Lost Vacuum, he could just end up having another 2-price turn by Lost Vacuuming away the Bravery Charm of the Drifloon and then using Iron Bundle to knock out the Manaphy, and could go down to 1 price card. So a lot of pressure onto Isaiah at this point.
Yeah, and let's take note that we're just under 13 minutes now for both of our players here. So if Cameron's able to pull out this game with a win, we could end up seeing a tie between these players. So everything is on the line here for Isaiah now to be able to respond to this from Cameron.
Now 1 Colress was finally unlocked from the prize cards, Boo, so we might see the first Colress eventually in this match.
Finally.
Now, there are 2 Psychic Energies in the discard pile. Isaiah does need 4 total to respond with the Drifloon, plus the Bravery Charm, plus the Gardevoir EX.
Okay,
And we see the on-first stamp to start. Isaiah had the Bravery Charm and had the Gardevoir EX, but did not have a way to get Drifloon.
Yeah. Unfortunate turn of cards, because if we just had a couple more things there, Isaiah maybe Could have had a little bit more to work with, but this unfair stamp is going to get him an additional 5 cards after a shuffle of what was already in the hand as well. Cameron, of course, going to be limited to 2 cards, so slowing down your opponent. Ooh, was that the Prime Catcher?
It was Prime Catcher and a Colress, so not as unfair as you would think it would be.
Yeah, we got the
Cameron
green stamp that time.
Yeah, yeah, that was a great stamp for Cameron. And now, if Isaiah responds to this, it's going to be fine. And even if Cameron had gotten 2 awful cards and the Iron Hands gets KO'd, like Cameron still has some play, has the free retreat with that rescue board on the config, can access more cards, has the attacker in Cramorant to respond to a Drifloon, so it could have been fine, but that draw for Cameron must be like very relieving for him as he's going to play the first Colress in this second game.
Exactly. You're going to be playing a little bit less uphill battle and a little bit more smooth sailing here potentially for Cameron. So fantastic 2 cards that you want to be drawing into off of that unfair stamp.
Now, it's interesting to note that Isaiah obviously has not played a supporter yet, right? So could follow this up with an Iono to give Cameron more cards this turn and take away those fantastic cards that he just drew. And I think it's, there's the Iono. So Isaiah really looking for that perfect combination. And now Cameron once again getting that Colress taken away. That's the 3rd time, but did find another one. Yeah, did find another one, so finally.
Oh gosh, yes. Thankfully that one was taken out of the prize card, so we're working with a little bit more here for Cameron. So heightened emotions there all around, but Iono was the play here from Isaiah. So this Screamtail gonna hit the discard pile now off of the 2nd refinement on this Kirlia. Ooh.
Yeah, we're going to see the Pokestop, Boss, Body Puff, and the Ultra Ball. The Ultra Ball, I think, was the missing piece for Isaiah to find the Gardevoir EX. And does have exactly 4 energies, does have the Drifloon, and might have the Bravery Charm.
Yeah, no, I feel like I saw it.
I thought I did as well, but then I doubted.
Oh, yeah, because it may have been a Poffin, honestly. Oh, yeah, I don't see
there's no Bravery Charm. So what is Isaiah's response here? Maybe just attacking with the Gardevoir EX and hoping Cameron can't do much, but with Iron Bundle, Isaiah will not be able to prevent Cameron from taking 2 more prize cards here.
This is... yeah, that's brutal. You just came up 1 card short after you saw so many cards as well.
So many cards.
I mean, we saw the unfair stamp, we saw the Iono, we saw 2 refinements here as well for Isaiah, but just not able to hit that tool card needed to boost up that HP for the Drifloon and be able to knock out this Iron Hands EX. So that threat will remain there, and now Isaiah has to re-navigate this turn and figure out what is going to happen here as far as attacks and pressure put forward onto Cameron's side.
Yeah, there's not even a Darkness Energy to use. Monkey Dory's Adrenabrain, a card that we predicted would be so good and so powerful. We haven't seen it be utilized right here in this game. Isaiah is holding a counter catcher, so can take a knockout probably on one of these 3 Pokemon, either remove their rescue board, remove the attacker, or remove the Iron Bundle option potentially, but that's not super impactful. If he had the Dark Energy, he could have used that to potentially get closer to knocking out the Iron Hands, leave it at 220, and then knock it out the turn after with the Adrenabrain and like piece something there. But Isaiah just a few cards short from this KO.
There were options, but they all just seem to have faded away thanks to exactly what you just said, Pablo. Just a few cards short. Couldn't make things work here, unfortunately, but Collapse Stadium is going to come into play, limiting the benches here. So Cameron going to have to get rid of one of these Pokemon, go down to just 4 on the bench as Isaiah takes the Manaphy off of the board as well.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine Cameron choosing anything other than the Comfey. Now we're going to see the Iron Bundle option get removed. Maybe Isaiah trying to make something happen with the Fluttermane and locking something down. But overall, the Iron Hands is going to live this turn. And with no more Iron Bundle, now you can't use that to push the Gardevoir EX back, but there's still the possibility to find Prime Catcher. There's still the possibility to shuffle back the Iron Bundle with Super Rod and search for it again, as we see a Super top deck immediately off the top.
Wow, Cameron Kawasaki seems to be drawn pretty well now, and we're going to see this Colress's Experiment as well.
Yep, and there's a Nest Ball found as well, so could we utilize that Iron Bundle? I would be very surprised if Cameron did anything differently. He could also choose to use Sableye to potentially take down the Kirlia, take down the Drifloon, or take down, well, anything really. He can take down anything on the bench.
So many circles on board right now.
So many circles.
Yeah, that would be huge as well. I'm excited to see where Cameron goes with this turn because there are a lot of options here. And there's only 3 prize cards left, just under 7 minutes for both of our players in this match. And Cameron's looking like he's in a pretty good position here to take this game off of Isaiah Bradner.
Yeah, Cameron in a fantastic position for sure. Gonna go for that super out play, get back the Iron Bundle, then use it. Isaiah probably gonna give up on the Flutter Mane, I'm guessing. That's like the least useful card at this point. Does need the Drifloon to deal with the Iron Hands, but then a single Lost Vacuum could win him the game. The Cramorant wins him the game. I have to wonder if you're Isaiah Bradner here, like your chances of winning this game are dwindling and dwindling. So what is in his mind in terms of trying to win this game or even trying to win this series?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, there's really not much time left. I guess you could have something happen in the future in our 3rd game between these players, but you never truly know. Ooh. So maybe just playing things out. What did you see what happened?
Yeah, can't nest ball with it because of the collapsed stadium.
Oh, gotcha,
you cannot nest ball for that Sableye. Now,
yeah, it's limited to 4 Pokemon on each player's bench here.
Sorry, you can nest ball for the Iron Bundle, but you cannot bench the Sableye. The Sableye was from hand, so it's easily reversible. Shouldn't be a big deal, right? Here it's easily reversible, easily fixed. Now it is on both players to be very attentive to the board, right?
Board
it is
conditions,
Isaiah's collapsed stadium, so we need both players on top of things as well.
Both players, indeed, Pablo. But now we're back to 4 Pokemon for each of these players. Bundle Baby joining us once again, thanks to being drawn back out here from Cameron.
Yep, pick gets reshuffled, no big deal. Now Cameron will use the Iron Bundle to Hyper Blower away that Gardevoir EX. Isaiah promoting the Drifloon, interesting choice. Yeah, I think Isaiah, with that choice, I have to wonder, is he just gonna try to go for like Counter Catcher, bring up the Cramorant, Iono, and hope Cameron whiffs enough turns to stop this game from getting completed?
I guess that could be the strategy here that we see from Isaiah, but Cameron Kawasaki is going down to 1 prize card left in that Lost Vacuum remaining in the prize cards, thanks to that Iron Hands EX taking another 2 prize knockouts here and just 1 prize card away from taking this entire game in our Swiss round 2, game 2 between both these players. Isaiah going to promote this Gardevoir EX back into the active position. Of course, putting those damage counters back onto it from the Psychic Embrace that accelerates those energies from the discard pile onto your Pokemon. You do have to take a little bit of damage, but Cresselia actually likes dealing with some of that, huh?
yeah, Cresselia definitely doesn't mind that.
And Monkey Dory, huh?
Yeah, Monkey Dory also enjoys having damage counters everywhere for that Adrenabrain, and we're finally gonna see that, I think, with that Darkness energy.
Joe, your pick. It's on stage here. Woo! Earthen Vessel going to be used, discarding an Arven to search out these 2 basic energy in the Dark and the Psychic. And it's only 1 Dark too in the whole list.
Dark.
Yeah,
so even though people are really valuing that Monkey Dory and calling it the best card in Gardevoir, Isaiah being like, yeah, it's cool, but I can work with it without it sometimes, right?
Well, you can't value it too much because if you dedicate too many cards to it, then it's more like, how much are you risking, or I guess accounting for in your deck versus how much it's helping you. You know, you have to weigh those decisions. So 1 Dark Energy, able to search it out with that Earthen Vessel, which of course can be searched out with the Arven as well, or just drawn into. So there's ability to access that Dark Energy, and that's exactly what Isaiah was able to do with that Earthen Vessel. Now it's attached to that Monkey Dory. So Adrenabrain is going to be popping off here, Pablo, and I'm excited to see it. I like this little monkey.
Yeah, Adrenabrain, such a cool ability. Transferring is like, it's like a potion for your own Pokemon, and then you send that damage to your opponent. So very powerful ability. We'll see if that ends up helping Isaiah make any sort of comeback here. We're going to see that Iono now bringing Cameron down to 1 card left. There's no more Hyper Blowers, so can't push that Gardevoir away. There is a copy of Boss's Orders, I believe, still available. There's a Prime Catcher still.
I was about to say, no, there's too many cards. But we're fixed. We're fixed.
Yep, 5 cards for Isaiah. Does find Enhanced Hammer not very useful here. Does find a Counter Catcher in case he wants to do something with that. 2 minutes on the clock. Will Counter Catcher being discarded. That's very peculiar.
Oh, I think it was, oh no, it was supposed to be a different card here. The Enhanced Hammer was what Isaiah meant to discard off of that Refinement Curlia, but accidentally chose the Counter Catcher. Is trying to take it back and put it back into the hand, it looks like. And I think it's going to be up to Cameron and the judges.
To let him take it back,
Oh, it looks like that's
Cameron
exactly what he's doing.
does allow him to do that,
Wow, what a good sport in Cameron.
Very good sport indeed, very good sport. Now, 1 minute left on the clock, so time will run down and it's going to be up to Cameron to take 1 more prize card. We'll have 2 turns to do so, right? If time does run down at this point, which...
it's rounded down for sure. But hey, we get the Monkey Dory here now, finally. Not only do you have the healing from your Pokemon, but those damage counters are moved to your opponent's board state as well. Now, a nice little 30 damage onto that Iron Hands EX.
I couldn't quite see what was Cameron's 1 card off of Iono. So we're
about to see, I think.
Yeah, we're about to find out.
It's a switch card.
That switch card is huge.
Oh, top deck, the Mirage Gate as well.
Yeah, if there's a Psychic Energy left in the deck, then that's a win. Yeah, you power up Sableye, and you put 12 damage counters wherever you want, and you get the win. So we're going to see Cameron win this game too on 0 seconds on the clock.
0 seconds, the timer has gone down. The buzzer is sounding here, and Cameron was Iono to 1 single card, being that switch card. Top deck the Mirage Gate, and that was everything needed here for Cameron Kawasaki to take a win, of course, in the 2nd game between our players for this match. So it will result in a tie.
It will result in a tie. Cameron barely pulling this off. Now, he did have so many outs, right? The Psychic Energy, the Boss's Orders, the Prime Catcher, and had 2 Colruses left as well to potentially be utilized in order to find any of those cards. So it is a tie for both players. Cameron walking away from that, feeling good about getting the tie, but I think that game 1, starting that Flutter Mane was so unfortunate for him, and I think he definitely had an advantage in the matchup as, like on paper, right? As it plays out, things can change, but both players are gonna walk away with the tie. I think and both players happy with the tie as well.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be too peeved about it. Of course, you still get that single match point here. It's not a win, it's not 3 match points, but you're still on your way to succeeding potentially in this event. Now, it is tough. Both of our players playing decks that do take a lot of time, a long time to play. So that is a factor you have to consider throughout these long events here. But let's take a look at what went down between these games. We saw that Flutter Mane have so much utility here in this matchup for Isaiah Bradner. Starting with it, shutting down Cameron's board state, unable to select those flowers pretty much the whole entire game. And that was just too much for Cameron Kawasaki to handle. And Isaiah just had the edge.
Yeah, Cameron didn't top deck that Colress and then decided to, you know what, let's move on. And I'm pretty sure that quick scoop allowed him to have enough time to win this 2nd game. As you mentioned, both these decks take a long time. There's so many actions to be taken for each player during every single turn, and therefore Cameron recognizes this. Even though his opponent is only taking a single prize card, he decides to scoop it up and move on to the next game. I think that's something that not enough players do, but not enough players know when to concede in order to have enough time to either fish for a tie or get a win.
Well, and that's definitely an awkward situation you can be put in playing either of these decks. But Cameron does have a little bit of an edge there with Iron Hands EX being able to take those double prize card knockouts there. And that's what we saw utilized in this game 2. the pace was shifted over to Cameron's side of the field. We saw multiple prize card knockouts each turn, and once that pace continued, it was just too much for Isaiah to deal with. And now I think the question arises here, Pablo. You know, when Gardevoir was played a lot more frequently, and maybe it's going to reach some of those numbers now, it was talked about how that is like the deck that you play to take a lot of ties, and that was a big contributor as to why so many players chose not to pick up the deck, because not only is it really long to get through all of these games and it's mentally taxing as well, but if you're just taking ties after all of that, it is so tough to work with. Do you think that's going to be a factor for our Gardevoir players here in this tournament?
I generally think so, Boo. As you mentioned, like obviously the deck reached high enough numbers. However, there's not like in such a big tournament, every tie puts you a little bit farther from reaching that top 8, right? So if your goal is to win the tournament, getting Gardevoir or playing Gardevoir is a risky choice. But yeah, I mean, we saw it right here, right? If the Lost Box had extended itself into that first game, then we could have seen the whole match play out differently, and Isaiah walk away with a single, with a win with a single game completed.
Exactly. I mean, there's so much potential in that deck, but if you don't get there and you're taking too many ties, it does just come up short in these tournaments. And I'm a bit scared now after seeing that and remembering how long all of these actions do take. But you are going to be facing off, not all the time, against Lost Box decks. There are those big basics out there as well, and the pace is definitely faster sometimes into those matchups. So if you can hit some of those, maybe you will be able to overpower your opponent, or they won't have too hot of draws, and then you can get some of those matches off of this meta game fields, because I mean there's a lot of Raging Bolt out there, huh, Pablo?
There definitely is. There's a lot of brand new decks, and actually our community bracket this weekend features a lot of these brand new decks. Yeah, so I think we can take a look at what we have in store for us, and it's going to be you against me, Boo, arguing for these community choices, starting off with fan favorite Lugia V-Star against one of the most arguably hated decks in the format, Charizard EX from the previous format. Not anymore, right? The lights are no longer on Charizard EX, so which one would you like,
Well, Pablo, I think I'm going to be taking Lugia V-Star this time around here. Not only just because Charizard EX. Okay, so Charizard EX is a very powerful deck. I'm not even going to deny that, all right? But Lugia V-Star has so much going for it. Yes, sometimes it works against itself, but there's so much more potential there, whereas Charizard EX, the matchups have gotten a little bit worse for it. It's a little bit too slow sometimes. There's too many pieces you have to put together, whereas Lugia V-Star, I just feel like it's easier to set up. You get those Archeops into the discard pile. That's your major hurdle. You find those Pokemon, you get those evolutions, and then you're accelerating those energy and you're off to the races. Not to mention, all of those special energies have different effects to them that help heavily in so many of the matchups that we're going to be seeing out in the field. So I feel bad giving you Charizard EX this time around, Pablo, but hey, maybe you can sell our audience on it. Go for it.
I mean, I'm going to use your own words against you, Boo. It is a hurdle to get those Archeops in the discard pile, and you've mentioned yourself, it's very clunky, whereas Charizard feels very smooth. You have Body Puffins. When you get Pidgeot out, the rest of the deck smooths itself out just like butter on bread. It's a very easy to play deck. It's very straightforward, and Charizard EX and Radiant Charizard is an extremely powerful combination. It proved itself to be the #1 contender in the previous format, and now when you're underrating a deck, that's usually when it does its best, and it still has that dark typing against Gardevoir. It still can pressure those Archeops very quickly and has humongous HP to deal with the Cinchinos, and has Radiant Charizard to trade really well with Raging Bolt. And what do you know? Those are the top 3 decks present today. So walking with Charizard, I don't think you made a bad choice if you chose that for today.
Okay, so we're talking about the deck as a whole, right? Not just Charizard as a card. It's the deck. Okay, cool. Because I was going to say, like, well, what about Dragapult, you know? And you got some little baby Charmanders.
You have your 70 HP Charmanders. Problem fixed. What else you got?
That's significantly worse, okay? Yes, you do have those Pokemon, though, that are liabilities on your bench if you're playing with Charizard EX. And Additionally, there's other cards out there, not just Dragapult, that are able to target benched Pokemon as well as, you know, you could be still seeing the de-evolution out there too. That could be, you know, you missequence some resources here and there, or maybe you're playing against a deck that's playing Eerie, and then you lose some pieces from the Charizard EX. Then you're kind of in a pickle sometimes, depending on what deck you're actually playing against. Whereas Lugia V-Star, you're going against Control. You're gonna have way better time there.
I mean, that is a lot of ifs, Pooh, I want to say. Like, if this thing happens, if this thing happens. However, if your Arceus goes down, you're done for, right? You are done for. So I wouldn't want to be in Lugia's shoes if you only have one Arceus in play and it goes down. We saw it on the first round, right? We saw how clunky Lugia was on the first round. So I don't know. There's my argument right there.
Pablo, I think I have the checkmate here. If I had to ask you, how much of your integrity are you going to maintain here? If I asked you which deck is most likely to win NAIC, Lugia V-Star or Charizard EX, which one would you choose?
I mean, opinion. So, like, I'm going to go with the hard facts and the statistics, right?
Yes.
So whatever opinion I have, Lugia is the #1 present deck today.
Valid.
That doesn't necessarily mean it is the best deck position to win today, because so many people are looking at it that there's going to be Temple of Sinnohs, there's going to be Enhanced Hammers. Just like what happened with Charizard. When Charizard was the focus, you had Technical Machine Devolution, you had Grass-type Pokemon trying to make their way into a format like a Spathra, which failed miserably, right? Because that's how powerful Charizard is. So I don't know, but when the spotlight is not on Charizard, there's less TM
time
Devo.
to shine, huh?
Yeah, there's less control, perhaps. I think Charizard could surprise us this weekend.
That's true. I mean, there is also less Champao, that's for sure. So we could potentially see it, but I gotta say, chat, come on.
Yeah.
Be reasonable.
Be reasonable, exactly. Okay.
Be reasonable.
Now I'm gonna blackmail chat because I didn't win a single community bracket last time around.
Oh, I won every single one.
You won again, so I gotta get one.
That's true.
Please.
Okay, if you feel bad for Pablo, choose Charizard. If you want to keep winning, because I keep winning mine, choose Lugia V-Star. And
always
honestly,
root for the underdog, right? Always root for the underdog.
Oh, yes, but that'd be so awkward too if Lugia V-Star got eliminated immediately and then wins NAIC. They'd be like, Casters, what are you doing? How good are you at persuading the chat here? So don't be gullible, chat. Do not side with Pablo. Listen. Be reasonable.
You've heard the propaganda by her. You've heard her say Lugia is clunky, and all of a sudden, right? Lugia isn't clunky when she has to fight for it. Like,
hey, listen, we saw it go both ways there in that first match. All right, we saw the power it had, even with a single Archeops. All right, so it's out there. Okay, and I mean, it's cooler. It's cooler than Charizard.
All right, now it's going to be up to chat now to decide, but we do have the tournament going on, and especially Championship Sunday, one of the most exciting parts of NAIC, and especially this Championship Sunday, which is going to be amazing, because it's the last Championship Sunday before the World Championship.
Yes, it's the last one before Hawaii. It's the last time our players get a chance. And I mean, honestly, NAIC is like a World Championship for a lot of our players that aren't going to be making it to our World Championship. So it is treated the very same way from all of our players out in the fields. And whoever is able to take that title of North American International Champion here in 2024, it's going to be a big one. So I'm excited to see what we have in store, but definitely you do not want to miss out on Championship Sunday, because we have all of our champions are going to be determined, and then we finally get to decide what the outcome of the Twilight Masquerade format really is.
Yeah, not just for TCG, right? We have Go, we have TCG, we have VG. I think Unite has their championship on Saturday, so plenty of action on Sunday. But I think we have Anna ready with an interview over at the stage.
Hi there, I'm Anna Prosser here at the Pokemon North America International Championship with my new friend Christian. Christian, where are you coming from today?
I'm from Salt Lake City, Utah.
Wow, and how was the travel here?
It was actually pretty good. I left really early in the morning, but I was able to get some sleep on the flight.
Very nice. Now, is this, Tell us about your history as a player. Have you been to many events like this before?
I've been to a couple, but this is my first in a little while. I took a little break with college, but this is my first back, and I'm really excited to be competing. I was really nervous this morning, but I think I got the jitters out after 2 rounds.
I would say so. I heard that you had a really, really good last match. Tell us about it.
I did, yeah. My first match was into Lost Zone Dragapult, and I'm playing Lost Box. That's a really sketchy matchup. My goodness, but I was able to pull it out. But this last round, round 2, it's really easy matchup for Lost Box. It's Raging Bolt EX. It's totally free. And so, no, I'm just kidding. But it was a pretty good matchup, and so I was able to close that out too.
If people at home are trying to learn about how to use a deck like yours or strategy, what would you tell them about your deck?
The hardest part is to make sure that you don't lost zone things that you're going to need later on. And that's the difficult part, is planning ahead to make sure, okay, what am I going to need to close out this game? So mapping out your prizes is a big thing. It's okay to let like 1 or 2 prizes be taken in the early game as long as you're able to set up that win to take 6 prizes. As long as they don't take 6 prizes first, you're good.
Do you know what you're going to be facing next?
I hope lots more Raging Bolt because that'll be really good for me. But I'm not sure. I've seen a lot of really interesting decks out there. I've seen a lot more like Chen Pao than I thought. And so just hopefully they won't flip over something that I haven't tested against.
Do you have any specific goals as a player this week or this weekend?
Well, the last time I was at NAIC a couple years ago, I went 3-4-1. And so hopefully 4 wins.
Great.
That's my goal. And I'm already halfway there.
Bettering your record. Is there anyone you're here with? Any teammates, friends, anyone you want to say hi to?
Yeah, I got a bunch of the Pokeboys that I'm here with, like Ian, Brandon, my brother James is judging out here. All those guys. They're really awesome. And all the Utah Pokemon are here too. I love them too.
If anyone at home is watching and has never been to an event like this, what would you tell them about what it's like to be here in person?
The energy is nothing like a local. It's really, I love the vibes here because everyone's here and they love Pokemon because they've spent like an amount of money to be here. And so it's not just like, oh, I'll roll out of bed on a Saturday and go play at a local. Like everyone's here because they really love Pokemon, and it's great to be in that group of people.
That's so true. The level of earnest excitement here is so much fun. Thank you for sharing yours with us, and we will let you get back to the 2024 Pokemon North America International Championship.
Hello, Pokemon fans. Juancho Saldana here, and welcome to Pokemon Championships History, the series where we look back at some of the landmark matches in the history of competitive Pokemon. Our story starts way back in 2005, where Ross Cawthon faced off against Sugiyoshi Yamato in the top 8 of the TCG World Championships. The defending world champion Yamato already had a formidable reputation and was seen as unbeatable by many Western players. Ross may have been seen as the underdog in the matchup, but he proceeded to take down Yamato in a clean 2-0 victory with his Dark Tyranitar and Electrode EX deck. Ross proceeded to finish 2nd place at the World Championship, but to a lot of players, it was dethroning Yamato that cemented Ross as one of the best in the game. Fast forward to 2016, Ross Cawthon is the seasoned veteran in his 3rd Top 4 World Championship appearance, facing down an up-and-coming challenger. His opponent is Cody Walensky, competing in his very first World Championship.
Ross Cawthon, 2-time Worlds finalist, a state champion this season, tons of accolades to his name. That doesn't even come close to listing everything.
If you filled them all, you could put this whole top-level finishes, states and above.
Cody is playing the Greninja deck, a powerful deck that aims to get multiple Greninja break into play and spread damage counters everywhere. The deck's weakness, however, is that it can be slow, taking several turns to get fully set up. Meanwhile, Ross is playing a Vespiquen deck, an archetype known for its speed and aggression, and a deck with a type advantage against the grass-weak Greninja. To make matters worse for Cody, Ross is fresh off a top 8 win against Burt Walters, who was also playing Greninja.
But no, that's the end of the match. Burt Walters does extend the hand, and Ross Cawthon goes up 2-0 against Burt.
But Cody has some tricks up his sleeve.
A crazy list for Talonflame.
Talonflame was a great starter, much harder to KO than a Tiny Froakie. And sporting an attack that would help Cody's Stage 2 deck set up, it was a great way to level the playing field, and Cody had a full 4 copies. With only 3 Froakie in his deck, Cody was more likely to start with Talonflame than anything else. Cody also had a full playset of Bursting Balloon. Though Vespiquen could hit fast and hard, it only had 90 HP, and attacking into Bursting Balloon would put it right into Water Shuriken range. These important deck choices gave Cody a fighting chance.
It's an interesting back and forth matchup. We did see Ross get the better of it, but I definitely wouldn't write off Cody's deck at all.
Cody started game 1 with a lucky Talonflame, but he couldn't find an energy and was forced to bench a Froakie and pass.
Whenever you start with Talonflame, you gotta be fist pumping.
Meanwhile, a turn 1 Bridget gave Ross a very fast start, but Cody kept his cool and found an opening. A Bursting Balloon on his Frogatier put Ross's Vespiquen down to 30 HP, allowing Cody to finish the job with his Talonflame and grab a couple of key resources. Constant pressure from the subsequent Bursting Balloons eventually allowed Cody to clean up Ross's attackers and take a strong comeback win.
Rough start for both players, but at the end of the day, Greninja Break just too much for Ross.
Game 2 was nothing short of a spectacle. Cody got to attack with Talonflame on the very first turn, and again on his third, and this culminated in an absolutely massive turn where a giant Water Shuriken was followed by a Water Shuriken, and then a Mist Slash to take out all 3 of Ross's Pokemon in play, locking Cody's slot in the finals in a truly dominating fashion.
Triple knockout, Cody Walensky is your other finalist.
But with that win, Cody also did something else. Just like Ross himself had done back in 2005, Cody took down a veritable legend of the game, forever making his own mark on the Pokemon trading card game. Thanks for watching, friends. Do you have a favorite competitive Pokemon moment? Let us know using #PlayPokemon.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Pokemon Trading Card Game North American International Championships from the lovely city of New Orleans. My name is Ross Gilbert, and last week I helped take you through the final tournament in the Temporal Forces format. This week, different tournament, different city, different country, different continent. Same great co-caster, it's Joe Bernard.
Oh, thanks so much, Ross. Yes, I cannot wait to get into the action. We've been backstage watching the first couple of rounds here, and this is my favorite time to be commentating and being involved in the Pokemon trading card game. We've got a brand new format, Twilight Masquerade. It's an incredible set, Ross.
Oh,
we have incredible A-Spec cards, which change up existing archetypes. We've already seen some of those in action. There's a couple of brand new archetypes. Again, we've already shown a Dragapult list alongside Lost Zone Box, but it's still up in the air. Which one is the best way to play Dragapult? So we'll see lots of different ways of that as well. So this is also the last chance for players to get those championship points in for Honolulu. So there's so much on the line. It's high stakes Pokemon, and there's so much to learn from this format.
And this tournament's got everything. It's ridiculously important because of the whole championship points thing like you mentioned, but we've literally got a one tournament format.
Yeah.
We're moving on. The next real tournament is Worlds, and by that point Shrouded Fable is out. So we've got one tournament. We've got exactly this weekend to try and figure out what's good from Twilight Masquerade.
Yeah.
And we've had some big tournaments in Japan. They had a whole run of City Leagues.
Yeah.
We had the Champions League in Sapporo. We had last weekend, we had Japan Championships.
Correct, yeah.
But that does not always work because we don't play exactly the same as Japan.
Exactly.
Different format in terms of how we actually play the tournaments, or best of 3 in Swiss rather than best of 1. And I mean, we've been digging through everything this morning, and we do not have the answers, Joe.
We've been pouring through the data, as have all of our players, and yeah, there's still so much to explore and discover from this format. It seems like there's a lot of diversity out in the tables. People are trying to find different solutions. As we saw, Lugia is the most popular archetype. That's somewhat expected because of how well it did over in the Japan Championships. But as you say, Ross, aggressive archetypes were more rewarded in Japan, just the way they had their point system out there. So these aggressive archetypes are already just a better choice in Japan, the way that tournament structure is run. So now it might be public enemy #1 this weekend.
Yeah, it really might. It's going to be very interesting to see. Well, we are going to have a look at the community prediction bracket, which I think we're going to head to in just 1 second. And here we go. And Oh, look, it is an absolute landslide for Lugia V-Star, 79-21. And I'll be honest with you, you might have nailed this one, chat. There are some players on Charizard EX this weekend. I've spoken to a few of them, but Lugia is public enemy #1. It is the big deck to beat.
Yeah, if we'd run this community choice last week, I think it could have been flip-flopped, these votes. But now Charizard has gone from that 20% meta share archetype throughout Temporal Forces. It comes into Twilight Masquerade, as you said, still a respectable deck, but has a few more issues now, a few more matchups that it has to circumnavigate, whereas Lugia seems to be coming on strong. Still has its consistency issues, no doubt, but that legacy energy, what an incredible selling point now.
Yeah, I mean, thinking in round 1 today, we saw the good and the bad of Lugia. Legacy energy is phenomenal. We see that it can be played as a Cinccino deck, but can also be played in a vastly different way with basic attackers, but sometimes you don't get the double Archeops out, and I've still never seen a stream game where somebody wanted 2 Archeops, got 1 off a Lugia V-Star's V-Star power, and won the game. I've not seen it happen on stream the whole time we've been doing this.
Yeah, that's still one of the issues of Lugia. But, of course, it's still got a great shot this weekend, especially for how popular it is. But we're getting into our round 3 game here because we've had back-to-back action so far. We had a thrilling round 2 match where it was Lost Zone Box up against Gardevoir that ended in a 1-1 tie in the series. And it looks like in round 3 we're going to have a similar matchup here.
Yeah, we're running it back. I don't think it's exactly the same list of Lost Zone Box, but it's still that same general archetype, and it is going to be up against Gardevoir, played by a player who I think might be quite familiar with the game. It is, of course, former world champion Henry Brand.
What a fantastic player, coming all the way from Australia, of course, and was an innovator of his decks, of course. Playing that Mewtwo perfection list, as he called it, was so different at the World Championships, and that's what stepped him up and set him apart from a lot of players in that tournament. And looking at his Gardevoir list, it's by no means normal either, so we're going to have to be on our toes here for this one, Ross.
Yeah, there's some spicy things, but we need to get down to the stage. The players are ready. We need to be kicking off our round 3 matchup between Andrew Hedrick and Henry Brand. And we can see the decks there, your Lost Zone Box and your Gardevoir.
Yeah, it's just the beginning of the story, really, because both of their lists are a little bit untraditional. Andrew Hedrick, of course, no slouch himself, a 3-time regional winner, including this season with Dialga V-Star. So definitely a fantastic innovator, and is happy to take risks if he believes his deck is good enough.
Oh, absolutely. It's one of those things when you see a player like that who can win so much with so many different decks, you know they can play anything. They're just picking the best deck out there. One of the 2 Psychic Energy I'm not loving, but the only Squawkabilly for Henry Brand ends up in the discard, in the prizes, and the only Iron Hands for Andrew Hedrick. Those are not ideal prizes on either side.
Yeah, Andrew does have the Hisuian Heavy Ball, but in a Lost Zone archetype, there's no way to cherry pick that card. You kind of just have to draw into it in a decent amount of time, so that might be a challenge for Andrew. And already seeing the Squawkabilly EX in Henry's prizes, that's an indication that it's quite a different list of Gardevoir, because that is not a traditional choice, and Henry wants to have explosive starts and just guarantee that early game board state, because he's not playing the traditional Drifloon alongside the Bravery Charms for hit point buff. He's leaning much more heavily into the Gardevoir EX side of things and is playing 2 of my favorite card, the Monkey Dory from this set.
Yeah, Monkey Dory is there, and we are off. We saw the fist bump, and it does look like Henry Brand is going to be starting off with the ideal turn 1 card, that Buddy Buddy Poffin. Go grab yourself 2 Pokemon with 70 HP or less, and of course, we see that unfair stamp just nestling at the front. Another one like Monkey Dory, one of the new tricks we see in Gardevoir, one of the things that is making this deck better. This is much better than it was in Bologna last weekend, Joe. It's taken a big jump in power, and Monkey Dory and Unfair Stamp, the 2 big new cards from the set for it.
Yeah, the Adrenablane is just such a flexible ability. It can allow you to target down low hit point Pokemon over a number of turns, or it can allow you to ramp up that damage output that little bit more. And I think that's what Henry's going to try and cash in on here. Henry does have the early Hisuian Heavy Ball, and we know the Squawkabilly EX is available if he would so wish, but you have to bear in mind when you are seeing a Comfey already, and you're up against Lost Zone Box, if you are using this Squawkabilly, which is going to be the take here, you have to be aware that Iron Hands could at some point take a 3-prize KO on this card.
Yeah, when you see Lost Zone, nowadays you're pretty sure they're going to be playing the Iron Hands. 120 damage with the Ampu very much. It's not enough to take out most 2-prize Pokemon, but if you're weak to Lightning, that gets you a lot of the way there. There's one bed space left. It is going to be used. Oh, an early Squawk and Tease. No mucking about here.
Yeah. and going to get rid of one of those Professor Churro Scenario, and Iono, and Rare Candy. Good cards, but cards that aren't really helping you draw more, and we are going to pass things over. Let's start having a look at Andrew's hand and also have a chat about his deck list. It's a very aggressive get to 7 in the Lost Zone deck list. He's playing 4 copies of Pokestop and 3 copies of Lost Vacuum, so it's not out of the realms of possibility that we start unlocking those Mirage Gates as early as this turn.
Yeah, you need 7 cards in the Lost Zone. Generally speaking, we could see 3 Comfey plus your Corvus's Experiment.
Yeah.
Plus, you would have to use a Lost Vacuum to get rid of your own tool or stadium.
Yeah.
That would get you to 7 turn 1. It is absolutely possible. And then we've got things like your Iron Hands, Iron Thorns, Radiant Greninja. All of those then become active. Blood Moon Ursaluna, probably a little early for that one yet.
Yeah.
But we have got some good ones. And obviously, if we could see an Iron Hands EX this turn, it's a lot to ask.
Yeah.
But if we could see it this turn, that Screamtail does not have 120 HP, Joe.
It could be a great way to kickstart the turn. I think Andrew's hand is very good. I already see some switching cards. I already see the Colrus. So we are going to be drawing a lot here. And much different from our round 2 game, where it was Lost Zone up against Gardevoir, and a Fluttermane just happened to be the start for the Gardevoir player, completely shutting down Comfey here, but no issues for Andrew this time around, who is doing a quick deck search. Still going to be really important for this archetype where you play a number of one-of Pokemon. He's already scouted the fact that there is no Iron Hands available just yet, but also some low counts of energy cards, even low counts of supporters like Boss's Orders and Roxanne. So it is integral to do a thorough deck search. Seems like Andrew is pretty much happy with the state of things, and will be shuffling things up and start ramping up that Lost Zone. That is always the objective of these Lost Zone archetypes, because the Cramorant can attack for 3 after 4 cards hit the Lost Zone, which is going to be quite easy from Andrew's hand. So pressure can be initiated. As we
Here
see
comes
a
the Pokestop. Energy goes away, but Switch card and Switch go to hand. I mean, when you've got 2 Comfey on the bench and you get 2 switching cards off of a Pokestop, that's quite nice. And a Colress's Experiment straight away. Couple of, I mean, you kind of want the lightning energy, you've got to think, if you're going to be going Iron Hands, but it is prized.
Yeah.
Switch has to be dropped, but you got 2 off the Pokestops. It's not the end of the world.
You've got plenty of those. Looks like just going to throw away, is it Super Rod here?
Yeah, that's what he's popped down.
Versus possible lightning.
Oh, no, it looks like that's what he's taking, actually.
Certainly worth a debate. You can see the issue here. You're trying to juggle the best possible turn, which would be an Iron Hands, versus like the most likely outcome. That you won't hit Hisuian off your next couple Comfey.
And there are 3 lightning energy in the deck, so there's still 2 available. It's not the end of the world. You want to keep it, and you saw there was that real decision to be made there, but you got things like Pokegear to get your Colress's Experiment next turn. Super Rod, you're going to want it in a couple of turns' time, so...
Stop me if you've heard this one, Ross. We have a headache of a flower selecting. It's Palpad versus Cramorant.
Oh.
We are going to have to sacrifice the Palpad early here.
There's only one Cram.
There is only one Cramorant, so it is the take here, so Andrew can at least initiate some pressure. One big nuance of the matchup is we see an Iron Thorns EX hit the Lost Zone.
The only one.
Yeah, the one of. Not really for this matchup, I think, so much as others. Certainly Lugia, it can be a huge deal. We are going to see a Cramorant come down. One issue here with the Lost Zone variants and why it's possibly a riskier play this weekend is that the Unfair Stamp is such a huge defensive card that the Gardevoir players are mostly running, and Henry the same here. So if you do go aggressive with Cramorant, you have to be aware that you could end up on a really low hand size after this quite early on in the game.
Yeah, you can get really punished. Unfair Stamp is made to punish these aggressive decks, and this is an aggressive deck. We do see an Iron Bundle hitting the bench there, which is interesting. It would mean you could either get a free hit on the Squawkabilly or KO something else on the bench if you prefer, but I kind of like taking out the Screamtail. Screamtail can get super annoying.
The Iron Bundle is just such a clutch card in this matchup on most turns, essentially.
Yes.
Especially when Henry's going to look to utilize the bulk of the Gardevoir EX now that Roaring Moon is far less popular. Just keeping that Iron Bundle on the bench does seem quite valuable to me, as we are eventually switching into this Cramorant, and thanks to the Lost Provisions ability, we'll be able to use that Spit Innocently attack for no cost here. Andrew having a big debate over this Iron Bundle, whether or not to push the Screamtail out of the active position. It's just going to be the KO. I think because you've already switched into Cramorant, it would give Henry the option to go into Squawkabilly.
Yeah.
A sort of call my bluff situation. And with more Churro in the deck list, it would have been possibly wasted damage.
And you don't want to 2-hit KO the Squawkabilly. What you really want to do is get it with the Iron Hands later on in the game. So Henry here does have a Nest Ball, eyeing up that Fluttermane which is going to be coming down. Of course, always fun to say, oh, you know, there's comfort you're relying on.
Yeah.
Got it. And if you can combine it with an unfair stamp to turn off their draw power while putting them down to a 2-card hand, that is always fun if you can make it work. Looks like we've got a power pad for a Turo and an Ino going back in here.
Yeah, I at the very least saw another Ino in hand for Henry, so that's going to be a big deal. I believe there's also counter catcher, so you can make some cheeky plays with counter catcher and Fluttermane. Maybe you can response KO on a Comfey, locking out flower selecting from Andrew. But it's going to hold off on the counter catcher. Maybe just looking to set up damage across the board. You can, in some aspects, board lock the Lost Zone archetype and use Monkey Dory to clear up damage later. Yeah. I didn't see any Curlier, I don't think, from this hand. Was there any Ball Search? I see Vessel, lots of Buddy Poffin.
No, Buddy Poffin are not going to cut it. We do see the manual retreat here into that Fluttermane. Midnight Fluttering does turn off abilities of your opponent's active Pokemon, unless, of course, it is Midnight Fluttering. So it does actually mean the Cramorant's not even able to attack into the Fluttermane. Now we see great view there on the Pokestop, and there are
still
a couple
no
of
Curlier.
options.
Henry didn't choose to use the Vessels to thin the deck of Psych Energy. Ended up losing another Ino, though, so that's 2 down and a Power Pad already spent. It's just a pass. Henry just trying to slow down with his Midnight Fluttering. Really whiffed from his own Iono there.
That was not a good turn from Henry. Getting 0 Curlier out when you're able to do so is not a good idea. You know, not being able to get any attacks off on the board as well, not hitting your unfair stamp to really show your opponent. And we do see a Hisuian heavy ball off the Pokestop. That could lead to Iron Hands, and getting 3 more cards on the Lost Zone this turn is not going to be that difficult. There's already a Coruscant Experiment in hand. That hits the board. If we can see a Comfey or a Lost Vacuum, that's going to turn Mirage
as well in the hand for Andrew. As you said, with switching cards, you can spend this Iron Bundle and still get to 7 using Flower Selecting as well. So a lot of options here. I believe there's already 1 Mirage Gate in the hand.
Yes, there is.
So I think we're getting pretty close. I don't see it just yet. You can also do a very cool play, which is vacuum your own Pokestop and go for another Pokestop in hand, dig even deeper into the deck.
I love doing that, getting double use of the stadium, which you're not usually allowed to do.
Now, here we go. Tough choice for Henry.
This I like so much more, because now you know the Iron Hands is on board, so you can't just go hit my Squawkabilly, see if I care, because actually you really do care.
Yeah, you would be on your knees begging for no Iron Hands here. Yeah, Manaphy seems like the best option. You know you can recycle this fairly easily with Super Rod. And now it's down to Andrew, who will reveal the Iron Hands here, thanks to the Hisuian Heavy Ball. Also just going to make sure that they're on track of their other prize cards. Oh, it's going to be the Comfey. Oh, maybe took the Iron Hands from their first prize, perhaps, from the Cramorant, if it's already in hand.
Oh, might already have done, actually. We'll just, we'll have to figure that one out
either way. Either way, the line's open.
Oh, it's absolutely open. That sounds good to me. Now here's a Lost Vacuum. You don't need a 4th Comfey. There is confirmation, of course, that there is no Iron Hands in the prizes. So Iron Hands, absolutely a possibility here. Hits a Prime Catcher off of Pokestop. Does lose Radiant Greninja, but that can be recovered. So actually there is a chance here to not just hit the Iron Hands, but hit the Iron Hands onto the Squawkabilly if that's what you wanted with the Prime Catcher.
We do have 1 more selecting here, which gets us a step closer, and there is a Nest Ball pickup. Does that change our situation here for Andrew? I think we still can't use Ampy very much this turn.
No, you'd need 2 Mirage Gate, and I don't see a second one around right now.
Going to even prizes again, though, isn't too bad. Ooh, the Rescue Board versus the other Nest Ball here. Do you want to preemptively gate some various Pokemon this turn? Maybe even gating to a Sableye this turn and setting it up for the following turn?
Don't mind that at all.
You are constantly in fear of the unfair stamp in this matchup, so preloading any Pokemon onto this board is still helpful.
Yeah, it does go for the Nest Ball there, as you suggested. You want to try and make yourself as unfair stamp proof as possible. You're never going to be perfect, but just trying to go, look, if you unfair stamp me, I've got some options next turn. If I don't draw out of it, if the worst case scenario does happen, I've at least got some attacks. What you don't want to do is run into a Fluttermane with no attacks on the board. That is when things get very, very bad.
Andrew is slowly debating this Nest Ball, but eventually does play one. And this is where we'll see what he's really thinking about. Is it going to be an early Iron Hands and set up some damage, or just retain this single prize board? I think I like the Sableye the most here, personally.
And you are already at 10 in the Lost Zone, so if you wanted to Lost Mine this turn, you absolutely could.
Yeah, I think that's probably the best play, to be honest with you. Start setting up some damage. There is a 60 hit point Rolts in play, as well as 2 70 hit pointers. Maybe even just taking out Rolts and putting Squawkabilly EX in range of a later Sableye or a Cramorant plus Gusting effect. Could be big as well. Lots of things you can set up with this Lost Mine. Such a flexible option.
And you force the turn attachment onto the Manaphy to retreat because, of course, if you get a Gardevoir EX, can't attach to a water Pokemon using the ability.
That's also true.
So it does make things a bit more awkward. There's an energy on the Comfey just to use for retreat in the future if you want it.
Yeah.
And I do
Chooses
just
to
see a pass.
Really interesting from Andrew. Had a lot more aggressive options available with Prime Catcher and a few other moments, but Andrew's taking a foot off the gas here as we see a 3-card miss from Henry there from the Pokestop.
Of course, if you don't take a KO, that does mean that Unfair Stamp is not live.
That's true.
So it might be keep your hand. I can Iron Hands next turn. I've got Prime Catcher in hand. I don't want to leave myself vulnerable. You've already seen your opponent get rid of 2 INO, including 1 off the Pokestop. So you might be thinking, you know what, my hand's pretty safe right now.
Yeah, I think it's really a testament to Andrew recognizing the fear factor of Unfair Stamp and how dangerous that can be. If your board isn't fully prepped, let's just hold off and then try and have a turn where I establish multiple threats. So even if I have no hand, I'll have more plays to sort of chain my way through this matchup.
It's 1 card. It's an ace spec. You get 1 of them in your deck, and it can completely change so many matchups and how you approach them and how your opponent has to approach their matchup with you. It does make such a big difference. We do see a Super Rod coming down there. That Screamtail getting recovered. There's at least 1 Curlier going back in as well.
Yeah. I think this is all pre-Professor's research for Henry. I believe that's in hand. Just 1 copy in the deck list. So we'll be finally able to pitch some of these Psychic Energy, bank those in the discard pile. You are losing out on your second rare candy, so we're really looking for Curliers here from these 7 cards. We finally start seeing some, and Henry might have the opportunity to use TM Evolution here as well, perhaps.
Need to start getting Curlier down onto the board. There is the first one coming down, so at least you can start getting some cards. There is a Radiant Greninja in hand, but I don't believe there is bench space for it at the moment.
We have plenty of ball search, so at least Henry can start cycling through the deck. That is an objective of the Gardevoir player. We love to throw Psych Energy in the discard pile for some of our Pokemon, but also just using this refinement to basically filter out all the poor cards. And Henry has the option of possibly retreating into Fluttermane or using this TM Evolution. If we're spending Ultra Ball, we're probably retreating. But if we're going TM Evo, it means we're just going to end on this Manaphy in the active still.
I don't mind this. You're going to start your next turn with 3 Curlier on the bench, and then you're actually going to start being able to do what Gardevoir does. One of the things that makes Gardevoir such a great deck is you are just drawing so many more cards than your opponent. If you don't have your Curlier, you're not drawing the cards, and frankly, you don't play this deck if you're not drawing from Curlier continually. So it's not been a good start for Henry. This has taken far longer than planned, but at least next turn, the deck should really start doing what the deck is supposed to start doing. So how annoying can Andrew be on this turn? Can he take a big KO with Iron Hands? Because if you can go up by like 3 prizes, that's going to make a big difference before Henry even really gets going.
Yep. Already Mirage Gate. Well, you are losing out on boss's orders.
And that's the second of the 3 Lightning Energy currently unavailable, although it can be Super Rodded back in.
Yeah, I think we want to dig towards Super Rod. I think those are some of the big cards here. Even if you just take out the Manaphy and set up Greninja and Iron Hands with a number of Mirage Gate, that could be very powerful.
Don't mind that at
all.
all.
Here are the Super Rods. I think that's what we have mostly been lacking here for Andrew. We know that Greninja is in the discard pile right now. A number of those energy, as you mentioned, Ross. So, yeah, 2 Rods and a Mirage Gate being kept. Those seem like good cards to keep track of here.
I would definitely be perfectly happy with that. And let's face it, Buddy Poffin at this point in the game, it's done its job. It's an early game card most of the time. We drop a Pokestop, that's fine, there's 1 in play, and again, you've done a lot of what you need to do with that card already. Now is the time for setting up your attacking threats and just basically saying to Henry, you know what, I'm going to be firing off attacks in the next few turns, don't try and hand disrupt me, try and match me, but by the way, I've got attackers set up and I'm 2 prizes ahead.
So the debate really is, do you go crazy with Iron Hands and take a 3-prize knockout with Prime Catcher on Squawkabilly, and then you spend your final Gusting card? Or are we going to try and weave in some more Sableye math, get a little bit sneaky? One of the benefits of Andrew with the board right now is there's no space really for Monkey Dory.
Oh, you know what I want to do, Joe.
Yeah.
You know what I would pick every time.
We mentioned this on turn 1 that this was a possibility, didn't we?
And I told, I always go for the most aggressive play because that's the most fun for me. Andrew apparently agrees. I'm down with this. And look, you're going up 3 prizes before Henry's really got going. Next turn, Henry starts getting going. You've got all the refinement with Curlier. You're going to start throwing some attacks max out, it's going to be fun, but that's when you're already 3 prizes down. That is a bad time to start going here. So we know this is going to be easy. We've got the double Mirage Gate already in hand.
Yeah.
We've got Super Rod to recover those cards we need to recover. Everything is in hand and ready to go.
Yep, I love recovering, obviously, these energy, but possibly even the Iron Bundle might be worth recovering as well here. Andrew is holding on to 2 copies of Super Rod right now. Doesn't feel like you get maximum value because you'd only be rodding back Bundle and 1 Psyche Energy. But maybe for preloading that Sableye, it still might end up being worthwhile for you here. To just spend all these Super Rods proactively. Maybe even, well, yeah, we're going to double gate this turn, no doubt.
Oh, absolutely, you have to.
We can't do 2 Lightning Energy, that's not possible. They have to be different types of energy cards. And
Yes,
going straight onto the Iron Hands. Look how thin Andrew's deck is right now. I think it was 5 cards.
It's really not
the
very
Mirage
many.
Gate.
And it means you're going to draw into what you need. If there's only a couple cards left in there, you're going to get what you want. Here comes the second Mirage Gate.
Yeah, he does have water in hand, so you can just put 1 on here.
Yeah.
And then manually attach to get all the way to amp you very much.
Don't mind this, and of course, INO is really not going to do too much at this point. Unfair Stamp isn't, because you're going to be drawing 2 out of a very low deck. We do see the amp you very much into the Squawkabilly. Andrew takes 3 prizes there, and I talk about Andrew going up 3 prizes. Well, of course, man, Andrew's gone up 4 prizes.
Yeah.
3 this turn, 4 in total. And now Henry is really on the back foot. If Iron Hand attacks again, it's game over.
Absolutely the case. Let's see how Henry can work his way around this situation. We have a lot of cards already in the hand. We have Monkey Dory Darkness Energy. We've just drawn into Guard of War EX. We have potential for counter catch plays if we want to for trapping, but I feel like you have to attack with the Guard of War EX into this Iron Hands this turn.
Absolutely.
And you have to hand disrupt.
Yeah. Is there any gusting left for Andrew at this point? Obviously, he's used his...
It would just be Super Rod for Iron Bundles at this stage. There's no bundle currently in the deck list, but you can rod them back during the remainder of this game.
And if there's only 1 Guard of War, then Iron Bundle would force something active, which has got enough, well, low enough hit points that Iron Hands would take the win. Here comes an Arven for Henry. Goes and gets a tool and an item. And oh, look, Unfair Stamp straight. Doesn't even need a tool, just using Arven for Unfair Stamp. This is my point about Unfair Stamp. Not only is it great, if you want it, you can have it. You Arven for it, and if you want Arven, use Luminion to get Arven to get Unfair Stamp. It is not a random one-off item you are hoping you draw into.
Right.
The vast majority of decks can pick it out at the exact moment they want it. We see it in Pidgeot decks, we see it in decks with Forest Sealstone and Arven as well.
Yep.
If you want this card, you can have it whenever you want, normally.
Yep. You get 5
Yeah. Yeah.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, a little bit of technical difficulties there, but what, you think that's going to stop me and Joe talking about Pokemon? No. We had a long flight out here. We are going nowhere, except we are going right back to the game because the players are still playing and we need to catch up with exactly what's happening. Although, you did nail it, Joe. It is exactly like you suggested was going to happen.
Yeah, Henry finished off his turn. He evolved into a Gardevoir EX into the active position, used Monkey Dory to prep the damage on this Iron Hands that's now currently retreating, and he attacked with his Gardevoir EX to heavily damage this Iron Hands. Andrew looks like he's done a huge retreat of that Iron Hands and is reloading for Sableye here. I see Super Rod and Mirage Gate in this hand for Andrew, who is still just looking to close out those last couple prizes. Shouldn't be too difficult if you're using Sableye for this one. And it looks like we're eyeing up that Iron Bundle to possibly close out the game with a Cramorant play, as we are going to see Mirage Gate onto the Sableye.
Yeah, and it's a very similar thing we were talking backstage during the last game. If you can get a second Gardevoir up, that turns off the Iron Bundle.
And it looks like one of the only things that might still be an issue here is that Andrew might be low on switching cards. This Iron Hands could eventually be stuck, perhaps. I think there's one switch card remaining in the deck for Andrew. So possibly if Henry can spy this, looking at some resources, we're already seeing that exactly from Henry right now. Seeing a full retreat cost Iron Hands have to pay all of those energy to move out the way could give you the option to start weaving in Monkey Dory as well as Screamtail to take some bench prize cards at some point.
Yeah, Gardevoir is a good deck to trap stuff in the active. Screamtail can hit the bench, and of course what you can do is hit the active and then very slowly Monkey Dory and just never KO the active.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Some decks, you can trap them in the active until there's a KO. Gardevoir, you can trap them in the active, never KO them, in the same way the Lost Zone can, of course, with Sableye.
I'd love to see the knockout on Fluttermane here from Andrew, so you keep your Bundle Cramorant as an option to close the game next turn. It is very tempting to take away some draw power and also get rid of the Monkey Dory as well, so many good options on Henry's bench. It is going to be 110 to the Monkey Dory as well as 1 onto the Fluttermane, and Andrew goes down to 1 prize card in game 1 here.
Yeah, that last prize, it kind of has to be taken with a Cramorant now, looking at what we've got and what's already been used. Does seem like that Cramorant is going to be the thing, which is probably going to be taking the last prize. Gardevoir is going to be easily able to KO that Sableye, and you have to KO the Sableye, because if you don't KO the Sableye, then you just lose straight away anyway. So you go after the Sableye and just try and do everything you can, and one option here is evolving. Oh, what we've seen, Joe, what we've seen.
Iono. That seems pretty important. You can put Andrew down to just 1 card in hand. I'm not sure if Henry still has any counter catch remaining. If you're going to get really cheeky, you can use Monkey Dory maybe to finish off Iron Hands this turn and just take some prize cards as well.
That could
if you fill your bench with Monkey Dory, you can't start using Screamtail too much. So, like you said, Ross, probably will just be looking to take out Sableye this turn.
Yeah, I think that's what you got to do. You don't want to open up a possibility for Sableye to just take that final prize on something like a Manaphy pretty easily next turn. One thing I would love to see here is a potential, can I get a second Gardevoir out so that, because as it stands at the moment, anything on the bench, I believe, unless I missed something obvious, is in range of Cramorant.
Well, the Fluttermane can deny the lost provisions. That would be big.
So the Fluttermane could be good.
Yeah, that's why I kind of liked the KO on the Fluttermane. We're going to see a retreat here from Henry.
I did say the Fluttermane.
To actually go into the Fluttermane. Yeah. So this is a way to shut down Flower Selecting as well as Cramorant as an attacking threat. This is really important. You put your opponent down to 1 card in hand. I'm just saying that hopefully I can buy turns and remove attackers. Andrew's deck doesn't have many cards remaining. Has gone through a number of the Mirage Gate and switching cards at this stage. Henry also going low in cards remaining in deck as we see a 3-card discard there from the Pokestop. But
there is the KO on the Sableye, 20 damage on the Iron Hands, KOs that as well. Big free prize turn from Henry there. Still got free prize remaining.
Comfey, Psychic Energy. Look at this. What a way to win the game. Psychic Energy attacking with Comfey. You do not see that every day, Ross.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest with you. There were a lot of options available. Comfey, and the Comfey isn't an attacking threat. Comfey, in most 99% of the games you play, Comfey might as well not have an attack. But spinning attack, free, 2 energy, 30 damage, you don't expect to ever use it, but because Gardevoir had to put the damage onto the Fluttermane in order to power it up to do the attack, that actually opened the door for Comfey. A lot of these Lost Zone decks go very low on Psychic Energy, but there's 2 here, and that was enough as we get to the replay.
Yeah, as we saw, some very good early pressure displayed from Andrew, then took a turn off, decided to just hold on to a really strong hand, made sure Henry couldn't use that devastating unfair stamp, and was just able to hold this huge combination of gate plus prime catcher onto Squawkabilly. As Henry really struggled to get into the game, had a big whiff from INO, a few of those Pokestops also just not really helping out too much, any Bull Search being missed as we see that big KO from the Iron Hands. It just kind of took too long for Henry to get into this game, with Curlier being quite a slow process in that game one. you are going to just walk into an unfair stamp. And we know that so many of these stage 2 archetypes not only throw a stamp at you, but then they're also trying to use the counter catchers and have a number of bench attacking options as well. They can get very sneaky with that Monkey Dory. So
yes.
you have to make sure that your hand and your board is prepared to be able to take those prizes, take control of the game. And Andrew showing really impressive stuff. You can see why he's a 3-time regional winner and is displaying another great show here.
Yeah, one of the biggest turns in that match was at the turn where Andrew had the attack on the board and went, yeah, I'm good, mate, I don't need it. Yeah. But you looked, you know what, well, hang on a second. If I don't KO, that takes unfair stamp off the board. I know there's 2 INO in the discard pile. The chances of my hand getting disrupted are pretty low, and I've not got the combo I need in hand, but I've got most of the combo. So give myself one more turn, draw a card, flower selecting a couple of times, maybe, you know, get another Chorus's Experiment. By next turn, I am going to have the combo, and it's such a hard thing to train yourself to do, to go, I've got a KO on board, but I can wait a turn, it will work out okay, and it almost didn't. That last turn of game 1, Henry played so well, did everything right, and there's got to be a point where Henry's like, really, comfy.
Spinning attack.
You had a psychic energy to KO me with the comfy. You don't see that coming.
Yeah, just keeping the cool head in that moment, especially having to pause the game as well during, and just knowing your outs is just such a awesome thing to see on the stage. And it's so easy to panic there and think about, oh, my only attackers left are Cramorant, and maybe I have to reload Sableye and this, that, and the other. But Andrew just kind of shrugged and said, well, this attack works. Let's just finish the game that way.
It's such a good feeling when you realize something like that. And we've all been there, and you sit there and you're like, hang on a second. I can KO a comfy here. And then you sit there and you're trying not to give the game away, and you're like, okay, so the Nanaflame's in the active, and you've got to put, so it's going to be in range, right? It's going to work. It's going to work.
Beating a world champion with spinning attack really is a bragging right, isn't it?
And then the turn gets past you, and you're like, wait, it's actually going to work. Oh, it feels good. I love it. And yeah, taking down a former world champion. Like, Henry Brand isn't somebody who, you know, took one world championship and then kind of stopped.
Right.
Henry has been a good, consistent player ever since that world championship victory. So not someone you really want to play in round 3. There's nearly 2,700 players in this tournament. Getting a former world champion round 3, you're like, why is it not round 7 match?
Well, yeah, but it's a big confidence boost, and I think that's fantastic for Andrew. I think we actually have him on stage with Juancho, so let's hear from him.
Thank you, casters. I'm Juancho Saldana here, and I'm joined by the round 3 winner, Andrew Hedrick. How are you feeling?
Feeling pretty good after that.
Definitely, definitely. So, you're playing Lost Box in general. Tell us about why the deck choice for the biggest tournament here.
So one of the things I found is that Lost Box, if you can make it go really fast, you have a really good matchup into a lot of the top decks. Some of them aren't built to deal with turn 2 Iron Hands, turn 2 Sableye, turn 2 Gradient Greninja. Usually between those 3, you can find a lot of pressure to put on your opponents and have pretty good matchups.
No, I have to agree. The deck definitely feels a lot more turbo nowadays, and it must feel good too, because a lot of the players have been dropping the Jirachi too, right? But yeah, are there any matchups in particular you're afraid of?
I would say that Dragon Bolt can be scary. Gardevoir, if they have techs for you, can be kind of scary, but this matchup didn't seem too bad to me, and so I was not too afraid of it.
That's for sure. That's for sure. You're very, very looking very strong, definitely after that match. I mean, round 3, you're up against Henry Brand, former world champion. It's only round 3, right? But tell us about the game 1. It looks to be a very interesting game.
Yeah, it was definitely a pretty interesting game. It seemed like he had a little bit slower a start, and usually in this matchup, I'd be trying to set up an Iron Hands rather than go for a Cramorant play, but I saw Iron Hands as prized, and I didn't know how easy it would be for me to find it, so I decided to go in with the Cramorant, take the early prizes, and then I was trying to get to Sableye the next turn, but couldn't find it. But I decided not to take a prize because I was worried about the unfair stamp Flutter Mane combo because I didn't have an Iron Bundle to move it off the board. So I just passed, set up my board more for next turn with the Iron Hands, and by then my deck was so low I could get off a couple Sableyes to close out the game.
Yeah, I have to say, I just have so much respect for that play. It takes so much patience, really, and discipline to say, hey, you know what, let's not take a prize right now. Let's win the board state. And, you know, you played it absolutely perfectly. I want to know, can you give us any tips for any aspiring Pokemon master out there?
Yeah, I would say just practice with your deck a lot. That's what I did for this tournament, and it's worked out so far.
Great to hear, great to hear. Is there anyone you'd like to shout out before I let you go?
Yeah, shout out to everyone who's playing the deck with me. There's too many people to name, but shout out to all of them, and shout out to my team, Dead Draw Gaming.
Awesome stuff, awesome stuff. Again, congratulations on your win here again at NAIC, one of the biggest international tournaments of all time. I'm sure this is not going to be the last time we're going to be seeing you. But yeah, with that, we're going to go ahead and throw it back to more Pokemon action. Back to you, casters.
Thank you very much, Juancho. Always lovely to hear from players after a win like that. That was an interesting game. We got the chat from them, and here's the thing, right? This was a tournament where we kind of thought we knew what to expect coming in. Lots of Lugia, lots of Raging Bolt, lots of Dragapult. And Lost Zone Box, a lot of people were less high on the deck. It wasn't necessarily one of the big ones that was being talked up online. It wasn't doing that well in Japan, where they've been playing what is essentially this format for, you know, a few weeks now at this point. And yet, you look at a game like that, and you look at it's not the same Lost Zone Box we had last week when we didn't have the Twilight Masquerade format. And you're thinking, like, maybe, I don't know, I'm easily suckered in by seeing a good win like that. But I'm thinking maybe Lost Zone Box is better than people have been giving it credit for.
Yeah, it reminds me of going way back to the Silver Tempest format, where to keep up with broken Lugia, the Lost Zone decks had to be very aggressive and get that Mirage Gate as quickly as possible. So the logic stands that Lugia's got very strong again. Let's play a fast Lost Box, get to 7, use my Lightning attackers on turn 1. The logic stands. You know, this was one of the best ways to play Lost Zone Box, and it feels like we're coming back into that format again. To be fair, Lost Zone Box did gain a few cards as well. That Blood Moon Ursaluna EX, one of the most powerful cards from Twilight Masquerade. The deck finally has an answer to Iron Hands. That was one of the issues of the Lost Zone Box variant pre-Twilight Masquerade. So has gained a few pieces here and there. Absolutely. And I really like Andrew's choice of just refining the list, taking out some of those energy counts that were kind of wonky, got rid of the Roaring Moon, and just said that sometimes tempo is going to carry me through these games.
And it's little things. Like, I've seen a bunch of decks where they're playing, you know, one Sableye, one Psychic Energy, because they've got to cut down to open up other options, like, for instance, your Roaring Moon. But now, if you're playing 2 Psychic Energy, well, all of a sudden, that silly little Comfey play at the end, which was not that silly when it's winning you what is a very long game, actually, that is an option. And if you're probably cutting down to 1 Psychic to open up other options in the deck, all of a sudden you lose the option of Comfey, which it's not going to work very often. But if you streamline the deck, the things that are available more often. Sableye comes out that little bit more often, and obviously, we saw Andrew there talk about the early Sableye, where you need that second Psychic Energy to try and make that happen. If Sableye's prized, you only play the 1, but that's all right. You can use Hisui and Heavy Ball, you might draw into it. If your 1 Psychic Energy's prized, Sableye's off until you find it.
And I think it's just very cute metagaming that Andrew knows and is aware that the Jirachi has been a huge tech card for Lost Zone for a while. But it seems like the Stage 2 decks, because of the sort of dip of Lost Zone Box, they're not fitting the space. They just don't have the room. They have to worry about the Lugia matchup. They have to worry about Charizard. They have to worry about control. They have to worry about all these other things. They don't really have the room for Jirachi. Very few players will choose to have it in their deck list this weekend. And when that's the case, it's almost like Sableye came out as a brand new card, because it's finally an option again in all these matchups where it's some of the strongest plays it can be.
Yeah, when Sableye first came out, I was quite vocal in thinking it was a slightly unfair card. It's dropped off a little bit. It's back now. Now, you might be thinking, hang on a second, Ross and Joe, look, you're in New Orleans, you're having fun. Why don't you bring us back a present? The answer is my suitcase is only so large. But we do still have some presents for you. We've got some distributions which have been given away in the games, and not just TCG, there are in a few. For instance, in Pokemon Go, there is a Twitch drop where you can go and get yourself an Altaria, Tweedle's 2024 Altaria. So all you need to do is stay tuned to the Pokemon Go stream to receive your special code via Twitch drops. And I have it on good authority. Apparently, Altaria is really good in Pokemon Go.
We can see it right here. It seems to be doing stuff. It got a KO right there, Ross.
It got a KO. And look, it seemed like that was a big
champion.
KO.
That's a good thing. If you're interested in the video game, there's also that Porygon 2 Twitch drop as well. So that's another great distribution going on this weekend.
Oh, Porygon 2 is one of my faves. I spent a summer in 2017 getting way too into competitive video game, and Porygon 2 made it into basically every team that I made. Huge, huge fan of Porygon 2. And it's kind of nice when you see those Pokemon aren't fully evolved. They have known evolutions, and yet they're still pretty good. And we got our own distribution going on in TCG this weekend as well with the Teal Mask Ogerpon.
That's going to be a card we will see this weekend. We haven't shown it yet on the stream, but it is one of the main selling point cards of Twilight Masquerade. It combines two phenomenal things, Ross. Card draw as well as energy acceleration. This card does it all, and it's going to be the forefront of the Raging Bolt archetype, which is the second most played deck this weekend.
And I know what you're thinking, why do I have to wait for some of the drops? Well, you don't have to wait for this one. Teal Dance NAIC24. Use that code in Pokemon TCG Live. Get yourself a special illustration rare Teal Mask Ogerpon. We're not giving it a regular version. You guys are better than that. You guys deserve more than that. We're giving you the special illustration rare, and it's a beautiful card, and it's a very good one. When I was off the first couple of rounds, I did some wandering around the venue, Joe, and I found one of my favorite decks I've seen in a long time. I looked at the board. We've got Miraidon in the active, 2 Iron Crown on the bench. I'm like, that's not so
Normal
weird.
future deck, sure, go on.
Until you see 2 basic grass on each of the Iron Crown, and then 2 Ogerpon sitting on the bench next to them. And that was a run to try and get the deck list, and I'm like, oh, it's a hyper-aggressive Iron Leaves deck. Never even thought of that one. Unfortunately, did lose round 2. Not sure entirely how well they're doing now.
You'll keep track.
Oh,
You'll
I'm
keep
gonna
track
be keeping
for us,
track.
I'm sure.
Believe me, if that deck has a decent run, I will be arguing very hard to get super aggressive Iron Leaves onto stream. But just to show, you know, that quad Ogerpon gets into a bunch of decks.
It's such a versatile card. You know, like I said, it combines card draw and acceleration. You can find so many ways to weave this in. There's energy switches at the very least. It can attack itself as well. It's a grass type. This can be really handy into Charizard EX, which was previously the most popular archetype in the game. And you can just cleanly one-hit KO that for those requisite 3 energy to Myriad Leaf Shower. So, yeah, there's so many attributes to this card. On a basic, you can do so much with it.
Yeah, and I think as we go deeper into the tournament, that Raging Bolt Teal Mask deck, it's been played in such numbers, we're going to see some rising to the top. Any deck was played that high, we're going to see some going up there. But also, it is a deck which has got so much potential. I mean, we've been playing around with it. We were playing some games in Bologna last weekend.
Sure were.
And it's just kind of the turn 2 280. It feels like hitting 280 damage on turn 2 shouldn't happen that often. And then you start playing the deck and you're like, oh, this happens way more than you think it will before you start playing it.
Yeah, almost every card in that deck just says draw with its abilities. It's even the Raging Bolt EX itself has an attack that can draw cards as well. So yeah, you just have so much internal synergy, and 280 that easily does warp the metagame.
Yeah, it's really awkward. Like, you know, you're playing Lugia, you go first. You cannot just leave one Lugia sitting there in the active at the end of turn 1 because it's going to go away. So it forces you to find a switching card, find a second Lugia. It basically means you have to play the game assuming that you're going to lose basically any basic Pokemon, regardless of if it's a giant 2-prizer or not.
Oh, yeah.
You can play the whole game assuming that's going to happen because it probably is going to happen.
Sure will. Let's give Porygon 2 another little spotlight, especially for those interested in the video game, because that's also a Twitch drop this weekend. NAIC TR1, you can see Trick Room there with some funky numbers getting involved, because that's what the Porygon 2 is all about. You can see it's tanking with that Eviolite, and it has a really nice moveset there. And we can see Nils showing the true potential of it in these little highlights here.
Shout out to all the Cornish people like me watching at home. Second you said TR1, that's going to have put something in their brain. That's
I only just realised it's Trick Room. It took me a while to find it, but there you go.
I love that Porygon 2. Get an Eviolite on there, give it a little bit of extra bulk. Let's get rolling. Porygon, clearly one of the best evolution lines in the entirety of the Pokemon world. I don't think that's a controversial statement.
Unbiased. And yeah, it's a fantastic evolution line. One of my favorites as well. It's had some great cards in its eras as well. I remember all the way back in the EX era, one of my favorite abilities of all time, Download from Porygon.
Oh, yes.
A fantastic option for a stage 1.
Yeah, and it's always fun. I mean, we've got the current one that plays around with tools in the Lost Zone. It's not proven to be very good, but I live in hope, Joe. I live in hope.
Yeah, someone likes Porygon out there. We've seen enough of them over the years that even Crazy Code, that's an interesting one that we've had in recent years, and that created some wacky archetypes.
Oh, we've got one at the moment. Lets you flip a coin to get a whole bunch of energy back if you feel quite lucky. Yeah, love me some Porygon. So we've got drops there for Go. We got the Altaria for Go. We got the Porygon 2 for VG, and then we got the Teal Mask Ogerpon, the special illustration rare for TCG. Make sure you're joining in with all of those drops. There are other games available this weekend. We're a little biased towards TCG, as you might imagine, but other games are available.
Yeah, and I'm really looking forward to seeing that Teal Mask Ogerpon EX in action. Definitely an archetype that we have our eye on. Like you said, Ross, it comes out the gate swinging so quickly, and it is just one of the most consistent decks in the room. I think there's something to be said about just being the problem, being that pace setter and saying, I'm coming in with an attack straight away, let's see how strong your board is. We literally just saw in that first round that an early Cramorant, just 110 damage, was enough to immediately win a game. So having that higher ramp and possibly even pushing some V and V star decks out of the metagame by having that raw aggression is just such a big boast to have.
Yeah, it's such a huge difference. I'm a giant fan of any deck that is super consistent. You see things like Lugia. We saw it in round 1 already today. Super good deck, very powerful, most played deck, won the Japan Championship last weekend.
Yeah,
no
4
one
in
is,
top 8.
Yeah, so no one is arguing about Lugia being a good deck or not. That is absolutely confirmed. Lugia is a good deck. But you kind of need to find your 2 Archeops, get them in the discard pile, and get your Lugia evolved into your V-Star on turn 2. You need to get all of that to happen on turn 2. And if it doesn't, then you really start falling behind in the game. Whereas you look at something like your Roaring Moon Ogerpon or your Lost Zone decks, those early turns tend to go so much better because you're looking for so much less. Because all the cards are just drawing. You're not searching out an Archeops or something like that. You're just using flower selecting, drawing a bunch of cards. You've got a whole bunch of different options, and it just makes life a little bit easier for you. Lugia's got that raw power, and if you could get Lugia setting up turn 2 every game, I don't think playing anything else would be a sensible suggestion. That would be an easy decision. Problem is, you can't get it going turn 2 every game, and that is where Lugia starts to fall down. These other decks that are more consistent, they're a little less powerful, but there's a lot to be said for them anyway.
Yeah, I think there's that constant 7 out of 10 that I think Raging Bolt Ogerpon achieves is just very powerful, because Lugia can be that 10. It can definitely be way up there in power level, but could also be like a 2 and just really not do much. You're reading the wind, you're just retreating into different Pokemon, you're using Call for Family on Minccino, and you're leaking prize cards as you go while you're cobbling something together. So that steady Eddie 7 out of 10 can win you a lot of games.
Oh yeah, we saw a board state earlier which was 2 Luminion, 0 Archeops.
We've all been there.
Yeah, we've all been there. If you find yourself in that situation, it feels pretty bad. So Gardevoir, we've seen it on stream 2 rounds in a row.
Yeah.
We've seen it lose on, well, we've seen it tie and then lose. We haven't seen it win.
Yeah.
Are we still taking it seriously?
Of course, yeah. I mean, it's still going to be a top performer. A lot of the top echelon of players are choosing to play that Gardevoir archetype. I just feel like it has so many great defensive options. That Monkey Dory is a great math fixer for your Gardevoir EX, but also your Drifloon and your Screamtail. But just the turn 2 option of just completely flipping a game by having counter catch whatever you want to alongside giving your opponent a 2-card hand, it's just so devastating at times.
And it's the thing, there's so many players playing it in the room. There's such a large sample going on. We're only showing you the occasional games on stream. There are plenty of games out there where Guardy's going, right, you've taken a prize. There's the unfair stamp. Now you've got a 2-card hand. I'm going to use counter catcher. Monkey Dory's doing its thing. And all of a sudden, we've got this super powerful deck that's going. It's another deck that takes a couple of turns to get rolling. It's why unfair stamp basically has to be the choice in the deck nowadays. But you've got so much comeback potential. And look, in that game 1 we just saw in that last round, Henry came so close to pulling that back. Were it not for the Comfey leaving that Fluttermane in the active, taking those prizes, that could easily have led to a win for Henry.
Yeah, it was actually, Andrew was right on the edge of his resources. He really didn't have much left in the deck. It would have required a big combo had the Fluttermane not been that heavily damaged, you know, if there wasn't that easy Comfey KO available on exactly that turn. Because I think Henry would have denied those options later down the line with Churro and such. So it was that 1-turn window that Andrew had to hit Psychic Energy and attack with Comfey. And I think that it just sort of is a testament to the flexibility of Gardevoir. We know it has that backbone of consistency with draw from Curlier. It has great tanking potential, even more so I think in this format with less Charizard around. And Monkey Dory also helping you tank because you're healing off your Pokemon that you're damaging yourself with Psychic Embrace.
And that's the thing, like we go back to that game and when we look at Andrew's deck and we're like, well, hang on a second, what in your deck gets a 1-hit KO on a Gardevoir? You're not playing Roaring Moon anymore, and the answer is nothing.
Yeah.
There's nothing in your deck that gets a 1-hit KO on Gardevoir, which is why we see players like Henry playing a couple different of, you know, a couple copies of the Turo, and actually their game could have gone differently. So, We're here all weekend, Joe, yeah? Isn't a one-day thing. We didn't fly all this way for one day. We got 3 days of action coming up. We've got TCG, VG, we got Go, we got Unite. We got 3 days of action across all the channels, so do make sure you are following us in all the appropriate places.
Yep, we want to hear from you. We want to hear what archetypes you want to see, what players you want to see. We've been blessed so far with our early rounds.
Oh, yeah.
So many great players already on show. More than anything we could have asked for, and they just happened to play against each other in those opening rounds, so that's phenomenal. We have so many more decks to put on show, and there's just so much to see from Twilight Masquerade. The NAIC, the biggest tournament of the year, the highest stakes, the best prizing. There's everything you want here this weekend.
Yeah, there's lots of surprising things we're going to see this weekend. We've got a surprise coming up now, something I'm interested in. The question is, Anna's out on the floor. She's interviewing somebody. I have no idea who she's interviewing, and frankly, I'd like to find that out.
Hi there, I'm Anna Prosser here at the 2024 Pokemon North America International Championship with my new friend Paolo, and you are dressed in a lovely getup today. Tell us about what you're cosplaying.
I'm Bugcatcher Paolo. I'm from Viridian City, and you beat me when I only had 5 Caterpies, and I'm back for revenge.
What does that revenge look like?
A lot of bugs.
What went into making this cosplay?
I always loved bug Pokemon growing up, and I thought that they were always overlooked. And I play the card game. There's a card named Bug Catching Set, and I was like, I'm going to play any deck that I can play that in, and I'm going to put as many of it as I can.
What are the best bug-type Pokemon?
My favorite, the best bug type is probably Genesect from last format's Fusion Strike deck. Yeah. And I think right now, there really isn't a best bug type, but they are all the best.
Well, I was going to say, I guess there's a difference between the best and your favorite. So is the best your favorite, or do you have a different favorite?
My favorite's Heracross, because he's kind of got this horn, and he's just like, he's going to hit you, and just like hit you as hard as he can. He doesn't think about it. He just goes forward.
Are you competing at all here this weekend?
I'm playing the card game in the Masters division. I'm 1-1 right now. Not doing too good, but we're going to try to keep the dream alive.
Tell us a little bit about your deck.
It's Raging Bolt, you know. Put on a lot of energies, do a big damage, and try to get the teal masks and the and the energies with the bug catching set. Bug catching set.
You really have a commitment to this bug thing. What makes that so fun? I think a lot of people think, oh, I have to do just only what the meta says, and it doesn't matter what I like. Like, how important is it to put something in your deck or in your play that you really love?
I really love that in Pokemon there are different ways to have express your creativity. Some people like to make their cards a specific type of rarity. Some of it they like a specific type of type. But me, I just want to play bugs.
Well, you're doing a great job of it. Thanks so much, Paolo. Best of luck as you move forward in the tournament.
Thank you so much.
And we will be back with more from the 2024 Pokemon North America International Championship.
Between tournaments, I make sure that I can get a lot of rest and recover after the tournament, and as well as taking time to do lots of practice.
A lot of it really comes down to practice and making sure that I'm knowing what I'm playing is the best I can play for that tournament. It's always good to look at the meta, see what decks is performing well. You never want to play something that doesn't beat the top deck. Right now, Charizard is the best deck, and you want to play something that can beat Charizard. So I would just say play a deck and just kind of make sure you know what you're playing, you're comfortable with it, know your matchups, and don't last minute switch decks.
Between tournaments, I like to hit up friends to scrim, making sure I know my counts. So yeah, all those things help me improve for the next tournament.
I continue to practice and test the different matchups, looking at different stats and how everyone's doing in the meta, what's being played. I also find the car rides up to the tournaments a great time to talk strategy with my teammates and prepare to see what matchups we're going to be going against.
I guess the best way for me to improve between tournaments is understanding the meta, having a good idea of team composition, what works well with what has good symmetry with each other and against, whatever you can see between other opponents. I think that that's one of the best ways in order to improve, between tournament and tournament. Also, continually battle, learning counts, learning type differences, learning matchups, those things.
I mainly end up asking my brother what I should do because he's helped me out a lot through the past few years, you know, through juniors, through seniors. Basically, my whole family plays, so it's just repetition, picking every Pokemon that you can, that you know is going to be used, and just practice every day.
The first Pokemon game that I played was Pokemon Black and White 2. My first experience with competitive cards was after getting some cards in like 2nd grade, and then my parents were like, oh, you should go to a league, and then it kind of just snowballed from there. My first memory of competing is probably the 2013 World Championships in Vancouver. I lived in Oregon at the time, so it was an easy 6-hour drive, and Worlds is always such a fun experience. My favorite Pokemon is probably Gumi. I don't know, he's just a little guy. In the community, I look up to a lot of top players. I have a lot of respect to the Azul Garcia Griego's testing group. They play super well. They always make great meta calls to every event, and it's really impressive to just see their consistency. It'd probably be Cynthia. Very fun fight in the game, so I mean, I'm sure it'd be cool in person. My favorite region is definitely Unova. It was my first game, and also since the first one's Black and White, they added a bunch of new Pokemon, and all the designs are just so unique and cool. And then obviously the sequels in Black and White 2 are really nice instead of just having remakes. I would have to choose Candy because I'm playing Rare Candy in my deck this weekend, so if I won Worlds, I mean, I would probably just, I don't know if I'd call anyone because my parents would probably be there, but yeah, they'd be watching on stream at home if they weren't, so I don't know if I'd need to call anyone. Okay, you gotta go cereal before milk because you have to measure the milk based on how much cereal you have. If you just pour the milk first, then you're gonna have a like completely horrible ratio.
Hello, Pokemon fans, and boy, do I have a treat for you because the person joining me right now is actually the 2023 NAIC champion, Cyrus Davis. And Cyrus, you're here to defend your crown. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I'm playing a deck I'm pretty confident in that also honestly isn't anywhere near as hard as to play as my deck last year, so I'm kind of just relaxing. I'm seeing when I play against, playing my cards, and we'll see what happens.
Well, you know what? I have full confidence in you, Cyrus.
Thank you.
I mean, after last year, it was so impressive. If I remember right, it was Rapid Strike Urshifu that you brought to the NAIC 2023, which honestly wasn't, you know, it was more of a rogue pick, I think. You think the deck you're bringing right now is similar to, in spirit, to your Urshifu deck?
It very much is, maybe not in play style, but in the number of people other than me playing it in the tournament, most certainly.
That's for sure. I'm not gonna lie, I actually got to peek on your deck, but you know what? We're gonna keep that on the down low.
Okay, sounds good.
I'm sure we'll get you on stream at some point, right? But I cannot wait to see it. But you know what? I want to ask you though about like your prep going into this tournament. This is a big one for you. NAIC, you're the reigning champion, some would say. How did you prepare for something this big?
So I had my invite wrapped up before LA, and even at Indy, I already knew that I didn't need many points to get it. I needed like 3 points. So I actually started testing this format before Indy, and I just put all my time into that. Before the set even come out, I'd played about 500 games of this format. Probably about 1,000 by the time the event is rolled around. And I started by just testing the best decks, and then you know, I would test rogue decks once in a while to see which ones might be viable. And you know, I had like a a couple rogue decks that I felt like were very strong in the meta. Ended up playing one of them, but and then also had like a backup deck in Dragapult Xatu that I thought was just a very safe play for the event if I didn't really like my rogue pick later on.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. But 1,000 games of Pokemon to prepare to this event. More than 1,000, probably by now, and that's impressive. That is the nature of being a pro Pokemon player. I expect nothing less, really.
Thank you.
But really, going into this tournament, I want to talk about what was your forecast for the metagame?
So I was expecting top 5 to be Lugia for sure, number 1, and then Gardevoir, Dragapult, Charizard, and I'm missing one, but I can't remember what it was. But I remember the one deck that I was wrong about was Zard. Zard didn't even end up in the top 6, I think. So below 5.5% meta share, which is definitely surprising to me. I thought a lot of people would stick with it, and even people who wouldn't stick with it. It's actually kind of a sleeper play for this weekend, so I thought that there'd be a decent amount of people on it, but Lost Box ended up being pretty popular, more popular than I expected. I expected it to be in that top 10 range, but I didn't expect it in the top 5, so that was what really surprised me.
Great forecast there. Definitely taking some notes. I want to see how this tournament does end up. I believe the next round is actually going to start shortly, so I don't want to keep you too long. I just want, last couple of questions. What advice do you have to someone aspiring to be a champion just like you?
Just practice, honestly. I can't say that I always practice as much as I did for this event. Last year, I had about 8 games on my deck before the tournament, whereas this year I played about 1,000 games. Yeah.
Okay.
So. But not 1,000 games with my specific deck. So, it's just a matter of practice is the key, and then just have fun. Those are the two winning, the winning combination.
I love that. Practice is the key, and just have fun. Okay, that's going on my notes for sure.
Sounds good.
With that, anyone you want to shout out before I let you go?
I want to shout out everyone playing the deck with me. I'm not going to list them all off because I'm worried I'll forget somebody, but especially Callie Moore, just the only player who goes to a lot of tournaments that lives in my city. We play together all the time and known each other for a long time, and she always sticks with me on the deck that I'm playing. Played Inteleon with me last year, so shout out to Callie Moore.
All right. With that, ladies and gentlemen, again, this is the 2023 NAIC champion, Cyrus Davis, and could still potentially be the 2024 NAIC champion. We'll have to see here. But with that, we're going to throw it back to the casters because there's still a lot more Pokemon action.
Thank you very much, Juancho. Always nice to hear from a former international champion. I'm not going to tell you which deck Cyrus is playing, but I'll give you 2 facts about it. There are 35 people in the room playing the deck, including Cyrus, and one of them is 3-0, but I'm not going to tell you who. Speaking of which, I'm here with Joe, obviously. Little pop quiz for you, Joe. My pick for the tournament, Miraidon. How many players in the room are currently 3-0 with Miraidon? I looked it up. I'm willing to bet you haven't.
I've not looked it up. Right. Is it over 5?
It's over 5.
20?
11.
11? That's not too bad.
11 people, 3-0 with Miraidon right now. I'm just saying, seems like it might be a decent deck in this format.
Oh yeah, I mean, being aggressive, especially into Lugia, we know how popular it is in day 1. I think fixing that Raging Bolt Ogerpon matchup is kind of the biggest hurdle for Miraidon players.
Oh, absolutely.
Possibly why it's not so popular. But we've seen Miraidon do well even when Charizard was the most popular deck, and you were kind of weak into that matchup. So we know that Miraidon has the strength behind it to adapt and overcome. So that's really going to be the key this weekend.
Absolutely, and if we have a look at the early format over in Japan, you had the City Leagues where Dragapult was just absolutely wrecking, but then we got to the Sapporo Champions League, the first big tournament in Japan in this format, which was won by
Miraidon. Certainly did.
And it was largely a response to Dragapult.
Yep, and Guardi, I think, as well.
Yeah, and Lugia was also a good deck there, so it had a lot of good matchups. Raging Bolt was not really the powerhouse then that it is expected to be this weekend, and it is a rough matchup for Miraidon, so it's not as good a pick at NAIC as it was in the Champions League in Sapporo, I concede, but 11 people, 3-0. I'm liking it. I think we've got a minute to actually have a quick look at the day 1 metagame while we're here and take a look at exactly what people are playing. But Joe, I know there's something you want to get on the record about this.
I do just want to talk about that Dragapult that's currently hanging out in that 5th place position right now, but also that does not classify the Lost Zone Dragapults, which is a popular build as well. So I think the Dragapult decks combined actually get over that 200 threshold as well of archetypes. So it has shown up this weekend. but in various forms. And I think that's one of the big debates around Twilight Masquerade is certainly everyone respects that Dragapult EX is an incredible card. We know that Phantom Dive attack, 200 to the active, 6 damage counters to the bench is just so flexible in so many matchups. We all know this is a phenomenal option, especially when you have that Drakcloak with the Recon Directive ability, drawing you cards throughout the game. It's just a historic combo for our most recently successful Stage 2 Pokemon, especially when this card has no weakness. The stats on Dragapult is just so insane, but the question becomes, how do we partner up this card to get the most out of it?
There's so many different options here. The Xatu build is one I've always been a fan of. I like the idea. It's very much like the Teal Mask Ogapon. You're accelerating energy while drawing cards, but you're opening up, because you're accelerating energy, you're opening up so many more options of other cards you can tech in, single prize attackers. But I know you've been saying since we got here, you're a fan of the Lost Zone Dragapult build.
Yeah, I think it has so much combined to make it strong. Similar to Xatu, you get to play that one prize game plan pretty nicely. And when you look at Dragapult's attack cost, Fire Energy is great with Radiant Charizard, Psychic Energy, great with Sableye, and we've just been talking about how great Sableye is in this format, so you get to just play more good cards, and you have even more draw-based Pokemon in those Drakcloak inside an already pretty strong archetype. We've seen Sablezard in different metagames be a powerful combination, so gaining more draw power in a Stage 1, and then being able to revert into this really chunky, high hit point option is just a great situation to have. So that's definitely one on my radar this weekend.
Yeah, Dragapult's one of those cards where you're like, oh, everything's good. High HP, good. No weakness, good. Attack, good. Stage 1 with a draw power, good. Everything about this card is good, and because it's 2 energy, and you've got that inherent draw, it means you can open up a lot of other options. It will fit into almost any archetype, and it's why, you know, when we say, whoa, 5.68%, 152 decks of Dragapult, that does not tell the story. Of course, big story here, there is a top 3. There is a very clear top 3 with then a big gap beneath them. It's Archeops Lugia, it's Raging Bolt, and it's Gardevoir. We're going to be seeing those decks proliferate into Day 2, purely because there's so many of them. Some of those players are going to have a good run, but I'm kind of looking forward to tomorrow morning when we get to show you the Day 2 graphic, because how they make their way, how they convert into Day 2 is always a big question.
I think those top 3 as well play quite interestingly into one another. I think the Gardevoir typically is targeting the Raging Bolt and can be concerned by the pop-offs of a Lugia archetype. The Lugia archetype kind of balanced between the two of them, and then Raging Bolt certainly doesn't want to face that Gardevoir matchup and is looking to just be the aggressor in most situations. So that's a little interesting core dynamic of those 3. But as you can see already on the graphic, there's 8%, 5%, that sort of thing. There is going to be that smuttering of other archetypes. And I think a big thing to call out, based on last week, where has Chien-Pao gone and where has Charizard EX gone, Ross?
I mean, they're not as good as they were. Now, we were talking to a bunch of players last night who were absolutely convinced Charizard was to play this weekend. I said in Bologna last weekend I was not convinced. I thought Charizard, with the way the Temporal Forces metagame had evolved, had lost a lot of its power. I thought it was a deck that can Day 2, but was not really threatening to win the tournament. And we saw, I think Demi came, Demetrius Eaton came close to Day 2, but fell 1 win short.
Yeah, not Day 2. It was for top 8, right?
For top 8, my apologies, yes. Getting into the top 8, but there were none in top 8. It didn't make it in. I kind of feel the same about Charizard now. I'm not saying Charizard is not a good deck, but I am saying when I see it up against Archeops, Lugia, Raging Bolt, Gardevoir, Dragapult, I don't think it is as good as those decks, but I am very willing to be proven wrong. As for Chien-Pao, it's a big smashy one-hit KO deck, but so's Raging Bolt, and you don't need to get a Stage 2 out.
Yeah, that's true. It's a lot more work, a lot more effort. I think, again, the power spikes of Chien-Pao are so much higher.
Yes.
You can use a 1-prize Pokemon in Radiant Greninja to take 2 prizes. You can use that Iron Hands into single-prize matchups as well. So you can navigate more multi-prize knockouts than the Raging Bolt can, but there are so many more hurdles to that.
And there's the hurdles that worry me. Maybe I'm too scared as a player and a deck builder, Joe, but when I see those hurdles, I don't want to play those Stage 2 decks if I can do a similar kind of thing with basic decks. The problem here is we've got a 2,700 player tournament. We could round up to nearly 3K. It's not 3K, but it's not a million miles away, right? And that means that there's so many players out there, so many decks out there, you are going to have to go 6-1-2 in Day 1, sorry, 6-2-1. In Day 1, get those 19 match points to make Day 2. But if you're serious about winning this tournament, you don't want to be going into Day 2 at 19 match points. That's not enough. You really want to be going in with that advantage, and having a deck which is going to lose a few of its games just because it didn't set up, that really worries me. I would rather take a few matchups which are slightly worse than worry about not setting up. But of course, different players have different play styles. It's not, there's not a one-size-fits-all.
I mean, yeah, just look at the most popular archetype. You've basically said the same thing. You could say the same thing about Genpao as you could with Lugia right now. Sometimes it's going to have suboptimal openings and won't be that powerful, but when it does go on all cylinders, it is a 10 out of 10 archetype. Speaking of which, let's talk about the players who are currently at the top of our standings right now at the NAIC. We're looking at a few 3-0 players here, Ross.
Yeah, bearing in mind there are plenty more 3-0s. When there's a tournament this big, it takes a long time for the real top players to come out. We're going to be looking at the 5-0, 6-0s. That's when we're going to really start seeing the players separate out. But there's some familiar names. Tord Reklev, some of you might have heard of, player from Norway, had a few successes here and there.
You're really underselling Tord right now.
Really underselling Tord. I think probably the best player that's ever lived at this point. There's an argument for Jason Kaczynski with 3 world wins. Tord, probably the best ever. Frank Diaz is a player who's been around for a very long time, a phenomenal player. Got to give a shout out to Adam Hawkins, the #1 ranked UK player right now, having a really nice year, quite quietly. No big finishes, but real consistent.
Done well at the NAIC before as well, with I believe it was Ultra Necrozma Malamar going back a ways now, and is kind of known for playing the off-the-wall decks at times. James Cox there as well in 9th seed, a player that is just playing all the time. I think he plays more Pokemon than probably 90% of players, and he does it all on stream and is talking through his thought process, so definitely one to watch.
Yeah, James Cox had some big finishes as well. There's a whole bunch of other players out there, but I know some people are probably wondering, you told us about 11 Miraidon at 3-0. What percentage of all the Miraidon players are currently 3-0? 7.7%.
Thanks, Ross. Thanks for the Miraidon update. I don't know why you do it, but you've done it, and I suppose we thank you for it. Yeah, this isn't the full list of our 3-0 players, not even close. Just looking down the list, there's Pedro Eugenio Torres, there's Rahul Reddy that stuck out to me, Ryan Antonucci, a whole bunch of other great players on that 3-0 so far.
Yeah, Christian D'Onofrio is sitting at 3-0 with a very unusual deck. It's unclassified, according to the rankings we've got, so that's always interesting. Eric Ridgway sitting at 3-0 as well, and Stefan Ivanov is sitting at 2-0-1, not 3-0, but given that Stefan Ivanov has won the North American International Championships 2 years in a row, I do think Stefan Ivanov is a player we should be having a look at as we go through this tournament. A real history of success here for Stefan.
Speaking of which, we have a few notable matches that we can reveal to sort of see who's coming up against who. It's inevitable at this stage, like we saw in the last couple of rounds, that our players are coming up against other great players. When you're on these phenomenal records, you're always going to find other competent players who have made the correct deck choice and are playing to a high level and are getting themselves onto these fantastic records.
Yeah, we've got Brennan Kammerman, of course, one part of the Kammerman brothers, who are both top 5 in Europe coming into this weekend. Up against Andres David Torres. We've got Michael Pramort against Jared Grimes, which is a real highlight matchup there. Alessandro Cremascoli, another European player we're all very familiar with, up against Jason Anakiariko.
Yeah, that's my best guess.
That's my best guess. And Reiji Nishiguchi is here at 3-0. Of course, a player we've seen on this international stage before against Colin Merle Matthews there. So some real good players.
Like I said, it's just one of those things you have to accept that when you're coming to an international championships, you will be up against the best of the best. And you have to beat the best of the best if you want to keep on this winning record. No ties, no losses so far for any of these players. They're putting themselves in the best position to not only make day 2, but as you said, Ross, accumulating as many points as possible, working towards more than just tomorrow.
Yeah, you want to try and get a good amount of match points, not just to get you into day 2, but to put you in position to fight for that top 8 bracket. So, which match are we going to be featuring? That is a question. It's Jared Grimes. Come on, it had to be Jared Grimes against Michael Pramort. Those are 4 stunning games I'd love to watch, but I do think there is a correct answer, and I think we got it.
And our players are already sat at the table getting ready for this game, so we can also start talking about some decks. And this is where I get really excited, Ross. Jared staying true to his tried and trusted Genpao archetype. Definitely a connoisseur of this deck at this stage, has been playing it for a long time. But then Michael Pramort bringing the Dragapult EX with Charizard EX.
And if you're thinking, hang on a second, 2 stage 2s in one deck, you've got to remember, he's also playing Pidgeot as well. There are
How about three
different Stage 2 lines in Michael's deck. And I tell you what, it sounds very unusual given what we've seen for the past few years, but a lot of real top players are on this at the moment. It's a deck which has been doing very well in Japan in this format as well. Dragapult, Charizard, Pidgeot. It seems weird, but it absolutely works.
I'm so excited to see this from Pram. One of the game's greatest players, a veteran for many years, many regional victories, of course, doing well at Worlds with Giratina, got a top 4 placement, so we know that he's put the time in, the reps in, and to have the confidence in playing 3 Stage 2 Pokemon, there has to be something here with the list.
There absolutely does, and of course, sitting at 3-0, as we get the prizes going down, couple of water energy, cancelling Cologne could end up being a little bit of a problem. Turning off abilities can be a lot of fun.
That's one of the crucial ways that Jared can use that Radiant Greninja to offset the ability of Manaphy, which is the key protection you have from the Moonlight Shuriken. So that's going to be an important card to pull from the prize cards. Not too awkward for Pram, playing some thin lines of Pokemon as you'd expect. It's actually just the one, is it one copy of the Charizard EX? Am I reading that right? So that's in the prizes.
So Charizard is off the table, so that is a bigger deal than it may at first appear. And also, there's an interesting little ace spec coming out for Pram.
I've just spotted it, yeah.
Neo Upper Energy.
I just panicked. When I saw there's only one Charizard EX and that's in the prize cards, I panicked, but then I did see Neo Upper Energy. That's a great card for these Pidgeot builds as we're getting into this first game here of our round 4. And Jared's going to kick us off with the Chen Pao EX. Going to get a Shivery Chill and have a nice look at the deck whilst pulling some water energy out. This is a great way for you to thin the deck. Of course, we're trying to use some great item ratios in this deck list to make the most out of our Pokestop. So this is a great way to go about that. And Michael has started with the Manaphy, so we might have to prioritize moving that early on.
Yeah, that Manaphy could be a little bit of a pain. It's not one you want in the active in the early game. It is one you want on the bench because of the threat of Greninja, which is always present here in these Chen Pao decks, because you can power them up so easy with that Stage 2 Baxcalibur. Of course, the whole deck really built around that Baxcalibur, lets you accelerate as much water energy as you like during your turn. So you put it down, and then Chen Pao uses Hail Blade to do huge damage. Radiant Greninja can hit 90 to 2 different Pokemon, but it can also concealed cards and draw you some more.
I think that's one of the main benefits of Jared sticking with his tried and trusted archetype. When you sequence Chen Pao well, it can be a thing of beauty. We've already seen the Shivery Chill combine nicely with the concealed cards of this Greninja, and he's drawn straight into some more Nest Ball here, so can begin developing some of these evolving basics. As you say, Ross, the Baxcalibur, a really important Stage 2 Pokemon, so you can ramp the Hail Blade, but also the engine really does rely on Bibarel so that you can keep drawing cards and cycle. And we're going to see a Pokestop now as well. A really good opener here for Jared.
And we see Buddy Buddy Poffin and Superior Energy Retrieval getting drawn off there. Did lose a Cypher Maniac's code breaking. But of course, there is always going to be, I'm assuming there's going to be a Pal Pad here.
No, I don't think there is.
No, there's no Pal Pad.
That was actually just going. Yeah. But another
sad.
Buddy Buddy Poffin is a big deal because sometimes you're going to get both of your Bidoof out if you have the possibility of it.
Oh, double Bidoof is always lovely. Of course, it's a deck that doesn't have that natural draw, so getting double Bidoof, double Bibarel. Our former world champion Andre Schgabal told us if you want to win Worlds, play Bibarel, and it seems like a lot of top players have listened. So there's a couple of Frigibacks, couple of Bidoof.
This is brilliant.
It's everything you want from turn 1 if you're Jared.
What a great start. You can see why Jared keeps playing the Chen Pao archetype if it's drawing like this. And also a big thing to note is that he had the heads-up play of picking the 70 hit point Frigibacks from the second Buddy Buddy Poffin. He doesn't know that he's up against Dragapult yet, so that was a really big choice, and it's going to possibly pay off in this game.
Yeah, when you see a Manaphy on your opponent's side of the board with no mulligans, you have very little information as to exactly what your opponent's playing. I think this Buddy Buddy Poffin might start giving it away a little bit here. And of course, all the top players here know that Dragapult, there's not one way to play it. Like we were chatting about a minute ago, one of the ways we all know about is this Charizard Pidgeot Dragapult build. So these basics are probably going to give it away. You've got to imagine it's going to be a Dreepy and a Pidgey.
I think Michael's also put another Buddy Buddy Poffin towards the top, so that might indicate we have an Arven in this hand as well, so we can go even wider on this bench. See Cleffer in hand, yeah, there is the Arven coming down, so a second Buddy Buddy Poffin. Both players getting really nicely established here. And Michael is also going to use that rescue board. As I mentioned, Ross, you've got to protect this Manaphy, but I also think that Michael is holding a Cleffer here so can retreat into Cleffa and reload the hand that way.
I like Cleffa. There are some decks that can really take advantage of your low HP Cleffa. If they're playing Monkey Dory, if they're playing Dragapult. But actually, Cleffa with 30 HP, leave it in the active. You've got to attack into it, unless you can get some kind of double KO with Greninja, which of course you can't because of the mana fee. So forcing your opponent to use a real attack to KO your 30 HP Cleffa, always a fun little play, and I think you've nailed it, Joe. That does seem to be where we're headed.
Even attaching the Forest Seal Stone just so you can draw one random card. Michael does not want to put multi-prizes onto the board if he can help it in this matchup, knowing that Chen Pao can capitalize on it. It's just going to pass with the Cleffa and gets a nice refill there. Michael's already holding on to Rare Candy Pidgeot for next turn, so he's picked up a few additional pieces there. As we pass things over to Jared, who's going to start off with a Shivery Chill once again, start unloading these Water Energy. It's a great thing to have where you start using your concealed cards to just fuel those discard piles with Water Energy, so those superior energy retrieval come to life throughout the remainder of the game. So there's just so much internal synergy with the way that Chen Pao's built these days.
And you do see a lot of the players on Chen Pao this weekend seem to be the players who have been playing it for a while, who are really consistent in good finishes with Chen Pao, know the deck, and there's a lot to be said. This deck came out like a year before Dragapult did.
Yeah.
So it's 4 sets earlier. You've had a lot more games than the Dragapult players have had games.
Yeah, so you're in good stead knowing that your deck list is basically perfect at this point, especially Jared, who's played just so much Chen Pao non-stop for over a year now, I think. As we have Irida in hand, we will be piecing together a Rare Candy for Baxcalibur here if we want to. You don't necessarily have to. You could just value getting Bibarel in play instead this turn. You can just turn attach to this Chen Pao, but it looks like Jared is going to go for a Candy play. You obviously have a lot of 60 hit point basic Pokemon, so evolving these up out of Dragapult range is going to be important this turn.
Yeah, you don't want to be throwing into the Dragapult. Dragapult does 200 to the active and then drops 6 damage counters on the bench. And there's always been a big difference between 60 and 70 HP Pokemon, but with Dragapult, it is really, really pronounced.
Yeah.
Leaving a 60 HP Pokemon on your bench can basically turn into just an easy extra prize for your opponent that you do not want to be giving up. So we do see the Baxcalibur coming down here. There's a second energy onto the Chen Pao that activates the attack, and it really is not going to take much to take out the Cleffa. Do we see any Bibarel yet? Is there any cards available?
I didn't see any Ultra Balls, so Michael could, you know, if is able to use the Pidgeot to find Neo Upper next turn, could be cashing in on some of these early Bidoof, and that could be a real problem for Chen Pao. It really requires the draw power from that engine Pokemon. It is just going to be a quick KO on this Cleffa as expected. Let's see what Pram can pull together now that he's picked up this huge hand thanks to the Cleffa. We can go straight into Pidgeot EX. Don't know how good the hand is outside of that, though. We don't have any Dracloak draw. We have Dragapult, but just 1 Fire Energy. That feels weak. Do you just have to Pidgeot for Iono here, possibly? It feels so weak.
It's not what you were looking for. The chance of finding a single Neo Upper Energy off an Iono is significantly less. We are going to Pokestop first. There's a Candy and an Ultra Ball.
That is stunning. He even fist bumped and laughed straight at Jared, saying, I'm going to use that stadium. And now Pram's turn completely flips. That is able to Candy into Dragapult and can use that quick search to grab Neo Upper now. That changes everything, Ross.
That was one of the best Pokestops I've ever seen. Your hand's got nothing. What you really want is your Dragapult. And your opponent's Pokestop gives you Rare Candy and a Pokemon search.
We could even Boss's Orders the Baxcalibur as well here. We could KO Baxcalibur and a Bidoof here.
I think that's got to be on your mind. I would love that. You're not turning off all of your opponent's draw. There's still a Bidoof ready to evolve into a Bibarel, but you are really hurting your opponent there. Is that your own Bibarel?
Yeah, you can grab Bibarel.
Oh, that's just... Bibarel there is, yeah.
We can play the Boss's Orders, draw up with Bibarel, get 4 cards. If you happen to hit that Neo Upper or anything else helpful, we're still looking for Dracloak, of course. Pram has so much going on here. 2 fantastic engine Pokemon already. Then as we find more Stage 1, we're just getting more draw power into play.
And this is part of the way Pram's deck works so well. Because you've got the Bibarel there, because you've got your Dracloak, you're drawing a bunch of cards. There's an Ultra Ball and a Dracloak just drawn naturally there is going to help a lot. That's going to let you get 1 card out of the top 2, which is fantastic.
Yeah, this is very similar to an old Pidgeotto, actually, the Recon Directive ability.
Yep.
You get to keep 1, and the other goes to the bottom of the deck. So you're not losing any resources and you're seeing 2 cards. This is a very valuable option. The Defiance Band is the pickup, Ross, so now we could response KO this Chen Pao.
Yeah, Dragapult generally 20 damage away from a Chen Pao, but that Defiance Band, because you are behind on prizes, will give you an extra 30 damage. I still like going after the Baxcalibur personally, force your opponent to have a rare candy.
I think because Pram didn't play the boss before the barrel, it showed that he wanted to use Arven instead this turn, and that was what was taken from the recon directive.
Agreed.
So we can just Arven Defiance and still take a 3-prize turn here.
Yeah, I don't mind that at all. Both of these are good ways to go.
Yeah, I think it is just 2 really strong options straight away.
And it does, yeah, we see 3 cards being looked at there.
as well, so you can just hold on to your boss's orders instead.
Oh, Countercatcher would also be a fantastic way to go. And this is what we see from these slower decks that take a couple turns to set up. Countercatcher, sometimes Unfair Snap, Defiance Band, cards that activate when you're behind on prizes or when your opponent is taking prizes. And here we see Countercatcher, Defiance Band, and now we see exactly what's going on. It is going to be the KO. Well, and actually, no, it could be either. This actually leaves both plays open, because you only need one of them. You need the Countercatcher or the Defiance Band for the KO.
Yep, I mean, you just get to hold a lot of options. It's so good. What a turn this has been for Michael.
And the thing is, against Chen Pao, you're not expecting your hand to be disrupted. It's not a big INO deck. Here does come the Baxcalibur. This is what I was hoping for. This is what I like to see here, because you're making your opponent have a lot more options and a lot of things to get going. And obviously, KO on the Bidoof there. That is 2 prizes, but it's a big 2 prizes. And actually, Michael Prammont's already got 2 stage 2s out, and the deck is now proper job rolling.
The good news for Jared is his hand is quite large, so he should be able to still make something come together here. It's really not out of the realms of possibility that Jared can at least KO this Dragapult back and remove the Neo up at energy, which is a big deal. But not only that, Jared also needs to establish more Frigibacks, and the issue is they all have 60 hit points. The only one that you can evolve this turn has 70 hit points. The other Frigi that you play all have 60. So you need to put 2 60 hit point Frigibacks back down on this bench, knowing that one could just be fodder.
Yeah, that is not ideal. And then, of course, your bench is kind of a little bit built up.
Yeah.
But then if you don't do that, you could run out of Baxcalibur, and the deck doesn't work if you don't have Baxcalibur. So here comes a Super Rod for 1 Frigibax and 2 Baxcalibur, because I think you're right here, Joe. This is now, we do see Rare Candy already in hand. We've got a Nest Ball in hand.
Yeah, there's Cypher Maniac plus Water in hand as well. So Greninja can fix the hand quite nicely here. There's already a decent chunk of Water Energy in the discard pile, especially after using concealed cards. So I think the KO is not the issue. It's just the fact that your board is still getting picked apart here.
Yeah, that is going to be, I think less than ideal would be the polite way to put it. It's not what you're looking for. But
just Greninja without the Cypher. Yeah, just going to be the 2 random cards off the top. Doesn't hit the combo we're looking for. Do we have Search for Baxcalibur here?
You've got to imagine there is Search for Baxcalibur, or you would have used Cypher Maniac's Code Breaking.
You'd hope so. Jared could still combine it with Pokestop.
Yes.
That's still an option. So possibly that's the route, if we're grabbing Ultra Ball anyway.
Does have Cypher Maniac's Code Breaking there. And then this also, like you say, combos of Pokestop. You just put 2 item cards on the top of your deck, guaranteed to draw those 2 item cards off a Pokestop, and then that 3rd card is random. It could be anything.
My only preference for using it with Greninja is that you could put a bit barrel to the top, and I really want to evolve after this Bidoof, because again, it's another way that Michael can punish you. If you just end up without a board, that makes Michael's late game Iono so much more dangerous.
Yeah, getting rid of this last Bidoof here and then IOing in a couple of turns would be absolutely huge. So we do see the Cypher Maniac's Code Breaking coming down. You get to search 2 cards from your deck, put them on top. Yeah, 2 Ultra Ball here, no surprise.
Okay, so we'll still be able to barrel this turn.
Yeah.
Just getting double Ultra Ball. You're just losing so many cards by doing this. That's kind of why I would have liked the Greninja first. But it is just going to be the Pokestop.
Now you get the 2 Ultra Ball, and then 3rd card is random. It is a Chen Pao, which hits the discard pile. And now you've got to discard a lot of cards if you want to be Ultra Ball, which you kind of do, because you need the Baxcalibur and you need the Bieber out here.
You're losing Pokestop and Iron Hands. And as you said, Ross, these Ultra Ball both have to be played here. Baxcalibur required so we can Super Cold enough, and the Barrel required here. Rare Candy's already in hand. Is it because we have to thin more cards for Bibarrel here? Do we not actually have the KO established? Are we still looking for Water Energy here?
Oh, there is Superior Energy in hand.
There's a ton of Superior in hand.
And there's free energy in the discard, so
Are we spending superiors to gain more cards in hand to then Ultra Ball the energy back into the discard pile? Are we having to finagle this in a wonky way here?
Oh, there's the candy into Baxcalibur. You're right, Joe. It is starting to... There's 3 superior energy retrieval in hand?
Yeah.
Oh, my word. There's a lot of cards. Jared's got 6 cards in his hand this turn to get going. But then again, getting down to a low hand and using Bibarel can be an advantage.
Oh, is he getting rid of the second Ultra Ball here? Surely not. Yeah, you have to get rid of your Pokemon. The good news is you play 3 copies of Super Rod. You did just lose a Chien-Pao to the Pokestop, which does make things a little more unfortunate. These energy are getting thrown straight into play thanks to Super Cold. But no Barrel searched. At least it's a response KO for Jared, who does go ahead in prize cards, let's not forget. But again, it's over to Pram to see how you can respond here.
What's he got in terms of energy acceleration? Because, of course, there's no energy on the board.
You would expect a Mela. That's normally pretty common with Pidgeot, but I'm not seeing it in Michael's list.
I'm not seeing Mela. I'm not seeing Raihan. Obviously, there's no Xatu established.
So this might end up working pretty okay for Jared. I think he's pretty fearful right now of what Michael could do because he's up against an unorthodox list. You know, we're still learning how Dragapult plays. And you would expect Mela.
You would expect Mela. There's basically 2 ways Michael Pramwell is accelerating energy here, right? You've got your Neo upper energy, which is gone, and your Charizard, which is prized. And I'm having a good old look at Pram's list here, Joe, and I am not seeing much in there that accelerates energy. I'm not sure he's got a way to get an attack off this turn.
So what's the best thing you can do to hand disrupt? You know your opponent at least doesn't have Bibarel in play, so maybe looking to gust up Baxcalibur, put them to a lower hand size and be disruptive is the best thing Michael can do whilst attaching to a Dragapult. Unless you think the 70 damage could be useful from Dragapult EX. Doesn't sound that useful. You could take out a 1 prize Pokemon with it though. You could just take out Bidoof with the 1 energy attachment and then load up Charmander on the bench. That still gets you to win in 2 turns. Oh no, it doesn't get you to win in 2 turns because you have to take the 1.
You do.
Yeah.
It's still 2
You could do it with another Dragapult though. It gets a little bit weird. You would have to weave in Defiance Band and then deal with a Frigi as well as another single prize Pokemon. Oh, sorry, a Frigi and the Chien-Pao. That's where things get a little bit foggy. So yeah, this is a tough turn for Pram.
There's just not enough going on with the energy. And this is one of my worries about Dragapult. It's only a 2 energy attack, which is awesome. But you need some kind of energy acceleration to get it rolling. And although there are options right now, there are none available. We do see the Luminion hitting the bench here, going for an Arven.
This is rough because you don't have space for your Charmander now, and you still feel like that's an important piece. But I think possibly Counter Catcher, Baxcalibur, plus Iono, and hope that the random 3 cards aren't that great. Possibly you could even Stadium Bounce if that's available. There is Collapse Stadium in the deck list, and there it is.
There is Collapse Stadium on the board, Joe.
Yeah, going to get rid of the Luminion just used by Pram.
Yeah, and you've got to think one of the Frigibacks has got to go here, because every other Pokemon, you kind of need too much there. I still want to see a KO on the Bidoof. I like the idea of putting my opponent down to a low hand, taking away their draw power. The problem with that is you do let Jared just bring a Chien-Pao back into the active, and if he's got enough energy, he will just return KO, and at that point, it's largely the game. There's no perfect answer here for Pram, unless I'm missing something, in which case, let me know, Joe.
Well, I think a Mela would have solved every issue here. Mela's not really a fantastic supporter card, but it does have synergy with Dragapult because of that fire energy attack cost. It looks like Michael is going to have to try and take this off turn still. He's going to have to Iono here. Actually going to use Bibarel first. Does find a decent number of energy cards. You do want to manually attach this turn, one way or another. It is going to be onto Dragapult EX.
But this kind of tells Jared, hey, look, I've got no energy acceleration. Just so we're clear, I'm not accelerating energy. So if Jared is able to go and get a boss's orders or something like that, that would be huge. Although, yeah, is there any boss's orders in the deck?
No, you just play the Prime Catcher. And you have Silene to recover it as well.
Has Prime Catcher gone?
Is it not in the... Oh, no, it was the Cologne that was prized. We do see the Counter Catcher from Michael. So if it's Bidoof Ross, I think we are taking out this Bidoof.
Yeah, agreed. I like. The problem is this does open you up to a return KO without having any gusting, which is a huge problem. But by the same token, I think you've got a chance here. Whereas, like if you take the turn off completely, don't take the KO. If Jared goes Bibarel, Prime Catcher, KO, I know you're not playing energy acceleration because if you had any, you would have just used it. You've got Pidgeot after all. There's no whiffing it. You've searched any card with Pidgeot and didn't get it. You don't have it. And at that point, you know it's the game. So
Jared's hand is good. Has Irida, so will at least be able to respond. But we still have that same issue of the board is getting weaker. And we know that with B-Barrel and Pidgeot EX still on the bench for Michael, pretty safe, that Jared's probably going down to a one card hand next turn and has way less of an engine.
Yeah, looking through the decks, looks like there's only one Water Energy. That Prime Catcher is available in the deck. That is sitting in there potentially for next turn if you want a nice easy prize to finish out the game, which could end up being important. Manaphy is still there, so your Greninja is not an option at the moment because there are some options on the bench, but that Manaphy is taking them away.
Let's see, just one energy in the deck. The Irida gets you Superior. No, we're just going to have to draw cards with Radiant Greninja instead here. Fine, Superior and Pokestop. That's a great deal.
That's a great combo.
I take that deal any day. The concealed cards coming in clutch for Jared, who's now mapping out the Superior.
Because you're kind of running out of other cards. There's no energy left in the deck. You've kind of got all your Pokemon at this point. So you're kind of in a pretty good position to Pokestop, knowing you're not going to be, well, I'm probably going to be proven wrong, but...
Ooh, this Prime Catcher
that's
3 item
nice.
hits is huge.
The Buddy Buddy Puffin's kind of a bit meh, but it's there.
Even just candying up into another Baxcalibur now makes you a lot safer.
Really does.
Because Pram otherwise may have been able to just win next turn with a KO on Chien-Pao and a 60 hit point for Ichibax. Now you can candy Baxcalibur and be a lot more robust. That's huge, because now you can double Superior and get this KO at the same time.
Yeah.
Both the Pokestop and the Greninja were incredible there for Jared.
Yeah, they really worked out quite nice in the end, didn't they? So it looks like we're going for a Superior Energy Retrieval and a Baxcalibur, which of course we want the rare candy. Get it up there, get rolling, jobs are good. And we don't have the candy in hand at the moment, I don't believe.
Yeah, I think it is there.
Is it
We're holding on to Prime. So yeah, Jared literally just threw every card that wasn't Prime Catcher, Rare Candy, and Baxcalibur onto the desk to say, I'm going to Superior these away and just get the KO. So I think Jared will be going down to one prize here, and at least got double Baxcalibur, so it's a bit safer around a response Dragapult from Pram.
This is going to be a very, very big turn indeed. There comes a Superior Energy Retrieval. You discard 2 cards from your hand, get 4 basic energy from your discard pile, and of course they can be immediately accelerated with the Baxcalibur. And even if you're not drawing good cards off of the Pokestop, when you're having to discard for things like Superior Energy Retrieval, it's just like a draw-free blank cards at worst.
It is going to be the double Superior for Jared. Get 7 energy back out of your 8 water. And you can super code them all into play. There is the Candy Baxcalibur. This is huge. You really put a lot of pressure on it. And as we know, Pram has no acceleration, so it'll be a turn off attacking here, as Jared goes down to just 1 prize card left. So for Pram, it's going to be Hand Disrupt and hope this Pidgeot EX can tank for a turn whilst you build towards another Dragapult.
Yeah, and the thing is, although Pram doesn't have much energy acceleration, Charizard accelerates 3 energy when it evolves. If you sprinkle them onto different Dragapult, it turns them all into essentially single prize attackers, plus your Neo upper energy as well. 1 Charizard evolution will literally sort you out for the entire game. That's the theory here. But if you don't have that 1 Charizard evolution, this happens. And Jared does seem to have this game sewn up because Pram just doesn't have anything with which to attack.
Well, you could attack with Radiant Charizard, but you would be a little bit vulnerable, especially if you can't bounce this Pokestop. You could end up losing to a Superior being hit from Pokestop or some other combination that way. Yeah, this is a tough one. You have Ino in hand. Is Pram going to go for the Radiant Charizard now and just put as few turns on the clock for Jared to have a hand combined? Or are you just going to try and slow evolve into Dragapult over a couple of turns?
It's not being searched out yet.
So the Buddy Buddy Poffin was a fail search, which means we're not grabbing the Charmander. So yeah, we are going to forego Charizard EX and go Radiant Charizard here.
I think, well, you've only got 1 prize remaining. Jared has still not used a Prime Catcher. So that's on board. Michael knows that that's going to be in the deck, right? Chien-Pao's going to be playing that. That's going to be the ace spec of choice. So you know that with a small deck at this point, Pokestop, you're worried about Prime Catcher potentially coming out. You know you've only got 1 prize to give up to win. So this probably is just the best option at this stage. Get the energy, play the Ino, and just go. I really hope you don't have a response KO.
Does Pram also have access to the Lost Vacuum? I don't think we've seen it yet. That could be something we could draw towards as well. We have the Ino, we have the Barrel Draw. You could even use the Pokestop to try and hit Lost Vacuum to then get rid of it.
Seems a little bit cheeky, but you're right. I think we need rid of it. So the problem is, if Jared hits superior energy retrieval, you just KO with Excalibur. Like, you don't need much next turn at all. You're really looking for superior energy retrieval or just free energy naturally, whichever is easy. Although to be at this stage, you're probably going to need superior energy retrieval.
Here we go, Pokestop. I don't think we've seen the vacuum yet.
And we
and I
still
think we've
haven't.
missed.
That was not a good Pokestop.
No, just energy and Pokemon from the Iono. So we're having to go in, and Jared might be able to win from Pokestop. Pram goes down to 1 prize as well here with the Radiant Charizard, Combustion Blast. Jared takes a big breath and simply has to hit Superior here.
Putting Greninja in the active does give an option to potentially more draw, because that's still just already out there.
Jared
doesn't need to be active.
He doesn't have it in hand. It's coming down to the Pokestop.
Irida.
No.
Bibarel. Not
Nothing with the
hit it yet.
Super Odds.
Hasn't used concealed cards, but does he have any energy to use it?
That's the issue.
Oh.
I think Pram's happy. They're both smiling, they're both laughing. Jared knows he was just a piece away. But Pram should be able to just quick search for Kieran and retreat and move this Charizard back into the active. Yeah, it's just going to be a pass from Jared, and we know Michael has the cards with quick search to move this Charizard out of the active with Pidgeot. Free retreat back into Charizard, and that's going to be a thrilling first game.
Yeah, Michael Pram takes that first game. It did not look like in those mid-turns with no energy acceleration, no way to attack.
Yeah.
Was it 1 or 2 turns he literally just had to take off due to lack of energy? We saw the single energy attack from Dragapult. Not what you want.
Headbutting, I think, yeah.
It's really not where you want to be. That was a very nervous game, but with no Charizard, in a game where it started going very, very wrong, Pram still pulls out the win there. That's got to get you feeling good going into game 2.
Yeah, I think we saw the strengths and weaknesses of Pram's deck all in one showcase. We saw this great early game setup where Cleffa got him a huge hand size. Jared obviously taking the lead with this Chien-Pao, as you can see here. Michael immediately got this insane turn with Bibarel, Dracloak, Pidgeot EX, Neo Upper Energy, was able to take out with Counter Catcher a Excalibur and a Bidoof. Jared had the response, and that's one of the biggest issues with the Pidgeot build. That Neo Up Energy is so crucial that once it's removed, Pram had to really put on the brakes and accept the 70 damage KO instead here.
Yeah, I like the 70 damage KO on the Bidoof. It was just keeping Pram in the game, taking a prize, trying to hurt Jared's draw, and then we get down to the end of the game where Jared passed, and all it needed was a Kieran, and with quick search available, search the Kieran, switch, retreat the Pidgeot, get the KO on the Greninja, and that's how Michael got that game 1 win. It's very nervous. It really could have gone either way, but
yeah,
Chien-Pao, sometimes you need just a little bit too much, and that's where we were in that first game.
I love the back and forth, and what I love that it came all the way down to that Pokestop on the final turn. I think we've just accidentally revealed a water energy, and we're figuring out what's happened from the deck.
I do feel like a water energy after game 1 is not giving Michael much more information. I feel like that's probably already known that the water energy is in the deck. But of course, we're at a high-level tournament here at the North American International, so got a couple awesome judges who are going to figure this out.
Yeah, I think we really just want to get into the action for this game too, but obviously we have to do our due diligence and make sure that everything's going to be okay. And we'll keep you in the loop to see what's going to happen here before getting into the second game. But for Jared, what didn't happen in that first game that could have got him over the line?
It was the odd card here or there. It was missing the Bibarel a couple of turns.
I think that was huge.
A little less draw, and that draw over a couple of turns really adds up. Obviously, it's not hitting the superior energy retrieval off of the Pokestop, which was the big thing at the end, but it was really just not always hitting what you needed, and that's the thing. You need all of your energy. You're playing 8 water energy, but then you're using like 6 for a giant KO. I mean, there comes a point where you are constantly, I need superior energy retrieval. I need to get this energy out. It does ask a lot of you all the time here.
Even though Chien-Pao plays against an opponent, you're really also just puzzle solving yourself. You're always trying to figure out the optimal line. I think there was that critical turn of Jared choosing to use Cypher alongside Pokestop rather than Radiant Greninja. If you take that Greninja, you could go Ultra Ball and Bibarel and put it into play physically. Because we went Pokestop route instead, we had Ultra Balls and couldn't play them both in the same turn because we also had to discard with Superior. So just that minor sequence difference, even though he still ended up having a fantastic turn, getting that huge KO in response, that tiny moment could have been the difference.
Yeah, these things can, unfortunately, over the course of a game, it can end up being a pretty big deal. So we are still having a little bit of a chat about this ruling on the screen, and Chen Pao is fascinating to me as a deck. I wasn't taking it seriously coming into this tournament.
It's because of Dragapult, I think. Right? It's because of Dragapult.
It is because of Dragapult. Essentially, what you're saying is, look, I've got enough raw power here, and the players, and I think it's really important to note, it's not a huge deck in terms of numbers, but the players we're seeing playing it this weekend tend to be players who have this experience with it, who have been playing it for a while. Twilight Masquerade is the 6th of the Scarlet and Violet sets. Chen Pao came out in Paldea Evolve. That's the 2nd of the sets. That's 4 sets. That's a year extra. And sometimes you get players, you think you said it yourself, Joe, the sequencing of Chen Pao being so important, and basically going, look, I know this deck inside out. Maybe it's slightly worse than something like Raging Bolt, but I am going to play it optimally every game. I am going to have that experience, whereas Raging Bolt, I played a few dozen games. It's been out for literally it became legal today. Today is the first day Twilight Masquerade is legal for tournament play in the West, and that means, yeah, sure, you've looked at the Japanese results. You've been playing with the cards for a little while because you've known what the cards are. That doesn't mean you're an expert with the deck. And also, deck list is a big deal. At this point, we know the best Chen Pao list.
Yeah, I think Jared can confidently say he's incredible with the list, and the list itself is incredible. So you just have those banked, and you're saying that you can beat suboptimal archetypes because it's the first week of this format. And what do you think about the Dragapult plus Bibarel plus Pidgeot plus Charizard? Is there room for all of this in one deck, Ross?
Well, I want to talk about that in a minute. We are just going to see a quick replay of the card flip here because we got it queued up. We might as well have a little bit of a look at it. So we're going to see the card flip here just to see what happened to put us in the position that we're in. You ready, Joe?
Oh, the faithful water energy.
Oh, no. Oh, I hadn't seen the expression before.
Jared was making expressions before that even happened. I think even showing that the hand might not have been that good or required top decks, and then you get a whoops. There's nothing more of an accident than what you just saw there.
So the way I see my Mike Pramwell's deck with all the fifths, it's like one of those cars that's very slow at accelerating.
Yeah.
But when it gets going, it's just really smooth and lovely. That's how I view it.
Yeah.
You've got Bibarel, you've got Pidgeot, and what am I forgetting? Oh, Dracloak as well.
Dracloak too, why not?
When you have a couple of Dracloak down and a Pidgeot searching any card you want during your turn and a Bibarel, your deck goes smooth. You got Pidgeot to guarantee the #1 card you want every turn, but then Dracloak and Bibarel to get the other stuff because one card isn't often enough. But it's the first turn or two trying to set up those engines where it becomes a little bit of an issue.
Yeah, and I think in fairness to Pram, he did prize the 1 copy of Charizard EX in that first game, so he didn't even have the option to demonstrate that this can be a great way that I maintain my attackers throughout the game. Even though that Neo upper energy is huge, it's not everything he has in the list. It just so happened in the game that we saw that there were some awkward prizing issues going on, and he eventually was able to claw out that Charizard, but didn't weave it in that occasion. But I think there's something to be said about transporting the great success of the pure Charizard EX deck that we saw Tord innovate with Pidgeot and Bibarel, and then import the new best attacker in the game.
I mean, there's got to come a point where there's enough stage 2s. Like, part of me wants to be like, look, you got Charizard, you got Dragapult, you got stop now.
Yeah.
That's enough.
You gotta pick one.
But they just keep adding to it. Like, I thought Charizard, Pidgeot, you got 2 stage 2s. Like, come on now.
Yeah.
We've seen that in the past. 2 stage 2s can work. 3 stage 2s. But then again, you know, if we, while we got a minute here, let's go back in time. Pram gets second at the World Championships, and back then decks were hyper consistent with stuff like your Claydol, stuff like your Uxie. What did Pram play? A 1-0-1 Machamp line in a stage 2 Gardevoir.
And Dusknoir, Dusknoir as well.
Yeah, Dusknoir as well. Well, I'm already playing Gardevoir with Rare Candy. Might as well play some other stage 2s in there as well.
What's the point if I'm drawing cards if I'm not getting all stage 2s up, you know?
Exactly, but we have to draw. There are some parallels here between the deck Mike Pramwell is playing here and the deck they played that got second place at the World Championships.
That's awesome. That's actually so cool to think about, that he's been playing for so long and has managed to come full circle with this deck list. Already sat on 3-0 in our round 4 and a game up right now.
And if you want another parallel, Dracloak does have the same ability as Uxie Level X.
Sure does. I don't think you want to talk to Pram about Uxie Level X, though.
No. For players that might not know, Michael's in a very advantageous position in the final of the World Championships when his opponent top-decked a Uxie Level X, and that's why Pram is the World Championship runner-up and unfortunately not a former world champion. It was very literally an Uxie level X top deck.
Oh, well, I think he's over it.
Yeah, probably at this point.
Maybe. Who knows at this point. You can see our lovely judges getting to work right now and making sure that we can resolve before we get into the second game. But I'm already so impressed by the Dragapult. We want to hear from you as well about your favorite way to play Dragapult, because I think that is the hot debate in the community right now. And I don't think many people had on the bingo card having basically everything in the deck list and just saying, I can't choose, I want it all. I think the Pidgeot list, interestingly, has to sacrifice the A specs. And I think we've seen so many great A specs come out in the new expansion. What makes you think, is it just that Pidgeot is just so good that you have to sacrifice an A spec to make this work?
Yeah, honestly, I think it is. If you look at Michael Pramwell's deck list, it is, as we would refer to it, it's greedy. You want a lot of different things, and that means you have to make some harsh cuts. In that, like we said, Michael Pramwell's deck, right? You've got energy that comes from Charizard and Neo Upper. That is it. That is all you've got in terms of energy acceleration. So you've got to play Neo Upper, or else it's just Charizard. That is not enough.
Right.
So it's not one of the best A specs, all right? We know this. We've got enough data. We've seen enough tournaments. We know Neo Upper Energy is, frankly, on the lower tier of A specs because we've got enough data to show us that. But in this particular deck, it serves a very specific purpose, and that's what these A specs do. It's why A specs are fun, but we've got a fist bump, we've got a game 2, and we've got some prizes as well.
And just for confirmation, going into this game, Jared just had a warning there. I think we all saw the replay. It was a genuine mistake. There's no doubt about that. So I think the judges got that call completely correct, as we have a Hisuian Heavy Ball straight away from Jared. And started out that Iron Hands EX. It wasn't something he could weave in on that first game, but it is, of course, a fantastic option within the Chien-Pao archetype to uptrade into some of these lower hit point single prizes.
Yeah, it's always nice if you can take extra prizes. Does still get KO'd by a Dragapult with Defiance Band, so it's not quite out of that range, unfortunately.
Sure.
But it is a potential option, and if you've got it there to start, you might as well try and use it. Buddy Poffin gets the predictable Frigibax and Bidoof, and we pass over to Michael knowing that actually the chance of taking a KO for Pram this turn is almost 0.
Yep, I think it's not ideal. You normally like to use Chien-Pao EX early just to get those water energy flowing out of the hand, because I don't think Jared is holding on to much, to be honest with you. For Pram, though, it's a different story. I think his opening is really strong. I see Buddy Poffin. I saw Luminion, so we can grab Arven, and we could just end up going back into a Cleffer again here to end our turn if we really wanted to go full bench. He's already holding on to a number of... He's literally holding on to 3 different stage 2s in this hand. Just needs a rare candy to unlock everything. Looks like he's spying Ultra Ball to lower the hand size perhaps as well.
One obviously option you've got here, use your Pidgeot, get your Pidgeot out as your first stage 2, and then you've got that quick search to go and get your second. So we see Clever hit the bench, we see Luminion hit the bench, and we are going to be searching out a supporter card for the turn, which might well be Arven. Yeah, there are other options. Probably going to be Arven, but there are other options.
Yeah, I like the rescue board here to retreat Pidgey alongside that Forest Seal Stone. Oh, sorry, alongside Buddy Poffin here, just a full board. I feel like that's pretty reasonable. Pram going to have a quick look through those prize cards, playing so many cheeky counts that you really have to keep track of these.
Yeah, prizing becomes very, very important. If you look down the list, there's so many ones. Of course, one of the reasons you can play so many ones is because of that quick search ability. You know, you're only playing 1 copy of Kieran, but we saw that was a card that Pram really needed to win game 1.
Yeah.
You got quick search. Just go and search for it. But it does mean in the early turns, knowing what's not available is very important. Setting up a play where you have to have Kieran if Kieran's prize, not ideal. We do Ultra Ball, the only Charizard, and a Dragapult.
I think this actually really heads up as well. You know that your hand gets completely unlocked with rare candy, but you wouldn't be drawing enough with Cleffer if we were just buddying a lot of basics out. Pram looks like he missed a step with the Luminion, but did eventually grab Arven for, as we saw, the rescue board as well as the Ultra Ball.
Yes.
So we can get an additional basic down here. It's going to be another Dreepy. Did we prize the Charmander? Is that why this is happening? Why we got rid of Charizard here? Otherwise, we may have got rid of Boss.
There is an option here that you are just trying to thin out the hand, draw with Cleffer.
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
You can always just go and get the Super Rod from Quick Search if you need to.
That's
it's
true.
not ideal, but it is an option that you don't always have in every deck. You're only playing 1, but you can guarantee it with Quick Search, and you can get those Pokemon back if you need.
Clefai's so interesting to me in this format as well, because there are so many ways to punish the low 30 hit points a little bit more than in Temporal Forces, where this card was a staple. But it looks like Pram's saying, Grasping Draw is so good, I'll accept all those downsides and just make sure I'm getting a huge hand at the end of my turn.
Yeah, we do see a draw there. I think 4 more cards off of the Clefair, including that Radiant Charizard.
Not much help. But we're going over to Jared, who has a Bull Search, and I think this Radiant Greninja has to do a lot of work here, Ross. I saw some Baxcalibur in hand. I didn't see any Supporter, though. And I think that's something that's holding us back. Yeah, 2 Superior, 2 Baxcalibur, and this 1 Water Energy.
Oh, what do we get here? We've got Irida. That is a well good draw off of a Greninja, and of course that can go and get you your rare candy.
And Ultra Ball for Barrel.
Yeah, and we get the Baxcalibur as well. Ultra Ball for Barrel, draw some cards. That was a very nice draw off of the Radiant Greninja. Still some awkwardness going on, but obviously you've got to play the Irida here, because what else are you going to do? It looks like actually there's at least 1 Baxcalibur in hand, maybe 2.
Yeah, there are 2 in hand and 2 Superior. So you're still missing a few pieces. I think Jared's using Iron Bundle here, possibly just as an option for this Ultra Ball fodder, really. Yeah. And then you would just grab Rare Candy, lower your hand size as much as possible, and then just barrel 3 cards, because you'd hold on to double Superior.
Yeah, you cannot be throwing away the Superior Energy Retrieval early in the game. We saw how big they were back in game 1. So, we do... What are we going for here? Yeah. Oh, yes, there's the Bibarel off of the search there. So, we've got the Bibarel. Yeah. And it seems like we're going to have Baxcalibur as well. This is... It's not perfect by any stretch of the imagination. You don't even have a Chen Pao out right now.
That's the big problem.
But, I mean, look, compared to where we were game 1, Joe, this is way... Oh, that's a Chen Pao.
Chen Pao and the Pokestop. What do we need from this? Do we need to hit exactly Prime to be doing good things here?
Unless you can see another search option.
Ooh, that's awkward. No energy discarded from the Pokestop. That could have unlocked some of your Superior. Just having Baxcalibur in play is risky.
And there is no Pow Pad in the deck, so when those supporters hit the discard pile, they gone.
I think Pram might once again be trying to yoink Jared's Pokestop for great effect. We saw it in game 1.
Oh, Dracloak off the top deck is very nice. That's going to give you a couple more cards. And because you've got 2 Dreepy down, you can evolve 1 into Dracloak and still have the option for a Dragapult this turn. Here comes the Ultra Ball.
Yeah, we're just going to thin a Pokemon out here. Maybe just an additional basic. The Manaphy seems like a good choice.
Yep.
Protect yourself that little bit from the Radiant Greninja. Also takes a Pokemon out of the deck to improve your odds of the Pokestop. If Pokestop hits Rare Candy, we are once again popping off, I think.
Yeah, Rare Candy is going to unlock this deck. Rare Candy will get you the Pidgeots. Of course, Pidgeot's already in hand. And then from there, you can quick search for whatever other cards you like. We do still have the option of Dracloak, of course, which hasn't actually been used yet, just evolved into. So there's still a lot going on. This is what I love about Pram's deck. It takes a couple of minutes to get rolling, but when it does, you are seeing so many extra cards. Here's the Dracloak. What do we see?
Well, it was an easy choice, and it's because it was Arven. We can grab Forest Seal Stone and Rare Candy, and now we're getting 2 quick searches, Ross. I think that means we have Neo Upper Energy plus Dragapult to start attacking here.
Yeah, you still want to work towards that Charizard, so we don't, and I know Pram won last game, we do not want to see a repeat of that mid-game wait, where's all my energy gone?
Yeah.
But we do have the Luminion now, which is a Pokemon V, so can use Forest Seal Stone, and now between that and the Quick Search, 2 cards of any description coming out of your deck, and that is going to be absolutely huge. I mean,
so this is the question. Do we go aggressive, or do we just go Dracloak, attach, and grasp again? You know that your opponent has that very large Iron Hands EX just chilling. Well, Pram's made his decision. He's going aggressive with Neo Upper.
Oh, it's an awkward one, because if I can get the KO on the Iron Hands, 100% want to go after that. But because there's no KO been taken, that means that you can actually KO, because you need Defiance Band, but it's not an option.
Maybe just the 60 damage on Bibarel is so valuable, so you can get rid of those later down the line. It might actually be better for you that the Iron Hands isn't KO'd. Look at the triple hit!
Oh my word! We got Enhanced Hammer,
now you
Rare
don't
Candy,
you don't have to Forest Seal Stone now either. You can just hold that.
Oh my word! You get the Dragapult.
How is this happening? Pram doesn't play that many item cards.
There is the V-Star Power. So we are still using it, and it looks like we're going for Collapse Stadium here.
This is huge. I really like this because you know that Jared wants to put down more than just another... Well, he wants to put another Frigibax down, right?
Yes.
He has to, essentially, because this Baxcalibur is under huge threat. So forcing Jared to have another Pokestop is a really smart move in the process of getting rid of this Lumineon, which is a very vulnerable, sometimes not only 2-prize Pokemon, could be 3 prizes if it's amped via Iron Hands.
Yeah, it's an amp you very much target, which has been taken off the board. And this is where you said you don't want to take the KO because the Collapse Stadium has board locked Jared. There's no more Pokemon you're allowed to play. So you've got to work with what's already on the board, knowing that Dragapult next turn is minimum going to take, wow. The only way you don't take 3 prizes is if you take out the Baxcalibur and the Bibarel, which I think is a fair trade-off.
This is where we'll see Jared's brain start ticking. We have the Cypher Maniac, we have Greninja, we have Bibarel to draw cards. What can we piece together here? Because there's still a lot on the table. I like the choice of Earthen Vessel plus Prime Catcher. Maybe we could work towards Chien-Pao Hail Blading the Pidgeot EX. That would be a big swing turn.
Yeah, that would be good. There's no real good target for Ampy very much now that the Luminion has hit the discard pile, because you're not playing anything like Iron Crown or Future Booster Energy Capsule. This isn't a deck where you're really boosting up the damage of the Iron Hand, so you have to go for stuff that you can naturally KO, and Pidgeot is just 40 HP away from that. So here's a concealed card that get you the 2 cards off of Cypher Maniac's code breaking. And yeah, as you called it, here we go. What are we getting up? I think KO on the Pidgeot would be huge. And it's, you got 2 energy off of the Chien-Pao's ability anyway.
Yeah,
so this should be easy enough to get the KO.
Yeah, especially with the barrel draw as well. I think we're piecing towards it. The thing that is still awkward is that you need to unlock this bench as quickly as possible, because you need to have backup Frigibax here.
Because this does open the opportunity for Pram just to go, okay, fine. So I'm going to gust your Frigibax, take out that and the Bibarel as well. The Iron Hands can wait till later. I'm going after the Bibarel because that's your draw engine.
Yeah.
And then that's almost like the whole prize map, because then you just get like Radiant Greninja, drop the extra damage from Dragapult's attack onto Iron Hands, and that's a win in 2 attacks. Or 2 more attacks, 3 total.
See Jared going through the motions, shaking his head, thinking, why did I evolve the 70 hit point Frigibax first as well? That was the first basic he searched. And now it's just under so much more threat, because if you put 60 hit point Frigi down, they can still be targeted by Pram.
Here comes an Ultra Ball, but right now any Pokemon you search isn't going to hit the bench, because that Collapse Stadium, limiting both players to 4 bench spots total, means no one is allowed to bench anything else until that stage. No, you're not allowed to do that because of the Collapse Stadium.
You can't even take that to hand, because you just need to barrel into Stadium Bounce. That's the first priority. Yeah,
you can't do that.
This.
Wait, that's 5 benches.
Yeah, we can't put this Frigibax into play. We'll make sure
bench
we're on
that
top of this.
Collapse Stadium is in play.
Yeah, that's to hand. We know that much. But it means you're getting 1 less from the barrel. Maybe it's just fodder for the Earthen Vessel. Yeah, okay, so it's just being discarded for more water.
Yeah, here's a couple more water, and you did see some hitting the discard pile, really powering up those superior energy retrieval as well. So you're going to be able to play superior energy retrieval, get 4 energy back from the discard. I think there's 4. There's at least 3 I can see there. And there's 2 on the Chien-Pao. You're going to need a bit more. Here comes the Bibarel. Draw in more cards. There's an Energy and a Bidoof and a Super Rod.
Yeah, notably no Stadium. So the Collapse Stadium from Pram, really smart choice with the Forest Hill Stone, because it's put Jared into a horrible position now. He's had to Prime Catcher away the Dragapult, so you still have that Neo upper option on the bench, and you know that you can take out this Baxcalibur, and Jared will have no response there whatsoever, because you would lose Super Cold for at least a turn.
Yeah, best case scenario, you can bench a Frigibax and get it back, but of course, if you're benching 60 HP Frigibax, we know they're not going to last long, because they get KO'd by the residual damage from Dragapult's attack. So here's an energy onto, and there's a KO.
Yeah.
So that's easy enough. We knew that was coming, but there's not enough energy on the board to launch a KO and attack next turn without Frigibax.
And Jared's about to receive some bad news, because Pram is holding on to Boss's orders, has been holding it since turn 1. So I think we're going to very quickly see the punish here by taking out Baxcalibur. Here it is, Boss's orders from Pram, straight into the Cleffa. Benching Bidoof, we see an energy attachment to the Dracloak. It's all you need to do here. It's feeling fantastic. You're going to take out the B-Barrel as expected, Ross.
Yeah, that was
leveled up the
always
prizes, but it just means that Jared has no play this turn.
And it means Pram can win next turn. All he needs to do next turn is KO the Greninja or something else, put the residual damage onto the Iron Hands. There would be one prize away. Maybe you can't even get towards the Chen Pao though, because you're not even behind. Although, if Jared were to take a prize, then Michael could actually win next turn with the Defiance Band.
It's just horrible that Jared has to put 60 hit point Frigibacks down onto this board, knowing that you're just feeding Pram more prizes. That's what feels so grim here. You have 170 hit points that you can recover right now, and this is why Chen Pao is less popular. The question mark for this tournament was how popular is Dragapult going to be?
Yep.
If it's popular, Chen Pao has a horrible matchup. We're seeing it right here, how bad it can be sometimes as we whiff the Shivery Chill. But if there isn't that many Dragapult players, Chen Pao's still a really powerful archetype. So Jared's kind of just run the gambit and is run into the Dragapult in this round 4.
Yeah, it's not working out like he wanted it to, unfortunately. Does bench the Frigibacks there. And just having a look through his deck.
All of his other basics have 60 hit points at this stage. This nest ball is quite poor.
But the problem is, if you just leave one Frigibacks down, then your opponent can be like, oh, cool. So I'm going to gust that up and KO it.
Correct.
While also dropping 6 damage counters on anywhere I like. We could...
You can't even manually attach to Greninja here. Just has to pass. So Pram, if he can weave in another KO on the bench Frigibacks, would be huge here.
They see the Sui and Heavy Balls searching out those prizes. It does look like that was failed.
Yep.
Just getting that card out of his hand. I mean, gusting here would be huge. You don't need to gust. You're going to get the KO onto, well, it's probably the Bidoof, honestly, would go down. You could go after the Iron Hands, but you could also save that till later. Because the Chen Pao decks, they're not playing stuff like Professor Turo. They're not fixing those Pokemon on the bench. They are leaving them there with all the damage.
I think the good news is Pram played the 1 copy of Boss's Orders, and it is just a 1 count. The rest of your Gust comes in the form of Counter Catcher and their level on prize cards. So I think Pram at least has to attack into the Chen Pao, but maybe that makes our prize map just taking out Iron Hands here, saying that Jared's been slowed down long enough this 1 turn, and you're just going to start establishing double Dragapult to close out this game.
Yeah, because right now, anything...
Oh, there's the Kieran.
Oh,
that's the
there's
game.
The Kieran. That's the game. You get the 30 damage extra. You KO the Chen Pao. You put the residual damage onto the Iron Hands, and that is the game. Michael Pramwell takes 4 prizes in 1 turn to finish out the 2-0 victory.
Impressive stuff. What a deck list. Is this the new way to play Dragapult EX? I've still got so many questions, and we've just seen it perform so perfectly by Pram.
Yeah, Kieran, of course, being a supporter card gives you 2 options. It's either a switch or it lets you do 30 extra damage. In game 1, it was a switch. In game 2, it was the extra damage.
That's poetic.
I know, right? Using Kieran to win both games, but using the different effect in each game. That's kind of beautiful.
Yeah, we've seen cards like Leon be played in the past just because of that damage mod, but then stapling a switch, which is already a great effect, onto the new version of this Kieran makes it so useful. I think it's no surprise we see Pram picking up this card. It's also great in Charizard archetypes, and we might even see it in other decks, as we're going to go through the replay here and see Pram picking apart the board so effectively in this first game.
Yeah, we saw a giant return KO onto the Dragapult with that Chen Pao to put Jared back up on prizes, but of course we had that Dragapult doing Dragapult things, taking multiple prizes. We saw a KO into the Bidoof while also being able to drop extra damage, and then we get to the end. Oh no, this
is game 1, so this was the close one. I think this was the one that Jared still really could have won. As we see Pram eventually, this is the second game now, using that Collapse Stadium so effectively. That was a Forest Seal Stone target, Ross.
It was huge.
And it's completely changed the game because it limited Jared to just that 1 Bats Caliber, which gave Pram the option of free turn, and then off Barrel found Kieran to take a huge 4-prize swing.
And important to note, there was no Pidgeot down at the end of that game. You couldn't just search out the Kieran like in game 1, but it didn't even matter. You draw off the B-Barrel, and that's the thing. Pidgeot is great, but Pidgeot is not all you have, because you've also got Dracloak and you've also got B-Barrel. That means you've you get lots of extra cards in addition to the one guaranteed off of Pidgeot as well.
And you're drawing cards that draw you even more cards. The Dracloaks chip in. That's where it's kind of better than Charmeleon in many respects that we've seen in Charizard builds of the past. But then also having Charizard adds to your acceleration, means you don't have to play supporters like Mela, although it could still be in the deck list. And I'm sure some Pidgeot builds will still choose to play that supporter card. But it then gives you an aggressive attacking option. We know that Charizard EX is one of the best late game threats. Just period. It's just the best card in the late game. It is so dangerous, so powerful, and gives you type coverage into Gardevoir. The card's too good not to play, so let's weave that in too.
Well, you say that. Fran did not seem to need Charizard in that matchup.
Not in that matchup. But it's cool to see that Dragapult could be the star of the show as well.
Yes. And that's one of the things that's so good about this deck. It's probably not a very beginner-friendly deck. It's a deck where you need to really understand the nuances of the game as a whole and the specific meta game we've got at the moment with so many one-offs, so many different options. You're changing what you're doing on the fly and trying to figure out exactly in this particular matchup, in this particular situation, what is my play? But when it works like that, it is a thing of absolute beauty because you've got all those options of, well, if I use Kieran right now, then I can get a KO plus take those extra prizes. Or if I want, I can actually just use something like Charizard with high HP taking a big KO on the active because Dragapult really goes up to 200 outside of like Defiance Band and Kieran, whereas Charizard can get well above that in the late game.
Well, I think we can hear from Michael, and we want to pick his brain about this deck list and his thoughts about Dragapult overall, so let's hear from him.
Thank you, casters. Juancho Saldana here, and I'm joined by your favorite player, my favorite player, Michael Pramawat. Michael, how does it feel to win the last round?
Feeling good, 4-0. All my games have been relatively like quick 2-0s, except for one of them, so yeah, just kind of blasting through the tournament.
All right, quick 2-0s except one. All right, but you must be feeling great for sure, and I'm not going to lie, Michael. You have made me a Dragapult believer. Going into this tournament, I was like, it's not that great of a deck. Lugia's going to beat it up or something, but your deck, you're bringing the spice. Let's talk about that a little bit. Why this specific version of Dragapult?
Pidgeot is just, I mean, I'm just playing all the best cards in the format. Like, Dragapult's broken, Charizard's broken, Pidgeot's broken. Like, when you can do, the deck just lets you do whatever you want, so it's like, I can just take advantage of that, and yeah, I mean, like, this deck is just crazy, so, yeah.
No, I agree. Crazy indeed. I mean, you have Bibarel for draw, you have the Dracloak to draw, you have Cleffa so you even draw more, and then Pidgeot. Seems like a lot of support, and it makes sense too, right? You're playing 3 Stage 2 Pokemon. That seems tough. I want to pick apart that. You're playing a 101 Charizard line. Is Charizard really that important to the deck?
Yeah, I mean, Charizard's good in multiple aspects. Like, you can use the third energy to power up a Dragapult. Charizard's attack in general is just, like, dominating. Like, you looked at the previous set, like, Charizard was just running rampant, so, like, there's no reason that card would ever just get bad. And so I think a lot with Dragapult coming out, a lot of people didn't really know how to build the deck, so, well, here it is, so.
Here it is indeed, not gonna lie. I'm gonna be copy-pasting that deck to Pokemon Trading Card Game Live right after, but, I mean, why this specific version, though? Why Charizard? There's so many different flavors of Dragapult, you know, the Xatu engine or even Lost Box. Why Charizard?
Because Charizard is just, like, way better than all those cards combined. Like, I mean, like, basically this deck is just 2 decks mushed together. But, like, the reason why this deck works is because Arven just scales with the items and tools that are available, and they're crazy right now. And then because you have, like, Pidgeot, you can play all these 1/1 lines, like these single copies, and if you just can navigate the game, you can just do whatever you want.
That makes sense. That makes sense. And I think we got to see the power of your deck. And you're playing a lot of the newer cards, too. The Kiernan and everything. Any reason why you're not playing Mela, something like that, for example?
I tried Mela for a while. The card ended up just being too slow and, like, too situational. Because a lot of times if your Neo Upper Energy Dragapult survives a turn, you actually never play Mela for the rest of the game. Because you can just manually attach 2 energies, and then if you have Charizard, like, if you need to, like, spike a bunch of energies as well, you can do that as well. And the deck is just, like, has so much synergy going for it because every Pokemon is its own support, and so they support each other.
I like it. It really does show in the deck. I'm sure we're going to see more from you, maybe in this tournament, right? You feeling like you have the best deck in the room, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I am pretty confident. Like, there's a good chance that I might actually have the best deck in the room. I mean, like, I played a lot of games in, which is something I haven't really done this season, was like play test that much, because I got my invite back at Worlds, and you know, this season I was kind of taking it chill. But you know, the Dragon Ball came out. I started just playing on my phone, and I was like, oh, this deck is actually like really sick. And then over like a course of like the last 2 weeks, I've been like really refining the deck, and I'm really confident with the deck right now.
Great to hear it. This is it. This is Michael Pramawat Unlocked, actually testing the deck. That's for sure. Anyone you want to shout out before I let you go?
Yeah, shout out to all the people I tested the deck with, and also shout out to the Indianapolis crew. They're all like really cool people. And there's a bunch of, I gave my deck out to like a bunch of different people, so like there's some same 60s running around out in the field.
Oh, I need to get on that group chat. I'm not gonna lie, Michael. With that, thank you so much for the great interview. Don't drop that water there. With that, we're gonna throw it back to the casters for more Pokemon action.
Well, I hope as they let him into that group chat, he's willing to put in all of the time needed to perfect play in that deck, because as we saw from Michael there, having all of that deck, it's fun, there's lots of options, but oh, it takes a little bit of practice to sequence that and get it perfect. But when it works, that deck does look like it might be borderline unstoppable.
And honestly, the logic is sound. Michael just said, play more of the good cards and you make a good deck. That was my notes. That's what I jotted down from that interview. But as you say, Ross, navigating this archetype is no mean feat. Selecting those quick searches whilst also knowing you have backup draw. Sometimes you start the turn with a guaranteed card so you can lower the hand size. Sometimes you're going to draw, see what you can hit, and then sort of cobble the rest together via that Pidgeot. But I think we've seen it over the past couple of formats. Previously, it was just Charizard with the Pidgeot and Barrel. That was a successful combination. But like Pram said, every time you get one of these Pokemon evolved up, they're doing so much for the rest of the board at the same time.
Yeah, there's very few Pokemon in the deck that are pretty selfish. They're all just going, right, well, Dragapult, well, it's got the Dracula to draw your cards, and the Bibarel will also draw your cards, and the Pidgeot will also get you cards, and the Charizard will get you your energy accelerated. They're not just coming in and attacking here. They've got so much more. So, with all of that borne in mind, we need to have a chat about some other decks. We need to go for the next part of the community bracket to see which deck is going to see victorious. We're going to have an actual winner of NAIC, but arguably more importantly, we're going to have a winner of the community choice bracket, because you know, everyone at home gets to vote on this. Round one, I think it was fair to say a landslide for Lugia V-Star. This time we got Control variants and Gardevoir.
Yeah, we haven't seen much of Control yet on the stream. So I do think it is going to be more of that niche pick. It didn't make it onto our day one graphic, although it's had great results throughout the season. We saw just at the last regional championships in the US, Lucas Zing winning with Pidgeot. So it's a phenomenal archetype, no doubt. And I feel like the Control decks did gain a few pieces from this set as well.
Yeah, they really did. There's a lot of stuff going on here. One of my favorite new cards from the set is Accompanying Flute. Being able to just to look at your opponent's deck and bench their own Pokemon. That's something I don't remember seeing before in the game, and I've paid a lot of attention to the whole history of this game throughout the years. It's
it's cheeky. It is such a cheeky card, knowing that even cards in your deck aren't safe anymore. You're going to get your hand attacked, you're going to get your deck attacked as well with Misfortune Sisters and with the Flute now as well. Yeah, there's so many ways that you can figure out a Pokemon to trap with the controlling archetypes.
Yeah, it's going to be an awful lot of fun for the Control players out there, of course. We know the Control players haven't done very well over in Japan in this format, but that's because there's so much best of one. The way they play their tournaments does not lend itself to Control doing well. It's why Control never really does well in Japan, because that's not how their tournaments work. They don't lend themselves to those kind of archetypes, whereas over here we've seen for a long time now those Control archetypes have been really very, very good.
Yeah, they're great picks if you can get the right list sorted. And I think there are some great new cards from Twilight Masquerade that can really help out the controlling deck. I think that Wellspring Mask Ogerpon, just that first attack, sob, 20 damage, 1 colorless energy. when you can hit point buff this Pokemon with those Defiance Vests or with that Hero's Cape, of course, the A-Spec often played with Pidgeot, you can gain a huge amount of hit points and keep announcing this Sob attack for 0 damage. If you use double turbo energy, you can trap all sorts of Pokemon and be such a huge headache. But also there's that Blood Moon Ursaluna. If you want to get a little bit more aggressive, you can also throw the Hero's Cape on that. And it can be a great way to take out threats proactively.
Yeah, that can be always a lot of fun. And of course, if you're going down on prizes and your opponent's taking prizes, then making cards like that actually come to the front. That Blood Moon Ursaluna gets a little bit cheaper every time your opponent takes a prize. And Controller doesn't mind giving up a prize or two in the early game.
Yeah.
And honestly, giving up a prize or two is good because you need to give up a prize to activate stuff like Unfair Stamp and Counter Catcher and all those kind of cards. So sometimes it can be quite nice giving up those prizes early game.
And then up against Gardevoir, it's so far tied and lost on the stream, but we know there's insane power around this archetype. We've seen it do well in Japan. Even Hyper Aroma lists have done well. In Japan, in Sapporo it was, with Irida instead of Arven. But a lot of the time it's TM Evolution with Arven and that Unfair Stamp. One of the cards of the set, no doubt. It's forcing amazing A-Specs out of deck lists because of how strong this card can be.
Yeah, unfair by name, unfair by nature. One of those cards, when you first see it, you're like, hang on a second, I misread that, let me have another go. And you're like, nope, that's a real thing. And for someone who plays aggressive decks, Unfair Stamp is kind of a terrifying card, right? Because I go first, or, so I get the first KO, however, whatever happens. I get the first KO, right? And then I've got a 2-card hand to play with. So maybe I'm playing Bibarel or something like that, but I kind of have to establish some kind of draw engine on the board.
Yeah.
Because it's not just that you get a 2-card hand, but you get a 2-card hand with a very large deck left. So I've not been able to thin out my deck, but I have been able to go down to 2 cards in my hand. So the chances of drawing out of it actually become very, very slim. So now I've got to go, well, okay, fine, I won't play too aggressively, but that's my deck. That's what it does.
Yeah, and you're stopping the opponent doing their core strategy at that point. And if you're giving Gardevoir time, they're drawing a ton of cards. They're refining non-stop. They're getting towards all their combinations. So it's kind of a catch-22. Do I trigger the Unfair Stamp and fall prey to just having 2 cards and sometimes they're terrible? Or do I hold off and let Gardevoir have time? That sounds terrible.
Yeah, that's not always ideal. Just waiting to see who's going to be arguing which side of this, Joe.
Because we're arguing? I thought we were like agreeing and chatting. Okay.
Are we not doing
we've basically just gone over both the archetypes together.
Are we not arguing?
We're used to arguing on the European stream, but maybe it's a bit more wholesome here.
It gets heated on the European stream.
We let Twitch chat do the arguing for us now, Ross. I think that's what's going down.
Oh.
Yeah, we normally do speed run 30-second arguments in Europe, but I think we're just generally talking about the archetypes.
Are we being nicer over here, are we?
Yeah, we're just vibing. Yeah.
Okay, I mean, I'll tell you this, right? Gardevoir's a weird one for me, right? Because Scarlet and Violet comes out. Gardevoir, best deck in the format. It's absolutely huge. Tord takes it to a 2nd place finish at EUIC. That was, what, 2022?
Yeah.
Great card. Yeah, great card, great deck, absolutely phenomenal. Absolute powerhouse, and then it kind of falls off a little bit. And it started to come back a little bit over the next couple of tournaments, but then we actually come back to this new metagame with Twilight Masquerade, and it's Monkey Dory and it's Unfair Stamp. And one of the cool things about the deck is, like Monkey Dory, we talked about it a lot. One of the things to bear in mind, you have to have a Darkness Energy on it.
Yeah.
And the ability is just usable as soon as there's a Darkness Energy on it, but you have to actually leave the energy on there. You have to find time to get the energy on.
Yeah.
In a lot of decks, you can't play Monkey Dory because when are you attaching the energy? In Gardevoir, well, Gardevoir EX is attaching all of your energy, so you've got that time to just go, you know what? Let's pop a Darkness on here. That'll do nicely.
Yeah, it makes it one of the best designed abilities because you know that it's such a strong effect. You have to kind of lock it behind this awkward, I have to spend an attachment on it. So it limits Monkey Dory down to which archetypes it can go into, but Gardevoir takes full advantage.
Yeah, and that's when it becomes so good. Now you've got the Unfair Stamp plus the Monkey Dory, and it just opens up new lines of play. The deck as a whole, well, it's weird. In some ways, it hasn't really changed. But in some ways, we saw it with Henry Brand. Some people are actually playing it a lot differently. Because you've got Monkey Dory, you can go heavier on the EX. Because that 190 smack with Gardevoir EX was not quite good enough previously.
Yep.
But if you can use that essentially to bank a bunch of damage on your opponent's board, so that you can then start moving it around Monkey Dory, that makes that attack much better. Because, like you said last weekend in Bologna, we had Gardevoir doing very well, but the deck was really relying on Drifloon and Screamtail to take big KOs.
Yeah.
That was how it went.
Yep, and actually, to sort of accomplish the same Monkey Dory strategy. We saw Benetti X with Radiant Alakazam, and now Gardevoir gets to play better stuff. We've had such a great time here going through these couple of rounds, casting Ross, and there's actually some more casters out in the field who are playing this weekend, so let's get an update on how they're doing.
Yeah, we have got an update on some of the other casters. I know you guys are wanting to follow along at home. So currently, even Hegster, sitting at 3 wins, 1 draw, 3-0-1, the cream of the crop of the caster so far, and he's had some good day 2 finishes. He's had some big finishes in the West and in Japan.
Yeah, I think he's just come back from Japan as well.
He played in Japan Championships last weekend.
Yeah, so pretty experienced in this format, so that's great to run it back. Freya Pierce also doing really well with a 3-1 record. I think they won't mind me saying they're playing Lugia. They make no secret of the fact that they like playing Lugia and in their comfort zone with that archetype.
There was a lot of discussion. Freya was on the stream of us last weekend in Bologna, and she was saying very high on Lugia. Big fan of Lugia. I mean, one of her favorite Pokemon, and also a very, very good deck.
How often does that happen?
Yeah.
You have to kind of play it at that point, right?
Had to play that. We know that Lugia can be a little bit less consistent, but clearly working there. We've then got Alex at 2-0-2. Not taking a loss yet, Alex.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Has taken a couple of ties, so in a decent position.
And he needs points for his invite. He needs to get points this weekend. So I'm crossing my fingers for Alex. He's on a good run so far. We have Amy as well on that 2-2 record. So a couple of wins, couple of losses so far. I think she was piloting the Raging Bolt archetype off the top of my head. At least in the build-up in Bologna, we were talking about that as one of her potential choices. So having an average day so far, hoping to win out, I guess.
Yeah, I know Alex is on Charizard. That was a big discussion yesterday. Yeah. I know Freya's on Lugia. That was a big discussion last weekend. I did not ask Amy what she was playing, actually. Yeah. We do have Chip at 1 win, 2 losses, 1 tie. Chip's at 1-2-1. Not out of day 2 contention yet, but will need to win out. We'll need to win the last 5 rounds to get into day 2. So good luck to Chip for the rest of them. There are a couple of other players worth watching. Ian Robb is sitting at 3-1. Tord Reklev is obviously off to a 4-0 start, and Brent Tonnerson at 3-0-1. There are players to watch this weekend, and yeah, Tord is also playing a deck that takes a little bit of thought, but it's Tord. I think he's going to be okay.
Oh, I'm so excited, especially seeing him on that 4-0 record. It's what he does at international championships, but it's always a spectacle to just see his deck list and how he pilots these lists as well. So we're keeping it a secret for you for now, but we're definitely going to try and get Tord on the stream if we can. Ian Robb, also just such a solid player. Can play all sorts of archetypes and will literally choose a deck for an event, which I think is a really interesting thought process compared to certain players that will stick to an archetype, stick to their craft and play it as well as possible. Ian is such a strong player that he can jump from one archetype to another week to week based on his metagaming.
Yeah, and Brent Tonnerson is a player who's really been traveling the world this year, an Australian player. There aren't that many tournaments over in Australia. If you want to play a lot, you do unfortunately have to get on some very long plane rides. But Brent's been doing that this year. Did, I believe, runner-up in Liverpool, which is a tournament we were at over in the UK, making that trip over. Has come to some European events, has gone to some North American events, obviously been doing well in the Australian events as well, and now over here at North American Internationals, a player who does not mind a little bit of travel, which I think if you're going to be a good player from Australia, kind of where you need to be.
Yeah, I love that he's taking those risks and it's paying off. We do have our community choice in. We've got the votes in, so let's see what you've gone for. Is it going to be Gardevoir or Control coming out on top? It's another landslide, Ross.
Whoa, that is a little... don't get me wrong, I think Gardevoir's the correct choice here. Yeah. I think Gardevoir should be beating Control, but look, I think round 1, Lugia over Charizard, 79-21, I'll buy that. Yeah. I think this should be a little bit closer. Maybe 60-40 Gardy.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, Control does have to figure out Lugia. I think that's his biggest concern, is that Lugia, with those Mist Energy shutting off a lot of your annoying effects of attacks, Jet Energy allowing you to jump in and out of the active position is huge, and their damage output scales incredibly as well, and has easy ways to knock out the Pidgeot. And then if we're talking about the Snorlax side of things, yeah, Lugia has a lot of outs and a lot of attackers. Even they can move their Luminion back into the deck now thanks to Legacy Energy. That was one of your premium trap options. So I think our community are already respecting Lugia. We've just seen it in their vote, and that is also one of the bigger issues for Control that they have to figure out this weekend.
Yeah, Control is going to be a bit awkward. There are some good players on Control who are on unbeaten records, of course. There are some good players who are having good tournaments, and there's been enough good players playing Control over the past few weeks in places like LA and in Stockholm and in Bologna. We are going to see some good Control players rise up. I'd be very surprised if it wasn't making noise in day 2.
Yeah, and trying to figure out how to beat that Lugia. Is there any cards that stand out to you that you think has to go in the deck list now to improve their chances against Lugia?
I think it's going to be very... The problem is they're playing 4 Jet Energy, so trying to get them stuck in the active is hard. And they've got Archeop, so trying to kind of get rid of their energy is a bit of a non-starter.
Well, what do you think about the Great Tusk EX? We saw some of that in some online tournaments. You can KO some Chin and Minchino that way.
Look, I love Great Tusk. I'm a huge fan of Great Tusk.
That's what I was trying to set you up for. I know you're a fan.
I might have picked up all 3 different prints of Great Tusk in Italian last weekend in an Italian card shop. That might have happened.
Yeah.
I don't think it's good enough. I think it gives you a better matchup.
Yeah.
My issue with that is, what is Great Tusk helping against outside of that?
Oh, nothing.
And your matchup's kind of bad. It's a case of, do you want to try and have a small increase in what is already a bad matchup? And it isn't like, well, I'm going to win now with this.
Yeah.
It's just, I've got a slightly better chance. Or do you want to save that spot in your deck for just making your deck better? Like, do you want to hurt your consistency a little bit so you're worse in the mirror match, which is going to come up a little bit more? I don't want to feel defeatist here, Joe, but look, I want to play Great Tusk, all right?
Yeah.
I don't think it's good enough to make enough of a difference in the Lugia matchup to make it worth the inclusion. I know some people disagree with me here. It's a decent attacker into Chinchino and Minchino. Maybe that can make a difference, but also it's probably going to get KO'd straight back.
Yeah, I think that's kind of part of the plan as well. You're trying to get knocked out so then you can go in with Blood Moon Ursaluna next. I think the plan is that you just take so many energy off the board with attacking that then you stay out of range, but it's still tough, especially with Jamming Tower and Lugia as well now. Half the reason your Pokemon stay out of range is your hit point buffs. So if that's also removed from you, Lugia's just a tough matchup now.
It is a tough matchup. The good news is there's another tough matchup coming very shortly indeed. We are going to have a quick caster change. We're going to go to round 5, and I have a lot of faith it's going to be spectacular. So grab yourself a nice cold beverage, but don't go far, eh?
Fluttermane, huh? You forgot that I'm the GOAT. Yeah, started Fluttermane, drop return.
You know, I had a feeling.
It's just a hunch.
Yeah.
You're joking. So good at the game. Good game. That first game was crazy good.
Yeah, that first game was really good.
That's sick.
Well, I got into competitive because when my brother introduced me to the game, we started going to league, and the more and more we played, he kept on outplacing me. So I just decided, yo, I need to outplace him.
What a run it has been for Raymond these last couple seasons. Of course, a couple of top 8s with Fort Wayne and Hartford there.
My earliest memories was probably my first regionals and juniors. At the time, I didn't really have any expectations to do well. Luckily, I was able to finish second, and ever since then, I just got really, really into it. Probably one of my favorite moments was when I won my first regionals in seniors, and that was a huge breaking point for me, and it was an incredibly tough matchup. Everybody doubted me, but I was able to pull it off in the end. Something I've learned over the years is you're gonna have a really rough event. Sometimes it can be really disheartening, but once you get back up and keep on trying, you're gonna get the finish eventually if you keep on putting in the effort.
That's gonna be it,
Yes.
though. We see the extension of the fist bump. Raymond Long is our champion here in Peoria.
The main reason I'm still competing right now is just the friends I've made. I definitely would not be playing if it weren't for any of them. And it's probably the most important thing. Obviously, I do care about placements a lot, but it's not my #1 goal. As long as I'm enjoying the game and having fun, I will continue playing.
So I started playing Pokemon at the end of 2017, beginning of 2017 area,
I really got into it because my locals in Florida were so welcoming and nice, and they really taught me, the ins and outs of the game. My first competitive event was St. Louis Regionals, where I actually ended up getting top 16. I lost my way in the top 8, but for my first event, I was super happy that I got a few boxes and just had a great time. My favorite Pokemon is probably Lugia, since I played it all last year. I did great with it last year, and I always enjoyed watching it in the TV shows. I look up to Isaiah Bradner. He's a super awesome friend and a great person. My gym would probably be the colorless type, since colorless Pokemon, Lugia, it's my favorite Pokemon, so I think I'd be a colorless type gym leader. The one trainer I would probably battle is Azul, since I've never beat him before, but would be super happy if I could. My favorite part about Pokemon events is just my friends. Obviously playing Pokemon is super fun, I enjoy it a lot, but hanging out with your friends, you can't really beat that. My go-to event snack is probably just chips and a drink. That's usually what I have throughout the whole event. I usually don't eat lunch because nerves, but then I make sure I have a big dinner afterwards. Yeah, if I won the World Championship, I'd probably make a call to my parents first to start. They've supported me ever since I started playing the game and just been a great supporting role. I do not think I am Team Rocket.
The first Pokemon game I played was Black 2 on my DS back when I was in elementary school. When I was younger, I would collect some of the cards, and my dad, I think, it started to encourage me to start playing competitive more. He wanted me to learn the rules of the game, so my mom and my dad, they helped me go to league, and I started going to tournaments, and that helped me get into Pokemon. I remember winning one of the city championships, I think it was, in junior division, and that was pretty fun. My favorite Pokemon is Cyndaquil. I think it's because I played it in a Mystery Dungeon game on the DS, and that was the character it gave me, and so then it kind of just stuck with me. People that I look up to in the community, I mean, obviously Tord is one of the best players in the world. It'd be cool to have some of the accomplishments that he has, but some of my friends that I test with, like Caleb, it's pretty good too. So I'd probably like to have another game against Azul, to be honest. We're 1-1 against each other all the time, so we could get that tiebreaker game and that'd be fun. It's gotta be Unova region is my favorite because that was the first game I played on the DS in Black 2, so. I think it's gotta be Chocolate. Chocolate's just really good, and I think my mom's always liked chocolate, so I think that definitely passed down to me from her. If I won the World Championship, I would definitely call my parents first. I'm sure they'd be watching anyway, but they supported me throughout Pokemon, getting me into it when I was younger, and now I'm going to tournaments by myself, but they still check in on me, and I'm sure I'd want to talk to them. I think I've got to go with Sprigatito. I haven't played the video games in a while, but that looks like the coolest one to me, so that's the one I have to go with.
The North America International Championships here in New Orleans. You're tuning back in to the TCG. stream, and we are excited to have you back here because we're about to get into some more Pokemon action. I'm Shelby Boo here with Pablo Meza, and we are about to get into our Swiss Round 5. Pablo, it's been a long day so far. How are you feeling?
It's been a long day indeed, Boo. We had that power mishap and a long dodge call in our previous round, but we are here, we are pushing through, and we have our Swiss round players at the table already, so we're gonna head there in just a second. But this is the point in the tournament where if you started 4-0, you're feeling pretty good, but things can still take a wrong turn. Or you're 2-1-1, 2-2, and you're living on the edge, Boo.
Yes, but this is my favorite part of the tournament because now we start to get to see the decks that are succeeding, but maybe they're a little off meta a little bit. And I definitely think we're about to feature a couple of those.
Yeah, as you mentioned, like by round 4, round 5, we start seeing some of the decks like start to stand out from the big crowd that we had. 2,600 players started off right now. I think we have around 700 still left undefeated. So still plenty to go. Yeah, still plenty to go, but round 5, exciting things coming along.
Exciting things here. This is going to be a long one, I think. Well, I don't know. We'll see how it goes, I suppose. But you're definitely going to want to settle in, you know, grab a drink, grab a snack, because we're going to be here casting a very interesting match. One that I definitely did not expect to cast today, and I love those. I mean, I got to cast Cloth in LA and couldn't ask for anything better than that, but I'm hoping this is just equally as fun of a show here. I guess we'll see what happens.
Yeah, we're getting variety on stream here. Now our players do have their headsets on now, so we can probably talk a little bit about what to expect in this round. As you mentioned, 2 very unique decks, one more so than the other, right? One featuring cards that we have seen be successful so far this season. The one featuring a lot of brand new Twilight Masquerade cards.
Well, let's continue this conversation while we introduce our players here on the stage because they are setting up, getting ready to go in this round 5. So excited we get to feature on stream. Once again, I haven't seen him in a while, and it is so nice seeing him once again on our stream. Xander Perot here, gonna be playing Wancho's favorites, outside of Lugia, of course. That Frostlass with Monkey Dory. I don't even know what to call it. It's a combo deck with a bunch of damage counters.
Yeah, I mean, Frostlass will be placing all the damage on Pokemon with abilities. Monkey Dory will be transferring some of that damage back to his opponent. While on the other side, Emmanuel Diogo is playing the very loved and very hated Snorlax deck with that fantastic block ability, essentially preventing a lot of decks from actually working, right? So we're going to have to see what Emmanuel can do to battle all those damage counters from the freezing ability from Frostlass.
We're gonna have to see. I love that Emmanuel brought this deck to the North America International Championships. You know, there was a lot of people who kind of had mixed opinions. They thought it would do very well, or I saw several people that were just saying, nope, do not play it into this field. It's not a good choice. But Emmanuel Diogo is here on our stage with a Snorlax control deck, and I'm excited to see what the list looks like and definitely how it plays into this specific matchup, because probably not one you're super prepared for if you're playing any deck here at NAIC.
Yeah, there wasn't a big focus on Snorlax or control heading into this tournament, I don't think. So we do see the prizes. Super effective glass is an interesting tech for Xander as he is running that copy of a Minior, so that would be helpful to take down the Snorlaxes in a much easier way, but that's going to be locked up there. And then we saw the Erika's invitation over on Emmanuel's side, but it's going to be on Emmanuel to really deal with the onslaught of damage counters and try to deck Xander as soon as he can, because it doesn't matter if you can trap something in the active if there's nothing that's actually damaging you, and there's a Minior as well.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting and kind of a tough matchup. We'll see how things shake out here. But we're getting into our Swiss round 5 here at NAIC, and we're starting with Emmanuel. Unfortunately, not much of a turn, but we have some cards here. Instant charge from that Rotom V that's on the bench here. Going to end the turn and toss things over to Xander, who's starting off with an Irida, of course, going second. Available to play a supporter card here, and that's what we're going to see.
And Xander going to go ahead and check for some of his prize cards, make sure that he knows what he can count on and what he isn't able to utilize. And with that Irida, we'll be able to search for a Frostlass and a Buddy Puffin to set up double Snorant and then start getting those damage counters. As we can see, Snorlax has an ability, Rotom has an ability, so that's going to be a pretty big deal.
Yeah, and then we're going to see, once these cards come out, Emmanuel's going to have a pretty clear idea what we're going to be seeing from this deck here. So, of course, Water Pokemon in that Frostlass, as well as that Buddy Poffin. That's definitely going to be played down here for Xander as well. We're going to grab these Snow Runts out, and I thought this was just a PTCGL deck. I'm not going to lie, Pablo. I love to see that Xander has brought this to our stage here.
Yeah, I think Xander is trying to play with that surprise factor that we were talking about earlier, right? The fact that you have this possibility to surprise your opponent, and we are starting to see that. We see the Monkey Dory with the Adrenabrain ability. It's going to be transferring those damage counters along with the Frostlass, adding those damage counters on Emmanuel's side. And honestly, it comes down to Xander not self-KOing his own Pokemon during the game, because as long as he's able to prevent that, we should be seeing a plethora of damage counters damage Emmanuel's field.
Yeah, and I definitely think we're going to see some ways in this deck. I mean, Xander has piloted this so far to a 4-0 undefeated record here. Just going to be that grasping draw from that nice little Cleffa in the active position. We're back over to Emmanuel's side of the field now.
And we see that accompanying flute, that brand new card from Twilight Masquerade. Reveal the top 5 cards. If there's a basic, you bench it. However, Radiance Arena definitely not a super beneficial Pokemon. I think Emmanuel recognizes that, as he can pick a different Pokemon. I think it is in Emmanuel's best interest to not have that Radiance Arena in play if possible.
Yeah,
that way the damage counters will hopefully build up on Xander Perot's side of the field.
Yeah, I thought for a second you had to play them all down from the accompanying flute, but no, you do get to choose here, and I think Emmanuel took a look at that, kind of looked at the board state, and was like, let's put the Mawile down instead. And we're going to see this once again here.
Second accompanying flute, and we actually see the Radiance Arena once again at the top, but Emmanuel choosing not to bench the card, as it is optional, right? You don't have to put a Pokemon if you don't want to. And yeah, you don't want that Radiance Arena helping out Xander. Now, I think seeing this, Emmanuel's probably not very happy, because he knows that Monkey Dory is going to be annoying. And we see the third accompanying flute.
Oh my gosh, I should have put this in my caster predictions here. That is a lot of flute playing that we're seeing. And we are going to see some other choices here for Emmanuel in these Pokemon. Of course, it has to be a basic. We have that Monkey Dory as well as the Manaphy as a selection here. How do you think it changes this if Emmanuel puts down an additional Pokemon, which would fill up Xander's bench here, Pablo?
I mean, this does prevent, now that the bench is full, there's no more possibility of Radiance Arena until Xander essentially self-KOs a Pokemon. Probably assuming that the Manaphy is going to go down at some point, right, from your own self-damage from Frostlass. And I think Emmanuel really needs to switch gears here, essentially, into use Chi-Yu and try to deck Xander out as soon as possible, but there's no real way to find the Chi-Yu just yet.
Well, we're going to be seeing a lot of control style cards here, and you see that with that Eerie allowing you to look at your opponent's hand, discard 2 item cards that you find in there, and that's exactly what just happened. Super Rod hitting the discard pile, but now we're back over to Xander Perot's side, and those Frostlasses have come out of the woodwork, and they're looking pretty spooky, Pablo. That Freezing Shroud ability is the whole I guess, purpose of this deck here. We're going to be taking damage on both sides of the field for any Pokemon that has an ability, except, of course, for that Frostlass. Now, this is happening in kind of an invisible turn between our players. It's called Pokemon Checkup. And so that is when this damage is dealt. And then we're back over to Emmanuel's side of the field now. So in between our turns, we'll be continuing to see these damage counters stack up and stack up. And I know we were kind of discussing on paper this matchup, Pablo, that it looks very favored because you kind of just get your Frostlass out and then you're cruising, right? So is there any other strategies that Emmanuel can kind of go for outside of the Chi-Yu that we're talking about?
I mean, I generally don't think so. There's no like offensive options, unfortunately, for him to apply any sort of pressure. And Xander even chose not to use Clefa's ability or Clefa's attack, recognizing that the way Emmanuel wins is by deck out, right? And it doesn't matter if that the Clefa is trapped in the active because Xander isn't even intending to attack anyway. He's just going to be transferring and transferring the energy, I mean the damage counters with Adrenabrain. He's going to probably let the Manaphy get KO'd, and then that opens up the space for Radiance Arena. So yeah, it's going to be really harsh in Emmanuel. It's going to have to rely a lot on Penny to potentially pick up the Pokemon that are about to be KO'd at some point.
Buy yourself some time. I think that's what we're going to be seeing here.
I don't know, did have the fire energy. Not choosing, I would have loved to see him go for like Forest Hailstone switch card and then start attacking his opponent's deck. You gotta wonder why that was not the choice at this moment. But now it's on Xander, and more damage counters being built up. 4 on each Pokemon with an ability, and now Adrenabrain, the first Adrenabrain that we're gonna see.
No, I think it's not the first one, but I would say arguably. Oh no, we saw one before.
That's true. That's true. We saw it once.
Arguably, like more value here on this one.
Yeah, this one's gonna be more significant for sure.
Yeah, it's Monkey Dory in a dream out here, everybody. So you are gonna be seeing this Monkey Dory do some work here in this matchup. It's the only one on the bench, but the ability to move those damage counters onto Emmanuel's field is exactly what we're looking to do here as Xander. So we're playing through these cards. Of course, another Monkey Dory can come out of the deck here off of that Ultra Ball, discarding a Forest Hailstone as well as a Buddy Buddy Poffin. So some easy fodder here going into the discard pile to get that Monkey Dory out.
Yep, Monkey Dory in hand, making sure that he has access to that resource. I think Xander might choose to use Clefa this turn, but first we're going to see the 3 damage counters get transferred from Adrenabrain onto the Rotom, which is a higher HP Pokemon. And there's a Clefa draw.
Yeah, we're going to see that grasping draw. Tiny little hands grasping for these cards on that Clefa. Emmanuel taking up these damage counters now onto the right side of the field. And we are going to see that Penny come into action here. Pablo Chi-Yu is going to be the Pokemon moved up into that active position.
Yep, Snorlax goes to the hand, and no need to rebench it, right? Nothing to really trap, and you're not interested in blocking anything because your opponent has 0 offensive pressure. We're going to see the Hero's Cape on the Rotom to try to protect it as best as you can, and then we're going to see the Jealously Singe.
Yeah, what a name for a move there. Jealously Singe. It's going to discard the top 2 cards of Xander's deck. Now, this is what we're looking to see here from Emmanuel, is these discards and slowly just discarding more and more until the potential deck out down the line. But is that going to be enough, or are we going to be here long enough before Xander takes these knockouts with all of these damage counters?
I mean, seems like Xander's going to try and be, very aggressive with the double Monkey Dory, no Radiance Arena. And I think another funny thing that Xander could actually do is use his own ability, let the damage pile up, knock his own Pokemon out, and then use Bloodmoon Ursaluna to start attacking. By forcing your opponent to take prize cards and decreasing your own Bloodmoon Ursaluna damage cost. But we saw 6 damage counters get transferred, 5, to the Chi-Yu, applying pressure that way. And now the damage in between turns during the Pokemon checkup. So a lot of things happening here.
Yeah, a lot of things happening, a lot of damage counters being placed onto the field. Of course, you know, that Rotom V is a little beefier now, plus 100 HP, thanks to that Hero's Cape, but we're still hanging on here. That Chi-Yu does not have abilities, so it doesn't stack in between turns, but that does not stop Xander from still putting those damage counters onto it and having that aggression there as far as what to target down in this matchup. So Emmanuel, large hand here. We're going to see that Team Yell's cheer from Emmanuel.
Yep, Team Yell's cheer gonna put back that Airy, gonna put back the Penny, which is so essential to prevent Xander from essentially winning this game. Now, one tough mountain to climb for Emmanuel is that there's 4 Ionos in Xander's deck that will be able to replenish his deck despite the Chi-Yu discard. So Emmanuel really needs to hit some good Jealously Cinchers with discarding Ionos.
Yes. Well, we're going to see what it is. Top 2 here hitting the discard pile. Just an Ultra Ball as well as a Counter Catcher.
Yep, not super significant as the damage does pile up from that Freezing Shroud. Now, on first stamp, I don't think it's gonna matter too much in this match. Emmanuel has zero intention of taking knockouts at this point in time.
Yeah. Yeah, we're slowly getting to our knockouts here in this game, Pablo. All right, looks like we are back. So sorry about those technical difficulties. I guess Chen Pao just wanted a little screen time, huh, Pablo?
Yeah, Chen Pao got jealous that it's probably not that good anymore, but still wants to show up on stream.
Well, let's get back into this match. Honestly, you haven't missed much. There are a lot more damage counters on this field, though. What do you think about this board state and what we're looking at now, Pablo?
Yeah, I think I'm debating whether to use another Penny and which Pokemon to use it on, because Rotom now has 240 damage on it, does choose to essentially heal and save the Chi-Yu at this point in time. Might have to let go of the Rotom, or we can see another Rotom get benched.
Yeah, looks like that is what is being debated here by Emmanuel, and that's going to be the option from this hand. Rotom V hitting the bench here as well. It's just going to be an instant charge, drawing 3 additional cards to the hand.
Yep, 3 extra cards, 3 extra resources. We're going to have the extra freezing damage onto those Rotoms. 260 damage on the active, so 1 Adrenabrain will finally allow Xander to take that down.
Yeah, honestly, kind of cool to see. It's a little bit anticlimactic to watch on the stream as far as just shifting some damage around, knocking it out. But in theory, it's a very cool way to knock out a Pokemon, Pablo. We do not get to see this very often. And now, with the addition of Monkey Dory from Twilight Masquerade, we're getting to see these super cool plays here. Frostlass being incredible as well, and another card from Twilight Masquerade that stacks up all of these damage counters. Of course, the ability stacks, so we're taking 2 every time between these players on Pokemon Checkup. It looks like they're calculating the damage here in between these turns.
Yep. 260 damage on the active, 2 more from Frostlass at this point in time. So 10 HP left on that Rotom. Will Emmanuel choose to penny that up, or can he even penny that up? I don't think I see a penny in Emmanuel's hand.
Yeah, I do not either. Oh, nope, that's not it.
I think that's a boss,
Yeah.
So we're going to see the Misfortune Sisters perhaps get played. We could see an Iono as well.
Yeah.
Is that? Yeah, that is Misfortune Sisters, right?
Yeah, the rainbow one?
Yeah.
Yes, that is it. I see.
Yep.
Yeah, they all look kind of similar.
They do look similar.
Whoa, so...
Oh, Emmanuel is actually ahead in
Yeah, I
prices,
was
so we
about to
cannot
say,
play the counter catcher
Yes,
at this point in time.
I mean, it was a while ago that prize card was taken, so, but it is not currently active. Shut that down here, but it looks like we're going to see an Iono instead from Emmanuel.
That Iono will replenish Sanders' deck, essentially, as he definitely had more than 6 cards in his hand. We'll have to see what Emmanuel is looking for here. Still had that Force Seal Stone, I think, available to him, so could have used it to find maybe the switch card to continue decking out Sander. There's just not a lot he's going to be able to do with a 5-card hand and the Rotom going down. All right, we do see the instant charge, 3 more cards added to the hand, and more damage counters from Frostlass's ability here.
All right, yep, we are back on Emmanuel's side of the field now. That Temple Sinnoh is in play here just as a stadium, not really doing much. And, oh, sorry, we're on Xander's side, and we're seeing some damage counters. Or are we in between turns? Pablo, I'm losing track of where we're at.
That was Adrenabrain sending the damage to the Rotom. So that one's definitely going to go down in between turns now. And Xander, without having attacked with anything other than a Cleffa, is now 2 prizes away from winning this match.
Yep, 2 prizes, and I cannot believe, I mean, yeah, that Cleffa has not even moved here, and we're getting these prize cards in a very alternative way from what we usually see, and that's very cool here. Emmanuel looking at a ton of cards on the board, choosing which ones to discard from Xander's deck. Or sorry, hand.
Earthen Vessel, and he's doing Heavy Ball, not super impactful cards at this point. And Emmanuel even seeing the super effective glasses, which allows Xander to 1-KO Snorlax with the Minior, which Emmanuel so far doesn't know is in the deck, but is another tool that Xander has in order to essentially accelerate his win condition.
Yeah, we haven't even seen it yet, Pablo. I don't think it's been revealed at all, but this Chi-Yu now on Emmanuel's side has a Bravery Charm, is going to continue to singe up these cards and get them into the discard pile. And then it's over to Xander now after that, and it's just the Chi-Yu in the active position here now for Emmanuel. And honestly, that deck is it's not looking very thin. There's still a lot of cards there, but we'll see how this turns out. There's a lot of game to be played and a lot of cards as well in Emmanuel's deck.
Yeah, still a lot of cards available and only 1 Iono gone so far. Another one in Xander's hand, so plenty of ways to replenish the deck. Now, funnily enough, Xander is now only damaging himself. Emmanuel doesn't have any Pokemon in play that get damage counters from Frostlass. Now, we do see the 6 damage counters being transferred from Adrenabrain, and now Xander will actually let this Monkey Dory go down this turn? I'm pretty sure that was on purpose. He only transferred damage from this Monkey Dory to the active, so we have to wonder if Sander is just trying to open up a bench space to make sure that he doesn't lose to his own self-damage by utilizing Radiance Arena at this point.
Yep, that is super important part of this deck here for Xander. Now we're going to see that Rainbow Misfortune Sisters coming out of the field. We're going to see some more discards. These are our control cards that we see so frequently that have been very popular in all of these control style decks. Look at the top 5 of your opponent's deck and discard any number of item cards you find in there. Such a powerful card.
Yeah, usually a very powerful card indeed, but at this point, since you can't discard the Ionos, there's nothing to stop Frostless from continuing to damage Sander's Pokemon so that Emmanuel can stop receiving that damage. Now, the Monkey Dory does go down in the Pokemon checkup. Emmanuel has now taken 2 prizes without actually attacking either. So a very peculiar game we are watching here.
I know, exactly. It's definitely not something I thought I was going to see, but this Nest Ball going to go into the deck here for Xander, and it's going to be a fresh Monkey Dory coming down, so still removing that previous unhealthy Monkey Dory off of the field, and this is a fully healthy one now.
Yeah, so Xander's deck is actually looking thinner than I thought it was. So Manuel getting closer and closer to that potential deck out. No Radiance Arena. Does have the energy to potentially fully heal this Monkey Dory, but yeah, Xander's deck had around like 14, maybe 18 cards, I could tell. So doing 60 damage is also not the most impactful amount, right?
Yeah, the sleeves were definitely deceiving there, but again, Emmanuel doesn't have any of these ability Pokemon. The Chi-Yu is only taking damage at this point from the Monkey Dory transfer, so we may have bought enough time here to potentially deck out Xander Perot from Emmanuel's side.
Yeah, we generally might have. And Xander, is he in a little bit of trouble perhaps? I mean, if Emmanuel is able to like penny bench the Pidgeot Bee, penny up the Chi-Yu, promote the Pidgeot Bee, shuffle it. Oh no, Pidgeot Bee only works on the bench. So there will definitely be a point where Emmanuel needs to do something about healing up this Chi-Yu. That 60 damage will build up over time, but can Emmanuel withstand that Monkey Dory pressure and get to the deck out against Xander? There's a penny, which is definitely very useful.
Yeah, I guess unless you penny up your only Pokemon, which I don't think we're going to be seeing happening here. A penny now in the hand here for Emmanuel.
I think Xander recognizes that he's in a little bit of peril, and that's why he's trying to like self-KO some of his Pokemon to have access to that Blood Moon Ursaluna, but can he self-KO 2 or 3 more to attack with it? That's going to be a tough task, yeah.
If only we could move those damage counters to the Cleffa and just knock it out, huh?
Yeah. Now, the Psychic Energy does hit the discard pile, and with the Super Rod gone for Xander, that could be another impactful thing. Now, there are 2 Ionos in Xander's hand, and he sees that Emmanuel has that penny in his hand, and he wants it at the bottom of the deck.
Yep, that was revealed, and now it is gone here out of Emmanuel's hand at the bottom. Going to draw into 4 cards over on the right side of the field. Xander only getting 2 here. We're in between turns. Those Monkey Dory are stacking up those damage counters thanks to having an ability here in Emmanuel. Oh.
Yeah,
whoa.
The penny. I mean, that, I think it definitely comes down to that. Xander was just going to transfer 6 more damage counters and win the next turn, so Emmanuel just saves us a little bit of time. And it doesn't matter if you can't attack with your active Pokemon if you're just transferring all the damage to your opponent anyways.
Well, Pablo, when I was talking about pennying up your only Pokemon, I wasn't trying to predict the future here, but that is what we're going to see. And wow, what a match. 2 different types of control archetypes, one that we're pretty familiar with as far as control cards go, and then Xander bringing the new cards from Twilight Masquerade onto our international stage here with a lot of abilities, but primarily that Frostlass is carrying a lot of weight as well, paired with that Monkey Dory to transfer tons of damage counters between both of these players.
Yeah, that Monkey Dory ability was just too much. The damage kept piling up along with the freezing ability from Frostlass. Those Rotoms went down. And then, yeah, I mean, Chi-Yu honestly tried its best. Yeah, like, I don't think Emmanuel could have attacked any earlier with Chi-Yu. And that was the strategy to go for. Try to discard resources and prevent Sander from doing what his deck wants to do. Try to heal up that Chi-Yu and conserve it and use it as much as possible, but it just wasn't enough. And even the accompanying float to potentially prevent the Radiant Arena from hitting play, and for Xander to self-KO a little bit, but unfortunately it just wasn't enough. However, the game 2 is starting now, and Emmanuel off to races, has the Chi-Yu in hand, has the Fire Energy in hand, and is going to be able to discard from the very first turn. Now, the question is, can Sander set up those Frostlasses before it's too late?
Yeah, that is going to be the question. Xander was able to establish those Snow Runt from that Buddy Buddy Poffin, get everything that was kind of needed to get down, as well as the Cleffa being the starter Pokemon in our last game we saw in between these players to draw into a lot of cards as well. Hisuian Heavy Ball is going to be played on this first turn here for Xander. So we're going to take a quick look at these prize cards from Xander. If there is a basic Pokemon, you can switch it out here for that Hisuian Heavy Ball.
Yeah, he's writing everything down, as most players do, right? It's very important to know which resources you have access to, which ones you don't. And seems like he will choose that Snorunt over the Radiance Arena.
Yep, Snow Runt's going to come out of the prize cards, Hisuian Heavy Ball joining them, and now we're shuffling those up and we're going to put them back down here. But yes, it leaves so much mental pressure to just know exactly what is in your prize cards on turn 1 as well. You love to, or sorry, yeah, well, Xander's turn 1 here. And now we're going to see this Ultra Ball discarding a counter catcher.
Nope. I mean, I don't see, why would you value the Manaphy at all?
Yeah.
Manaphy definitely not needed against Snorlax. Pretty straightforward discard here. And yeah, Xander gonna go for a few extra cards. Has access to that Rotom 2 instant charge, and it's okay for Xander to draw some cards, right? But it's very important for him to set up that double Frostlass. Maybe a single Frostlass is not enough damage piling up to really pressure Emmanuel. So ideal setup would probably be double Frostlass, just like we saw the game before.
Exactly, and we could potentially still see that. We're going to see this Iono for both players. So they're going to draw into 6 new cards on both sides of the field. But are we going to be able to see another Snorunt come down? We do see that Minior that we didn't see at all in the last game between these players. I think it was stuck in the prize cards, wasn't it?
I don't remember generally, but yeah, I mean, Minior could come in handy if at some point Snorlax does come out to play, but as we've mentioned, right, why do you need to trap something in the active? You can just send damage counters from anywhere on the field. It's like you're attacking with no end. I mean, I don't know. It's
you
like
play your Pokemon down and then you're just like hanging out pretty much, honestly.
You don't care what's active, especially if your opponent's not applying any pressure whatsoever.
Yes, well, this time around we are going to see that Minior come down onto the bench here for Xander, as well as that first Dark Energy attachment onto the active Monkey Dory. Of course, we do not have that additional Snorunt, and of course we can't evolve until next turn into that Frostlass. So we'll have to see how that affects the game here a little bit. But so far, Emmanuel only has that Chi-Yu down. And do you think he's going to just stick with that Chi-Yu in the active, just going aggressive with these discards, Pablo?
Yeah, I generally think so. That way, no damage gets built up on your side of the field. Minior does get, quotation marks, trapped in the active, and we're going to see that jealously Singe. That's
hard
so
to
hard to say.
Yes.
Be used over and over and over. And right now, Xander's only going to be dealing a little bit of damage, like 10, 20 each turn until he sets up the second Frostlass. So that's why he's actively using instant charge. Not because he wants to deck out,
save these cards,
but he needs to set up that second Frostlass.
Exactly. Now one Frostlass hitting the discard pile off of that Singe as well as the Irida. This one is in the hand, though, at least for now, safe in the hand. And that second one has been evolved into on the field at this point in time.
Now, Misfortune Sisters is going to help Emmanuel with the discard, right? Even if it's just a nest ball, not the most useful card, but it is one less card in Xander's deck, getting closer to the deck out. I don't think we're going to see Emmanuel do anything else. His only goal is to heal and keep that Chi-Yu alive as long as he possibly can.
Yes. Okay, so let me ask you, Pablo, which deck are you vibing with right now? Do you like this Frostlass control style deck?
I have to admit, I talked to Xander before the event.
Yeah.
I built it a little differently than his build. I have Mimikyu and I have my own Snorlax in there, so I'm just trying to like block whatever my opponent's trying to do as the damage builds up. And I'm targeting down whatever threatens Mimikyu or whatever threatens Snorlax. So I absolutely love that we are seeing this this come to play to the stream. Wish it was in a slightly more interactive matchup with more things to target down and the damage placement, but I absolutely love the combo of Frostlass with Monkey Dory. I think it's, as soon as I saw the spoilers for the Twilight Masquerade cards, I fell in love with that.
Oh, that is so wholesome to hear. And you know, it's not so wholesome. All of these damage counters now stacking up here on the board. Of course, more on Xander's side of the field than Emmanuel's at this point in time. We're going to see this Eerie looking at the hand here from Xander. It's a large hand, so a lot of options for potential discards. But it's going to be that Earthen Vessel as well as a Switch cards being discarded from Xander's hands.
Yeah, 2 less cards total. 1 more Singe being utilized to discard. Decent discards there, but with that other Snorant already in play, now this is where the damage is going to really start stacking up on Xander, so that then it can be transferred to Emmanuel. However, you can only transfer right now 3 damage counters as it's only 1 Monkey Dory, so Xander does need somehow to open up bench space, and I think we're going to see the self-KO on the Minior.
Yeah, I think that's probably what we'll see here. Kind of the same strategy that we saw from Xander in the last game. Just making sure to establish double Monkey Dory, double Frostlass. That way you get double the damage counters as well as the transfer over of those damage counters and have the most effect. I mean, the fact that these abilities stack with each other is just very awesome here. Jealously Singe taking out 2 more cards. That Minior is going to go down here for Xander. Emmanuel taking a prize card, but not from his own damage on the field. Chi-Yu still at 40 damage on it so far. And we're back to Xander's side of the field. Now going into the deck with an Irida. We get a full look at the deck here now, Pablo. What are you seeing?
Well, what I'm not seeing is Nest Ball. I don't think I saw Nest Ball, so I don't think Xander will be able to bench that second Monkey Dory as he would have liked. So only 3 damage counters going to be transferred onto this Chi-Yu instead of 6, which applies way less pressure overall. So fortunate situation for Xander, and now comes the debate. Do you try to instant charge to find those Monkey Dories, or do you play passively and just transfer more damage? But right now, there's a lot more damage building up on Xander's bench, on Xander's field, than he's actually transfer over to Emmanuel. So Emmanuel is being able to build up his hand and probably heal this Chi-Yu at least once or twice before he needs to do anything about it.
Yeah, that's where the pressure is really on here for Xander. Oh, are we going to see swing here from Monkey Dory?
Yeah, we do.
Whoa.
That's another way to approach it. Monkey Dory
I didn't even think about that.
Mind Bend for 60 damage and confuses the active Pokemon. So now you have to flip every single time you want to attack and discard cards. So just everything going well for Xander here.
Well, looks like Emmanuel now has a confused little goldfish in the active position, but we're going to be joined by another fish on the field now in that Mantine.
Yep, and we are going to see the Penny to heal off that Chi-Yu.
Confusion no more.
Confusion no more. So Emmanuel does have an issue right now where he needs to he needs to bring something else up. Otherwise, Monkey Dory is just going to continue to use Mind Bend every time. That's going to really get in the way of Chi-Yu's discard, and it's going to add a lot of damage.
A lot of damage on the field. I mean, we already have a ton of damage over on Xander's side, and it's just going to continue to stack up here now. But that Cleffa is going to be brought out from Emmanuel's side onto Xander's field.
Yeah, Mantine, very good. It's what Snorlax players need to use to compensate for the loss of the Echoing Horn, and it's usually a pretty good strategy, but will that be enough? I mean, that 30 HP Lefa does get in the way, prevents the Radiance Arena that I've been mentioning. Maybe that's not even going to see play at any point, but...
Yeah, that's true. Well, I mean, right now it's in the prize card, so...
Yeah.
It's kind of stuck there at the moment, and now we have a confused Mantine here in the active position with a ton of damage counters on it. Emmanuel having to choose what to bench down. As far as now, it's going to be the Mimikyu as well as that Rotom V being benched for Emmanuel's side, and then looks like just an instant charge here.
Yeah, now, funnily enough, Emmanuel might also want Sander to take prizes on these Pokemon so that his counter catcher gets activated, and he can bring up anything other than the Monkey Dory so he's not pressured. So we have an interesting dynamic where both players want their own Pokemon to go down somehow. Emmanuel for the counter catcher activation, Sander for bench space issues to be able to bench another Monkey Dory. So a very quirky game we're looking at. Boo.
Yeah, these aren't very nice Pokemon trainers, Pablo. Knocking out their own Pokemon.
You take a prize. No, you take a prize.
Please,
No, you take a prize.
Definitely a very interesting dynamic that we're seeing here at NAIC, but I expect nothing less from our players. This Monkey Dory is just continuing to confuse this poor Mantine in the active position, as well as these damage counters going from Xander's field onto Emmanuel, and then ticking up as well in between turns, at least on that Rotom V.
Yeah, this is so funny. Like, it's a race of the Rotoms to see who gets knocked out first, who goes down in prizes first. Sander does benefit from from him giving prizes to Emmanuel because his Ionos will be better at preventing the deck out. But then you have to wonder if Emmanuel will be able to trap something like the Mowile or the Frostlass, because Sander doesn't run too many energies. There's already 2 here. I think he's lost his Super Rod, as we see here. He only plays 1, and he needs those dark energies on the Monkey Dories. And there's a Rotom finally going down. But this puts Emmanuel ahead in prizes, meaning it's going to be harder to use your counter catcher.
Yeah, definitely harder because you have that many more prize cards going down, which means Xander's not necessarily catching up here in the prize race. Of course, those damage counters from the Monkey Dory being transferred as well. Mimikyu up to 60 now, and Rotom V up to 90.
This might be one of the weirdest games we've ever had on stream, Boo. There's like so many things happening, like the damage in between turns. That's something that we hadn't had in a very long time. We used to have stadiums that did that, and abilities that did that, but Frostlass, this brand new card from Twilight Masquerade, offers this very interesting dynamic.
Yeah, it's definitely very cool to see. And honestly, after this display of it as well from Xander, we might see some more players maybe pick it up. But the thing is, as why it's good at NAIC is because you do have that surprise factor there. And then people are like, wait, I actually have to like think about playing against this after that. So we'll see if it disappears after this, and Xander will be the sole pilot of it. But that Mantine is going down now. That's at least 1 prize card here, as well as that Mimikyu joining the discard pile. 2 prize cards taken from Xander's side of the field. And Emmanuel is going to have to choose what to bench from here on out. Pokegear 3.0 starting off this turn here for Emmanuel. Looking at these 7 cards, going to be able to grab a supporter out of the deck off of them.
Yeah, now, since the Iono was played, the Chiyu is now swimming in the bottom of the deck along with other resources, so no more deck pressure. Emmanuel is ahead in prizes, so no counter catcher usability, and can bench Snorlax. This Rotom will be going down in between turns at this point in time. Does have 170 damage on it, so 2 more from Frostlass will knock it out. Now Sander will be ahead in the prize cards, but I don't know what you can do as Emmanuel. Yeah, I mean, he might Nest Ball for the Chiyu, he might Forest Seal Stone for the fire, bench the Snorlax, and then hope for the best, but the damage will just keep piling on, and there's nothing he can do about it.
Yeah, and that is this deck, really, this Frostlass Monkey Dory deck. It's in it for the long con here, Pablo. And that is exactly what we're seeing. Emmanuel is going to find that Chiyu once again here. And it's coming down. Not swimming anymore at the bottom of the deck.
Not swimming at the bottom of the deck, indeed. So we're going to see Emmanuel for a Seal Stone, presumably for the Fire Energy, half the Chi ready, but Emmanuel is in a lose-lose situation. If he benches Snorlax and then Rotom goes down in between turns and he promotes the Snorlax, then there's no way for him to switch out into Chi-Yu next turn to be able to continue to try to deck out Xander. And if he promotes the Chi-Yu and doesn't bench the Snorlax, then that Chi-Yu is just going to be confused once again by the Mind Bend. So a horrible situation to be in here for Emmanuel, and I can't fathom how Xander could possibly lose this match.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it either, unfortunately, for Emmanuel, but yeah, taking a 2-0 win, still being undefeated here at NAIC, it would be huge here for Xander Perot with such a unique deck as well. We're going to see those prize cards go down now off of that Rotom V.
Yep, the Rotom does go down in between turns. Yeah, during that Pokemon checkup stage that you very kindly explained to us.
Some people don't know about it. You know what's funny? Did you play the pre-release format of this, Pablo?
I did not know.
Oh, well, Frostlass and Monkey Dory were both in the pre-release, so it's given me visions back to that. Very interesting dynamics that we saw there with ability Pokemon and having to tick up and keep track of those damage counters at a pre-release event is pretty wild, but those Monkey Dories are doing work here now, transferring some of those damage counters off of Xander's field. Now we're going to see, of course, that Mind Bend as well from Xander, which is going to confuse that Snorlax. Confused and asleep, technically.
And
asleep on the art and confused in the game.
All right, we're going to see he's doing a cool Heavy Ball. Yeah, the foil prize pack. He's doing Heavy Ball.
Love it. Love when we get to see those. Hisuian Heavy Ball is going to join the prize cards. Snorlax coming out of the prize cards here for Emmanuel. Palpat on bottom. Accompanying Flute. We saw so many of those in the last game.
Yeah, I don't know what Emmanuel can do here. Has a boss's orders, can... I think he needs to wait for the Snorlax to be KO'd and then try to go boss and continue with the Cinch deck out strategy, but there's going to be 6 damage counters being piled up onto that Chi-Yu every single turn, regardless of what Pokemon is in the active, so he's just slowing down the inevitable KO.
Yep, and that's exactly what we're seeing here, the transfer of these damage counters back over to Emmanuel's field. Of course, that Mind Bend doing a little bit of damage here now, reduced thanks to that Defiance Vest on the Snorlax.
Yeah, Defiance Vest does reduce the damage, which maybe Emmanuel would have preferred that Snorlax to go down already instead of being in the active, though with all the damage manipulation that Xander has, like he could have definitely worked it out to where he knocked out the Snorlax and then was able to Mind Bend the Chi-Yu. That's like the only thing that Xander needs to fear at this point. And there we have it. Emmanuel recognizes the situation and Xander Perot will walk away 2-0 in this very quirky game of Pokemon we just watched.
Very quirky is definitely a way to put it, Pablo. Yep, 2-0 against this other control archetype. Xander looking very happy there after that win. And of course, now remaining undefeated here at the North America International Championships. Such an incredible player in Xander Perot, bringing a unique deck. I mean, I would have thought nothing less because he's always bringing the spice here to our tournaments. Doesn't even matter what format it is, but I love bringing the new cards from Twilight Masquerade, showcasing them here in an effective way on our stage, but a very, off-kilter way. I never thought we would see so many knockouts happening on both sides just from damage counters alone. Yeah. And some of them were on Xander's own Pokemon here as well. So I don't know. I don't know if Xander's Pokemon are too happy with him at this point.
Yeah, it's almost like he's betraying his own Pokemon at that point, knocking them out for his own benefit.
Take one for the team, Manaphy.
Yeah. Thank you for participating, Manaphy. You are no longer required.
Yes. Get back in the ball, buddy. Yeah, absolutely. Unfortunately for Emmanuel, I'm facing off against a matchup that just looked so rough and still trying the best, finding this strategy within the Chi-Yu, identifying that was the best out to play against this deck from Xander, but just not able to get there in time. And Xander was able to manipulate enough of the field I'm sure probably got an A+ in math class. Gotta tell you that much.
Yeah, there was so much to keep track during this game, all those damage counters. I would have loved to see Sander, since he was transferring the damage, to use his dice on die on the other side of the field, so we had that combination that would have looked cool. But yeah, Manuel knew what he needed to do. Try to deck Sander out with Jealousy's Lynch as much as possible, and he honestly got decently close both games.
Yeah,
but
I know.
The pressure from Mindbend in the second game definitely made a huge difference, and that confusion, right? Emmanuel, we saw he didn't even want to try to risk the confusion flip.
Yeah, I mean, that's just such an interesting dynamic. When it happened the first time, we were like, oh yeah, Monkey Dory also can attack. That's an interesting one.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, we saw it there. Monkey Dory being showcased in more ways than one, not just for that incredible ability, healing up your Pokemon, transferring that damage onto your opponent, but also being able to confuse with that Mind Bend attack. Very cool to see. I don't know if it would be the matchup I would pick as like, I'm definitely going to remember this one, Pablo. Maybe, I guess, for the factor of a cool control archetype that is new to the scene. Yeah. That's always very cool to see, because I know we have a lot of control fans and maybe haters out there as well.
And I mean, this brings the question, right? Like, is a control deck that takes prizes actually a control deck, right? Because usually, like, control refers to the fact that you're going to control what your opponent is doing. But in this deck, right, you're building up the damage, you're trying to trap stuff with Mobile and whatnot, but you still have the Blood Monster Luna to attack, you're taking prizes here and there. So I think it's hard to define what a control deck is, because even at Los Angeles Regionals, right, we saw a Pidgeot control deck that could become a Charizard EX offensive deck at any given moment, right?
I guess I consider it like, you know, you're controlling the damage each turn,
the tempo, perhaps.
Yeah, I feel like there is a level of control behind it. But you know,
for sure,
you know, we should ask Xander Perot, and I think maybe Xander can tell us: does he consider his own deck a control style archetype, or does he think it's some other category? We have our interview lined up on the stage with Wancho, so let's throw it down there.
Thank you so much, Boo. I'm here with the last round winner, Xander Perot. Xander, it's NAIC. It's the North American International Championships. Why are we playing Monkey?
Monkey Dory Frostlass, you know, it's a fun deck. It's got a lot of flavor to it, and I put a lot of time into the deck, and I just wanted to see the farthest I could take it, and hopefully I'm doing pretty well.
Hey, you're doing great. You're now 5-0, which is what is essentially, it's like a pre-release deck. You get all these parts from the built-in battle. But I do have a question from the other casters. Do you consider your deck control?
I would say it's more of a checkmate deck. You know, I'm not really trying to like control the opponent with like Airy, Misfortune Sisters, Boss's Orders, but I'm definitely a checkmatey deck where I try to set up the board state in a way where no matter what my opponent does, I have an answer. And I really like those style of decks because it's doing a lot of thinking, trying to piece it all together, and then come up with like some spectacular wins, like 6 prizes in 1 turn, or locking the opponent out and other stuff.
Oh no, it's definitely a big Monkey Dory brain deck, right? Definitely a big brain deck. And again, you have so many interesting things in your list. Do you feel confident with all the techs you have coming into this format?
Yeah, I mean, I put probably 100 hours into it, just kind of starting with the base list, trying to figure out what I need to add to make certain matchups better. You've got like the Rotom Steelstone for consistency, Jirachi, the Noivern, and everything. So it just kind of comes together, and at the end of the day, the deck works pretty well, and even better against people who don't really know how to play against it.
Oh, I have to agree. I think I was doing a lot of testing with the deck as well. And I have to say, I love the addition of the Minior plus the glasses, just to really, you know, deal with Iron Hands. I'm sorry if I'm spoiling all your secrets here. But again, it's just an amazing, amazing deck. And you definitely shows that you put hundreds of hours into it. If it wasn't this deck, though, what do you think you would be playing?
I think I would just play Lost Box. That's a deck I've had a lot of experience with in the past. Also can sort of do some cool plays with Sableye, but definitely wanted to play something cooler for this tournament, being it's NAIC and all, and want to bring it home with a cool deck.
Oh, 100%. Xander, I'm not going to lie. I think you're playing the coolest deck in what, 3,000 players? Definitely it was a lot of fun to watch, especially that last game. You went up against Snorlax Control, right? That's a little bit unorthodox. You're up against Control. Did you have a specific game plan?
Yeah, so I know that Frostlass is really good against everybody in their deck except for the Chi-Yu because it doesn't have an ability. So my plan was to get 2 Frostlass in play, as many Monkey Dory as I could, just to be able to continually push back damage. And then over time, with enough turns passing, as long as they don't set up super well or like use accompanying flute to put a bunch of non-ability guys on my bench, then I should do pretty well.
No, definitely, it definitely shows. And I think what your opponent was trying to do was, get the chain healing going, right? Use Penny, pick up the Chi-Yu, and still have all the capes and everything. I noticed you're starting to knock out your own Pokemon, and that was by design. Tell us about that.
So I knew that at late game I want Iono him to fewer cards because I'm always going to be pressuring the Rotom. He's not going to have that in play. So at some point I was going to then go into like the Monkey Door, use Mind Blast on the Chi-Yu, start doing damage. But also in that game I can put down Minior or Manaphy as like placeholders to get knocked out back into my turn to then guarantee that I want a good Pokemon. Because if he goes like accompanying flute, hits like Mawile, Noibat, other stuff, then I could get stuck with like non-abilities in play. But I don't mind. I kind of want him to take prize cards for Iono late game, and it's a nice insurance for me too.
No, I have to agree. I don't think I've ever seen Snorlax take this many prizes. It was a very, very fun game to watch. Something I will definitely rewind. And that, honestly, I didn't even think about that. Fill up your own bench with the Pokemon you want. Doesn't matter if they knock out. Prizing is not the name of their game. Was there a point that you were afraid of actually getting decked out?
I would say in game 1, I prized both of my Earthen Vessels, then I couldn't grab the Psychic and start attacking. Otherwise, I think that game would have been over a lot sooner. But otherwise, I usually have enough cards in deck. If he had enough more Penny or maybe like 2 Chi-Yu in his deck, then that would be a lot more tough. Because just 2 Chi-Yu, I gotta take 4 or 5 turns to knock it out, especially with the Hero's Cape. And at that point, I didn't have any way to attack once he discarded the Psychic. But thankfully, he was pretty much out of resources or didn't have those, and I was able to take it from there.
Yeah, great. Again, it was great to see. I love, again, the addition of the 1 Psychic. Mind Blast. I was hoping to see Monkey Dory in the biggest tournament, biggest international tournament of all time. I wasn't expecting Mind Blast, though.
It's good for Monkey Dory's Mind Blast, but Noivern's second attack takes Dark Psychic. So you use that against Lugia or other decks to just put on pressure. So swapping 1 Dark for the Psychic doesn't really change too much, and it gives you attacks for Noivern, and then also Monkey Dory is a good bonus, too.
Yeah. Anyway. That, again, great. This was an amazing interview. I'm taking so many notes. You have no idea. This is a deck I was really excited to play. With that, before I let you go, any tips you can give to an aspiring Pokemon player?
I would say just be dedicated. I would say more hours you spend, they're always going to go in good places, like play on live, find some friends at your local league, start getting into tournaments. There's really no reason not to start now.
Definitely no reason not to start now. Anyone you want to shout out before I let you go?
Shout out my parents, shout out my testing group for playing tons of games against me, even no one else is playing the deck, it's just me. Shout out to all my friends in Boston that are watching for my graduate program. And yeah, that's it.
Amazing stuff. Again, thank you so much for the interview and best of luck with the rest of the tournament. Again, Monkey Dory here at the North American International Tournament. Whew! Amazing stuff, amazing stuff. With that, let's go ahead and throw it back to the casters for more Pokemon action.
Yes, Wancho. Monkey Dory, of course, with that Frostlass as well. Pablo, I think Wancho used that interview as a free masterclass there from Xander.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, we got all the details there from Xander. I mean, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
It's definitely a deck that we probably are not going to see again. So unless it goes far here.
Yeah.
Xander starting out with that undefeated record with the Monkey Dory and Frostlass combo deck. Or as Kyle ran in here and roasted us, spread deck. Okay, Kyle, I forgot those existed, all right?
It's been a long time since we had
has.
like a viable spread deck, especially like the HPs are getting so high, right? But
yes, that's true.
I gotta agree, this is a pretty powerful, fantastic spread deck. You can see Juancho was very excited about it.
Yeah.
I was also very happy to see it doing well, and especially Sander doing well. I feel like we haven't talked about this enough. Like, Sander played UV Max for a lot of last season, and he kept bringing like new technology to it, the Axelgor, the Dreepy. But I feel like this deck is
with it,
yeah, exactly. But I feel like this deck is a better expression of Xander's creativity and skill as a deck builder. And I think it really shows with the crazy list that we have in front of us.
I know, it was crazy. You know, we talked about some of those cool inclusions that we really haven't seen before as well. So bringing it into a new deck already, very cool to see. I just wish we could have seen a matchup where we saw some of those turns that he talks about. I could take 6 prize cards all at once. I mean, I would have loved it here on the stream, but we got to see it in a little bit more of an alternate way. So I hope you're enjoying our NAIC broadcast here on the TCG desk so far. There are so many Pokemon events that you can tune into in the future as well, and you want to make sure to keep up with all of these.
Yeah, there's a few Pokemon events happening next week over on Pokemon Twitch. From June 10th to June 16th, we have Beyond the Pokédex entry, Greninja. Celebrate water-type Pokemon. I gotta say, I'm a big fan of Greninja.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Are you playing it at all right now, Pablo?
No, but I used to love it when it was viable. Back in 2016, it was one of my favorite decks. Greninja Break, huge shout out to that deck.
Nice. Well, we have some awesome events coming up over on the Twitch channel for Pokemon that you definitely want to stay tuned in for. And make sure you're still staying tuned in with our cast here, with our event here. Hashtag Play Pokemon on all of our social media to let us know what you're doing at this event, all the pictures that you're taking, everyone you're rooting for, all the decks that you're seeing out in our fields. Yeah, I mean, most importantly, the plushies, Pablo, I saw a dice bag that was just like a collage of plushies, like physical plushies. I almost lost it.
How does that even work? Was it more plushies than bag?
I mean, technically, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's only one bag and like 1 billion plushies. You know what else I saw? A weird ear that had like 1 million grass energy attached to it from Okerpon, and it was beating up a Lugia, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah.
There's some really awesome stuff happening out in our field. You know, we're here on the desk, but there's a lot more action out there, and we're going to have a lot more action on our stream featured match coming up.
Yeah.
We're sticking with you here, Pablo and I, and we'll see you very soon for that. Maybe.
We're sticking around.
I guess we're sticking around right now here, Pablo.
All right, I do believe Anna has an interview ready for us on the stage, so let's take a look at that.
Hi there, I'm Anna Prosser here at the 2024 Pokemon North America International Championship, and I'm here with Dre. Dre's competing in the Pokemon TCG. Tell us how your day has gone so far with competition.
Well, so far I'm 2-1, so we're in a pretty good spot, so pretty strong spot as far as making the second day of the competition. The deck I chose takes a lot of good matchups into the projected field, so that being one of the main things I chose to bring today is probably one of the main things that's going to lead to my success, hopefully.
Do you think it's going to keep being strong, or is there anything that you could see being a big barrier for you?
Not too much, honestly. The deck I chose was Gardevoir, and right now the deck seems to take a lot of like close matchups or favorable matchups. As long as I keep my play clean, it's kind of that kind of deck. The only time it doesn't do well is if it bricks to itself. So as long as I can not brick and I can play well, we should be okay.
Tell us a little bit about your history as a player, what's gone into you playing well so far, and what other events have you been to?
Yeah, so this is only my second season competing, but I've got both seasons I've qualified for the World Championship. Before my first season, I played for about 6 months, just a lot of locals, grinding locally, taking in as much of like this kind of content, just the stream, James, all that kind of stuff. And then I practiced year-round with my team on my first season, on my local team, so shout out Fresno. And then I got picked up by the Shuffle Squad towards the end of my second season. And going into this year, I've got to, bang my, head against like great minds like Calvin Connor, Alex Szymanski, Josh Frank. So a lot of top players, now Ian Robb. So having those guys in my corner has really been like, beneficial to my gameplay as well.
Tell us a little bit about what it's like to go from being someone who's kind of a part of a local scene to being on a team like that.
Yeah, it's a very big like transition. You almost have to like, you kind of feel guilty like you're like they look at you like you're Mr. Big Shot now, and which I've never felt that way. I still like to go to locals and hang out with my friends. And then when I get to come to these major tournaments or I'm testing online with like the bigger name guys, they're just homies now, and that's pretty cool to know that like, I have the kind of the best of both worlds. You know, I have a local scene that supports me, and I have like a really good team that helps support too.
I think something that's really special about Pokemon events is that it is very competitive. There is a lot of really intense play and competition, but also there's such an aura of friendship and community. Tell us a little bit about that balance between competitive and community.
Yeah, I try to come to these tournaments. Like, of course, I want to win, do well. So I come in very prepared. The deck that I choose, make sure I'm, well repped with it. I like the build, all that good stuff. But every round I have, I'm gonna have fun. Like, I got to play for the first time on stream in LA, and even though it was kind of like not going my way, I was still having fun. I knew my opponent, and so we were just having a good time. I think it's just genuinely important that no matter what, at the end of the day, we need to remember this is a game, and we're here to have fun.
That's true. Play is so important. Now, speaking of that community, is there anyone you want to say hi to or say thanks to?
Definitely. Shout out, like I said, everybody in the Fresno community, all my locals. Big shout out to the Shuffle Squad, my sponsor, all the guys that helped put in the prep. Big shout out to Josh Frink for the list for today's tournament, starting out strong. If I forget anybody, I'm sorry, but love all you guys. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Good luck as you continue in the tournament.
Thank you.
All right, we'll let you get back now to the 2024 Pokemon North America International Championship. Welcome to the first ever New Orleans pop-up Pokemon Center at the Pokemon North America International Championship. The casters are about to arrive, and we're going to follow along as they shop, play, and trade. There's so many fun and exciting things to find at the Pokemon Center this year. If you missed any of them, don't worry. We'll see you at the Collect and Trade Corner.
Hey there, Pokemon trainers. Welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. For this episode, we're going to take a look back at the 2015 U.S. National Championships in Indianapolis, Indiana. After a stacked top 8 bracket for the Masters division, we were left with 2 players remaining. The first finalist was Jason Klaczynski, the 3-time world champion with a resume, well, the casters said it best.
No one has a resume like this even close in the Pokemon trading card game. He's won many more regionals than just that one in 2015.
This was the furthest Jason had ever gone at the National Championships, and he was counting on the item and ability locking deck of Seismitoad EX and Garbotoxin Garbodor to get the job done. His opponent, Enrique Avila. Enrique was considered an up-and-comer in the scene and would have to take down Jason, the final boss, to claim the title. The resumes showed a clear favorite, but Enrique had sleeved up the secret deck of Wisconsin, Wailord EX. This massive Pokemon featured 250 hit points, the most in the TCG at this time. The strategy was unlike anything ever seen on a table of this magnitude. Deck out your opponent with a wall of tenacious Pokemon without ever announcing an attack.
How prepared do you feel going up against a deck that is so new?
Not prepared at all. I got 75 minutes plus 3 turns to figure it out. So.
The stage was set, and Enrique started things off with that Wailord EX in the active position. Jason was taken aback by the size of this Pokemon. The game plan commenced. Pass, pass, pass. Jason's main attack only dealt 30 damage. With the Muscle Band for an additional 20 damage and Hypnotoxic Laser for poison, Jason tried to whittle away at these giant Pokemon. Enrique meanwhile used well-timed healing cards like AZ to avoid giving up prizes. In a pivotal spot, Jason had to overcommit Pokemon to the bench, and Enrique jumped at the opportunity to play Lysander. Enrique played back-to-back Team Flare Grunt to remove energy from the Seismitoad EX and led to the deck-out victory in Game 1. With half the match time depleted, Jason's opponent shifted from Enrique to the clock. For a game to be considered complete after time plus 3 turns, a player must have taken 4 prize cards. In Game 2, Jason focused on a single Seismitoad EX stacked with energies, leading to the necessary knockouts.
And there's the knockout. Wailord goes down.
With just minutes left, Enrique finally ran Jason out of energy. But was there enough time to deck him out? With a Colress and an N both reloading the deck and avoiding the Hue, Jason had found a way to outlast the Wailord. With the match tied 1-1, this would have to be settled in sudden death. The crowd was electric. The rules for this final game were simple. 1 prize card for each player, take it and you are the champion. For Jason, this meant bide time until the perfect turn. Energy, Band, Burbank, Laser, End to 1. With the inevitable staring him down, Enrique played the honorable AZ to clear his only Pokemon from play, and Jason Klasinski was crowned the 2015 US National Champion. With this victory, Jason had won every level of Pokemon TCG competition, cementing his legacy in the competitive scene. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in TCG history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
We're back, Pokemon trainers, on the trading card game stream. Of course, we're in New Orleans, actually, physically in New Orleans, Louisiana, here for our North America International Championships for 2024. And it's been pretty exciting so far. It's hard to believe that we're still in day 1 here, Pablo, because I feel like we've seen so much action so far from our players on our stream. Of course, we just got to witness some Pokemon history, and that is really cool to see, but it's also cool to relate it to our events now. I mean, we are making Pokemon history right as we speak on this stream. How do you feel about that, Pablo?
I mean, I love that you were very attentive to that video. We're like very into it.
I was.
Yeah, I could tell. And I mean, generally for a good reason. Yeah, for a good reason. That the game back in 2015 was so different. And I mean, there was something like very cool about that video. We had a lot of damage counters happening in between turns because of the poison and the Hypnotoxic Laser, similar to what we just saw with the Monkey Dory and the Frostless ability. So very nice connection right there, almost 10 years later.
I know, it's incredible. I mean, even just seeing the same presence as far as our crowd out there and the cheering.
We saw Kyle Sablehouse in the crowd in
Kyle
that video.
Much younger in that video. But he's a I heard him back there.
I heard him too.
Listen, Kyle, you're nice and seasoned now, all right? It's fine. But yeah, very cool to see. And that's what every Pokemon player aspires to be, is what I imagine. You know, they want to be in a video like that. Featured match against an awesome deck that they're playing against and some really cool, intricate plays. And I mean, an ending like that is a dream, when you just throw your hands up and you're so excited because you go through all of those games. It went down to sudden death there. And I feel like we're graced a lot of times with our Masters finals, even our junior and senior finals being a lot of games like that. So I cannot wait for Championship Sunday. You know, this is our first day casting here, but I'm already thinking well into the future, Pablo. I'm a dreamer, okay?
Yeah, I mean, and with good reason, but Championship Sundays are very exciting. That 2015 finals, that was the equivalent to our internationals almost back then, right? The US Nationals finals. That was also, I believe, the last time we saw Jason Klasinski, one of the history's best Pokemon players, arguably the greatest of all time. A lot of people, there's been heated debate. I'm on the camp that Jason is the greatest of all time. I know many people disagree, and we can all agree to disagree, but Jason Klasinski I was talking to him a few weeks back. Big shout out to him. One of the legends of this game, regardless of how much time has passed. And I hope that we get to see him back at the table someday.
Yeah, I feel like we've seen some sprinklings here and there, so online play potentially.
Yeah,
I would love to see it.
I mean, I know firsthand he's actively playing Pokemon TCG Live as of the last month, right?
Come join
so
us.
you never know. Maybe we see the comeback happen in 2025.
Hey,
10 years later, yeah,
I hope
this
I'm there
10-year
for
anniversary.
it.
Yeah.
I hope I'm there for it. That would be absolutely epic. And I mean, that is just making me now think about next season. Told you, Pablo, I'm a dreamer here. But I mean, Pokemon, it always continues to grow as a game. One thing I noticed growing there was definitely the damage that we saw. I mean, that giant Wailord is so much HP there, and it was only 250. Now we're seeing our evolution Pokemon in today's age, 300 plus HP on them. How do you feel about the power creep there, Pablo, in the current format now versus 10 years ago?
I mean, the power creep is definitely here. I think if we get to take a look at the meta share for day one, we'll get that full log of how the cards have grown in that sense, right?
Yes.
We have, like, back then 250 HP was like, whoa. Right now 250 HP is like, oh, cool. You know,
right.
And we have
Could be
Lugia
better.
with 280. We have Raging Bolt with 240, right? The two top-tier decks have so much HP, so much power, and we haven't seen too much of those on stream. We haven't seen Raging Bolt yet. I hope our Raging Bolt heroes are doing well back there, but there was so much attention on that deck. Obviously, one of the most played. Maybe was heavily countered. And that's why it's not at the top tables, maybe? I don't know.
Well, I'll tell you what, I did actually browse around the tables. This, of course, was round 4 when I was not casting on the desk. But I'm not going to lie, I didn't see a lot of Raging Bolts out there at the top tables. Of course, before we started our last match casting, what did you say, like 600, 700 people were still undefeated at that point. So, you know, they could still potentially have very high records out there, but unfortunate that we haven't seen one yet on the stream, because I'll tell you what, the first time I played this Raging Bolt EX with that Ogerpon EX there, Teal Mask Ogerpon, I should say, the Grass Boy. It was so much fun. It was so much fun. And that is what I love about these giant, you know, big, basic beat stick decks. You go fast, you draw a lot of cards, and you hit for a lot of damage. And that's fun to watch on stream to me.
It really is, yeah. They're very fast decks. In a big tournament, right, where you don't want to tie, they can be very good choices as well. And then we also have the opposite, right? Gardevoir EX and Lost Box, which we have seen plenty of today. And Gardevoir EX tries to slowly build up, tries to take favorable price trades with that Drifloon. Same for Lost Box, tries to apply pressure with Iron Hands. And we have a million different variants of Lost Box today with the Iron Thorns technology happening. So
technology.
Yeah, it's the new technology.
The future technology.
The future technology,
Love
exactly.
it.
Then we've also seen Dragapult decks be at the forefront as well. Dragapult, you know what? I've seen top-tier players playing Dragapult with a 1/1 Charizard line, such as Primawad, and we also have other players playing Charizard with a thin 1/1 or 2/1 line of Dragapult. So there's all sorts of combinations, and I feel like the Twilight Masquerade set has really brought out a lot of creativity from players. We are seeing so many different decks, so many different strategies, and even within the Lugia decks, the Raging Bolt decks, the Lost Box decks, the Dragapult decks, we are seeing so much variety within those that it's hard to say what's the standard.
Absolutely. I mean, the decks, one deck that you don't even see on this graph here are all of our control variants as well. You know, there's a bunch of different cards that you can play in a control style deck and play it into this field, maybe get a little lucky here, and we'll have to see if we can feature another control deck on the stream. But I mean, the control cards in our format have just gotten so good. Like, so good.
And we're getting as far as I could tell from the spoilers, we're getting a brand new supporter that if you thought Airy was good,
oh no,
wait until we get this one.
Oh no, I mean, there's already been debate about Airy as a card being banned. So I don't think it's that good, but I'll tell you what, especially, you know, when you're playing like a Lost Zone box deck, for example, you know, before you had to worry about what you were going to flower select, what you were going to have to send to the Lost Zone yourself. But now that you're working in a format where there's all these different cards, and you don't even have to be playing control, you can really slot some of these cards into any of these deck lists because they're just control style cards, then you're losing some of your cards out of your hand or out of your deck, and there's so much less control there on your end that you had before because your cards are leaving you, and it's really hard to keep a set strategy with some of these decks if you lose some of those key cards that could completely shut down your deck entirely.
Yeah, and especially from the decks we see here, like Gardevoir could easily have a random copy of Airy that could show up at any moment. Dragapult decks also could enjoy playing Airy at any given moment, and as you mentioned, right, even like Lost Box is probably the biggest, the deck that has the biggest issue with Airy because you don't send the card to Lost Zone, your opponent doesn't know what you kept, but does know that you kept a good card, right? And therefore with Airy, they can attack your Mirage Gates, which used to be safe in your hand. So there is a lot of control, good cards, as you mentioned, out there, and you don't need to play the full archetype to get the benefit of some of these cards.
What do you think out of these decks in our meta field right now for day one, or our meta usage here on this graph? Who do you think suffers the most going up against some of our control lists that are built fully to control the board state?
Oh, certainly, I would say Lost Box and Gardevoir with iffy starts now. Because like Gardevoir does have a lot of attackers that can get past Mimikyu, but the issue is, even though Gardevoir can manipulate energy as it wants, it needs to have them in the discard pile. So if all your energy is in play and then all of a sudden you are forced to bench another Pokemon with the accompanying Fluid or Erika's Invitation or even Mantine, then that could get trapped and you could be in trouble. But another deck that also struggles against control is Raging Bolt, because even though it can 1-KO anything and does it very efficiently, it doesn't have a fantastic answer to Mimikyu. I think that's always usually the big thing. Is like control is annoying, but it's usually, can your deck get past Mimikyu and past Snorlax effectively?
So what's the answer, Pablo?
The answer
to the Mimikyu?
is, I mean, for Raging Bolt, there's a Sandy Shocks. Sandy Shocks is usually the answer, or Flutter Mane, because Flutter Mane has two benefits. It can damage the Mimikyu very efficiently, and also its ability shuts down, for example, Snorlax's block ability, so it cannot be trapped in the active, dealing less than ideal damage. So, but the question is, like, how many Sandy Shocks do you play? And then you also need to continually switch into the Sandy Shocks to pressure the Mimikyu. If they keep using Counter Catch or bring up the Raging Bolt, it's going to cost you 3 energies to retreat. And there's another option that is available. Do you know what that is, Boo?
The Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon EX, Pablo.
That is correct. Ding, ding, ding. Correct, Rudy.
There was a lot of players that were advising all of our Raging Bolt players, make sure you put a Cornerstone in your deck to make sure that you can get through those matchups. Otherwise, you're a sitting duck, essentially, or a sitting giraffe, I guess. Something with a long neck here. So, yeah, it'd be interesting to see how that would play out. Let's take a look, though, Pablo, at the decks that aren't featured in this deck usage analysis for our day one, the decks that just missed out after these. Oh, not too surprised there, seeing the Charizard EX as the next deck in line with 142 decks there. There's also a lot of different cards you can play in that deck to help it out, as you were talking about. Anything else surprising that you see on this list?
I mean, I find this this view very ironic. If you disguise Dragapult as a Giratina V-Star, this could easily be the Metashare from the previous format. Like before Twilight Masquerade. Generally, this could be the top 6 distribution of decks for the previous format. But now we have Charizard EX as a top 7 deck, which is crazy to think about. It was the best deck, undisputed, 20% or more every tournament, and now it's fallen to 5%. And then Dragapult with the Lost Zone is very interesting to see there. It's probably not the easiest variant to pilot. But yeah, I mean, good that it showed up as its own archetype.
Yeah, of course we have Chen Pao as well that we saw on our stream earlier today, but I mean, I think everybody kind of knew, especially with the fall of Charizard as well, that Chen Pao was just going to have a lot less play here. You struggle into so many matchups as well as potentially not getting set up yourself as well. So not too surprised seeing not a lot of Chen Pao players out there, but we still have some believers in the field. And then Future Box, you know what's funny? I actually did see a lot of Future Box when I was at those top tables. Yeah.
Okay.
I think large groups of our top players did bring Future Box or Turbo Hands, I guess you could also call it, as well as the Ancient Box. A lot of our top players chose to bring that too. I saw Andrew Kennett out in the field with like 4 fully charged up Baby Roaring Moons, and it was pretty wild to see that. And then Control, I am a bit surprised here. Control is the very last on our list. 57 decks, 2.1%, a tiny meta share here that we're seeing at the very end. Are you very surprised about that, Pablo?
I generally am, but 57 is a very good number, and especially when Lugia, probably Snorlax's worst matchup, and with no more Sydney in the format, and only like Temple of Sinnoh and Giacomo to really help you against those jet energies. I'm generally surprised there's even that much, but I do want to give a shout out to the Ancient Box deck. If you take a look at the top 3 decks, Lugia, Raging Bolt, and Gardevoir, Ancient Box does have, from my opinion, a very decent matchup against all 3. The Iron Hands is not a threat against you because you have more than 120 HP and they have no way to boost it. And the Raging Bolts, eventually you get to enough Ancient cards in the discard pile to trade 2 for 1 against them. And then Gardevoir is just a complete blowout. So I could see an Ancient Box having a good run if it continually goes up against one of the top 3 decks.
Well, maybe we'll see that out in our field. You never know. A lot of these decks have an interesting share as far as what our top players decided to bring. It's just going to be who could build the best list here and take it to the top at our NAIC Championship for 2024 here. But we've seen the decks. Now let's check out some updated standings for you all. Let's look at our players here. How are they doing out in the field? You're going to still see a ton of undefeated records because we have a ton of players out there in the field. You know, we're about to head into our next Swiss round. It's going to be Swiss round 6 coming up here for you all. But let's take a look at these names that we have, Pablo.
Yeah, some interesting names. I generally don't recognize too many, which is nice to see, right? Up-and-coming players potentially making a name for themselves. I do want to shout out John in 5th place. He's a good friend. He's a pretty cool guy, and very happy to see him well. 9th place, Felipe Luna from Mexico. Yeah, good. Happy with that Mexican representation. Colin Merlin Matthews, a very well-known Mew VMAX player. I wonder what deck he transitioned into. And then, of course, Michael Pramawat. We had him on stream, right?
Yeah.
Pretty solid win. And then Kaiwan from Australia. Him and Alessandro are probably one of the most recognizable international names here.
Yes, which we love to see. I mean, this is an international championship. You want to see these international names climb to the top here. It's a bit of a competition within a competition as far as who can take down each of these international championships and, you know, stand up for the country that they represent. I mean, it's huge. There's so many supporters out there for each of these players' countries, especially if they're not able to make it to this event. I'm sure they're out there watching at home, cheering on their players, and you love to see that out there.
And speaking of cheering on our players, we do have our round 6 match ready. So let's head to the table to find out who is playing.
Who is playing here in our Swiss round 6? Wow, Pablo, it's like we predicted this or something.
It's almost like we had an inkling as to what was about to happen.
Over here on your left side of the field, Colin Merlin Matthews, famous for Mew VMAX now coming back to the stream and to our international stage here now with Raging Bolt EX and that teal mask. Ogre Pontiacs, who is he facing off against though, Pablo?
He is facing off against Alessandro Cremascoli, one of the most notable control players. Just got, I believe, top 4 at EUIC not too long ago, and now following this up with an undefeated start at NAIC. Alessandro, one of the innovators, if you will, of the Pidgeot control archetype, so it's going to be very cool to see how he adapts to Twilight Masquerade, and I'm sure we're going to see something very specific against Raging Bolt, I assume, because it's one of the most popular decks.
Yeah, one of the most popular decks, definitely a matchup that you want to practice for and prepare for because you knew it was going to show up in huge numbers out here in the field. We'll have to take a look at the list here and see what we have in store from Alessandro. I'm definitely excited to see it. I mean, any player that is making these top tables for our international championships, piloting these decks, innovating these decks, and just kind of living by these decks, I trust piloting them here on our international stage. Ooh, oh my gosh.
4 Arven in the prize cards along with your ace spec. It's like to add insult to injury.
Yeah, that's even worse.
The chances of 4 Arven, the chance of any card being prized is 10%. 2 of them, 1 in 100. 3 of them, 1 in 1,000. We are seeing a 1 in 10,000 game, I believe. If my math doesn't fail me, which I'm pretty sure it will, but that is incredible. 4 Arven being prized and the ace spec.
Yeah, Alessandro not going to be happy to see that. That is for sure. I mean, Arven is a huge card to search out specific things that you need at specific times in these matchups. And to have every single Arven in the prize cards is brutal to see here from Alessandro. Let's see how it's going to affect this game, though, between our players. Swiss round 6, I mean, everything's still out on the table potentially here. So let's dive into this match. Alessandro is going to start us off here, going into the deck with that nest ball. See if some prize checking happens, and we're going to maybe see some realizations of what might be in there.
I mean, I generally don't know if you ever check for how many Arvens you prize. Like, it's definitely not the top of mind card.
But if you're looking through and like don't even see one,
I mean,
you know,
I generally, from experience, I would tell you that, like, I've had games where I prized double Gardevoir EX and I didn't immediately notice it, or I prized 3 rare candies and you don't immediately notice it. Like, of course, every person has different processes, but we also see a very interesting card hit the field. That is a Girafarig, as we are playing the Farigiraf EX in this list, so we'll have to see what or how it actually ends up affecting.
Okay, let's break down this list here because we're seeing some interesting things that maybe our viewers are a bit confused about potentially here, Pablo, especially now we're going into a Raging Bolt EX matchup as well. So what are we going to be seeing as far as the strategy here from Alessandro setting up into this matchup?
I mean, you definitely, once you see the Raging Bolt, you know exactly what you are up against, right? However, Girafarig will allow you to evolve into Farigiraf, which prevents all damage to his Pokemon by attacks from your opponent's basic Pokemon EX. So it's the perfect, absolute perfect counter towards that Raging Bolt. And with the Forest Seal Stone already in play, we could see lone Farigiraf honestly take down the whole game.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely potential for that. You got to think that's exactly what Alessandro has in mind here, set up for this specific matchup. Now the question is, how is Colin Murley Matthews going to deal with this? Heading into this matchup and having to realize what is in play at the moment over on Alessandro's side.
I would be very surprised if Colin knew what Farigiraf did at this point. Seeing that Girafarig must have him really, really confused.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
you're waiting for the evolution.
Yeah, for sure. Now, Alessandro did attach the Bravery Charm to this Blood Moon Luna, so that's 300 HP basic Pokemon. 310 actually. So Reaching Bolt will need 5 energies if it wants to take a knockout this turn, which that would be ideal, right? But that's a big ask. 5 energies on turn 1. You need Sada, you need attachment for turn, and at least double Kill Mask Ogerpon EX.
Yes, exactly. And did you get a look at the hands at all as far as what we're starting out with? Of course, Colin is going second here, so we can play a supporter, and that Professor Sada's Vitality is exactly the supporter you want to see. Accelerate these energy out of your discard pile into the field, and then also draw into 3 additional cards for your turn as well. Teal Mask Ogerpon EX coming down, accelerating the grass energy out.
All right. What a start here for Colin. Picture perfect hand. Definitely knows what Farigiraf does because he immediately denied that Giraffe Rig. So Alessandro does have Thornton in his hand already. So Colin's not going to be happy about that. But what a start by Colin, having the A-Spec in his hand already.
Yeah, that was huge here for Colin, taking out and taking a prize card off of that Giraffe Rig there. Alessandro starting over on this turn now. We do have that Forest Seal Stone that was attached to that Rotom V, and it's going to be utilized. So flipping that V-Star marker here to search out this any card from the deck. We're going to see that rare candy into that Pidgeot EX.
Yep. With the Thornton in hand, can just quick search for the Farigiraf. That's so hard to say, Boo. Can quick search for the Farigiraf EX here. Probably switching out the Rotom. However, Colin still has 2 other 2-prize targets to go after. Yeah, that'll bring Colin down to a single prize card, but how can he deal with that Farigiraf, which Alessandro does have a Psychic Energy to attach to and can actually attack with it?
Yeah, which is pretty wild to see here. But, I mean, we're seeing it. So, this is what we're kind of waiting for here. Of course, this Thornton play, switching these out. You don't even have to wait to evolve because it pretty much counts as the last Pokemon it was. Yep. Incredible to see here, as you said, Pablo. And Thornton is just such a cool card. It's probably one of my favorite cards. It's not very, it's not often seen, but every time we do see it, it's for one of these super cool plays to pull out that Pokemon right when you need it to make one of these incredible plays. That's what we're seeing now. So Colin thought it was gone, but not today.
Oh, interesting. Alessandro not going into the Farigiraf just yet, actually essentially baiting Colin into taking a knockout onto this Rotom. With Pidgeot, you're feeling pretty safe that you'll be able to access anything you need. And I think Alessandro wants to create a situation where,
maybe just went for the Giraffe Rig before.
I mean, I think he might just be double checking the attack, perhaps.
Potentially,
Because Colin does have one answer exactly. The Sandy Shocks. That's the only Pokemon in Colin's deck that can actually damage the Farigiraf. Squawkabilly can't, Mew EX can't, Teal Mask and Raging Bolt definitely can't. So it's gonna be a tough mountain to climb here for Colin. He needs for Alessandro to bench something, or for Alessandro to somehow not have access to energies to power up the Farigiraf.
Yeah, and I definitely wouldn't be counting on any sort of misplay from Alessandro here, but we're gonna see a Pokemon catcher, and it's gonna be a heads, which means that Pidgeot EX is joining us in the active now, unfortunately for Alessandro. And I mean, this card is huge. Any deck that can play Pokemon catcher, I mean, some people are just adamantly against ever playing Pokemon catcher, but any deck that has the room for it, it gives you some amazing plays that you can make here. Take tons of prize cards, debilitate your opponent. That's what we're seeing here as that Pidgeot EX goes down, not falling for the Rotom V traps here on the stream. Colin Murley Matthews getting through these prize cards pretty quick here, but now Alessandro promoting that Farigiraf EX into the active.
Yeah, I generally couldn't tell how many energies were discarded. Might have been 5, so a little unnecessary over KO on the Pidgeot. I'm probably watching wrong. I could have sworn it was 5, but yeah, Alessandro now just promotes the Farigiraf, cannot be targeted down, has a double turbo attached, and now all Alessandro needs to do is wait to get the Psychic Energy And I think in other situations, some players might feel pressured to establish another Pidgeot, right? Bench a Pidgey as well. And that would allow Colin to potentially win this game by taking prizes around the Farigiraf. But Alessandro being very patient, you know what? Fine, take the Pidgeot. Eventually, I'll find my Psychic, and eventually I'll start attacking and winning.
And winning. Yeah, a little caveat there too. Love to see it. Teal Mask Ogre Pontiacs, one of my picks for this tournament as far as seeing success. Of course, an ode to this Raging Bolt EX deck, but the Ogre Pon EX allows you to accelerate that grass energy out of your hand onto the field as well as draw a card. So that's how you're getting these energy out and discarding them to be able to take some big knockouts here. Look at that.
Yeah, we're just gonna have a nest ball. Probably gonna go fetch that Sandy Shocks. Try to attack the Farigiraf before it becomes a threat. Now, without Pidgeot, Alessandro doesn't have a great way to potentially heal the Farigiraf or even find the Psychic. So if the Psychic takes a while to arrive, that could spell trouble for Alessandro. So that coin flip heads on the Pokemon Catcher was actually very, very big for Colin.
Yeah, and we're looking at only one Psychic too. So yeah, who knows when when it's gonna show up.
Yeah, when it's gonna decide to show up. Exactly. The V-Star has been exhausted.
Yeah, 4 Seal Stone's gone.
It's gonna be 4 extra cards every single turn, right? And there are 4 Arvents still prized.
Oh yeah, let's
which
not
is crazy
that.
to think about. I mean, if there was any sort of like energy surge, or if there was any sort of Earthen Vessel, that would help.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, there isn't.
Yeah, exactly. Earthen Vessel is a card that I've grown so fond to seeing because it's so good here. But Pokegear 3.0 going to be played from Colin Murley Matthews. Unfortunately, is going to be a fail. There's no supporter drawn off of that. None in reach here for Colin. So we're going to be just churning through this hand so far for the turn.
Yeah, the Nest Ball was failed on purpose. The Pokegear failed, unfortunately for Colin. So wonder what he's planning. How does he deal with the Farigiraf if it's not the Sandy Shocks? Why isn't the Sandy Shocks in play? I would love to ask him this question right now.
Well, let's check out this Pokestop first here, Pablo.
Well,
I guess we get another chance here on this Pokegear 3.0. Put into the hand off the Pokestop for Colin. Asada going into the discard pile, though, off of that Pokestop as well. But another is able to be found here for Colin. That's going to accelerate these energy that were just discarded into the discard pile back onto the field, as well as allowing Colin to draw those 3 additional cards here for the turn.
Yeah, good trade-off for Colin. You lose Asada, you gain Asada, so
yes.
Not too bad. Now we are going to see 2 fighting energies being attached, which is what Sandy Shocks needs. So I must be missing something here on how Colin is going to deal with the Farigiraf. Can use Iron Bundle to push the Farigiraf to the bench, bring that Rotom, and be able to attack this turn. I'm not sure I see it in the hand.
I think it is in the hand, actually.
Oh, it is?
It's the alternate artwork one, but that's going to be not used here.
It's no lightning energy, so can't attack with the Raging Bolt.
No, I mean yeah, exactly. You can't attack, can't do anything, so you're just going to remain with that hand that you have until you can get that energy to be able to attack. Unfortunate there for Colin. You want to keep up that pace, you want to keep that aggression, but sometimes you just don't have the right energy attachments. So Alessandro back over to this turn now. Speaking of energy attachments, we'd like to see one.
Yeah,
potentially, but can we get there? Can we get that single Psychic energy or not?
No Psychic found yet. Did use that Pokestop to potentially help get closer with the knowledge of the risk that you could end up discarding the Psychic. You do have Super Rod to potentially put it back into the deck, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, there is a copy of Super Rod. But we'll have to see what Colin has in store for us. He's going to go Iron Bundle, bring up the Rotom, get down to a single prize card, but then really needs to get that Sandy Shock into play as soon as he can.
Exactly. Well, that Professor Sada's Vitality played from the hand here. That's going to get those additional energies needed to power up that Raging Bolt EX. And now, finally join in the party here, Pablo. You summoned that Sandy Shocks out of the deck here for Colin.
I generally have to wonder why it wasn't here before, Boo, and could have been discarded by the Pokestop, but now it's finally here. It's on the bench, and It can, I believe, how much HP does Farigiraf have? I think 260. So with 3 attacks, you can KO the Farigiraf. Yeah,
Yes.
so it's the race to the psychic energy, the amazing issue of finding the psychic energy here. Can Alessandro find it? I'm not so sure.
Yeah, it is going to be tough here, but maybe we'll hit it. I mean, the deck is... It still looks like there's a lot of cards in there, unfortunately, but we'll see if we can get lucky here on Alessandro's side of things, because there is the potential for it, but Colin still has this turn to play out here. That Earthen Vessel going to discard a Radiant Greninja here for those 2 energy. It's going to be that electric as well as a fighting type energy, which is needed here for Colin.
Now, I guess at Colin, you could start attacking the Farigiraf this turn instead of trying to take down the Rotom, but this will give Alessandro 3 extra cards for at least the next 2 turns to get closer to that Psychic. Now, Colin does play at least 1 copy of Subrod.
Top deck the Penny.
Yeah, Penny not good here.
Yep.
And Colin can get back Sandy Shocks at least once with Subrod. As we do see the Pokestop here.
Yeah, Pokestop, it's just going to be 3 discards here for Alessandro, though. Still discarding these energy, but at least not the Psychic.
Yep. The hero Sandy Shocks, boo. This Sandy Shocks, not the star of the show, right? It's usually Raging Bolt, taking those huge knockouts, or Ogre Pond as well, advancing your win conditions and your game state, but this area will help. It will get rid of 2 very useful item cards, but that Psychic energy has not been found.
Yeah, you hate to see it here, but as you said, Pablo, this Sandy Shock's carrying so much weight now with that magnetic burst turn after turn here. We're even going to see this counter catcher now from Alessandro to bring that Raging Bolt EX up into the active position.
Yeah, gonna try to slow down the Sandy Shock's damage. That Raging Bolt does have a huge 3 retreat cost, not easy to cover, though Colin does have enough energies in hand, so Sandro probably gonna try that again next turn. Gonna get 3 extra cards. Can we find the Psychic, boo? This is huge. Yes, there it is! Just in time! So can Colin identify this? Is there any body language change on Alessandro that can tell you this? And can you do anything about it even? There is a copy of Iono, but is it even accessible at this point in time? I think it's still in the deck. I can't really tell. These alternate art cards
I know, they're
might already be in the hand. I really can't tell, but there is a copy of Iono somewhere here.
I mean, it wasn't already discarded, right? Oh, it's in the prize cards.
It's in the prize cards. There we go. Thank you so much to production for helping us out and reminding us that the Iono is not accessible. So you cannot deny the Psychic. However, as long as Colin can attack here and can get 2 attacks, right? Eventually he will find that Subrod, recycle the Sandy Shocks, and attack once more. That could be the deciding factor.
I think Alessandro said, not that you need it, but just some more draws here off of that Pokestop. We're seeing that energy hit the boards now for that Raging Bolt EX for Colin. Looks like debating the bundle now.
I think now is the wrong time for bundle. It was either last turn to deny access to went to extra 3 cards, or now just focus down on the Farigiraf. This would be a very unfortunate decision for Colin. He knows that the Psychic was not available last turn, but he doesn't know that it is now available. And as long as he gets the damage onto that Farigiraf, then he can Subrod back the Sandy Shocks. But no, we see the Iron Bundle. I mean, Colin doesn't know this. We know it because we're very lucky to have this overcam, but not having that damage on the Farigiraf is going to be potentially huge if Alessandro can knock out the Sandy Shocks this turn, as Colin whiffs the Iono, the last prize card, boo.
I know. That's exactly what I was about to say, Pablo. Of course, last prize card remaining here for Colin is that Iono as well, but hey, what you gonna do at this point? I still don't even, I mean, there's no way you could really tell, I guess. Alessandro was remaining just steadfast there in that turn. We're seeing the Pokestop here, Penny and a Fire Energy hitting the discard pile from Alessandro.
Now, Armor Tail is preventing this Raging Bolt from doing anything, but Alessandro actually has the perfect card to deal with that Sandy Shocks. He has a copy of Lost CD. If he knocks out that Sandy Shocks and sends it to the Lost Zone, the game immediately ends as Alessandro, realizes that he has 4
right
seed.
now.
I'm pretty sure he didn't
You're
know.
right,
No one
he did
checks
not
for
know.
4. How
He
many
did not
Arvin did I
know.
prize? Very few
I
people
mean,
will realize this.
It's valid, yeah. I mean, you really do not check for that. You just expect to hit one eventually. But Alessandro getting a nice laugh out of the Hisuian heavy ball, revealing those prize cards and all of those Arvin in them. Definitely a fun time.
Oh my
now
gosh, and they're going to just all hide in the prizes at the very
It's
top.
like a group hiking trip or something right now. Well, Alessandro here, that Farigiraf still in the active position here with just that double turbo so far and that bravery charm on it. But exactly as you said here, that Lost City would be awful to see. Psychic finally coming down here. Not what Colin wants to be seeing here from the hand, but I mean, look at how many cards are in the hand from Alessandro. I mean, you had to expect something was going to happen eventually here.
Now, this is actually sort of funny. Like, Alessandro could have used this Luminion to find one of the Arvins to get counter catcher to Lost Zone. The Sandy Shocks, it does leave him vulnerable with that target on the bench, right? So I'm pretty sure we're going to see the penny immediately for Alessandro. Does go for that boss's orders, can't directly search for the counter catcher with that Arvin next turn. But yeah, we're going to see a penny, not going to take any risk whatsoever. And it's very unfortunate that Colin's last prize is Iona. If Iona was available and he could take away this humongous hand, he would probably be able to take away the Lost City that I doubt Alessandro is going to play here. But if Alessandro plays it, then maybe Colin can potentially counter it. But yeah, that Iona being the last prize might be the decisive factor here, Boo.
I actually think it might, and that is tragic to see here, Pablo, it come down to that. But Alessandro reading the energy card here.
Yeah, I think Farigiraf does damage to the bench, 30 damage, and that is definitely reduced. So it's going to be only 10 damage.
Yes, exactly.
It's only going to be 10 damage to the bench. Every effect that reduces damage does reduce it to the bench, but every effect that increases damage is only to the active. That's a very important rule of the Pokemon trading card game.
Yeah, fun facts here, Pablo. You love to see it. So
Pablo Fun Facts Meza is indeed my middle name.
Hey, there you go. Yeah, we finally get to see this attack here from the Farigiraf EX, the Dirty Beam, for, of course, that 160, but with that double turbo. Nerfed just a little bit in the damage here, but even more importantly, that Armor Tail is what we've been talking about this whole time. The ability on that Farigiraf EX that's preventing all of the damage done to it by basic Pokemon EX. Now, we were worried about Mimikyu and such, and now we're talking about Farigiraf, huh?
Yep.
Ironic.
Yeah, I mean, the answer to Mimikyu is the Sandy Shocks. What's the answer to Sandy Shocks? Lost zoning and attacking with Farigiraf. So there's no doubt in my mind, as soon as Colin sees that Lost City, he's going to scoop up his cards. There it is. Well, I guess he's not going to, but there's going to be no way for him to deal that last attack. So that turn that Colin, like, he delayed the KO on the Rotom one turn. The Sandy Shock should be hitting the Lost Zone over here.
Maybe just not realizing
what Lost City. There we go. And
yeah,
that way you can't super it back. You have no way to damage this lone Pokemon Farigiraf. Alessandro's obviously not going to bench anything else. I don't think there's anything that Colin can do at this point. And I mean, the Iono could have been played last turn. Maybe Alessandro would have been able to find the Lost City. We don't know. But the big turning point of this game was the turn where Colin chose not to KO the Rotom, gave Alessandro 3 extra cards, and then he attacked the Farigiraf when it was one turn too late.
I know, and that was tragic to see, Pablo, but that is how things are going to end here between these players, at least in our game one. We're under 30 minutes now left on the clock between these players. What do you think about the stall there? I mean, I guess for Colin, you know, going back into the deck with that Earthen Vessel there, discarding a card and taking a quick look. Maybe you're just kind of trying to pretend like you do have some other option before you just scoop up immediately. I don't know if that is some sort of factor here, but to kind of just say, oh, okay, well, you played in my only strategy against you, even though Alessandro's kind of banking on that anyway. we'll see how this next game goes between these players. There's more knowledge known for both of our decks here. We're going to have to see how these initial setups go, but this game was very back and forth, and we saw everything come together here for Alessandro right at the last minute with that Lost City, as well as that attachment to the Farigiraf just in time here to hold on and make sure you put your opponent in a checkmate position. And really, I expect nothing less here from Alessandro, who you say is so well versed in these types of decks, and bringing Farigiraf to our stage here in the teal, or I almost said teal mask, in the Twilight Masquerade format.
Yeah, it's Twilight Masquerade with teal mask ogre pun. Totally understandable confusion, Boo. Now, as you mentioned, yeah, like we have a brand new set. This is a brand new tournament. You have to adapt to the new threats that exist. Those new threats are called Teal Mask Ogre Pawn, Raging Bull TX, and there's no better answer than Farigiraf. And the only Pokemon that threatens you, that Sandy Shocks, can easily be dealt with by Farigiraf itself. So we go back to these control decks are starting to get very aggressive. They always include options to attack and apply pressure, because one way you can control your opponent's resources is taking knockouts and getting them off the board.
Yeah. Well, let's see what our prize cards hold for both of our players. Hopefully not for Arvin this time around. Wow, still a ton of supporters.
For supporters,
yeah.
right? For supporters.
Different ones, but still a lot of supporters that we see there in the prize cards here. And then over for Colin, that Iron Bundle in the prize cards, as well as a Pokemon catcher.
Yeah, 2 ghosting effects to potentially bypass, right, that Farigiraf EX if it does hit the board. But do you want to mention the Thornton for Alessandro, right? The Thornton was the reason why Alessandro was able to create that perfect situation for himself. But unfortunately, now that is prized. And the one thing control decks really like right now is access to the prize cards. They can unlock Pokemon, basic Pokemon, but pretty much nothing else unless they play like a weird combo. So that's going to be a potential issue here. Now, it seems like Alessandro is going to be having an underwhelming setup, and this is where Iron Bundle would be fantastic to just bring up the Girafarig, but that's not going to be available for Carlin right here.
Yeah, that's unfortunate to see a lack of gust here, thanks to those prize cards, but we'll see how Colin plays around this. I mean, maybe the sheer fast pace of this deck in the Raging Bolt EX will be able to power through here before Alessandro can really get off the ground. But that Nest Ball going to bring out our Rotom V.
Yeah, there was another Pokemon available for Alessandro. We're going to see that Instant Charge. Alessandro already has the Farigiraf in his hand, so it's going to create once again problems for Colin, and it's going to be a race once again to the Lost City and the energies for Alessandro to run away with this game. Colin has one answer and one answer only, and that is Sandy Shocks.
Yeah, we saw the strategy play out last game for Alessandro, and it's exactly what we saw last game being set up now on the field for Alessandro. Colin has the same exact strategy there. Maybe we'll see it sooner this time around, but we still do have a little bit of this initial setup to get through here on Colin's side.
And now we're going to see an Ultra Volt probably for a good friend Squawkabilly, making sure that we get a fresh new hand, we have more resources, and I mean, you still need to play the game, right? You still need to apply pressure, you still need to deal damage. The best card that Colin doesn't know that he wants right now is probably Iono, in order to take away that Farigiraf from Alessandro's hand. But now that there are 4 Arven available, you can easily just Arven for a Forest Seal Stone and even just an Ultra Ball and establish that. So
yeah, there's options.
Yeah, there's definitely options. So unless Colin's able to find a knockout potentially on the Girafarig this turn, Girafarig and Farigiraf is so confusing.
I hate it, I hate it.
You know what? It happens to me the same with Minccino and Cinccino. I always say the wrong one every single time.
Gosh. Yeah, but you think of like Mini, the
that
small
brain
one.
association has not happened for me yet.
Well, you know, my brain association here with this Squawkabilly, I always say, we're squawking, we're seasoned here. That's what's about to happen. I love decks that play this Squawkabilly. I mean, it's just cool to have a deck that's super explosive, can churn through these earlier turns, get a ton of stuff out on the field but it does come at a cost sometimes of losing some awkward resources as well. Colin Merley Matthews, as far as the hand goes, I think is 2 Pokegear at the moment, as well as a Grass Energy. This Teal Mask Ogerpon has already accelerated 1 onto the field for the turn. Of course, only able to use 1 per Teal Mask Ogerpon per turn, but those resources are hitting the discard pile now. Off of that Squawk and Seize into a fresh new cards for Colin.
Very interesting decision there by Colin, not even trying to find a supporter of the Pokegears. Will now play the follow-up one after having 1 already in hand, so very peculiar sequencing there. I have to wonder what the plan. I mean, maybe he's just trying to find that Iono early to deny whatever Alessandro has. Like, he might have a tell that because Alessandro Nestbolt for the Girafarig first, and that's the first thing he got instead of a Pidgey. That's a tell that the Farigiraf is in Alessandro's hand. That's a big tell.
Yeah, I mean, that definitely is, and that might be why Colin was playing that sequence of events out there. But that Raging Bolt EX going to get that fighting energy, of course, not attached from turn, but it was off that Professor Sada's Vitality. And so additional 3 cards drawn to the hand there for Colin. We're going to see another Teal Mask Ogerpon hit the bench as well for Colin. Unfortunately, no more Grass Energy in the hand to be able, well, said that too soon, huh?
A little too soon there, boo.
We have the Earthen Vessel, fantastic card that plays into the stack. You can discard a card to it, get those energy that you need to re-accelerate from the Professor Sada's Vitality into the discard pile to get out those Grass Energy that you're accelerating in a different way, thanks to those nice Teal Mask Ogerpons that have come to the party with their masks, and they're looking pretty nice.
Very nice indeed. Very fancy with her mask, I would say.
Which one would you choose to be if you were an Ogerpon? Or an Ogerpon mask, I guess.
I like the water. The water.
The Wellspring?
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the water one.
Yeah, it looks kind of sad though. Are you sad, Pablo?
No, I'm pretty happy, honestly. I'm pretty happy at this moment.
Isn't the move called Sob?
It is, yeah. I'm not trying to be the card, I'm just trying to be the mask.
Yeah, true. Yeah, I mean, we got some cool masks out there, but these Teal Mask Ogerpons are definitely doing some work here for Colin. This is the Pokestop here, netting us an Ultra Ball as well as a Pow Pad here for Colin's turn. We're going to see the acceleration from the hand attachment for turn here onto that Raging Bolt EX, allowing it to use this Bellowing Thunder coming up. It's just going to be on a little Sandshrew.
Yeah, though. Poor Sandshrew. It's not going to be happy at being in the active. Yeah.
Having a good time, sitting in the sun, basking, and then boom! Bellowing Thunder. The storms are coming in here from that Raging Bolt EX.
We do see Colin eyeing up that Sandy Shocks here, and I think Colin needs to be aware that the time is running down. So I would love to see his decisions be like a little more decisive in the sense that this is what I need to do. I would love to keep the bench space open for a potential Iron Bundle. I would love to see the Sandy Shocks already being played. So like Alessandro can immediately knock it out even if they have the Velocity, right? This is actually when it's the least likely that it's going to be KO'd. And you would like to start pressuring that Farigiraf as soon as you can. So interesting choices here. We'll have to see after the Sandshrew goes down, what's Colin's plan to deal with the Farigiraf? Well, he only has one plan, really.
Yeah, there is only one plan. It's just how he goes about exploring that plan. And maybe that's where we see the hesitancy potentially from Colin, because, I mean, we got down to 1 prize card in the last game. So potentially there's just more hesitancy there from Colin to not want to make a wrong move and play out all of these actions perfectly to set up and be able to checkmate your opponent versus the other way around, as we saw in our game 1. So definitely making some slower decisions here based on this clock that's just under 19 minutes. But hopefully we'll be able to see a conclusion either way between these players. But we're over on to Alessandro's turn after that Sandshrew unfortunately hits the discard pile, goes back into the ball here for our players, and Alessandro promotes that Rotom V, jumps back into the deck with that Ultra Ball, discarding that Pidgeot EX as well as a Bravey Charm.
I know. Another option that opened up for Alessandro right now that the Squawk is in play is Alessandro can actually use the Wellspring Ogre Pawn EX with that sub attack, right?
We talked
with a
about
double
it.
turbo to potentially trap that Squag ability in the active with no threat of getting damaged. Now, there are switch cards and Prime Catcher available for Colin, so maybe not the best strategy unless you have a single price Pokemon. I don't know. Like, it's another potential option if the resources fall through, but we're seeing Luminion for an Arven, for a first Seal Stone. So whatever Alessandro needs, he's going to get.
Yes, whatever else is going to be sought out of the deck here for Alessandro. So Luminion, that Luminous Sign, grabbing that Arven, the Arven being played immediately, getting a tool card and an item card. The item card is going to be that Lost Vacuum here for Alessandro. 4 Seal Stone is going to be our tool card. We have not used the V-Star power yet over on Alessandro's side, but we're going to see that Seal Stone come down onto this Luminion V, immediately be used here to get that energy attachment now down on that Farigiraf.
Yeah, that race to the Psychic Energy is going to be much easier this time around, already in play.
Thanks
and
to Arven,
completely
eh?
saved. Yeah, thanks to, who would have thought it, Arven finally deciding to make an appearance in this round 6
You
match.
think Alessandro counted this time or not? No. Honestly, that
still
happens
don't
once
think
you
you
and
check.
yeah, you never check.
That's a
You never
1 in
check.
10,000 game. You just like chalk it up to the universe playing a prank on you, and then
Yeah, exactly.
you move on to the next one.
Yes. I gotta say too, Alessandro's sleeves are so cute. Look at that, Pikachu holding a little gift. We're gonna see, this is the Pokestop here for Alessandro.
Yeah, Alessandro just found that double turbo, so Farigiraf is going to be ready to attack. And
Oh wait, that was not the Pokestop, that was an instant charge.
yeah, that was instant charge indeed.
My bad.
And is holding the Lost City as well, so as soon as Colin sets down that Sandy Shocks, Colin's going to be in a lot, in a lot of trouble. Now, this is where Colin might try to play it. No, it's not. It doesn't work. Like,
Yeah,
even
like,
if Colin tries to
what
play
do
it
you
cool,
do?
lets Alessandro take like 4 prizes, even 5 if he gives up on the Greninja, and then tries to go in with the Sandy Shocks plus an Iono down to 1 for Alessandro. Then the Sandy Shocks goes down, it gets recovered with Super Rod, attacks again, and then that's it, because there's only 1 copy of Super Rod in Colin's
that's
deck, so you
tough.
cannot attack 3 times. So I don't see a solution
happen?
to this
Yeah.
problem. I really don't.
Exactly. I mean, is that going to be the differentiating factor here for Alessandro? Just having those cards both in that Farigiraf as well as that Lost City. It's brutal here for Colin. If only we had that other Ogre Pawn here.
If only, yeah.
Yeah, if
Which
only.
one? Which Ogre Pawn are you talking about?
Actually, I feel like
The
I'm going to mess up.
cornerstone,
I almost said
cornerstone.
Center Stone. The Cornerstone Ogre Pawn as well.
Yeah,
The
which
nice.
honestly is not an uncommon inclusion in
Yeah,
this
I
sort
know,
of
that's
decks,
why I
right?
was
It would allow you
surprised.
to bypass Mimikyu, would allow you to bypass this Farigiraf, so not a bad call. Yeah.
Not a bad call, but I mean, there's only so many control style decks out in the field too. So maybe you just, you tech for what you can, but then for the ones that you hit, sometimes you just got to take a loss. Both of these players are sitting at undefeated records here, 5-0. So you got to think that their matchups have been pretty good so far. Maybe there's been some close games, but they've been able to win out here so far, NAIC. So maybe Colin might just be chalking this one up to, I'll do everything I can, but hey, sometimes it's just not in the cards. That is going to be a fail as well of that that Gust, that Pokemon catcher.
Now-
Pokestop.
Yeah, Pokestop hitting a Superior Energy True Ball, not a bad card. And yeah, I mean, you have to, as you were mentioning, Pooh, like,
Yeah.
what are the chances of running into this deck, right?
There's only 57 of them.
Right, and that was Snorlax, not even this one,
Oh,
right?
yeah,
So
that's
this one is going to
true.
be even lower.
Oh my
so
gosh.
do you take your chances against a 3% deck in a 2,600 person tournament? Absolutely.
Yeah, I agree with that because you still have to build a deck that's consistent enough to take you through a variety of matchups here. So that is why we could leave out that inclusion of an additional Ogre Pawn, because it can be kind of awkward to have or start with potentially, or, into those matchups where it doesn't really matter as much. It's kind of a liability for you at some point, because really your entire strategy here is to take these large knockouts with that Raging Bolt. It's a fast-paced deck. It accelerates all these energies down. You can even have some play here with that Teal Mask Ogre Pawn as far as attacking as well, but those are still basic EXs. And that is where the true downfall, unfortunately for Colin in this matchup is. And somehow we've now casted a bunch of control today as well, Pablo.
That is back-to-back control style decks. Now Colin does get 2 more prizes. Will probably eventually be able to knock out this Luminion. But now that the Farigiraf is powered up, and there's the threat, even if there wasn't Lost City, Colin can attack twice with Sandy Shocks. So then how do you get that last bit of damage?
It's not
There's
enough.
just no way to do so.
Yeah, I think Colin is realizing that. Of course, you're just going to play it out. I mean, we still got time on the clock. Alessandro's going to be playing this Arvin here for the turn. Oh, brutal.
Well, now even 4 Sandy Shocks is just not going to be enough.
Exactly. Even if you had the potential for it. The Hero's Cape. We're talking about the disrespect of the unfair stamp, but Hero's Cape coming out of the woodwork, out of the deck here for Alessandro. That's plus 100 HP on top of everything else we're seeing as far as the uphill obstacles that Colin has to face already.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's exactly 4 attacks from Sandy Shocks, but only 2 are possible now that there's enough damage. There's no energy denial. There's no Temple of Sin of sorts to maybe deny the double turbo from working for a turn, right? And even if that was Colin's plan, trying to deny something or whatnot, and put Alessandro down to 1 prize or 1 or 2 cards with Iono, I just cannot see a way, imagine a way where Colin can pull this off. I generally can't.
Well, I'm waiting for a surprise here, Pablo. You know, I'm just sitting around ready for some excitement. But hey, nothing's more exciting here than this Farigiraf doing work in this matchup. It's not just a Farigiraf, it is that Terra type Farigiraf. It's got cool hats, okay? And we're facing off against this Raging Bolt EX that is just defenseless here against it. I think they're discussing what's going on here right now, but Colin is going to end up benching down the Sandy Shocks here. We're going to see the switch card.
Yep. Switch card we're going to see.
Alessandro trying to be like, hey, this is what happens in this matchup. Just in case you don't know what I'm doing.
And there's the Lost City hitting the board once again. Colin out of options. And even the penny, so not even gonna be able to take 2 prize cards for here for Colin. Single Farigiraf, no way to deal with it. No canceling Cologne, no Cornerstone, Ogre Pawn EX, no answer whatsoever.
I know, Colin looks so defeated here to lose this record of a 5-0 start here at NAIC, but that Sandy Shocks has hit the loss zone here. And Colin is, I think, just realizing, wow, what do we do here?
Gonna double check that he's not missing anything. There's no exception to this rule. Maybe if you hit it hard enough with weakness from Teal Mask Ogre Pawn, you can accomplish anything, but I don't think there is a way. The Lost CD plus Farigiraf combination just too powerful for Colin Merrily Matthews to deal with. Alessandro even forgot to take his prize card earlier.
Oh, really?
He already got it, but he even forgot because he doesn't need to take prize cards. He just needs to leave this Farigiraf, and he's going to win. Colin trying his best to find a solution, but I don't think there is one.
You hear it. He says there's no way out at this point. Nest Ball going to go into the deck. We're going to see, take a look at all of the cards that are left in the deck for Colin, but unfortunately none are going to work here. And that means Alessandro is going to take a 2-0 win here in our Swiss round 6 with this control deck and the help of Farigiraf.
Farigiraf EX was a card that I was definitely not banking on seeing today.
We didn't put that on our caster picks, huh?
Yeah. Now, fantastic display for Alessandro. I mean, he did what he needed to do, right? Set up lone Farigiraf, do not have targets on the bench, and then you're able to completely lock down this Raging Bolt Ogre Pawn deck, which is fantastic and is very powerful, but not when it hits a drop.
Well, Alessandro Cremascoli going to a 6-0 record here with a control deck into this tournament. I mean, you love to see it. I guess it's kind of sad. This is our first showcase of the Raging Bolt EX, and it kind of hits a difficult matchup as far as what it has with the list to respond to it. So I'm still waiting to see the full potential of Raging Bolt EX. We saw some of the attributes of the deck here from Colin to accelerate these energy, draw into those cards, saw his vitality here back and forth in these matchups, but Alessandro was able to piece everything together. And I'm wondering if Colin's going to go back through this game one between these players, where we got down to one single prize card left for Colin to take, and maybe think, oh, was there a turn I could have done something differently to just take that last prize card before you could even have gotten set up there with that Farigiraf that was useless for many turns before it got that Psychic Energy.
Yeah, it was the race to Psychic Energy that Alessandro eventually was able to win, and then combining that with Lost City and not having another Pokemon in play really prevented Colin from doing anything. If the Lost City had not been available, or if Colin had the Iono to take it away from Alessandro's hand, maybe he still would have mastered that third attack. So game one was definitely in the plan for Colin. Like, it was definitely reachable, but game two was just a complete blowout. Colin was not even close to getting that final 3 prizes, and the lone Farigiraf is able to take this down.
Yeah, it's unfortunate to see, but hey, both these players showed up and showed out here on our stream match here in our Swiss round 6. Back-to-back control. The chat is either happy to see these matchups or hating us right now, Pablo. I guess you'll have to let us know. Tell us in the chat. Do you hate us? Listen, I didn't pick the match, all right? If you're not a control fan. But I mean, I wanted to see it like this. One of our top control players bringing it to the table, adding these interesting cards to it. I mean, that wasn't just your classic control that we've been seeing for so long. Those are new inclusions that fit into this brand new metagame, and that's what I like to see. The innovation here from our players. That's what these giant events are for. You bring everything you have to the table into a brand new format. And that's what we saw from Alessandro, so I couldn't be happier seeing that performance there.
Yeah, and I mean, I think Alessandro has a bone to pick. Like, he barely lost out at EUIC to a surprise Benetti X attack that he didn't see coming and that he definitely could have prepared for. He plays down one trainer card from his hand, or chooses different cards from discard of an Ultra Ball, and we could have talked about a completely different EUIC result, honestly.
Yeah, that's
so
true.
Generally, this could be the redemption arc, but for Alessandro, where he could potentially make it farther, and sitting at 6-0 in this tournament, he's already pretty much in day 2, I would say.
Yes, going far here with this control deck, and out for vengeance, it sounds like, as well, Pablo. That was an awesome performance to see. Unfortunate for Colin. I'm a huge Colin fan, Colin supporter here. Colin is very well known as a player and piloted one single deck for so long, now bringing the Raging Bolt EX into this brand new format and still doing very well with it. Is going to be sitting now at a 5-1 record, but still can clean up those last couple of games here, get into day 2 himself. And I would love to see you again, Colin Murley Matthews, in our day 2 meta.
Now let's hear from our winner, Alessandro, as we have Juancho ready with him for an interview.
Thank you, Pablo. I'm here with our round 6 winner, Alessandro Camascoli. Alessandro, again, is probably one of the best control players out there. How are you feeling today?
Thank you for the compliment. I'm feeling really happy. I'm really happy. 6-0. It's actually my first time 6-0 in a big tournament, so I'm really happy.
It's your first time 6-0ing a big tournament. It just so happens to be the biggest tournament of all time. No biggie. No biggie.
No pressure. Thank you. No pressure.
6-0. You're very, very close now into day 2. You're essentially a tie away. Yeah, things are looking good, definitely. Tell us about your deck here.
I'm playing basically the same deck that I'm playing for the last 9 months, the Pidgeot Control. I'm pretty sure all of you love the deck. Yeah, I mean, I just made a few minor changes from my previous list. I definitely didn't expect to went 6-0 today. I'm shocked myself.
No, definitely, you're doing a great job. Again, minor changes, and would Farigiraf be one of those minor changes, you say?
Yeah, exactly. I was texting yesterday with Emma, and we figured out that Raging Bolt is such a powerful deck in this new format, and we need something to take care of. And I mean, I didn't really know the existence about that giraffe before, but hey, it got me a win on stream. I love that now.
No, trust me. I didn't know about it either until you brought it out. So now everyone knows what Furry Giraffe does, thanks to you. Now with that, tell us about, you talked about the Ogre Pawn matchup. Are there any other matchups you're really expecting or afraid of?
I was expecting basically the top 4 deck of the moment, so Lugia, Raging Bolt, Dragapult, and stuff like that, Gardevoir. The deck that I'm playing is not exactly favorable to Lugia, but somehow I managed to win a couple games against that. Again, I'm more shocked than you guys.
Wow, you were able to beat Lugia again with so many jet energy. I think Lugia does have a favorable matchup into control, but and it is one of the most played decks. Can you tell us about your strategy for that?
Yeah, sure, Lugia Bricks.
Lugia Bricks, okay.
Basically, that's my strategy. So if Lugia doesn't brick, it's no way one of the best deck in formats. Lucky for me, Lugia Bricks. So
that hurt me right here. No, it makes sense. It makes sense. Lugia does have that tendency, and sometimes you do have to get a little bit lucky. With that, is there anything you're looking forward to? What matchups are you looking forward to, though?
I don't have any expectation. I'm here to trying to make some good results. Always playing in such an amazing event like this one. It's a privilege. I'm really happy to be here, and I just want to say good luck to every one of my friends and participating to the tournament. We'll see what tomorrow will, I hope tomorrow will bring to me.
100%. We're glad you're here as well. And anyone specific you want to shout out?
All of my friends. Thanks. I really want to say thanks to all of the judges that makes this possible. Most of the time they didn't receive any shootout. So thanks to the judge and all of the people that work here. I love my friends, so thanks for supporting me every time.
I respect that so much, you have no idea. But thank you so much, amazing interview. Even if you hurt me a little bit with the Lugia comment. No.
I'm sorry about that.
No, I'm just kidding, of course. With that, best of luck. Again, just one more tie away from day 2. And again, the biggest IC of all time so far. With that, we're gonna go ahead and throw it back to the casters for more Pokemon action.
Huge accomplishment there from Alessandro, bringing us to an undefeated record here and dissing Lugia straight to Wancho's face. You gotta love to see it, huh, Pablo?
Gotta love to see that, yeah.
Oh yeah, fantastic interview there. We love to hear from our players that are out there in the fields playing, and I mean, that was so funny too. I didn't even know that giraffe existed, but hey, it just got me a win on stream.
So now I love it, right?
So now I love it, yeah. That always happens with cards too. There could be a Pokemon that I do not like whatsoever. Either I don't like the way it looks, or I just have no interest in it. And then if it's a good card in a deck that I play, and I have those matches with it, where it gets me those clutch knockouts, or it's that one last card I needed to take a win off a game. That Pokemon's my new best friend.
Yep, for sure. It's definitely a well-known phenomenon of, I would say, VG, TCG, even Pokemon Go. All of a sudden, that obscure Pokemon that nobody likes gets you a crucial win, gets you a championship, and all of a sudden, it's your new best friend.
Yeah, no, that's true. What's a Pokemon that happened with you,
I mean,
Pablo?
I am generally emotionally attached with every single Pokemon that has featured in a deck that I've won a trophy with. So
makes sense.
Greninja, Gardevoir, Nidoqueen.
Yes.
I have to wonder how many people's favorite Pokemon is Nidoqueen. I'm a big fan. So yeah, I am #1 perfect example of that phenomenon.
So does it hurt your soul when a card gets printed that's one of your favorite Pokemon and it's not very good into a new format?
It does. It really does. We haven't had a good Nidoqueen in ages.
Yes. I know, which is kind of wild because I feel like we see a lot of cards that are really good and they're just always really good. Every time they're printed into a set, they just have an insane ability or a very powerful move. So definitely cool to see. But Pablo, I think we need to check in here on our community brackets. What's going on in the chat? What's been chosen so far there, and what are we going to be choosing next? let's get into this debate here. This time around, after we've already decided Lugia V-Star is going to be facing off against Gardevoir EX. Now we have to decide on these next couple of decks. Raging Bolt EX versus Blissey EX. I'm just going to say, Pablo, I'm going to take the Raging Bolt.
I mean, I'm going to be a gentleman, Boo, and let you choose first once again, but this one's going to be even a harder sell than the previous one.
Do you want to start?
I mean, sure. I mean,
go for it.
Blissey EX, it's a brand new deck. It features our incredibly skillful Monkidori with the Adrenabrain power ability. It's just such a good card, and Monkidori, we've seen it put in the work, right? It's a very, very good card. And with Blissey EX, you can actually use it 4 times every single turn, pretty much. You get to energy switch with Blissey's ability, and then Blissey EX becomes almost invincible when you're getting 120 HP healing pretty much every turn, and you have Sheer and Scare, and you even have Hero Escape to have a 400 HP stage 1. When have you ever seen a 400 HP Pokemon? Boo.
Gonna need to bring out a lot of damage counters for that one. Or, you know, you just shut it down in another way. I mean, wait, we didn't even have Blissey on our charts there, huh? On our meta graphics?
We did not, unfortunately, no. It's that surprise factor that we've been talking about so much.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Surprise factor here, bringing Blissey. Well, as I will say, Pablo, Blissey's cute. I must say, Blissey's very cute, but you drop an egg on the ground, it's gonna crack, all right? Do you like slamming down basics, accelerating energy, drawing a bunch of cards, and taking giant knockouts almost every single turn? Because Raging Bolt EX is the deck for you. You have just such explosive turns every time with that deck. I mean, it has yet to fail me in my own practice with it, and it's out there doing work in the field. Listen, I know we just unfortunately saw it lose on stream, but if you paired it up against a Blissey EX, I think we'd be winning. It's not 50, it's not 60, it's 70 for each energy discarded, and then you bring him right back.
All right, I'm going to put you on the spot. How many energies does Raging Bolt need to discard to one-hit a Hero Escape Blissey EX?
Oh, no. Too many.
Exactly, too many. Therefore, since it's so hard to knock out, perhaps, Blissey is the better deck. Maybe chat just needs to catch up and realize that Blissey is better than Raging Bolt. Too many, too many.
Oh, Pablo, you're losing all your credibility.
I am destined to never win a community bracket, I'm pretty sure. Like, Blissey is a really fun deck. When I made a video on it, it's so
really
cool to play.
True. I'll give you that.
But, yes, compared to Raging Bolt, the damage cap versus the unlimited damage is a tough mountain to climb for Blissey.
If the move was Slap, I think I'd be more on board. Maybe I would have chosen that one. I love when the move is just Slap. It's so funny, but the move is Return, so it's not nearly as cool.
If only it was like Happy Slap or
well,
you
have Happy Switch.
Happy Switch,
yeah. So I mean, you're a happy camper, happy switching around some energy when you play Blissey, but you might not win many matches. Is there anything that you think could maybe push Blissey over the edge into upcoming formats potentially, Pablo? Like, what do you think it needs to be good?
It needs something like a triple energy. Even needing two turns to power up Blissey can sometimes be slow, which is crazy to think about, right? 2 turns being slow is actually crazy. Now, there is another A-spec, I'm forgetting the exact name right now, but there is an A-spec that Endurance Brace or Brace something.
Is it new?
Yeah, it's from the brand new set. It's this one, yeah.
Yes.
Survival Brace. So that allows Blissey to survive the too many energy hit from Raging Bolt, and then you can Sheer and Scare. So that is one way you can combat those Raging Bolts as a way to deal with them. But yes, Blissey EX is a tough sell to the very knowledgeable chat.
Yes, exactly. I never doubt the chat. They always choose the one that I happen to get here on our streams. Well, when I did this against Kyle, he actually chose the ones that were like that lost to the chat there. So I haven't meant to be winning, but definitely against you, Pablo, I'm ready to take the W's here. Well, we're excited to see what you choose from our community chat or our community choice brackets. You know, these are really fun to do. We do them throughout the entire event, and we'll definitely have more coming up in the future. But for now, we actually got to catch up with a professional athlete and Pokemon lover with Anna. So we're going to throw over to that interview.
Hi there, I'm Anna Prosser here at the 2024 Pokemon North America International Championship, and I'm here with Jamal Williams, who plays for the NFL and is also a huge Pokemon fan. What has brought you here today, Jamal?
I just like anime and I love Pokemon and I like being here. And I'm here to support my Eevee supporters and everybody. So, you know.
I need to ask you about Eevee because Eevee is also my favorite. Is it one of yours?
It's one of my favorites. It's all the evolutions. I love Eevee. And then after that is Gengar, my bad.
You said, I saw a video in a press conference that you said Eevee is basically a cat.
Yeah.
I take issue with that. I mean, I feel like Eevee, to me, has more dog vibes.
It depends. It depends on the evolution, honestly. There's sometimes some of them, I think like Jolteon look like a dog.
I think you're right. Yeah, there's like Flareon, Jolteon are kind of dog.
I think Espeon looks more like the cat. She reminds me of remember Fat Farm logo? She looks exactly like that. That's exactly what I think.
She is a cat for sure.
Yeah, so it's like she go either way. That's why Eevee is the greatest. It goes cat or dog. You don't know what you're gonna get. Shoot, she got tails in there too. A mermaid tail. Come on.
That's true. My favorite is Umbreon right now. It changes. Yeah, every once in a while.
Umbreon. Umbreon is my favorite. And then after that, I go Espeon because she's like, I tell you, she like that's the bad girl, the bad one. She like the city girl of the evolutions. So, you know what I mean?
So you said Eevee and Gengar are your favorites?
Yeah. Oh, well, Umbreon out of the Eevees, but Eevee, yeah, and then Gengar. I like, first, and then, because if I had to be a trainer, I'd be a dark Pokemon trainer. I just like it. It's because if I was in anime, too, I would be a villain, too. Well, in between. Like a Hisoka Stain type of character. Like,
what would be your vibe, like your look?
Mine? I would be laughing like the Joker, like just evil laugh and like just chaotic. And people would get like, that would be my normal. And people would be like, oh, that's just him being normal. Me being normal is like when they should be scared. You know what I mean?
Okay, I like it. You also play the Pokemon video game. When you play, what kind of Pokemon do you like to use?
I only use the Eevees in it, but my boy Pop, he's the real king of Pokemon. He's the one I really play with. And so he is helping me get my shinies on, and I'm still understanding how it works. Yeah. But he loves Groudon and Charizard. He's a weenie. But he's the true Pokemon trainer, and so I learned from my boy. And so I'm learning like how to get it down. But I'm loving it, the whole step, just because I have a professional to help me. So.
I mean, shiny hunting is one of my favorite things to do, absolutely. So
I haven't started yet. I just got it down. I started looking on YouTube, but looking at it is like it's much easier now. Yeah. You just gotta go out and do it, you know.
Do you have any shinies yet that are favorites?
I got a shiny Espeon, and then I have a shiny Sylveon.
Ooh, those are good ones.
I know. I love Sylveon just because Sylveon reminds me of like Bubbles from Powerpuff Girls, like just cute, cuddly, soft, but still powerful. I love it.
You were telling me that your daughter's here and likes only cute princessy Pokemon, right?
Yes, she loves pretty princess Pokemons that got tutus on them. So any Pokemon with a tutu on it, she loves it. For some reason, she loves Pikachu. That's her main. And then for some reason, she loves Snorlax. So crazy, a lot of combinations out there that I do not know where it's coming from.
Yeah, that's like one of these things is not like the other.
Yeah, like she's disrespecting I showed her the evolutions. She didn't like Espeon. Out of all of them, she did not like Espeon. I'm like, Espeon is one of the most beautiful ones on there.
You need to teach your daughter.
It's fine. She's her own, you know, I'm already psychotic enough. So I let her, you know, I'm already trying to show her pirate laugh from One Piece to like I make her do that in class and everything so people know that she's going to be weird just like her dad.
Think that either of you will ever compete?
Oh, I'm not ready yet. But I just learned today how to play the game. It's not as bad as I thought it was going to be. So I'm going to go and train, though.
All right. I mean, we know you know how to train, so maybe we'll see you next year.
Oh, Umbreon's going crazy. Just know that. Dark Pokemon's going crazy. I already know my Pokemons I'm using, too.
All right, thanks so much, Jamal. And now back to the 2024 Pokemon North America International Championship. That was great.
Hey Pokemon trainers! Welcome to Pokemon Championships History, the series where we take a look back at some of the most important and exciting matches in the history of the Pokemon Championship series. This time, I'd like to focus on a deck that nobody could have predicted would be a world champion before it won in 2016. Shintaro Ito's Mega Ordinary EX deck. The deck was especially notable as nobody saw it coming. The deck saw no success before the 2016 World Championships and was never played to any competitive success again. In fact, the only other notable finish the deck ever achieved was when Shin Akiyama piloted the deck to a 22nd place finish at the same 2016 World Championships. Now, Mega Ordinary EX was a card that almost the entire player base had overlooked. Although its key attack Magical Symphony could deal a ton of damage to both active and bench Pokemon, you had to have the Spirit Link tool card attached when you evolved into Mega Ordinary EX, or else your turn would end without giving you a chance to attack. Despite that hurdle, this deck matched up so spectacularly well against so many of the top decks at the time. The 110 base damage from Magical Symphony was the perfect number to get a one-hit knockout on Shaman EX, a two-prize Pokemon played in almost every deck in 2016. There was also a prevalence of decks playing low HP Pokemon, or evolving decks like Bronzong or Vileplume decks, all of which featured in the top 8 of the Masters Division in San Francisco. Mega Ordinary EX also had a phenomenal matchup against Greninja, as we would learn when we watched Shintaro Ito take on Cody Walensky in the World Championships Finals. As Game 1 started, we saw that Shintaro had prized 2 of his free copies of Mega Ordinary EX, and the crowd was worried whether we'd even get to see Mega Ordino. Shintaro had no such worries. A turn 1 Hooper EX to search free Pokemon EX led to a turn 2 Mega Ordino fully charged and attacking with Magical Symphony.
So here we do see Mega Audino EX come into play. Cody's going to be under a ton of pressure immediately.
After a double KO on turn 3, Cody had seen enough and conceded, putting Shintaro a single game away from becoming a world champion.
Shintaro takes game number 1 in immediate fashion. Mega Audino EX absolutely dominates that first game.
Game 2 went almost exactly the same. Shintaro was forced to attach or discard all of his Spirit Links on turn 1, giving Cody a single turn to try to find Startling Megaphone and force Mega Ordino to end the turn when evolving. But this was not to be, and we again saw a turn 2 Magical Symphony taking a KO. Turn 3 saw Lysander play to take another double KO, and once again, after just 3 turns, Shintaro had taken the game, giving him the World Championships final victory in 6 turns.
It's over! This is it! Mega Audino EX!
Shintaro Ito came into Worlds 2016 after back-to-back Japanese National Championship top 8 finishes, but left as a household name, something he would only further solidify with a second place World Championships finish 3 years later. For now, Mega Ordinary EX remains the most surprising deck to ever win a Pokemon TCG World Championship. Thanks for watching, and make sure to let us know your favourite competitive Pokemon TCG moments using the hashtag PlayPokemon.
Hello, Pokemon fans, and welcome back to the North American International Championships here at the beautiful New Orleans, Louisiana. My name is Juancho Saldana, and I'm joined by a very special guest, a player here at the tournament. Larry, how are we feeling today?
Feeling pretty good. Had a pretty strong start to the tournament. I'm trying to wrap it up and potentially make it day 2 at my first IC.
Make a day 2 on your first IC. Yes, can you tell us a little bit about the experience? Is it intimidating to be playing in a room full of so many amazing players?
Yeah, I mean, I would say so. You know, I've had my fair share of attendance at regionals. However, like the sheer size and the, you know, just raw amount of people here, it kind of dwarfs the average regional, you know?
No, that's for sure. I mean, it's the biggest international of all time. And yeah, the room is just filled with so many pro players even. Tell us about the deck you're playing today.
I kind of decided last minute. I was between a few decks, but I decided to pick the Raging Bolt Ogerpon deck, the one that's been popping up a lot recently.
Wow, Raging Bolt Ogerpon. We just saw that on stream. Unfortunately, it did run into Farigarath, so we couldn't really hit through it. What made you decide to bring this deck?
I had very limited practice or time to practice, and I feel like this is a deck that it's very fast and aggressive. So, you know, hitting 280 on your first turn, going second is kind of nice, and being able to one-shot some of the bigger threats like the Charizards and Dragon Bolts is also very nice.
Oh, that makes sense. Have you been able to hit the 280 turn 1 often?
Yeah, actually, I've done it a couple times against Lugia players. They tend to sometimes be a little greedy and put one Lugia down, but we could hit that number pretty easily.
Yeah, 280, and even if they hide behind something like a one-prizer, you have Prime Catcher format, right? Tell us about the matchups you faced today.
Let me think, actually, I'm kind of forgetting. But I hit lots of Lugia. I heard Lugia is the most popular out there, so I've hit a couple Lugias. Gardevoir's a rough one, but I managed to handle that one. And I'm blanking on the rest. But yeah, lots of Lugias.
Lots of Lugias. I mean, the field is definitely full of Lugias. You know what? I believe the next round is just about to start, but I do want to ask you a couple more questions, if that's okay. Yeah. Again, any advice you want to give to someone attending a big tournament like this?
Honestly, try your best to get as much practice as possible against a wide variety of decks. You just never know what you're going to hit at these tournaments, and it's good to be well-versed with a variety of matchups.
That is some great advice for sure. And anyone you want to shout out before I let you go?
Yeah, shout out Rachel and Patrick at my shop Gamers Road in Chicago. Shout out to you guys.
Awesome stuff, awesome stuff. With that, Larry, I'm going to make sure you make it to your next match. Thank you so much for the time here with the interview. With that, we're going to go ahead and go back to more Pokemon action. Cool.
Thank you very much, Joe. My name's Ross. I'm back with Joe. It's always nice to hear from players, but it's always really awkward. Like, we want to chat to them, they kind of have to get to the next round.
Yeah, they've been coming thick and fast these rounds. We're in the business end of that day one. We're starting to see some players squeak into the right number of match points to book their spot into that day two of competition. For a number of other players out there, they have no more lifelines left. They've got to win out from here.
Yeah, this is the first round where people can guarantee their spot into day two. 19 match points puts you in a position to make day two. And if you're 6-0 up to now, that will put you on 18 match points. One more and you need to go. So, Joe, I don't know if you've looked it up. I can't imagine you wouldn't have thought about it by now.
What is this?
We got 6 rounds in. How many Miraidon are 6-0?
1.
You're correct. There is one.
Ooh, there you go. Who is it?
It's I believe a player from Mexico. Let me just double check that one. But how many Miraidon are 5-0-1 right now?
Go on, spoil me.
4. So we got 5 in total, looking good. So I believe it is Philippe Luna, 6-0 with Miraidon. Just putting that out there. My boy Miraidon absolutely representing this weekend. But we got some other notable players on 6-0 as well. Kaiwan Kababe, a player we're all familiar with. Alessandro Cremascoli, who we saw on the previous round. Anyone stand out there to you?
Yeah, love seeing Pram still there. Had a great exhibition game on the stream earlier. Not quite 6-0, but 5-0-1, still on a really good showing. Or even there in that 7th seed, also having a great time. Really just going back to that last round with Alessandro, putting on a show once again with that Pidgeot control archetype. Obviously making some tweaks to the new formats. But again, just hats off to Alessandro for always making a way to make these controlling archetypes work.
Yeah, and I'm having a look at the 6-0s here. We've got Pidgeot control up there. We've got Snorlax control. We do have got multiple, at least 2 Gardevoir sitting there at 6-0. Lost Zone box. We've got Lugia, Ancient box. So there's a lot of, Lost Zone Dragapult also at 6-0. I think they're all the 6-0 decks we've got there at the moment. So a little bit of variety going on there. And not quite as much Lugia as we might have expected.
Yeah, I mean, Lugia is one of those archetypes that has that power level, but also can easily drop a game at any round because you're always up against yourself among your opponent as well. But we were both wandering in those tables earlier, and we saw gravitating towards the top, there are still a decent number of those Lugia. Lots of Gardevoir as well towards the top.
Gardevoir is doing, and don't get me wrong, we all knew Gardevoir was going to be good this weekend. We knew that the additions of Monkey Dory and Unfair Stamp made the deck a lot better. We were all prepared for it. I think it's doing a lot better than we thought it was going to do. There's 2 of them at the moment at 6-0, and we are getting to the stage. It was awkward. Like when we were on earlier, around 3 and 4, it's really hard to separate. There are not that many, you know, players that can separate. There's so many 3-0s and 4-0s. But when you get to 6-0, we can see we finally got all of them on the front page here.
Yeah, we're whittling it down. Only a handful of players, as you can see on the screen, are having the perfect dream start so far. With 3 more rounds to play, there's still so much on the line for all of our players. Like we say, 19 match points, fantastic. Pat yourself on the back for that, but there's more to be done here. It's going to take a ruthless record to make it into our top 8.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at our top 8 position, we've got a couple of European players. You know, we've got an Italian and a Finnish player, both in position at the moment. So some US players, a UK contingent, not doing amazingly.
Don't call them out like that.
I don't want to be, well, you know, I'm always checking on, you know, people from my home country. It's always nice to go and have a little bit of a look, but unfortunately, not having the best start. We got some players there from Italy and from Finland, so
and
plenty of
plenty of US talent. There's actually only been 1 American winner of the North American International Championship so far. There's been 1 Canadian, there's been Stefan, who is French and has won it twice, and there's Tord, who is Norwegian. So the US have to represent this weekend.
We've had more European winners than we have had US winners.
Rights, for sure.
And it's always been held in the US so far. It might be the North American Internationals, but it's always been in the US so far. So we've got a variety of players, variety of decks, variety of regions that are being represented at the top here. So it's nice to see that variety coming in.
And let's see some of the matchups that are being played out in this 7th round here on day 1. Some of the most notable tables where we have titans battling it out in this day 1 of competition.
Yeah, and it does look like our stream match is going to be John Mostowoy against Zach Lesage. And this is a matchup when I got the headsets on. We're going to tell you the debts is one I'm a little bit excited about. But Ryan Antonucci against Pedro Bertuzzi.
That stands out for sure.
Oh, and Stefan Ivanov, 2-time North American Internationals winner, sitting there at 5-0-1 against Liam Petrie. So that is something, I mean, look, that would be a great story, right?
Oh, yeah. Doing the same international championships 3 in a row, that's absolutely absurd. The largest tournament of the year, pretty much every year, and this is the largest of the largest we've ever had. So Stefan trying to do the 3-peat is absurd.
Yeah, not quite in a row. There was one year, and annoyingly, when Stefan would have been going for the 3-peat, there was an issue that stopped him actually appearing at NAIC.
Couldn't defend.
No, and then last season, unfortunately, not a great tournament, but I mean, 5-0-1, 1 more win, and that will give enough match points to make it into day 2. And I think Stefan's kind of used to winning at NAIC at this point.
Yeah, not to ignore Pedro as well with the 5-0-1 record so far. Wouldn't be too surprising to hear that they're still playing the Lost Zone box variant. They've basically been a master of that archetype for a number of months now, even over a year, I would say.
Yeah.
And is sticking with the tried and trusted and still on a really strong record so far up against Adam.
Yeah, Pedro's one of those players. You know they're going to be playing some version of Lost Zone box. They have been for a very long time. Frankly, at this stage, it would be a massive shock if we saw them playing anything else.
Yeah, I think that's guaranteed, and looks like our players are still shuffling up. We don't quite have the headsets on, but I'm really looking forward to this game. It looks like there's even more variety for our stream today.
Yeah, we're going to be featuring at least 1 deck here that we haven't seen on the stream so far. There's still a few decks out there. Future Box is not doing amazingly. We don't have any undefeated players. We haven't seen that on stream yet. And Maridon. There are 4 players who are going to win an in with Maridon. 4 players who are on, you know, if they win, they're on 19 match points. We have an undefeated player. So I'm just saying, at some point, we got to get my boy Maridon sitting on the stream.
It really cracks me up that we all do these cast predictions. Some people just put cards that they like from the new set, for example. That's what I went for. But you really fly the flag of the archetype that you're really hoping to do well this weekend. You are checking every single player playing Maridon and their records round by round.
Absolutely. It's not just Maridon. I'm checking Iron Fawns as well.
Sure.
There were some good starts for Iron Fawns, dropped off a little bit with that archetype. Some very notable players, including my namesake Ross Cawthorn was on Iron Fawns this weekend.
Yeah.
And every so often somebody thinks I came second at Worlds. Unfortunately, no, that was the other Ross. Twice, in fact.
Well, what I love about Ross Cawthorn as a player, he's such an ingenious deck builder, so he's always someone you take note of. So if he's brought the Iron Thorns archetype to the table, there must be something there.
Yeah, like I say, the numbers aren't great, but the players who have brought it here make me think there is something there. But right now, there is going to be the match table. Let's go down and have a look at our players. The headsets are on, and we can tell you that we're going to be looking at Ancient Box, which is not a matchup, not a deck we've been able to see, and there's going to be Lost Box on the other side with John Mostoy here.
And straight away, we can see on the graphic, there's Roaring Moon, but also that Fluttermane. That could be a huge Pokemon that Zach has within the deck list to try and slow down these Lost Zone engines. If you just happen to start one of your 4 copies of Fluttermane, you can completely shut down the Lost Zone engine, denying that flower selecting. So even from the get-go here, there's going to be something that John has to watch out for, which is that early game Fluttermane.
Yeah, and we've seen Fluttermane against Comfey already so far. We did see a Comfey knock out a Fluttermane earlier on in the stream, so maybe that's a trick that can be repeated. Not that likely without the damage from Gardevoir, but you never know. So we've got 2 good players. We've got a deck we've seen, we've got a deck we haven't seen, and there's going to be a lot of single prizes hitting the board here as we have the opening flip, and the players are going to decide who goes first. We're going to get prizes set out, and we are going to get going. Both of these players are I believe they're 5-0-1, so both of these players they're hitting that magic 19 match points with a win.
Yeah.
Now, we say that it's whoever gets 19 match points or top 32 will make it into day 2. Well, the number of players we've got here, I think we can say there's going to be more than 32. So 19 match points, that's what you need.
And Zach's actually playing a new A-Spec Ross. He's choosing to play the Secret Box over the Drum. Of course, an ancient card has been taken out of the deck list, but does that really just speak to the synergy that Secret Box can provide, Zach, here?
I mean, look, I've been shouting about how great Secret Box is since we very first saw it. And so far, I've been proven roundly wrong. No one agreed with me. Nobody played it. So I'm kind of loving that Zach's brought it along here. Lets you discard 3 cards from your hand. Good for this Ancient Box that's trying to stack Ancient cards in your discard pile. And then you can search for an item and a tool and a supporter and a stadium. That is a lot. And because it's a deck where you want ancient cards in your discard pile, that discard free is not usually that bad a thing. As long as you've got a hand with cards you don't mind discarding.
Let's start seeing some prize cards then. There's a great Tusk, a little tech inclusion there from Zach. Shouldn't be too big of an issue. And we see the Prime Catcher for John, as well as 1 copy of Sableye. A few energy in there as well. The Water Energy are actually critical, I think, in this matchup, because the Radiant Greninja is the highest damage output single prizer that you can use. So oftentimes, especially when Zach has very few cards to hand disrupt, a big part of the win condition of this deck is to reuse that Greninja as often as possible. So John may be shut out of that early game strategy.
Yeah, you play 3 Water Energy, you need 2 for Greninja, 2 are in the prizes, so that means Greninja is not on board right now. You need 2, you've only got access to 1. And until you get 1 out of your prizes, you just can't have it back.
This is going to be a tough one for John. Typically, the Lost Zone box variant plays so many individual one-off copies of cards that they can find game plans in most situations. But we have to see that the hit points of these chunky single prizes are just still so difficult. The good news for John is Zach led out with a Roaring Moon, not a Fluttermane. So John can immediately use the rescue board and retreat this Radiant Greninja, going straight into Comfey here. And it's going to begin with Flower Selecting.
Yeah, that Fluttermane is so bad against Comfey. It turns off the ability. You need your Flower Selecting to draw cards and to get cards into the Lost Zone. That's what we see here. You look at the top 2 cards of your deck. 1 goes in your hand, 1 goes in the Lost Zone. And then we've got those key numbers for the Lost Zone. You get 4 in the Lost Zone. Cramorant attacks for free. 7, you can use Mirage Gate. 10, then you can use Sableye to drop damage counters. But it's a slow start from John Mostoy here. And we are just going over to Zach.
And I think Zach has a Poker Gear, and that could completely change the complexion of this turn. We know Roaring Moon can start putting on the pressure early with that Vengeance Fletching. We would need a Professor Sada in order to attach 1 Darkness Energy from the discard pile and then manually attach. If we can get through this Comfey, John's start wasn't ideal, so you could initiate some great pressure here. And it looks like Zach has a few ways to thin the deck of energy. I think there's another Earthen Vessel already in the hand. So Zach will do a lot of thinning here and then has Poker Gear to sort of end up the turn. Oh, there's already a starter in the hand, Ross.
Oh, that is fantastic. That is going to be a great start here. Of course, that Vengeance Fletchling, you don't need any ancient cards in the discard. It does 70 base. Comfey has 70.
Yep.
And it's not just taking a prize here. You're saying to your opponent, your start was terrible. The first thing you're going to do when I pass over to you is use Flower Selecting on that Comfey. So if I take that away, you've still got access to concealed cards with Greninja, but now all of a sudden you can't Flower Select with Comfey. You've only got one card in the Lost Zone, and you can get, especially against these low hit point Pokemon, so that can take prizes quickly. Now we see Poker Gear coming around. What do we see? Explorer's Guidance, it looks like.
I think Zach really just wants to take other cards out of the deck so he can use the Sada and then hit more Pokemon. He just wants more Pokemon in play right now because this Roaring Moon getting early pressure, fantastic, but you're going to need more than just this one Pokemon out there right now. So Zach is going to be hunting for Ball Search from the Pokestop and this Sada.
Yeah, he's got the Pokestop. Looks like that's coming into play. And it looks like we're using it. Discard the top 3 cards of your deck. Items go back. It's an energy and a tool, which is not an item under the new rules, remember. 2 more ancient cards in the discard is fine. Energy is not the end of the world, but you would kind of like to use that Sada at some point.
Now, Zach has a decision. Do you take, well, there's your answer. Do you just draw the 3 cards rather than the 6 and hope to find more Pokemon from these 3 cards? Fortunately for Zach, oh wow, 3 great hits there. Your A-Spec, you found Koraidon, and you found a Nest Ball. That's exactly what Zach's been searching for.
You said he needed Pokemon, and he is absolutely getting Pokemon, as well as that Secret Box. And Secret Box can be good in the mid to late game, but it seems like a very good early game card. Really get going. Now, you do have your Stadium of Choice, but you can go and get a whole bunch of stuff there. Secret Box, discard free, and you get a Stadium, and you get an item, and you get a supporter card, and you get a tool. It's a lot of different things going on here all at the same time.
Yeah, it's a really interesting card because it provides so much value for you, but in the same process, you're able to pitch even more of your ancient cards. So it seems to have great synergy within the archetype as Zach is going to manually attach to this Roaring Moon. It looks like taking out John's only Comfey right now is a great start.
Yeah, and then we got the Dragon type Koraidon hitting the board, nailed it. And we go back over to John, and all we've got is Radiant Greninja with a rescue board. Nothing else for the time being. Is that free Mirage Gate in hand?
Lots of Mirage Gate. I do think we have Colress at the very least, though. So John's going to start things off with a 5-card dig here with the Colress and start fueling this Lost Zone. We have Nest Ball in hand. Ooh, Roxanne seems like you have to keep it, even though it's not great for now. You have a switching piece.
The last water energy that is available. Yeah. I mean, you've got free Mirage Gate in hand, but that Mirage Gate is such a good card. You never really want to Lost Zone any of them if you can help it.
Yeah, this is rough. Gets rid of the Roxanne.
Oh,
this is one of your crucial defensive supporter cards in a matchup like this, where the Ancient deck is going to really amass a large hand size with multiple Sada. Now John has no check to that hand size from Zach.
But you need Comfey, you need the water energy, and then you really don't want to get rid of your Mirage Gate, and I suppose that's the decision. So you can at least bench a Comfey. Rescue Ball will let you retreat into it, so you can use Flower Selecting to get one more card. This will put 4 in the Lost Zone and activate Cramorant's ability to attack for free if you can find it, which there is a Nest Ball in hand, so you should be able to.
And I think that was a switch as one of the options, so we are going to get rid of another Comfey here, so we can simply switch and get this Cramorant attack in. Even though you're not KOing this Roaring Moon, it's still really handy to just put some prep damage in, because as we know, John can use Greninja to finish off this damage, or look to use Sableye. They can eventually take it out of the prize cards. So, looks like he's eyeing up the Comfey rather than the Cramorant here. Just might keep drawing cards, you think?
I think keep drawing cards and hope you can Cramorant a little bit later. You have had a very bad start. One of the other things that John does play in this deck is Iron Hand, and it's really awkward in this matchup because pretty much everything on Zach's side of the board is just outside the range of Iron Hand. So getting some prep damage from a Cramorant would enable that. I kind of like getting a Sableye, dropping a few damage counters on each to bring them all into range, but that is a couple of turns away at this stage.
And let's not forget, Ancient Boost Energy Capsules can make that plan a little bit more foggy, as we are going to see the Pokestop. You do pick up a switch card, that's pretty handy, and I think we just have to use Spit Innocently here for pressure, because you cannot let Zach just run away with the game just by simply announcing easy 70 damage prods. John's going back into the deck with another Nest Ball here.
What's he going to be going for here? I think he's out of Comfey at this point, is he not?
No, there's one more.
There's one more. Is that what he's gone for? He has gone to now. We're out of Comfey here. And
Yeah, I think getting to 5 in the Lost Zone makes a good amount of sense, so you can just Colress your way there next turn and start unlocking those Mirage Gates. There's so many of them in the hand for John.
Yeah, you need to start getting Mirage Gate on board. They're literally all 4 are in hand. There goes your Forest Seal Stone, but you've got a Chorus's Experiment, so that was an easier choice. Here comes a switch into a Cramorant, and a Spit innocently for 110 damage into the Roaring Moon. It's not KO'd yet. It's pretty close.
Yep, this is what we were both saying, Ross, trying to eye up future damage output from either John's Greninja or the Iron Hands, so definitely relevant damage here. Let's see what Zach can piece together. Picks up the Radiant Greninja of his own here. Pretty much the only draw engine Pokemon within Zach's deck. Otherwise, it's just looking for Pokestop and Professor Sada to cycle through.
Yeah, there's a bunch of options, but you don't always necessarily want to go blind Pokestop because it can get a little bit awkward. We see a couple of energy coming out here, and then Zach's already gone through a decent chunk of his deck here. That is starting to get a little bit thin.
Yep.
I mean, you only need 4 ancient cards in the discard to KO the Cramorant. I'm fairly sure
I'm pretty sure we're there.
Should be long past that at this point.
If not, we have the secret box to push us over the edge. So
yeah,
we know
do.
Zach's got a very good turn lined up just by virtue of this ace spec that's currently in hand. So he's just going to keep building up his board as best as possible. Going to conceal away a Darkness Energy, so I imagine Zach's plan is to try and use a Sada again this turn.
It's always good. I mean, the ideal situation here is that you Sada onto a couple different Roaring Moon, essentially make them all single prize Pokemon, so that you don't have the pressure of having to get it when when you're going to attack. I have to have it right now.
John's going to have a read of the secret box. It's not a commonly played card, but just refreshing the memory. Zach is going to throw away a couple ancient cards, which is going to fulfill that quota for the Vengeance Fletching to get a KO in the active here, whilst also picking up, well, an ancient boost energy capsule. There's your supporter card, the Professor Sada, as expected. What item card do we want to grab here? Maybe Super Rod, if we're worried about any other cards. Maybe just, more access to supporters is reasonable also.
And he actually threw away a Pokestop to use the card and then brings it right back, because I believe that's the only stadium he actually plays.
Both players are just playing Pokestop here, actually. So that's going to be sticking around unless we see some Lost Vacuum.
Yeah, that's not necessarily the best pull there, but of course, you got your Sada, you got your Pokegear for future Sada, you got your Ancient Boost Energy Capsule, which it's a weird one with the maths. Like, it still won't take you out of Greninja range, and it won't take you out of Sableye range, but it will then mean there's 6 fewer damage counters to go elsewhere from the Sableye. Now, there's only 1 Roaring Moon down, so we get another energy onto the Koraidon here. Not something we see attacking too often in the deck. But with a bunch of low HP Pokemon, that is an option.
Yeah, I think because of the matchup, you don't need to ration your ancient cards so heavily. You can weave these Pokemon in, just continuing that chain of attackers. It's going to be the most important thing for Zach, because he's already up on prizes. He's going to go up another at the end of this turn. So just has to really keep on chugging with these single prizes, as we're going to see a Pokestop here. Works out pretty nicely, gets rid of a Fluttermane and picks up a couple item cards along the way. A Nest Ball and a Super Rod. So I think Zach's in a really favorable position. Has a backup attacker ready to rumble.
Oh, that's
nice.
The
Roaring Moon have a lot of hit points right now. He's done pretty much everything in his power to build this board nicely.
And his attackers are looking good. He takes the KO there onto the Cramorant with the Roaring Moon. He's got a Koraidon with enough energy on right now to attack. He's got a Roaring Moon that just needs 1 energy to attack. So his next couple of attackers are already essentially up and rolling, and it means that you can start worrying about other things now. Of course, with the Koraidon, it's 30 damage for each of your ancient Pokemon in play. Right now, it only does 90. So if you're going after something like a Radiant Greninja, you might need a little bit more, as John plays a Colress's Experiment, which we might have seen coming.
I think there's some easier choices here at last. You can get rid of Buddy Buddy Poffin. I think there's actually no targets within the deck to search here. And then it's going to be a Switch Cart hitting the Lost Zone. And John has now made it to the crucial 7 count in the Lost Zone, especially because John's been holding on to Mirage Gates basically from turn 1. So
all 4 Mirage Gate have been there for a couple of turns at this stage.
Yeah. And I feel like that's going to be part of the strategy now. We're going to see a Super Rod here, grabbing back this Cramorant. Also going to grab the Darkness Energy, as well as Water Energy.
Yeah, when you've got 4 Mirage Gate in hand, you really want all of your energy in the deck. Now, there is a Roaring Moon EX in hand that you can potentially have a play with here. That can do some big damage and tank a hit, which is quite nice. Wonder what else he's got in terms of...
Yeah, like I said, you want to be using Mirage Gate for Radiant Greninja, but it's just not available thanks to the prize cards of John.
That would actually be really big right now. It would get the KO on the Roaring Moon. The 90 would be perfect. And then you could also get some prep damage onto another Pokemon for Sableye or for Iron Hands or whatever it might be. But you're right, there's 2 water in the prizes. That is not ideal. You've actually played enough that you can prize 1 water and it's not a big deal. You can't prize 2. So you've got Roaring Moon is an option. Blood Moon Ursaluna's an option. Iron Hands, Raikou.
It's awkward because you know that Zach's already got 10 ancient cards in that discard pile, and 2 more will hit the discard pile thanks to this knockout that John probably has to take here. So you know that this Iron Hands isn't that likely to tank a turn. And that's really what you need if you're going to play catch-up here as John. But we just don't really have many other good options, so we probably still have to use Ampy very much here.
Yeah, you will take 2 prizes. That prep damage is enough, even with the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule. But then, I mean, if you said there's 10 cards in there, go up to 12, that's 190. So 4 cards extra in the discard that are ancient will be enough to KO the Iron Hand. And, you know, this Lost Box deck, they don't play all of these HP boosting tools we see in some other decks. So you just kind of got to hope your opponent doesn't get enough cards in the Lost Zone. 16 is the magic number. And if there's already 12, or there will be by the end of this term, that's not that tall a task, honestly.
Yeah, maybe even if you can work towards Lost Vacuum, perhaps, and just remove an Ancient Booster for a -10 damage, that could be worthwhile. These are the fine margins, because you are a little bit behind right now. But John not going to go into a Comfey and just going to accept that Amped Very Much is going to end his turn here by the looks of things.
And you got to watch that Pokestop. That Pokestop can get some discarding going on as well. It's going to make Zach's task a little bit easier. So John does get the 2 prize KO there. Does take a water energy, crucially. So Greninja is now switched on. And now we're over to Zach, who... I mean, the fact that we see Roaring Moon go straight into the active tells me he thinks he's going to be fine.
I think we literally just heard Zach say on the table, let's see if we get there. And an Ultra Ball pickup is a very good start.
Oh, that's great.
Couple Ultra Ball in hand, couple ancient cards already for Zach. He should not find it too difficult. I believe there's 12 ancient cards currently in the discard pile. So, as you said, Ross, we'd be at 190 damage, so we're looking for 4 modifiers here. 4 ancient cards, I should say.
Yeah, each of which does count as a modifier, though, so I'll totally accept that. Here comes a Nest Ball for a for a Roaring Moon. That's going to hit the bench, and that's generally what we see with these ancient decks. They are going to try and just go Roaring Moon. It literally just gets better as the game goes on, as you get more and more ancient cards in the discard. Each Roaring Moon hits a little harder than the one that came before it, and it's going pretty nicely. And that 140 HP is so annoying, because your Pokemon hit 120, 110 over on the Lost Zone side.
Ooh, that's nice.
Oh, okay.
1 ancient card comes to the hand, and an ancient booster hits the discard pile, and that gets us to 3 away. And I think Zach should be able to piece the rest together from what's already in hand. So I think there's no issue for Zach to take this response KO on Iron Hands and go already down to 2 prize cards remaining.
With 2 attackers potentially already on the board. It will need a Darkness Energy or a Professor Sada, but if you play Professor Sada, it goes into the discard pile. Here's another 2. We see that Earthen Vessel discarding a Koraidon as part of the requirements to play it. That puts us up to 15, so we are 1 away at this stage from Zach getting a KO. And I mean, there's an Explorer's Guidance. Is that in hand or is that the deck?
We're looking at the deck now, but he does also have 1 copy in hand.
Lovely, so that would do it.
Yeah,
Even
also
if
has
you
the
hit
Kieran.
nothing.
It has the Kieran in hand. You could just use that as the damage mod to get over this Iron Hands EX if you had to. That's a spicy one-off copy that Zach's choosing to play in the deck list. What do you think of that, Ross?
I love Kieran. I don't love it this turn. You should be able to get there without it.
Right.
Save Kieran for when you really need to stretch over. Maybe you need to recover some of your ancient cards or something along those lines. I love Kieran when you absolutely need it, like we saw from Pram earlier on in the tournament.
And we pick up Countercatcher and Boss's Orders. Not too much help, but it might unlock your Poker Gear. Zach can't have that many cards remaining in the deck. He's looking for Sada.
Sada will be perfect.
Yeah, then you can get to work on your next Roaring Moon. Does whiff here, so we'll just take an Explorer's Guidance instead. You can still fire this off quite happily, but you are just falling a little bit more prey to any hand disruption that John has. The good news is for Zach is that the only Roxanne in John's deck is already in the lost zone, so this isn't going to be a huge issue for Zach, I don't think, in the long run.
No, and he does have the Darkness Energy in hand ready for the Roaring Moons. You don't have to play Asada. Well, you really want to, so you get the energy, and then you essentially get both of your Roaring Moon up and rolling. They both have 2 energy if you hit Asada. But there's a large handful of cards. There comes the Explorer's Guidance. You're giving up on Professor Sada, but playing that card is the 14th one. So that will mean that you are, the 16th one, which means you are already there. So we are good. And actually, that's about the biggest thing in in John's deck, isn't it?
Yeah, I think this is the chunkiest Pokemon that he can represent apart from Blood Moon Ursaluna EX with that 260 hit points. So Zach's doing a great job of getting up to the top end of his damage output, with so many of his ancient cards already found their way to the discard pile. He is going to just take the KO here on Iron Hands EX, going down to 2 prize cards remaining. We're just confirming here with the amount of ancient cards in there, but I'm pretty sure Zach's done the math, and yes, does check out. How can John wiggle out of this position? They're already looking at the Blood Moon Ursaluna EX that's in hand as an option.
I was going to say, that seems to be. But the thing is, now this is where Kieran would come in great.
Yeah.
Because now you need the Kieran to really jump over that 260, and that would work perfectly. Although next turn, if this Roaring Moon goes down, next turn Zach will need a Professor Sada, because that Koraidon is not doing it. Koraidon is great in the early game. It's great for Comfey and Cramorant and those kind of Pokemon. It is not going to get there on these EXs.
John's going to have to get a little tricky, I think. Putting down this Blood Moon Ursaluna just makes you lose so easily, I feel.
Yep.
It just can't feel right. I think you have to get a bit more tricky with some counter catcher plays, perhaps. There's Prime Catcher in hand, I believe. Yeah, so there may be a trapping play you can try and make, but with that one Roxanne lost zoned, I feel like you've already shut so many doors here for comeback plays. It was just such an awkward chorus early on in this game.
Really was. It's not like John wanted to get rid of the Roxanne. There were just other cards that were needed right there and then. But Zach has kind of cruised to 4 prizes taken. And now John's sitting there and he's like, well, I haven't really got many good attackers on the board right now, by which I mean none. And Zach's kind of already set up quite nicely. Needs to take 1 more prize. What I really want to do is Blood Moon Ursaluna, but if I play that and it gets KO'd, that's it. I'm done. And you can start using Greninja, but Greninja is great like free turn to go, where you're putting 90 on 2 different Pokemon. Here is the prime catcher play, which might be the stalling play you called out here, Joe.
I think we kind of have to do this. John wants to try and use Greninja over a couple turns and deal with both of Zach's Roaring Moon at the same time. And that could really be one of the only ways you could slow Zach down here. Possibly even has to target the Koraidon simply because it currently has energy cards. But because its damage output is so low, once you've taken out the Roaring Moon, that would be my selection, I think.
Yeah, I think if you can take out both Roaring Moon, you're kind of putting Zach on a 1-turn clock here. You're saying, look, both your Roaring Moon have 90 on. I can hit them again next turn, and then I'm going to win. Do we see... Oh, there is an Ancient Boost Energy Capsule on, though.
There currently is, yeah.
Which does...
There are Lost Vacuum in John's list that we haven't played yet, so...
You would need that, because... Oh, we are going after the Koraidon. We're going after energy here.
I think that, again, I feel like it helps Zach in the long run. As we know, Zach has Kieran in hand, so can just use the switching effect if need be this turn. You can, of course, attach Retreat if you would prefer, but I feel like getting energy on your currently unattached Roaring Moon would also be handy. Yeah, I feel like I'm following Zach's train of thought, and it feels very logical right now. Use your Kieran as a switching effect. Sometimes we've seen Penny in these lists in the past, but Zach's taken a more aggressive strategy, is going to use the switch effect though. And straight away, John says, I cannot win from this position. Zach was getting in the perfect spot to just chain attacks to get over the line. And John didn't want to see any more of that and moves on to game 2 here.
Yeah, that Kieran, when you get the KO on the Radiant Greninja, you've got an energy on the Roaring Moon, so 1 more and you're ready to attack. Plus, you've got enough energy already on the Koraidon, that's ready to attack, and it was just building up very, very nicely. And this seems like a bit of a rough matchup. If I'm Zach, I'm liking this matchup.
Oh, yeah.
And I think a big part of it is my Pokemon have 140 HP rather than 120. Cramorant doesn't do it, Sableye doesn't do it, Ampy very much doesn't do it. So I'm constantly forcing my opponent to get prep damage on my Pokemon while I'm 1-hit KOing.
Yeah.
We're both throwing single prizes at each other, but mine get 1-hit KOs and his don't.
Yeah, and you know your hand isn't disrupted. until you've taken a certain amount of prize cards, so you can just grow that hand size with the Sada, with the Pokestop, with the Radiant Greninja. You're there. You have everything in hand. You know you're not going to be disrupted until you want to. Let's have a quick look at the replay as Zach came out the gates very quickly, already pressurizing the low hit point Comfey. Started a race quite nicely. John did weave in a Cramorant into Ampu very much play to have a bit of a comeback, but Zach at that point already had so many ancient cards in the discard pile that a Vengeance Flexing was able to reach on the Iron Hands EX, and then he put himself in a ascending position. John tried his best to slow down Zach, but as soon as we saw the Kieran foiling the trapping play from Prime Catcher, John had seen enough.
Yeah, and that was the end of the game, unfortunately for John, fortunately for Zach. And look, remember, this is a win and in. Whichever player wins this game will go to 6-0-1. That is 19 match points. That is a number of match points which will put you into day 2. So, you know, if you lose, it's not the end of the world. You've still got 2 more rounds available to get that final win that's needed. And Zach here, he's gone for an unusual deck. Ancient Box was not really on the radar for a lot of players.
Oh, no.
2 Mirage Gate and Radiant Greninja. I'm assuming that's why you're all-knowing.
Yeah, I was all-knowing because in game 1, John had too many Water Energy prized, and in this game, a couple Mirage Gate and the Greninja. This is your only real strategy. All of your attackers are inefficient to the high hit points of these ancient Pokemon. Oh, and Zach's led the Fluttermane as well.
Oh, no.
It only gets worse for John in this game too right now. The Midnight Fluttering shutting down the Comfey. So rough. As Zach is going to be able to Earthen Vessel away a Koraidon early and start thinning some of these Darkness Energy. There's a real argument here for Zach to not put any additional Pokemon in play this turn. Or if he does put any Pokemon, just more Fluttermane. So you can play around an Iron Bundle from John and completely shut down the Flower Selecting altogether.
Yeah, and that's the thing. This can be a lower way for Zach to play the game, but Hex Hurl, it's not a great attack, right? 90 and 20 to the bench, or 2 damage counters for free energy. It's a bit meh. But the whole point is you're blocking your opponent from doing anything, and over a couple of turns, that is going to build up quite nicely. And you can still use Professor Sada to get it rolling a bit faster because you are an ancient Pokemon. Yep. When it goes down, it will still get any future Roaring Moon to do a little bit of extra damage. So, yeah, I'm down with double Fluttermane here, Joe. That sounds good.
Zach is going to Ultra Ball away an Ancient Boost Energy Capsule as well as another Koraidon. So that might be a sign we're still going to get maybe even the Greninja in the mix here, just so you can draw more cards. We picked up a couple energy from the early Earthen Vessels, so Zach isn't going to go pure Fluttermane, but if he draws into a second Flutter, you can still play around Iron Bundle that way.
Yeah, Iron Bundle's got that ability that forces your opponent to switch their active Pokemon. So if they've only got 1 Fluttermane, it will get it out of the active.
Yeah.
2 Fluttermane, and you can just switch between them. And sure, your opponent can use their Prime Catcher or their only boss's orders to get around Fluttermane, but that still feels like a win for you if that happens.
Yeah, and just such low counts, it would be a low odds play that you're sort of working around. Zach here could quite contently just attach to the Fluttermane this turn whilst banking in energy in the discard pile for Professor Sada next turn. And he does pick up the Nest Ball
that's good.
And a Roaring Moon. I think it's perfect opportunity to weave in the Flutter now.
Yeah, I think you can bench the Roaring Moon because you've already got a catcher or you've already got a Prime Catcher or boss target. So you can bench anything else you like as long as you put down a second Fluttermane. That is going to be the big difference. Now, there is a Roaring Moon.
Yeah, so the only reason to not go second Fluttermane is that they both have 90 hit points. So it could open up John for Radiant Greninja down the line. When he eventually gets to 7, and as we know, the Lost Zone archetypes play Lost Vacuum, so even if Zach used the Ancient Booster Energy Capsules, John could still undo that. So I think just accepting that it's a win to have led the Fluttermane in the first place and make John sort of go round about the houses to deal with this Pokemon is already good enough.
Yeah, forcing some extra resources to get around it. It does mean that the Iron Bundle will get around it, but of course you're forcing your opponent to go and get the Iron Bundle first.
Well, John at least has a Colrus, and Zach said exactly the same thing at the table. At least you got Colrus, so you can play the game.
Yeah, we do see Comfey in there as well. Of course, Comfey is not live right now. You have to get the Iron Bundle or the Prime Catcher or the boss's orders to get that Fluttermane out the active. So it's a Super Rod and a Comfey. Here is the Nest Ball. You've got to think it's for Iron Bundle here, unless you're going to Comfey and get Iron Bundle later. No, you are not. It is going to be Iron Bundle.
John's having a look straight away and thinking, yeah, at least I've got this. I have to assume this will be the choice. And it is that Hyper Blower ability. A fantastic Pokemon in this archetype when you just have so many Super Rod in the deck list, and your damage output can be so tricky with your different Pokemon. Sometimes just forcing a big Pokemon out the way gives you so much opportunity to weave in Iron Hands, to weave in your Radiant Greninja, even Sableye. Doesn't matter what you're pushing out the way if you're just able to sprinkle lots of Pokemon at the same time. So the opportunity to use this Pokemon so frequently in a game makes it so valuable as a one count, and not just for Fluttermane.
No, I agree entirely. And there's so many times you don't actually really want to gust up anything specific.
Yeah.
You just want whatever is active out the way. If they're really big, if they're blocking you, whatever, that is what it does so nicely. So now John can start flower selecting here, getting an extra card in hand and an extra card into the Lost Zone.
He's going to keep the Cramorant, has to get rid of the rescue board here. John can attach Retreat out of this Comfey initially, but I don't think it has any switching cards, so has to find a switching out here if we are going to launch a Spit Innocently this turn. This is a big 2 cards. It's another Comfey and a Colress, so I think we're having to pass this turn again.
And that's 2 Comfey in the Lost Zone now?
Yeah.
It's not ideal, especially if you're passing back to Zach and you know Zach is now going to be taking the first prize. Now, we will need a Professor Sada because there's no energy on the board, but as long as you hit that, and oh, look, he's hit that. And look, you play multiple, you play 3 copies of Pokegear 3.0, you play Secret Box, you play a full 4. What you see, Joe?
Nice pickup of the Earthen Vessel from the 3 cards for Zach.
Nice.
So we can immediately again initiate the pressure. A Vessel going to get rid of another Koraidon, 3 of them already discarded for Zach. It's really just not your ideal attacker. You weave them in when you have to, but it's really all about the Roaring Moon here. And Zach can pick up a couple Darkness Energy, so we can get a manual attachment and also continue to draw cards. Working out very similar to that game 1 here, where Zach is going to start the prize race and have Moon set up. And really, John still lacking a board right now.
Yeah, when your board is too comfy and your opponent is properly getting rolling and you're already a game down, generally feels less than ideal, to put it mildly. Now, there aren't any other attackers right now. So that is the one thing for John. Maybe Zach whiffs a little bit. Now, speaking of, oh, that is a nice Pokestop. You get an Ultra Ball and an Earthen Vessel, and you drop an Explorer's Guidance, but that's 10 more damage.
I like how Zach's playing this as well. You're pretty content with your turn. Nothing's really going to change at this stage, but I like that he is diligently just getting more Ancient cards into that discard pile, because we saw John hedge that Iron Hands could take a turn and tank.
Yes.
So Zach going above and beyond to just throw more Ancient cards into that discard pile is still going to be really important here, as we also see the Ancient booster thrown onto the active Roaring Moon for good measure here.
This is going to be nice. You've got a 200 HP Roaring Moon, and it's going to be taking your first prize. Your opponent is going to be going into their turn with 1 Comfey and nothing else on the board. So it's right now. You need to start piecing something together right now. You do have a Chorus's Experiment, and you also have a Lost Vacuum. So that is going to get you to that's going to get you to 7, actually. Yep. Straight to 7, even if you get rid of your opponent's tool, which I'm suggesting maybe you should. That's going to get you to 7 cards in the Lost Zone and activate Mirage Gate.
Looks like we're getting rid of Roaring Moon, and I believe it was Pokestop as well.
Yes.
There's already one in play, so that seems like a reasonable choice for John. And the Roaring Moon, well, it can deal 200 damage. It can deal 220, in fact, whilst discarding a Pokestop.
The problem here is you just showed your opponent Roaring Moon, and then you put it back.
I think the only reason you would not is because you're going to try and attack with it this turn.
Yes.
You're revealing it either way, essentially. So I think it's fine.
I'll give you that.
With 6 Ancient cards, I think it was 6 that Zach just counted out there. It is still going to be the Roaring Moon hitting the Lost Zone eventually for John. This time has been able to salvage that Roxanne that was critically lost in that game 1. You see a flower selecting as well for John.
You're not playing all the comeback cards, but that 1 copy of Roxanne can be big. Put your opponent down to a 2-card hand as long as they've taken at least 3 prizes. So we do see a
Forest Seal Stone comes to the hand.
Yeah,
I believe there's Raikou V in the hand as well. There's the Cramorant attacker. Yeah, we could just attach a Retreat and go into Cramorant if we feel there's no better play here. No, the Raikou is coming into play, so we will be using this Forest Seal Stone more than likely and trying to get a more chunky attacker into the mix. So
I've got Iron Hands in hand. Iron that up a little bit here. So we're doing some Raikou math
Rondo
here.
math. Yeah.
Oh, you're not going to make me do math. Lightning Rondo does 20 damage base, plus 20 more for each bench Pokemon. Add up the bench Pokemon, add 1, times it by 2, add a 0 on the end. That's how much damage
Is that how you do
doing.
the math, Rob?
That's how you do the math, Joe.
Super convoluted.
It's not convoluted. It works perfectly. So now we've got, what we got? We got 140 damage at the moment, which is
using
fine.
using your formula, we have got to 140 damage.
Exactly. I feel pretty good about this, frankly.
Yeah.
But
we're foresting for the Mirage Gate by the looks of things here from John.
Yeah. We'll need a Lost Vacuum if you're taking the KO this turn, or no, 2 more bench Pokemon won't do it, and you haven't got enough. So you will need Lost Vacuum in order to get the KO here. You can't get enough bench Pokemon all by yourself.
There is Lost Vacuum in hand.
Oh, there we go then.
But it could be something you hold. You can just use it for later perhaps as well.
Sometimes, yes, it's great to get a mid-turn KO, but Zach has no energy on the board. So we're taking the KO this turn. You do force Asada.
Yeah, I think that's also very reasonable, as the Raikou V is powered up, thanks to the Mirage Gate. John also doing the totting up of damage. Just want to make sure that that Lightning Rondo is getting into the mix.
Yeah, John's just sitting there going, right, 6, add 1, times 2, pop the 0 on the end, 140. I need to get rid of that Ancient Booster, and he's moved the Lost Vacuum to the front.
Yeah.
Now it hits the board, and as suspected, we now have the perfect amount of mass to go and actually get that done. Not sure that was a real sentence,
Perfect
but either
amount of
way,
mass.
it's a KO. The perfect amount of mass, Joe.
Ooh, a cheeky draw 1 from Fleetfooted there. Got John another Mirage Gate for later, which is pretty handy as well. So that's going to help set up for next turn. And we do pick up the Radiant Greninja from the prize cards, which is another crucial attacker that you can attempt to spam here.
And there's nothing now preventing you. You've got the water energy or access there too. Sure, one's in the discard, but you can recover that easy enough. You're playing your Super Rod, so you'll be fine.
Interesting. Zach going into the Flutter Mane to start off this turn. Maybe that indicates that Zach doesn't have an easy way to reach on this Raikou early. If we're looking to weave in a different type of attacker, perhaps this turn.
And now but this is where it gets awkward for Zach, because you have no energy on the board. You need to play Professor Sada. If you're really stretching to get cards into the discard pile, then Explorer's Guidance a lot of the time becomes the better supporter card for actually getting cards into the discard. So now you're kind of in a situation where you need cards in the discard, Explorer's Guidance, but you need energy acceleration, Professor Sada, and you've given your opponent an awkward situation if you're John.
Yep.
That's why I loved taking the KO last turn. Sometimes I'm a big fan of being able to take that mid-turn KO and ramp up that way, but I think here he's put Zach in an awkward situation.
Yeah, I think Zach is holding on to Poker Gear, so there's no guarantee of the Sada, but still possible this turn. Can draw cards with Radiant Greninja first, and has Pokestop available as well. Going to see that one first.
Poker Gear, Flutter Mane, Explorer's Guidance, so 2 more cards in the discard that are ancient here. I don't have an accurate count for the second. Any chance you've been keeping up, Joe?
No, I'm not sure just how many Zach has available right now. Can plus 20 from the hand if they choose to get rid of the Explorer's Guidance, but it would be risky. So we are just going to get rid of an Ultra Ball here with the Earthen Vessel. A little bit surprising that Zach didn't use this before the Pokestop, because obviously these are cards you can't get for free from Pokestop, and they're not ancient cards either. I would have liked to have seen the Vessel first, but possibly Zach making the decision after seeing the Pokestop. Sometimes information's more valuable than statistical best odds each time.
No, absolutely good point. Knowing more can often be good. So there's an energy discarded with Greninja here. Draw 2 with concealed cards. That is going to get you a little more information, little few cards. Flutter Mane and Super Rod, I believe that was. It's not what you're looking for. Here comes the Pokestop, and he kind of needs Sada if you're going to fire off an attack this turn.
And it's a miss.
Oh, no.
This is a big break for John. Kind of what we needed. Zach didn't miss a beat in that first game. But now we've had a big 9-card dig with the Greninja into Pokegear, whiffing on a Professor Sada. So Zach is going to have to settle for an Explorer's Guidance and just take a turn off, attaching to a Roaring Moon and passing.
Yeah, and that is not ideal. And of course, John here, we know the numbers are working out quite nicely, so you can even try and get some gusting going on, taking out some more Roaring Moon. If there's a manual attachment, take out that Roaring Moon.
Oh, look at that. Just to the insult to injury that you then see 2 of the Sada in the 6 from the Explorer's Guidance. It's always the way, Ross.
Oh, absolutely. It's pretty much guaranteed. You kind of have to take them both because they're really good cards you're going to need.
Yeah. Few important item cards also hitting the discard pile now for Zach. Got rid of a Super Rod as well as a Counter Catcher. That can be a big deal.
And you're going to go behind on prizes, so actually losing that Counter Catcher becomes a much bigger deal.
Zach's just going to leave the Flutter Mane in the active position. Seems like a reasonable choice, to be honest with you. That Midnight Fluttering can still be a little disruptive for John.
Yeah, but all you really need here is, well, actually, right now you need nothing. The KO is on the board. But then the question becomes, can you get a Pokemon, can you get a Prime Catcher? Can you get a Boss's Orders? Now we're up to 160 damage. And now we see the concealed cards getting a couple more. Pokestop and Hisuian Heavy Ball were the pickups.
I'd like to see John weave in the Mirage Gate for this Greninja and use Moonlight Shuriken this turn.
Oh, I'd love that.
Yeah, I think that's still the highest tempo you can do. And now that Zach's got so many more ancient cards in that discard pile, you want this Raikou V out of the line of fire, I think.
Yeah, and you would get the KO on the Flutter Mane, so you would get a KO as well as spreading damage. So all you really do is get an extra 90 on the bench and take a 2-prizer out the active.
Yeah, I feel like you have to take out this Flutter Mane as well because John's just seen it. There's still your other 2 Mirage Gate in those prize cards, so you really want to access prize cards immediately here if you can.
Can't really need 1 Mirage Gate and a Water Energy from the hand. Now, there was a Water Energy in the discard a minute ago.
Ooh, interesting. So it looks like it's accepting that Raikou might be just getting into the mix here. If we're manually attaching to this Comfey. Yeah, those Mirage Gates. At least they're sort of towards the top. That's handy. Shuffled via the Hisuian Heavy Ball, of course.
But with 2 Mirage Gate in there and trying to double, I mean, is it even possible to double Mirage Gate? Did we have one already on the Raikou?
Yeah, we've already spent a Mirage Gate. Ooh, there's a couple hits from the Pokestop. The Prime Catcher's interesting. You could now pivot your Comfey that you attach to and take out a Roaring Moon if you would prefer.
I want to get the Roaring Moon here.
Yeah.
And I know that there are Sada in hand now for Zach, and you kind of had to assume that was going to be the case, but you're still going after the energy, and you're just making your opponent do more stuff. John agrees with me here. Up comes a Roaring Moon. You can Flower Selecting because there's no Flutter Mane in the active. Get yourself an extra card. Get 1 more in the Lost Zone, which does get you closer to Sableye. And we've got Water Energy and a switch. Come on.
Straight away, John has to have a think. It would be nice to preserve the energy that's currently on your Comfey, but also conserving Water Energy also seems valuable. It's so difficult because the rinse and repeat Greninja strategy hinges on you finding Mirage Gate from your prize cards. So it may, it's going to keep that line available. Going to Lost Zone a switch instead. Also going to see a Pal Pad from John.
I think the thing here is that Flutter Mane's got 90 HP, so you will get an actual KO with Greninja as well as getting some damage down, and I think for me that makes a big difference.
I agree, as John is probably just forced to retreat into Raikou here and just deal with it. You can Cramorant Swing if you really want to and just not leave this 2-prizer in the active position, but I don't think it's as valuable as going back into this. You even get a free card with Fleet-Footed now that we've pushed this Flutter Mane out of the way.
No, I do quite like this. You're trying to get resources at this point. You want to get prizes. You get an extra card. And the other thing is, of course, we want the Mirage Gate off the prizes, which it looks like, yes, you do hit it as expected. And that's a big thing because now you've got the potential for something like raiding Greninja next turn.
As for Zach, we know that there's at least Sada in hand. So, and picks up a Corridon. That's actually pretty handy. Maybe that could be a second Pokemon you could attach to this turn. You could, of course, still draw cards with Radiant Greninja and look to Pokestop to find just more Roaring Moon. Yeah, we're going to start with a Pokestop here for Zach. We want to always be attaching to our Roaring Moon. That's always the trick here, as we get to keep a superior energy retrieval. And I think Zach has to already have the KO established here with Vengeance Fletching with so many cards in that discard pile now for him.
Yeah, 13 is the number you're looking for to put you up to 200. Looks like there's probably that many.
Picked up another Roaring Moon. That's exactly what we want to see, so we can use a Sada for the full value here and get double Roaring Moon with energy on both. And is holding on to superior energy retrieval as well, which is required for our turn attachment. So Zach doing a good job here of re-establishing multiple threats.
And that's the thing, we just saw a big miss, a turn taken off essentially because you didn't have enough energy and you couldn't find that Professor Sada. You want to put yourself in a position where Professor Sada is a nice little bonus to set up for future turns rather than a necessity to get an attack off this turn. That is a very, very big difference between the two.
Zach's just done the math, and I believe we're there at 200, even whilst putting some Roaring Moon back into the deck with his Super Rod. So that's pretty handy. Has the Nest Ball as well, so can establish this Roaring Moon that's just been shuffled back into the deck. So Zach doing a good job of just maintaining that chain of attackers. Really, the questions are being thrown at John each turn. Zach simply just has to keep churning these Roaring Moon.
And that's the thing, right? Zach is a presumptive favorite in this matchup. Game one, coming into this, looking to close out the series, get to that magic 19 match points that will be enough to get into day two. and is just constantly saying, go on then, John, deal with this. All right, fine, you did. Now deal with this. Here comes a Professor Sada's Vitality. We're going to see presumably an energy onto the active Roaring Moon and one onto one of the bench.
Yep.
We will need an attachment from hand, but we're pretty sure Zach has done the maths here and will be able to get this KO on the active. Oh, great Tusk is in the hand. It's not going to do much this matchup, but it's adorable and I love it, so it's worth pointing out.
Well, it certainly could get hit with superior energy retrieval right about now and find its way into the discard pile. I think Zach is holding on to a Darkness Energy as well.
There is one in hand, yeah.
So you could even hold this superior energy retrieval. The upside of using superior now is you put more Dark Energy in the hand just in case you are hit with Roxanne, because Zach will be going down to 3 prize cards this turn once he's KO'd this Raikou V. And Darkness Energy are actually just very handy cards. You want to constantly have manual attachments, and also they're great for your Radiant Greninja.
No, they really are. Here's one going on to the active. There were, of course, a couple more cards now that are ancient in the discard pile, so this is going pretty nicely. Oh, and a counter catcher onto the Iron Hands. I don't want your Raikou, I want your Iron Hands. That is more annoying for me. Ancient Booster Energy Capsule onto your bench, and here we go. And those extra 2 cards from the Superior Energy Retrieval might have been what put you over the edge and opened up this play. Both players counting, hopefully, but hoping for very different results.
Yep.
But it is enough, and away goes the Iron Hands.
Yeah, I think it's actually kind of smart. Even though it doesn't feel like it's a big threat, that Iron Hands, obviously it can become a threat that can really snowball if ever you have an off turn. So Zach trying to make it that little bit more difficult for John in the first place. But also, this might be the only turn that Zach is actually behind on prize cards again. So that counter catcher would end up just being like a dead card for the remainder of the game. So just getting it out of the mix now makes a good amount of sense, as John, once again, now back against the wall, is 1 prize card down. As we see a manual attachment onto this Comfey. We do have Mirage Gates available, but Raikou certainly shouldn't be attacking right now. Maybe you are still getting Greninja into the mix, but you're having to spend more and more Mirage Gates. Things are getting, again, pretty awkward here.
See a buddy poff in, but that can only get 70 HP or less. It's not getting an attacker, I'll tell you that much.
There are no energy in the deck either.
Now
John
we
is
see
just going Roxanne.
It's what you've been calling for, Joe, all series here.
Yeah.
Trying to make sure that you put your opponent down to a low hand size. And the theory here is quite simple. You play this, put your opponent down to a low hand, try and take out some of their Pokemon and give them a lot to do and very little with which to do it. Problem is, we've got a Roaring Moon established. A Roaring Moon on the bench has got an energy and an Ancient Booster Energy Capsule. Even if you take out the Roaring Moon, Zach just needs an energy or a Professor Sada or a Superior Energy Retrieval.
Yeah.
And what are you taking out the Roaring Moon with? I mean, if you're going to get the KO, it's going to be with Raikou, but if Roaring Moon had enough to KO the Iron Hands, it definitely has enough to KO the Raikou.
These are all great questions right now of what else John can piece together. Well, possibly the Blood Moon Ursaluna EX has a slightly higher amount of hit points that we can use instead here.
Yeah, that will go up. That's got 260, so it would force. I mean, if we assume there was exactly enough to KO the Iron Hands, then that would mean free Ancient or just play Kieran.
Yeah, that's also still available for Zach. But again, would also have to find it in combination with an energy attachment. That seasoned skill ability from Blood Moon Ursaluna EX, very similar to Radiant Charizard's Excited Heart. But the good news is the Blood Moon Ursaluna can get even cheaper, as it could attack for 0 energy because it currently has an all colorless attack cost.
Yeah, that's quite nice. That Blood Moon Ursaluna, one of the big new cards from Twilight Masquerade. I like this very much indeed. And I mean, right now it is a 2 energy attack, and it's any energy. So 1 Mirage Gate would do it, but it looks...
No gates, no. Just gonna have to go in with the Raikou here.
That's not good. It's not what we're looking for, any road.
Well, I think the hope is that you send Zach down to 1 prize, then go with the Blood Moon Ursaluna, and you've taken out ideally a couple Roaring Moon in a row, and then it's difficult.
And we know that we're already there. Now we're at least hitting 240 here.
Zach has a Pokegear in hand. Ooh, picks up the Explorer's Guidance. That's huge as well. The priority would be a Professor Sada, so that's why the Pokegear is going to get swung into here. Let's see, 7 cards. There's the Kieran. There's the Professor Sada. That's huge for Zach. And I think John knows. You can see the expression on his face that that is what he wanted to avoid desperately.
Zach's going to get down to 1 prize remaining here, and he's going to put himself in a similar situation again. And actually, if he does draw an energy off to Professor Sada, then he can get both the Roaring Moon rolling this turn. So he needs nothing next turn, because actually, you needed potentially 3 cards. Well, that's already 2. So you're going to easily be KOing Blood Moon is where I'm going with this.
Yes.
So an energy attachment here would be huge. There is one in hand, so that means both Roaring Moon are going to be up and rolling.
Oh, Zach can also Ultra Ball away 2 Fluttermane here. That would put him easily in range of Blood Moon Ursaluna. I think he's done basically everything he needs to from his checklist now.
I mean,
to close out this game.
He's at most 1 card away. At most 1 card away. And if you take a KO, 2 cards go in the discard. I don't think Zach even needs to do anything here except attach that basic darkness, and that puts him in a redonkulous position to be finishing out this game. But I think you're right. I think you go for the Fluttermane because you don't need them.
Yeah.
But
this just shuts so many doors for John now.
And John's done the maths like we have. We know at this stage that Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Look at the deck. It's all out, Ross. It's all out.
It doesn't need anything.
So many basic energy in there. There's another Sada. There's a Kieran. I think one of the only bad draws now is, ironically, your ace spec, just in case you have too few cards to use the effect.
Yeah, it's pretty terrible right now, honestly, but it doesn't matter. Here comes a KO on the Raikou. What can John do? He's got to take a prize with something that won't get return KO'd, and oh yeah, we know that the Roaring Moon is doing enough damage to KO anything on John's board. And if you think those 2 statements don't match, you're absolutely right. They don't match, and that is very bad news for John.
We have Mirage Gate, we have Boss's Orders, so you can bring up the Radiant Greninja and just hope you're dodging basic energy at this stage. These are the low outs that John has to play towards. We know that Zach basically has it locked up right now, but John has to make these plays. There is the Psych Energy for the Sableye, and we are at 10 in the Lost Zone.
I mean, this is it. You cannot actually take a KO. Taking a KO would be a terrible idea here because it's just going to get return KO'd. So what you have to do is bring up the Greninja, start dropping damage with Sableye, and hope Zach never hits any kind of switching card, basic energy or Kieran. So we are going to see the Lost Mine, but Zach's already got 2 energy in hand.
Yeah, Zach's chilling. He doesn't have the energy, but he has the Explorer, and that draws the whole deck.
He picked up the Roaring Moon for a second. I thought that was in his hand, but it's not. So yeah, that Explorer's Guidance is going to make it happen. So John's thinking, and John doesn't know this, so he's got to think this through. He's got to put the damage as if the game is not sewn up. Takes a prize off of Fluttermane and drops some damage down onto Roaring Moon. Oh, there's the energy. Zach can retreat and attack and takes the game takes a match 2 games to 0. And Ancient Box looks like we're seeing it in day 2, Joe.
Zach made it look all so easy. The matchup is favorable, but I think we have to give credit where credit is due. Zach showing up with the crowd. He's got a lot of fans out there, obviously a well-respected member of our community. Creates a lot of content as well. He's been around the block for a long time. He's a Players' Cup winner. He's a IC finalist already in OCIC 2020. So definitely one of our top players. Still celebrating the fact they've made it to day 2 with this win under their belts. And really impressed with that Ancient deck, you know? He didn't really miss a beat at any moment. And even when he did have that small whiff of the Professor Sada, he put himself in that position where he just couldn't lose.
No, it's a fantastic victory there for Zach. It's a really fun deck. And this is an interesting deck because this is one that when we first saw it, a lot of people were like, yeah, but come on. You need 1 or 2 Roaring Moon EX to allow you to get over those really big threats. And after a few weeks of testing, we all came together. I'd say we, like there's some council of Pokemon players, but everyone came together and was just like, no, it's a single prize deck. And actually, that is the way. It can be slightly hairy in the early game, although the slightly higher than average HP certainly helps.
Yeah.
But when you get these rolling, you saw. Oh, and here comes the replay. So in game 1 here, we saw the early KO on the Comfey, which really set the tone and put John in a pretty awkward situation. We saw the Iron Hands coming out as a very big threat. But unfortunately, Zach was like, you know what? I can KO that as well. And then we went into game 2.
I think that's one of the crucial benefits of Ancient Box. You're so good at dealing with basic multi-prize Pokemon. And I think Zach's made that huge metagame call that with the Raging Bolt EX in format, there's just so many more matchups where this card is crucial. And we see in this game 2, similar to game 1 really, Zach came out the gates first. John was forced into some multi-prize Pokemon by virtue of those prize cards that you can see right there, the Mirage Gates, stopping John from really the best strategy, which is spam your Radiant Greninja as often as possible in the matchup, which meant that Zach was able to have these multiple threats established throughout the game. So he was essentially cruising. Whenever John was taking those KOs, Zach already had the next Pokemon essentially lined up for him.
Yeah, and it seemed kind of fairly straightforward in a lot of ways. It wasn't always that way, but that Roaring Moon just took so many prizes, and we see here the end of the game, Sableye doing what it could, but it wasn't enough because we saw, or we might see again in a second, Zach goes and gets the energy off the top, and that is all that's needed to retreat and take that victory. Roaring Moon putting in a shift, definitely deserves a bit of a break after that.
And you can see what it means to Zach. No stranger to the top tables, of course, but at the NEIC, this is where it matters the most. And he's a fearsome competitor. He wants to go far into every tournament that he enters. And yeah, credit to him with the deck list changes as well. The Kieran seems really smart in the list. I actually really like that choice. There aren't many archetypes that you need to have that huge amount of reach on, but there is still some Dragapult EX. There is still Charizard EX to respect. So that's a 1-card include that can give you a 30 damage modifier, which seems great, to be honest with you.
Yeah, there are certain turns that is what's going to get you over. And look, Zach, you know, you talked about he creates a lot of content. He's been playing for a long time. Zach is incredibly aware of the metagame. He knows he's playing an unusual deck here. He knows that this is not a deck that a lot of people are bringing. It is an unusual pick. It was fairly decent last weekend at the end of the Temporal Forces format. It is not one of the favorites coming in here. But I think you nailed it a second ago, Joe. It is the fact that this metagame, there are stage 2s running around with your Dragapult, still a bit of Charizard, your Gardevoir, etc. But you've got the combination there of it is fast. Go second, turn 1. You basically need a Sada and an Energy. And that's going to get you that turn 1 KO on smaller Pokemon. But you can reach pretty easily, or at least it's well within the realms of possibility on those basic 2-prize Pokemon. I do worry slightly that against your stage 2s, your Gardevoir, your Dragapult, when they get rolling, their HP is so much higher.
Gardevoir's easy. You can deal with Gardevoir.
Okay, fine. Gardevoir, you're hitting for weakness. Fine, I'll give you that one.
But it's Dragapult, like right?
Dragapult and, you know, Charizard, if it is still out there or is in some decks, that is where you can really struggle. If you're not hitting for weakness against those stage 2s, it does take a while to ramp up, and that can be an issue.
We have seen that day 1 graphic, and I think Ancient Box is really good into a lot of them. That lower threshold that you're looking for in most situations against Lugia. Raging Bolt feels very, very good when you have such high damage output single prize Pokemon. That's the nightmare fuel for Raging Bolt players. Gardevoir, you're going to start the race and you have ways to upgrade into the Gardevoir EX. That seems fantastic. We've just seen it can dismantle Lost Box and give them very few options. So against all the top archetypes that are in the field, you're favored. So it just means it's a great pick from Zach.
Yeah, very good pick from Zach. Good metagame call, good play. And you know what? I think we're going to have a pretty good interview with him as well.
Thank you so much, casters. Juancho Saldana here, and I'm joined by the one, the only, Zach Lesage, who, by the way, congratulations to making it to day 2 at the North American International Championship. Zach, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling kind of great. It's one of those things where I've been waiting to go on stream for a while, tried my hardest, and we're here. We won it. We made day 2. It's exciting.
Well, I couldn't think of a better moment to capture it on stream. You making it to day 2 in a very dominant fashion as well. Ancient Box, such an interesting deck. Tell us about it.
Yeah, a lot of my friends told me that Ancient Box was kind of bad for this weekend. I think Ancient Box, if you look at the value, it's like 20 bucks, so single Prime Catcher is worth more. Maybe that's saying something, maybe it's not, but the metagame looked good for it, and I'm really happy we chose it.
I definitely agree. I don't think Ancient Box is bad at all, especially after seeing you play it. I want to talk about a little bit about what you really put into the deck, though. You know, there's so many different ancient Pokemon. Tell us about your deck pieces of your deck building.
Sure. So took a traditional Ancient Box list. We got a few new ancient cards from this new set, such as Walking Wake. I was like, do I want to go retreat or do I want to attack with Koraidon? I decided to go with let's attack with Koraidon. So Secret Box was one of the big ones, and Kieran was a big one, giving the deck a few more maneuvers than usual.
No, yeah, I noticed that. The A-spec of choice was the Secret Box. Honestly, Secret Box, that seemed like a card that you instantly put in the binder. But you're proving us wrong. Tell us about the benefits of using something like an ace-spec like that.
Sure, so while Awakening Drum does get that extra Ancient token kind of in the discard pile and draws cards, Secret Box being able to get a supporter, getting a tool, an item, and a stadium, all four, really allows you to get like these massive, huge turns. And I think it really embodies the ace-spec kind of strategy, where it's like you get that one big turn. Awakening Drum half the time is like glorified hop. And I feel like I'm adding like plus 50 with Secret Box, so pretty happy with that.
I agree. Sometimes it's better to just get those key cards. Your fifth Seda, some would say, right? Yeah, exactly. But yeah, and then I think, again, Ancient Box, such a great call into this metagame, I think. The great against Lugia, against Gardevoir, against Lost Box we've seen. Is there any, a Raging Bolt as well, yeah, exactly. Is there anything that you are afraid of, though?
I think I'm a little afraid of Lugia. Lugia gained a lot of tricks. It's a deck that's near and dear to my heart. So having tested that one, it's one of those ones where I'm like, I haven't done all my homework, but I'm hoping to hit some more favorable matchups today.
That's for sure. Fingers crossed, fingers crossed. But I mean, hey, you've already made day 2. You can relax a little bit. Favorable matchups tomorrow. Fingers crossed. With that, any tips out there for any aspiring Pokemon Master?
For any Pokemon Master, I think kind of improving your game each day, some set amount of time, and looking to improve one thing really can get you there all the way. I've been playing Pokemon for nearly 20 years. Probably forgotten a lot of stuff along the way, but we're here, and I think anyone can do it.
Sounds good, sounds good. Before I let you go, anyone you want to shout out? I know you have a lot of fans out there.
Yeah, I totally love my friends. I'm seeing the Shuffle Squad over there. My lovely wife, Michelle, who's very pregnant with our child. So our daughter's in there growing, and it's one of those things where I'm just so happy, excited for the future. Shout out to everyone, man. It's one of those things where I'm just happy, smile ear to ear. Day 2, what can I complain about?
Day 2 indeed, and hey, it's the future Pokedad buff, am I right?
I guess so. I mean, I don't feel like Pokedads get that many buffs, so we'll take whatever we can. So appreciate it.
That's for sure, that's for sure. Again, with that, ladies and gentlemen, Zach Lesage, one of the first players to make it to Day 2 at the North American International Championships. With that, we're gonna go ahead and throw it back to the casters for more Pokemon action.
Thank you very much, Juancho. Always nice to hear from Zach. Always nice to get a personal shout out. We got shouted out there, Joe. That made me pretty gosh darn happy. And yeah, shout out to the Pokedads. I've got 3 young kids at home. And yes, they are being, shown Pokemon on a very regular basis. They've got cards, they've got plushies. Let's face it, they never stood a chance. But one of the things I keep talking about Miraidon.
You do.
I want to talk about our caster predictions, because you know what, Joe? I think I might have remembered to go Miraidon again here, although I have a little amount of regret in my second one. Well, I almost went unfair stamp on my second prediction. I felt like that was the way to go. I switched it for Tatsugiri at the last minute, and I love that little sushi fish, but you know what? I do think maybe Unfair Stamp was a better call. And look, there was a 6-0 Miraidon coming into this round. Tatsugiri is one of the best cards in the set. I feel good about my predictions, but we've seen yours popping up on stream here a bit as well.
Oh yeah, I've gone basically for the field. That Blood Moon Ursaluna EX, it can just slot into so many decks. We unfortunately just saw it lose in John's deck, but it's not really known to be helpful in that matchup, but it's great in the Lost Zone decks. It's fantastic in Lugia, and it can just be justified in so many other archetypes. It can also be the star of the show, even for Pidgeot control at times as well. So just such a versatile Pokemon, coming out as a colorless version of Radiant Charizard, allowing you to play a different Radiant Pokemon, just seems absolutely incredible. There's no doubt we're going to see plenty of play for this card. And then Monkey Dory, that Adrenabrain, such a cool ability. I just had to put it on there for the style points, if nothing else. It's great in Gardevoir, which is also Shelby's pick, by the way, but it can also find its way into so many other decks. We saw it highlighted with Xander earlier on in the day, combining it with that Frostlass of all things, and making the most of it.
Yeah, it's great with Frostlass. It's great in Gardevoir. See, occasionally probably with Lost Box, if I'm not going silly there.
Can do.
They can Mirage Gate onto it to get that energy on, get a bit of damage moving around the board. We've not seen very much Tatsugiri on stream today. but we have seen a lot of unfair stamp, and that's why I feel the need to be super clear. I need everyone at home to know I probably should have gone with unfair stamp.
You can't pick 3.
I
That's
can't
the issue.
pick 3, but I can pick 2 and let everybody know what I almost went for. I'm going to let the people at home decide if that's fair or unfair. But I'll tell you what, Miraidon, there isn't a 7-0 Miraidon. I just did a little bit of a check. They're 6-0-1. There are Miraidon already confirmed into day 2. And we do have a couple, I think we've got 3 7-0 players at the moment.
Wow.
I'm having a bit of a look. Alessandro Cremasconi with Pidgeot Control, Henry Chow with Gardevoir, and Joshua Frink with Gardevoir.
Nice.
So you and Boo going down the Gardevoir line,
It's paying
2
off.
at 7-0.
Yeah, and I imagine Blood Moon Ursaluna is in Alessandro's deck, I would imagine, so that's going well. I know Joshua has played Gardevoir to some high finishes already this season, so sticking to their tried and trusted and going far. I also think Pablo's onto a winner as well, that Dragapult EX. We've seen it only a couple of times so far. We saw it with the Lost Zone iteration early on in the day, and we've also seen Michael Pramwat really impressing with a combo build, shoving in every good card possible with the Dragapult EX, the Pidgeot EX, the Charizard EX, and the Bibarel. Don't make me choose, I'm shoving them all in and making Dragapult so successful.
I mean, it worked pretty nicely. I'll be honest with you, right now, Raging Bolt underwhelming a little bit. Let's go and have a look at the day 1 meta here. We have seen this before, but it's nice to have a little bit of a reminder with the extra information we've got. Looking at the top decks right now, Raging Bolt and Lugia, they might be 1 and 2 on this list. They are not converting, at least at the top, and I have to stress, there are a lot of players at this tournament. Obviously, there's going to be a bunch in day 2. But if we focus on the top tables of those top 3 decks, Gardevoir's the star of the show right now, Joe.
How often do we see it that coming into a tournament, being that deck on the radar, the deck to beat, it forces other archetypes to take note and add in those tech inclusions. I think there's no surprise that these Lugia decks might be struggling a little bit more because everyone's coming in with the enhanced hammers, as well as those Temple of Sinnoh, and some extra counter catcher coming in the deck list to instantly punish the early aggression of these Lugias. That's a big factor to bear in mind. Similar story really for the Raging Bolt. We know it's Achilles' heel. It's going to be high damage single prize Pokemon. Gardevoir does it fantastically. Lost Zone bots can do it well. Essentially all of the Dragapult are choosing to play Radiant Charizard to respect the Raging Bolt EX. So people are prepared for these 2 popular archetypes, and it seems to be paying off for those players.
Yeah, and that's one of the problems. It's one of the reasons Zach's doing so well. There's many reasons, of course.
Yeah.
But who's coming into this tournament being like, I have got to make sure my deck can beat Ancient Box?
No one.
Nobody is. Let's have a look at the best of the rest on the graphic here. So the page 2, so to speak, if we scroll across and kind of look at the other few decks, and I tell you what, Joe, there is a deck at 6-0-1, which I don't think is going to be on the best of the rest day 1. There is a Golden Go at 6-0-1, already with enough match points to make day 2.
That's exciting stuff. It doesn't even make the best of the rest graphic.
That's what I told you it wasn't going to be on that. I felt good about that prediction.
Look at that, the fall from grace from Charizard, from a constant 20+% of the metagame down to a measly 5.3%. I don't think it's completely falling off, and especially with Dragapult only being that lower percentage, maybe there is some chance for these archetypes to make it further on in the tournament. Chien-Pao also sort of stepped down a peg or 2, but there are some players on really high records. I know Nick Moffat was up there earlier on in the day at a very respectable record.
6-0-1 right now.
6-0-1, there you go. So in a fantastic position, not only for day 2, but also progressing further and further into this tournament. The Future Box deck, Ross, I know that's one of your favorites. It obviously won in Bologna last weekend and had a fantastic run with a couple of players, actually. And it doesn't necessarily gain too many new cards, but we have seen some Iron Thorns EX in those lists as well. So another thing to completely bear in mind. And then Zach Lesage, part of the 2.2%, the 60 players running that Ancient Box, and he's having a great time of things.
Yeah, that Ancient Box, not many people playing it, but it's coming up quite nicely. There is a Future Box at 502. Nam Kim from the US is sitting there at 502 with that deck, which is pretty nice. Ancient Box absolutely coming around, and it is worth noting Stefan Ivanov, 6-0-1. Got enough match points to go into day 2 already, and I'm not saying Stefan Ivanov's going to win a 3rd North American International Championships, but I am saying, would anyone really be surprised?
Yeah, it's improbable, but certainly not impossible. With a player that strong, going on a good run, every chance he makes it far into the tournament again.
Yeah, it's a lot of people we're tracking, and that's the thing. There's so many players here. I'm trying to kind of scroll through the results. We get the live results coming in. As soon as they're submitted, we can have a look and see who's where, what decks are doing well. But there's so many players and so many decks. I will say we got some Japanese players. There's not many. There's a small Japanese contingent who have come over here. Kato Arai with Gardevoir sitting at 6-0-1 right now. There was there was another Japanese player who was doing very, very well. Was it Reiji?
Yeah, I think it was.
Reiji, I can't see them right now. I'll see if I can get an update on that in a moment.
Earlier. They were up at the top tables for sure.
So
but yeah, they already have a jump on the metagame, of course. They played last weekend at the Japanese Championships, and it's a great thing to come over, try and earn some prize money after you have the edge on many of the opponents out in the field.
Seems unfair, frankly, but of course, they've had their city leagues, they've had Sapporo Champions League, they've had Japan Nationals, as we mentioned on the stream. There have been a lot of tournaments over in Japan in this metagame. They have seen the future, so to speak, and then come over here and gone, you know what, we've already had this for a couple of months. We've made our decision, but there are still decisions to be made, like, for instance, what match we're going to be showing you in round 8. So while we figure that one out, grab yourself a nice cold beverage, but don't go far, eh?
What you playing?
I have an idea what you're playing, but I don't know.
I go first.
You go first? Okay, cool.
Basically, the only reason I play this card is it's your deck.
Yeah, no, 100%.
It's just like it's like Christmas, brother. Merry Christmas.
Thank you. I mean, it does feel like it's July outside.
I feel like you've done enough, Zach. I think you've done enough.
I'm trying to do more.
Norwegian Pokemon trainer Tord Reklev has amassed over $120,000 from tournaments, earning a reputation as potentially the best. But his journey started humbly in Oslo. Playing Pokemon on Game Boy and learning the trading card game from his mother. Tord's skill began to blossom, winning 3 Norwegian national championships and a top 32 finish at the 2012 World Championship. Global recognition was limited until the 2017 season with the introduction of the International Championships. EUIC 2017 was the first chance for him to show the whole Pokemon world how great of a TCG player he was, finishing top 4. While he didn't win the tournament, Tord's performance earned him recognition around the globe. Riding this wave, Tord triumphed at the inaugural North American International Championships, the largest Pokemon TCG event at that time, clinching the title and drawing global attention. He continued his streak with another win at the European International Championships in 2018, setting the meta for one of the strongest decks for months. Then, at the Oceania International Championships, he became a 3-time international champion, sparking debates about his status as the greatest player of all time. At the 2019 World Championships, Tord reached the top cut, but lost to former world champion Shintaro Ito, fueling his drive to do better. In the 2023 Latin America International Championships, Tord piloted the newly released Lugia V-Star. After a back-and-forth 3-game set, Tord finally did what no one had ever done before. He won all 4 international championships. Yet the World Championship title has eluded him. In 2023, Tord's Gardevoir EX deck took him all the way to the finals, but Vance Kelly's Mew VMAX deck outplayed him in the closing game, denying him the title, despite his remarkable consistency and a record that outshines any active player. The debate of who is the greatest TCG player ever to play continues alongside Tord's quest for a world champion title.
Kenny Hernandez. I am from São Paulo, Brazil. I started playing Pokemon back in 2017. I started just going to locals and playing for fun. My Pokemon type will be Dragon. If I had to choose a Pokemon, I would be Giratina.
And he's proven himself already getting to top 4 with Giratina V-Star.
I got addicted to watching regionals here in US, so I decided to start competitive. I played LAIC as a senior, and I ended up getting top 8. It was a very good feeling, so I just kept playing tournaments.
Wow, there it is.
Today, I will remember for many years because I just won the largest regionals of all time.
Always. Oh, Sableye moved to the.
Never mind. All right.
My #1 goal for the season is to win Worlds in Hawaii. My brother ended up winning the World Championships in Japan. It was the first time I cried in a game of Pokemon. I have this rival thing with my brother.
Your new world champion, Gabriel Fernandez.
I had to win one to catch up with him.
Both of them have their invite locked up to Honolulu.
I look up to Brazilian players like Gustavo, and I actually ended up beating him in the top 4 today.
Kenny Hernandez absolutely in the driver's seat.
The most important thing is like to never give up. I'm just not letting myself down after I lose a match or after I do bad in a tournament. Just there's always the next one, you know. I like the emotion when I play him. It helps me focus. It actually helped me in school. English tests, Pokemon would help me. I love Pokemon, and I will keep playing for many years.
Hello there, I'm Anna Prosser at the 2024 Pokemon North America International Championship, standing here with Marcos. Marcos, what are you up to this weekend? What are you competing in?
Playing Pokemon TCG.
Tell us about your deck.
I'm playing Lugia, and it's really strong because there's a lot of energy, and like Primo Turbo charges up like most Pokemon, so it does a lot of damage.
How long have you been playing that deck?
Like 2 months.
You feel like it's going to be really strong here this weekend?
Yes.
Do you practice with friends?
Not really.
What do you practice? How do you practice?
Or I go to this Pokemon store in Seattle that I like play games and yeah, and learn and yeah.
That's great. How are you doing so far?
Pretty good, 3-2.
Oh, that's awesome. What do you hope you're going to be able to achieve this weekend?
Top 32.
And why is that your goal?
Because if I get enough points, I might be able to go to Worlds.
Ooh, that would be fun. You want to go to Hawaii?
Yeah.
How have your competitions been in the past, or how many have you done before?
I think 4. Yeah.
And you have a lot of points already?
Yeah.
Cool. Now, what is it like being here at the championship? Have you met a lot of people? Have you gone to the Poke Center? What have been some of the cool things you've done?
I've seen a lot of like international and worlds and regional champions, which I haven't seen before. Yeah.
Cool. It must be cool seeing them in person, huh?
Yeah.
Awesome. Is there anyone who might be watching at home that you want to say hello to while you're here?
No.
No, they're all here. Well, good. We'll let you get back to your play. Thank you so much, Marcos. And now we'll get back to the 2024 Pokemon North America International Championship.
Thank you very much, Anna. We absolutely are back to the 2024 North American International Championships. My name's Ross. I'm back with Joe, and there's a lot of decks we're still tracking, and we are in a great time of the tournament because every round now, a whole bunch of players are booking day 2.
Yep, that's exactly where we want to be. We want to see those winning in action rounds where it can be make or break. There's invites on the line. There's a ton of prizing to be had this weekend, and getting those amazing records with a ton of wins under your belt is the best way to get there.
And if you're 7-0 right now, we are proud of you. You've done a great job. We will see you tomorrow. Right now, we're not that interested in your game. You've locked up day 2. Tomorrow, we're really interested in who gets into top 8. Today, there is one goal for the players. That is get into day 2. When you're into day 2, it is can I get a few more match points, try and lock up that, get a few extra points, make my route into the top 8 into day 3 kind of a little bit easier. Although, of course, we start top 8 tomorrow.
Yeah.
But the point is the next stage of the competition. Right now, we are focused on the players with 16, 17 match points, trying to get up to that magic number of 19. That is the goal for all of these players at this stage. If you're over that, fantastic, congratulations. If you're not, that is really where the big battles are being fought in these next couple of rounds.
Yeah, we want the stress, we want the heartache, we want the jeopardy each round. This game can be ruthless at times. Yes, we're all having fun out here playing the Pokemon trading card game, but it comes down to these final rounds for a lot of our players' future.
Yeah, and that's why the games we're looking at for stream, we're generally trying to find win-and-ins at the moment. We are looking for matchups where both players are absolutely desperate for a win. I think we've got one here. I think we've got a couple players at 16 points we're going to be looking at, and 16 points is a great record to be on right now because it means that you have one more win and you are in, but you've got 2 chances to get it. You've got this round and next round. You get a win, you are into day 2. But, of course, as we know, there are going to be so many players in day 2. It is a real rough road trying to get from 19 match points all the way to top 8. And the players in the driver's seat are going to be the players that aren't at 19. They're at 22, maybe even 25 match points going into that day 2.
That's what it's all about. Trying to accumulate those victories is huge. We did chip in with the community bracket, though, earlier. And you guys voted on Raging Bolt versus Blissey EX. Let's see how that one turned out. We've had landslides across the board, Ross. Raging Bolt EX completely annihilating Blissey EX in our vote there.
Yeah, 71 to 29, very similar to what we've seen. I mean, we've seen over 70% so far. Honestly, I think Raging Bolt against Blissey, there's an argument it should have been closer to 90-10 or more. I love Blissey. It is a deck I've been on the record as being fun. But I think over the past few weeks in Japan, and certainly the testing we've had, the online tournaments that we've seen for the Pokemon TCG with Twilight Masquerade, Blissey is not really cutting it right now, and I'm not seeing it making any real dent into this tournament.
No, it's a real shame because the Blissey EX deck takes advantage of Monkey Dory better than any other archetype, I think.
Oh,
you can
it's
use
amazing.
so many of them. You play 4 copies in that deck just so you can use it as often as possible. But unfortunately, it was up against Raging Bolt in the bracket, and I think Raging Bolt is the reason why Blissey isn't working right now in our format. It's just too popular of an archetype that you can't ignore that bad matchup. Blissey is trying to use its bulk to stay out of range of KOs and then cash in on Monkey Dory turn by turn and have lots of healing. Raging Bolt doesn't care about that. It's going to reach all the way up to 400 over a Hero's Cake Blissey, no problem.
Yeah, and that is a problem. If you can get those giant KOs, it turns into very bad news very quickly for Blissey. These what we refer to as tank decks, where you are trying to tank those hits, survive for a few turns, get the healing going. They've been very popular in the past. We've seen them be very good, but tank decks work in the absence of big one-hit KO decks. And unfortunately, with stuff like Raging Bolt, we are in a format with too many one-hit KO decks, and that's just not good for Blissey. I'm holding out hope that in the future the metagame can change and Blissey can come back. But right now, Raging Bolt is one of the absolute top decks in the metagame, and Blissey, I love that deck, and it's a very fun deck to play. Too many bad matchups right now.
Yeah, but definitely with the power level of that card, there's so many great attributes, a great ability, having flexible energy attachments, having inbuilt draw from its attack, and the high hit points of not only itself, but also its basic is high hit points as well, which is really handy. There's no doubt there could be windows of opportunity for that card later down the line.
Yeah, it's one I'm always going to be keeping an eye on, and I'm sure at some point, we do a lot of these tournaments, Joe, I'm sure at some point we're going to be watching a game, and then all of a sudden there's going to be a Blissey on stream, and it's going to be taking everybody by surprise, because the metagame has moved just enough to open the door for Blissey. I think it's one that these high-level competitive players are going to keep in their mind and keep coming back to going, are we there yet?
Yeah, it may not be at the top tables just yet, but we can update you on who are on our top tables so far. We have some standings to catch up on to see which players are currently doing best in our tournament right now, and we can also give you some insight into what archetypes those guys are playing as well. So hopefully we should have those standings momentarily to see who's on the top of our metagame, because we are starting to shape up a number of players already booking their spot with these 19 or better match point records. Already some great names stand out there, Ross.
Yeah, all those players have already got enough match points to make day 2. Obviously, we've got Alessandro Cremascoli, who we saw on stream with that Pidgeot control. Absolutely up at the top tables there with Farigiraf EX, which I think is fair to say. a card. I think a lot of his opponents are going to have to read that card. One of my favorite things about this tournament, Joe, when we go to break, we see the players chatting, and we saw a great clip of Alessandro going, "I'm only playing this for your deck."
Yes. And it seemed to work beautifully. A lot of great other players up there. Kaito as well in that 8th seed, 601, doing fantastically well so far. Pedro Eugenio Torres, also one of our best Lost Zone box players right now, having a great time. Mike Gibbs, Terrence Miller, Ryan Antonucci, these are all household names. If you follow the US streams, they've been on show throughout the season, getting some great placements over the years, not just this season. And they're once again having a great run so far at the NAIC.
Yeah, there's a lot of players there that are going to be very familiar to a lot of people. We are very, very close to our next feature round match starting, and we've got some fun ones coming up. I thought we were going to get Maride on this round. Unfortunately, we were thwarted. Don't worry, I will do everything in my power to get that on the stream, but we are going to have some good decks. I don't believe our players do have their...
Headsets,
I do believe that we don't have headsets. We can't talk about it yet.
Yep, but hey, we know at this point in the tournament, they're just looking to get one more win in order to book their spot into day 2 of the competition. And that's what it's all about at this stage, Ross. We cannot afford any more losses. Well, I suppose we could, but we really don't want to lose at this stage when you're so close to day 2. You can sense it at this stage.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, we've got some lovely INO sleeves coming down from one of the players there. Might have seen this player actually cosplaying as INO at some tournaments in the past. So I'm sure we're going to see INO in the deck because, of course, we see INO in every deck at the moment. It's just kind of that good. So both the players are getting ready to be rolling here. And, yeah. I just want to talk about what decks they're playing, Joe, but they don't have headsets on yet, and it seems really mean. We go out into the hall. So if we start shouting about what decks our stream players are playing, we're kind of telling our players who their opponent is and what they're playing before they've actually started rolling. And I think at that point, it's just a little bit like, you know, it's unfair, frankly.
Yeah, we've disrupted their day enough by forcing them onto the stream table, giving them those extra stresses alongside already a winning in an already stressful situation. So, yeah, we're already making their day a little bit more awkward. Hopefully, though, not jeopardizing the gameplay too much by revealing the deck list before the game even starts. Because as we know, you can completely change your strategy based on what you're facing. And that's something we can't give away just yet.
No, and especially, you know, you see some decks like Alessandro Cremascoli, very much a player playing that Pidgeot control when it comes down to it. I mean, come on. That is a deck that you really have to change depending on the matchup.
Yeah.
For Rigoraph, it's great against Roaring Moon, but I think in most matchups for Rigoraph, I'm just saying it's not necessarily a great card. There's a reason why most of us forgot what Rigoraph even did. I mean, come on, be honest. Most of you, when you were watching that game, you went and had a cheeky look. You looked at a scan of that card and went, for Rigoraph? Really?
Yeah, and Alessandro found the right tournament for that card, and it's working wonders for him right now. 7-0 already in this tournament, but it looks like our players are finally ready, so we're going to be getting into our winning-in match here. And with headsets on, Ross, we can finally talk about the matchup.
Yeah, we've got Elizabeth Barbera here playing what looks to be a Lugia deck, and we've got Kenny Hernandez, who is going to be playing a version of the Lost Zone deck.
Yep, we've seen a decent amount of Lost Zone box throughout the stream, and we've seen a bit of Lugia, but not a huge amount of it. It is very popular in the tournament, of course, and it looks like Elizabeth is having a great time with it here. So close to that day 2. Both our players have had a great run so far, and this should be a fairly balanced matchup. We know that Kenny has some lightning-type Pokemon within the deck list. The Raikou and Iron Hands EX is going to be important Pokemon to weave in, whereas Elizabeth is looking to weave in their own single prize Pokemon if possible, and of course their own Iron Hands EX can get into the mix and start threatening the lower hit point Pokemon that the Lost Zone box deck has.
Yeah, we do have both of these players sitting there on 16 match points. So either of these players with a win will go to 19 match points. This is what we said on the intro, Joe. These are the games we want. Oh, 3 energy for Elizabeth, 4 energy for Elizabeth there, and an Archeops. Not ideal, and the one of Iron Hands, and the one of is just a one of the Iron Bundle as well.
Yeah, ooh, Kenny prizing Iron Hands EX. That's a little bit rough. And the Hisuian Heavy Ball. This is such a big card for the matchup, and having Hisuian as well as the Iron Hands EX prized is so awkward here for Kenny.
Yeah, that is absolutely not what you're looking at, even for a second. So we do see Elizabeth starting there with a Minccino. And we see Carmine. We've seen Kieran on the stream so far. This is our first Carmine, but all losing your A-Spec energy. That is not where you want to be.
We attached Jet Energy to the active. Why did we not attach the Legacy? Surely that was the best option to attach. Want to take advantage of the -1 in the prize cards. I'm so surprised that was the first action, to be honest with you. And Elizabeth is just figuring out they might be a lefty and trying to put the disc up on a different side. But we figured things out here, and we are having an early deck search. We do, of course, need a Lugia V on this board, and Elizabeth is already going to search that out pretty proactively here.
Yeah, I'm watching Elizabeth's energy here. There's like, what, is it 3 or 4 in the prizes? Couple got discarded from the early Carmine. Now we've got another one coming in from that Ultra Ball. Like, I know that Lugia plays a lot of energy, right? But there does kind of come a point where you've lost a lot of energy. Now we see the retreat into the Flutter Mane.
Very cheeky.
Very cheeky against a Lost Zone deck.
Yeah, this is a heads-up play, to be honest with you. Possibly these players sat next to each other earlier on in the day, so Elizabeth might be aware that Kenny is playing that Lost Zone deck. It's inevitable at this stage in the tournament. You've probably sat next to your opponents at that stage. And we see the early Artisan from Kenny here, and we'll still search out the Comfey by the looks of things. So Kenny might have a route towards Iron Bundle here, because that will be required.
I think the Iron Bundle's prized, Joe.
Oh, it's prized?
Yeah, I think, if I remember correctly, I think the one-off Iron Bundle might actually be prized here. And, of course, with the Hisuian Heavy Ball, at the top there, I did see that correctly. That's really mean, frankly. Oh my God, and this really helps Elizabeth. She's gone and got the Flutter Mane in the active, and Kenny's sitting there being like, I'll get my Iron Bundle. Oh, fine, it's priced. Right, I'll go and get my Hisuian. Are you kidding me here?
Yeah, so possibly Kenny has to have a different strategy. You can still use maybe Prime Catcher early. That might also be coming into Kenny's thinking. But has Colress's experiment at least, so we can begin fueling this Lost Zone.
Yeah, you're going to get a couple cards into the Lost Zone. It's so awkward when you can't use Comfey. Comfey is such a good card for getting cards into the Lost Zone while also drawing. It's so annoying when you don't have access to it. Frankly, it's the whole reason you play the deck.
And Elizabeth might be playing Flutter Mane for just other reasons, to be honest with you. Things like the Iron Thorns EX, and just getting this extra benefit and finding the utility of this card on turn 1, so crucial and could be causing huge headaches for Kenny here.
Yeah, it's a card we expect to see in Gardevoir, for instance. It's a deck we expect to see in these Ancient Box decks. Lugia, not so much, but it's the kind of card that can be played as a cheeky little one-of in anything, just to give you those extra little percentages in certain matchups. Kenny, though, he's got himself a Nest Ball here. So what are we getting? It's a Radiant Greninja, so there's going to be a little bit of extra draw coming out.
Yeah, we can still at least draw with a Radiant Greninja. Doesn't help you with your Lost Zone, but we do need to see more cards here. It's unlikely that Kenny can launch an attack with this Flutter Mane in the active position. There's no real way that we can get to 7. So we probably are just having a setup turn here.
Yeah, Cramorant is not going to do anything against Flutter Mane because, of course, that ability, even if you get to 4 in the Lost Zone, that ability is turned off. You would need something like a Lost Vacuum on your own Artisan, and then you would go, oh, I still can't attack anyway. That's a little disappointing.
Kenny just going to pass things over. We know Elizabeth does have Iono in hand, so she should be able to refresh here. Not sure if the early Carmine was able to discard any Archeops for her. So she may still have a bit more work to do towards getting the turn 2 summon here, but is at least seeing 6 fresh cards, whilst also hand disrupting Kenny, who played a Colress. And even though the Lost Zone players don't always have large hand sizes, because they're keeping the best cards every time you use a Colress, you know they're holding on to some treats.
Yeah, you know it's going to hurt them after that Colress. We do see the flip coming in here for capturing Aroma. It is a Tails, which
going to grab a basic. It's unfortunate because Elizabeth was holding on to 1 Archeops and an Ultra Ball.
Oh no, that's really gutting. So what you really want here, you want to get an Ultra Ball, double Archeops. That is the dream. Ooh. Get both the Archeops in the discard, and we do see an Iron Hands.
And it's gone.
Yeah.
Straight away sacrificed to the Ultra Ball. Does Elizabeth retreat this Fluttermane possibly and read the wind here? Or is she still going to sit behind this frustrating Pokemon?
How's the rest of her hand looking at the moment? What's she got in terms of other options?
V-Star in hand, Boss's Orders and Serena. So she could be just taking the turn off here. Still the option to use Artisan if you want to get another Minccino down. No, just going to leave this Midnight Fluttering in the active position. She knows it's slowing Kenny down quite a bit here.
Passing over, here comes a Buddy Poffin, going to get Kenny a couple of new basic Pokemon with 70 HP or less, going to go down straight onto the bench. Looks like we are finding...
Well,
there's the Manaphy, and we also see a second Comfey there. Their Fluttermane is still in the active. Elizabeth left it there saying, look, I think you really need to use your Comfey. So rather than trying to get a little bit of extra tempo with Lugia and read the wind, I'm going to just guess that this is going to slow you down enough.
Yep.
Essentially, the harm I'm doing to you with Fluttermane is better for me than the benefit I would get from my Lugia's read the wind.
Kenny, once again, going to conceal some cards. We see the Raikou V come to the hand. There's still not a lot going on whatsoever here for Kenny. I see no Chorus in there either. You can Poker Stop, but not sure which items help you too much at this stage. Are we going to start just manually attaching to this Raikou V perhaps this turn? Are there even any energy left? We see the switch cut into Comfey.
There's one energy in hand.
Yeah.
It looks like a water energy, which you really would rather save for Greninja. You are playing 4, though. Kenny's playing 4, which is slightly more than we usually see in these Lost Zone decks. So it does give you a little extra wiggle room, but it does just look like a pass back to Elizabeth, back to that Fluttermane, which is doing its job, frankly, superbly.
Yeah.
Now we see the Lugia evolution, and now it looks like...
Serena going to discard that second Archeops for Elizabeth.
Love
so
it.
she is ready to rumble. And I just think attacking with Fluttermane is great here, frankly.
Yeah,
you know how disruptive it's been for Kenny, and Fluttermane can KO Comfey pretty happily. So this is going to be fantastic for her.
Yeah, turn 2 here for Elizabeth. You get double Archeops. You've got your Lugia V-Star. You can start accelerating a bunch of energy. And frankly, Fluttermane attacks for colorless energy.
Yep.
Will KO the Comfey.
Yep.
Gets a couple of cheeky bonus damage counters because, I don't know, that's always fun.
Sure.
And oh, by the way, you've still only got 2 cards in the Lost Zone and Comfey is still turned off.
Just seems mean-spirited at this stage. Kenny really was hoping that Elizabeth maybe had to retreat this Fluttermane for other attackers, but Elizabeth quite happy with the situation right now. Will be also prepping some damage on the Blood Moon Ursaluna, I would imagine. So Elizabeth going to go up in prize cards. I think she's just debating a second Archeops here, perhaps, if there's any reason to attach. Yeah, it's just going to be a missed energy onto the Minccino.
I like this.
Turning off effects of attacks, and as we know, one of the biggest effects of attacks that a Lost Zone box deck can use is that Sableye.
Yeah, Sableye's probably a turn or 2 away from coming out yet, but absolutely dropping the damage counters. Super annoying. Taking away that opportunity is fun. So we do see the KO on the Comfey, and I think you're right there. And actually 2 damage counters on the Blood Moon Ursaluna, really important, because then it's 4 energy on Minccino, so it essentially removes the whole energy needed from Cinccino to actually get that KO, because Cinccino does 70 for each special energy on it, so bringing it down to 240 damage, a multiple of 70, that is nice. No, I'm being silly here.
I think maybe another attack
okay, we need another
help
one.
out with Lugia, maybe, for knocking out later.
Okay, fine, fine, you're right. I thought
Either way, it's the best place to put this damage, no doubt, because everything else you can easily knock out. Kenny, how is he going to find a way around this Fluttermane? With the prized Iron Bundle and Hisuian combo, I feel like you just have to manually attach to something, and Kenny hasn't really been prioritizing that here. Chose not to attach to a Raikou last turn. I'm not sure if they have any draw in the hand either, just this Poker Stop.
It's so bizarre watching a Lugia deck just sitting behind the Fluttermane and attacking with it. Like, you know, Elizabeth went through... Oh, what we seen?
We found Counter Catcher.
Oh,
Kenny
nice.
can finally use Flower Selecting.
And we're behind on prizes, so no issue there. Bringing up the Minccino, which is a nice target.
Chorus as well.
Oh, this is good, and we do have Cramorant on the bench. Cramorant will KO the Minccino, does easily enough damage. We'll take an energy off the board as well. Oh, there's some awkward things there. We've got the Prime Catcher, another Chorus's Experiment. You have to take those 2.
Yeah. Sacrificed Nest Ball and Lost Vacuum.
Lost
Not
Vacuum,
ideal.
Don't want to lose.
Yeah, well, at least we're finally getting somewhere for Kenny. Going to get a response KO on this Minccino with Cramorant by the looks of things. Going to see an Artisan possibly for Kenny here as well. Weaving in an extra basic. Maybe it's time for just another Comfey. Use your flower selectings while you can, Kenny.
Yeah, we know Elizabeth seems like a fan of that Flutter Mane in this particular matchup, so I'm not saying she's definitely going to bring it active and attack a bit again, but I am saying it's got to be mighty tempting to do so.
We have plenty of switching cards, so I think it's an easy choice to just get another Comfey in. No, we're going to search the Comfey, not use it, and just swing with the Spit Innocently here. Kenny with 5 cards in the Lost Zone. Elizabeth going straight back into the Flutter Mane. Does that indicate we have a Gusting supporter to bring up a lower hit point Pokemon for Elizabeth, for Kenny's side of the field here, and just keep up with Flutter Mane? Yep, that's exactly what it means, Ross.
Oh, I love this. There was an argument you had energy on so you could retreat, but no, you don't want to be using it as a pivot. You want to be using it as an attacker, KO and the Comfey. And look, I'm not saying Elizabeth has to keep dropping damage onto the Blood Moon Ursaluna until it's got 210 HP, but I am saying it would make me personally feel better if she did.
Even down to 220 now would be great. It opens up Lugia V-Star to KO it cleanly, so all helpful stuff. Even just the 2 damage counters helps with Elizabeth's own Blood Moon Ursaluna, so the map was always relevant, Ross. We just had to find the right attackers.
And there is an argument to put it on Cramorant to bring that into range of a Flutter Mane as well.
That's also
just
very
to give
true.
More, I mean, at this stage, there's a lot Flutter Mane can KO yet. Of course, you're not playing infinite Gusting, but you can leave it in the active and make your opponent have to go through it.
More Mist Energy coming onto the board for Elizabeth, prepping multiple Minccino here, so we can deal with higher hit point Pokemon later down the line if required, as we continue to lock out flower selecting from Kenny's side of the field.
Yeah, flower selecting is pretty important. It's literally the reason why the deck works. Being able to turn it off is big. And sometimes this is what the good players do. They take the one-off Pokemon that's probably even meant for other matchups, and you go, you know what? In this particular game, in this particular match, it's going to work beautifully, and it's going to give me a big advantage. And here's the thing. Elizabeth hasn't even done the Lugia thing yet. We haven't seen loads of energy hit the board and lots of big attackers coming in doing big damage. It's literally just been Flutter Mane, and Elizabeth's taken the first couple of prizes here as well.
I think we're just making sure of something. The judges are just debating something right now. So we're just going to probably take a pause in the action and just see what's up. Seems like there may have been a missed step at some stage here. I don't necessarily see anything from my end, but we'll try and let you know what happened in that sequence and why we are stopping the game. But seems like we're just going to take a minute to make sure that there is no broken game states. But Kenny back against the wall right now. Elizabeth should be going up another prize here. And
just getting word here, Joe, it seems that Kenny may have inadvertently used Artisan twice during his last turn, and that is, of course, something which will affect the game state. So the judges are just having a little bit of a look at that, and there's a lot goes into it, and judges are great, so we're going to let them figure that out. That is their job. Our job is talking about the matchup. So far, Elizabeth and her Flutter Mane, it's going beautifully.
It's brilliant. It's fantastic. I thought the Flutter Mane was here for a different matchup entirely. I thought it was to help out against Iron Thorns EX, which ironically some Lost Zone box players have teched in this weekend. But it's just shutting down Comfey beautifully right now.
Yeah, it's working, an absolute treat. And the thing is, it's one of those cards where, and we see this in cards all the time, right? Cards that have a really good ability that block generally don't have a good attack, because if they do, they would be too good.
Yeah.
So Flutter Mane's attack is what I like to call aggressively meh. Free energy, 90 to the active, drop 2 damage counters. It is frankly far from ideal.
Yeah.
But if you can accelerate energy with something like Lugia, why not? Yeah. And in a matchup like this, you're getting enough to KO the Comfey. The 2 damage counters aren't exactly necessary, but they're a nice little bonus. And there's enough Pokemon on Kenny's side of the board that are in range of Flutter Mane that Elizabeth, I mean, you've got the first couple of prizes here with the potential to take a whole bunch more. And I love this.
Yeah, it's working so smoothly. You get to bank lots of energy on your bench as well, so you're preparing for future threats. And the Flutter Mane is just proving so awkward. One of your main early game attackers is that Cramorant. That's turned off. Yep. You can't get to Mirage Gate because your flower selecting's turned off. So you're left in this situation where we've had to counter-catch around it. We still haven't dealt with this Pokemon just yet, and it's still causing huge headaches for Kenny.
Yeah, oh, it's all right. Maybe when Elizabeth's taking a couple more prizes, maybe Blood Moon Ursaluna can come in. Oh, no.
No, not that either.
Oh, no.
We're not going to Mirage Gate to that twice and turn attack, shall we? We're not at that stage, surely.
I mean, I'd like to think not, but
yeah.
It's so bizarre seeing, you know, a one-off tech like this making such a big difference. And like you say, a matchup that might not even have been the main matchup it was intended to be used in. And then Elizabeth's got all of these options, you know, like you say, that Blood Moon Ursaluna's got 40 damage on it now. So that means that we do have the potential for a Lugia KO for 2 prizes. And at some point, the actual main attacker in the deck, Cinccino, might be coming out doing a little bit of damage as well. I can't hear what Kenny's saying, but there's some expressiveness going on there, Joe.
Well, I think the good news is that it's Kenny that's made the error in this occasion, and they are quite far behind right now. So it may not even be a bad thing that we just move on to the next game anyway, but we will get confirmation of the situation from our judges in a moment. And it looks like they're getting their instructions right now and resolving the game state. So we should be getting back into the action momentarily.
Yeah, when we have an update, we will pass it along. We're nice like that. We want to keep you guys as in the loop as we possibly can. And sneakily here, one of the things Elizabeth's been able to do very nicely, her board is looking good. You've got the double Archeops. You've got 2 Minccino down, each of which has an energy attached. They are ready to evolve and start attacking. We've got that Lugia that is a relevant attacker into something like the Blood Moon Ursaluna, now that it's got 4 damage counters on it. So when this Fluttermane goes down, and it could still be a turn or 2 before it does, Elizabeth's got a bunch of options to transition into, while Kenny is still trying to just get rolling in the game. There aren't that many cards in the lost zone, but it does look like there is a Manaphy heading to the active. Kenny has drawn for his turn.
Yeah, so the resolution was the Comfey that was searched by the Artisan was shuffled back into the deck, and a warning was given to Kenny here. So now we are seeing Kenny once again Artisan out the Comfey that shouldn't have been Artisan the previous turn coming into play. That's why Kenny has led out the Manaphy in his turn here, and still has a lot of work to do. Is at 5 in the lost zone, so a Colress could get him to Mirage Gate at last, and I think that will be a huge relief for Kenny.
Yeah, having Mirage Gate and having access to that extra energy and those other attackers can be a very big deal. Your draw is still massively hurt by not having Comfey, but you have options. There is a Mirage Gate hit off the concealed cards of the Greninja there. So now we've got some options. We need...
I think Colress is there. There is Pokestop as well. Kenny can bounce his own stadium and see 3 cards. Looking to hit some items, of course. Does hit 2. That's a pretty nice swing here.
Yeah, Lone Sableye hits a discard, but these decks play a lot of Super Odd, full 4 for Kenny here. So a random Pokemon in the discard is not that big a deal.
I think Kenny will be able to go ahead in the prize race this turn with this Colress, and with Water Energy plus Mirage Gate Super Rod in hand, you can use this Radiant Greninja to take out not only the active and finally deal with this pesky Fluttermane, but also start taking out some of these Minccino from Elizabeth here. So this is working out nicely.
And here's the thing, right? That seems like it's going to happen. Kenny is going to have had a rough start, bad circumstances, and still have taken half his prizes and gone up in the game.
Yeah.
It's not a bad place to be, frankly.
Yeah, this is going to work out just fine, at least because Kenny has accumulated the pieces to work this Radiant Greninja into the mix, especially with this Super Rod grabbing back some energy. Kenny has been using that concealed cards to cycle through the deck all game, so it's going to reload 3 of those energy cards and can immediately Mirage Gate them back into play. You can see already, even without flower selecting, Kenny has churned through a lot of cards from this deck just by virtue of Colress and concealed cards.
Yeah, it's taken a few turns to do so, but that's the thing. Flower selecting is absolutely the engine of a deck. There are other options. Hitting the Colress has been huge. Had Kenny whiffed the Colress as well, this game would probably already be over, but that's just about giving him enough speed here to keep in the game. Now Greninja's ready to go. We will need a pivot for the Manaphy, but that is the switch cart coming down now, and this is going to be a double KO, 90 onto the Fluttermane for the KO, or even both of them in Chino. I don't mind this at all. This is nice.
Yeah, Gift Energy is going to get 1 for Elizabeth. But we're just hoping that the Fluttermane is just less pesky now, I suppose. And there's just less opportunities for Elizabeth to weave it in, because Kenny's just going to keep throwing higher hit point Pokemon into the active at this stage. So nice play from Kenny, going ahead in the prize race and nullifying some of Elizabeth's threats in the back. But of course, we can start to see Archeops start loading up, possibly even the Lugia at this stage.
Yeah, Lugia seems a pretty nice attacker. It will take out the
how many energy do we have left?
I told you back at the beginning of the game, Joe, the energy was looking a bit dodgy for Elizabeth because she had a bunch of prize and then a bunch hit the discard pile early in the game. We just lost 2 because I think there was 1 on each of them in Chino. This is something I've been tracking. I'm not sure she's got enough here.
Oh, she just has so many in hand as well. I think 3 in the hand.
That also hurts.
She does have boss's orders though, so she can take out another low hit point Pokemon with Fluttermane, which is important. But you're going to have to start manually attaching to this Lugia.
I will say right now, the attackers Kenny's got on the board are Blood Moon, Ursaluna, and Cramorant, neither of which are actually good attackers, with Fluttermane turning off their abilities. I mean, maybe there's an option for another Radiant Greninja next.
Just to use Iono. She did just say at the table that Kenny's hand size is way too big right now. So, eyeing up Lumineon V for Iono seems very reasonable. It was a pretty nice Ultra Ball, getting rid of Archeops and Archeops. Yep, it is going to be the Iono. I think this is a good call out. It means you can't really take a knockout this turn. Oh, it's going to be the... Okay, so you can take a knockout this way.
Yeah,
you can
with
jet energy
Lugia.
and cycle 2 energy to the bottom of the deck if you choose your second Archeops to access them again immediately. This is a cool play.
Yeah, I like this one very nicely. And of course, the Lugia should be able to tank a hit. I don't think Kenny's got anything there that can KO the Lugia right now. And then you can KO the Blood Moon Ursaluna. The question is, do we have Raikou or Iron Hand available for Kenny? Because either of them would be able to reach and get the KO with that lightning weakness.
I think Kenny's Raikou is getting shuffled to the bottom via this Iono, and I think we just took the Hisuian Heavy Ball off the prizes, if I'm not mistaken. So Elizabeth with a good play here of sending those important cards to the bottom and forcing Kenny to access lots of them. In fact, the hand size is so big, we're going to cut the hand for Kenny here before he sees his 3, and Elizabeth gets 4 cards. And is going to be also knocking out an engine Pokemon, which I think is also really important here, Ross.
Yeah, taking out the engine Pokemon is always very, very nice. It means your opponent has got that much more work to do in order to actually recover and get what they want next turn. And the thing is, that is what Kenny's going for. We know that Kenny plays cards that can counter the Lugia. We've got the Raikou and we've got the Iron Hand.
Yeah.
So Elizabeth is basically going, I really hope you don't have a way. Oh, well, actually, let me make that more difficult for you.
Correct. When you're low on energy, you have to make your attackers go further. And Elizabeth has found a fantastic opportunity to try and weave in this Lugia V-Star. She's also just going to remove lots of these dead cards out of the hand. So I think Blood Moon Ursaluna has to be one of your closing attackers at this stage.
Absolutely. And the thing is, Blood Moon Ursaluna right now will take out the opposing Blood Moon Ursaluna because of those damage counters that were dropped from that Fluttermane earlier on in the game. So I'm still liking Elizabeth's position here. I know Kenny's ahead on the prizes and has some options, but it seems like Kenny's got to work really hard to get more attackers out and more prizes taken, whereas Elizabeth kind of just seems to have what she needs on the board.
I think it kind of boils down to this hand. I know Kenny is basically just holding on to Switch Cart and then 2 use. Oh, we definitely need to promote that Comfey. We do. Oh, that's a big pickup. The Pal Pad could really improve your odds of hitting Colress from this flower selecting, because we need a lot here. We have exactly Switch Carts and exactly this 1 flower selecting to help Kenny get any closer here. Chooses not to.
Oh, hits a Colress anyway, does not play Pal Pad, and still hits a Colress's Experiment.
That's one of the coolest things about Iono. You know that cards are at the bottom and that's still sort of towards the top of your deck. So even putting multiple Colress back into the mix there with a Pal Pad may have actually given Kenny lower odds. So it's a cool play to have paid off by not shuffling your deck, knowing that there were still Colress remaining. Really smart play here, and now Kenny has a good opportunity to get one of those basic Pokemon combined with a Mirage Gate here. We still need quite a particular Colress, but we can work towards a KO of this Lugia here.
We've at least got a chance here, and it's not a chance we had a minute ago.
That Buddy Buddy Poffin certainly has to hit the Lost Zone, right? That was the card.
There is a Buddy Buddy Poffin in the Lost Zone. Was that there already?
We'll keep track of that, but it's going to be a Colress either way. I'm pretty sure we didn't play a Buddy Buddy Poffin there, did we?
I don't believe
Unless it was played
did.
just to shuffle the deck, perhaps? Kenny's going to remove a Pokestop and a Super Rod. Did we? Oh, we got Raikou and we got Super Rod here. So Can we get Raikou V into the mix?
Oh, and if anyone's wondering about the maths, now you add up the bench Pokemon, add 1 times by 4 and add a 0 because of the weakness. And that means we're going to be hitting, what's it going to be? 320. So that is going to be A-OK for the time being. With nothing else there, we're going to be hitting 320 damage because of the weakness. But of course, with the Raikou, you're now actually up to 360. So I think we're going to be easily enough damage if we can get the energy on.
We can, yeah. I said we needed a particular Colress, and we hit exactly that. We hit Raikou Mirage Gate switch cards from our top 5. That's absolutely incredible for Kenny, and it's exactly what Elizabeth was hoping to avoid. So this is another big swing in this game. Kenny will be going down to 1 prize card this turn. Elizabeth has the Blood Moon Ursaluna response, but then Kenny would be just looking to hunt down a final prize card to win the game.
Yeah, some kind of gusting would be absolutely good with their own Blood Moon Ursaluna here. So here comes a Raikou, and using that Lightning Rondo, doing a huge amount of damage, more than enough to KO the Lugia here. But it does look like we've got a Power Pad first. I mean, well, do we have any gusting cards in the discard? Because I want gusting cards right now, Joe.
Do we still have the Prime Catcher available for Kenny? I don't believe that's been spent just yet.
I don't believe so.
So that's going to be a big part of Kenny's end game plan here. That's why it's double Chorus shuffled back into the deck for him. Also has the Fleet-Footed, let's not forget, so can see 1 additional card here before attacking into this Lugia V-Star.
More cards is generally mostly very, very good. So we do see the cut there. 1 more card.
Ooh,
it is.
Roxanne.
Oh, that's a nice card.
That's a great one. Elizabeth can get some gift energy value here. Goes back up to 7 herself.
So what options do we have? Yeah, I was going to say, the Lugia does need to hit the discard pile here. That's fairly important. So Fluttermane comes active. And what have we got? Blood Moon Ursaluna will return KO pretty easily here. Put Elizabeth down to a single prize remaining. But then does Kenny have enough to take that final prize? Gusting would do it with your own Blood Moon Ursaluna, but Blood Moon Ursaluna does not KO Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Right.
So right now, with 4 damage counters, if Elizabeth takes a KO with Blood Moon Ursaluna, Kenny cannot respond with his, but Elizabeth then could KO Kenny's.
As long as she could move the Blood Moon Ursaluna in and out of the active as well. That's another thing to bear in mind. I only think Elizabeth has 1 gift energy remaining in the deck. So it's still an awkward situation. Does she Boss's Orders a Comfey here instead? No, you can't do that. You have to deal with this Raikou. You just have too few hit points. Maybe you have to attach the gift energy to the Arceus. Oh my, this is a strange end game sequence, to be honest. Things are getting a little bit wacky.
The KO is on the board. This is easy. You don't need any energy on the Blood Moon Ursaluna. It's not like Charizard, the Radiant version, where you have to have an energy on there. This is completely free with Kenny having taken 5 prizes, but you cannot use it 2 turns in a row. You cannot chain this attack. You have to take a turn off. So
it might come down to if there's any Jet Energy prized. If there's any that Elizabeth can take from prize cards here, that could really change the situation. What does she pick up?
Oh, we
double turbo left in the deck.
There were energy near the top there, Joe. There were definitely energy near the top.
I think there were some Jet Energy as well. Let's get a scan of the hand. She's having a look now.
There's an energy of some description. It's a double turbo.
It's Mist Energy and double turbo in her hand. Either way, it's getting Roxanne. Kenny's going to get a 6-card hand. Elizabeth just gets 2.
And, I mean, we're really looking for Prime Catcher here. Prime Catcher would end the game. That would be super easy. Blood Moon Ursaluna KOs, something that's brought active. Literally anything on the bench would do. It really doesn't matter. So
6 big cards plus the flower selecting as well. So if we don't see it immediately, there's still a chance that Kenny can find the Prime Catcher to close out this game here.
You've got decent odds to hit it. There's a lot of cards being seen. There it is, card number 2.
Catcher.
And Kenny will win game number 1 in a very tight game. And we're off to game number 2. The series is not over yet. We've used half our time, and Kenny looks delighted.
Yeah, and I'm not surprised. He had such a slow start thanks to that Fluttermane, but was able to just about piece things together and made a really impressive display there. Kept his cool, still found his way to 7, unlocked Mirage Gates, and yeah, 1 game away now from booking his spot in day 2.
Yeah, of course, this is a game between, or match between two players with 16 match points, which means a win will put the victorious player into day 2 with those 19 match points. It's a very, very big game, but it's not the final round. Whoever isn't victorious in this round, whether it's a tie or whether we just have one player losing, oh, it's a Gibble puppet with glasses.
Oh, we're loving this. The Pseudo-Woodo's out there. The Vaporeon, I just saw a Regigigas.
Yeah, poked in right at the end. I have that Regigigas at home, trying to get my 2-year-old to love Regigigas. He mostly just loves Snorlax. So if you don't win this round, you've still got one more round to try and get those final 3 match points to get yourself into position for day 2. So Elizabeth came very, very close. She fell just a tiny bit short. It really could have gone either way. Kenny, slow start, brought it back, really made the most of all of his outs there. So what have we got? The one-off Cramorant and the one-off Blood Moon Ursaluna for Elizabeth.
Yeah, I don't think it's too terrible. It might shut off some lines from Kenny, but ultimately he still wants to access his Mirage Gate as quickly as possible. One of those also in the prizes. Also kind of comes down to Elizabeth. Does she want to go first or second here? Because you might want to open up, read the win for yourself, but no, it looks like she has chosen to go first.
She has.
Kicks off with the Capturing Aroma and gets heads, so can grab an evolution.
I am thinking she might be trying to repeat from game 1. That Fluttermane in the early game did put in a bunch of work.
Oh, she's got Jet Energy in hand as well. It's possible.
Oh, that would be fun. And of course, even if you don't do the Fluttermane, you still want that Lugia going as fast as possible. And you hope that Kenny is not going to just get that turn 1 7 cards in a Lost Zone. It's possible. It's not likely, but it is possible.
I think Elizabeth's hand might not be good enough. Yeah, this is why she's having a debate here. She could Ultra Ball for second Archeops, then Archeops away, so then Ultra Ball away that Archeops and grab Carmine to refresh the hand. Yeah, I think she has to go for this line of play. She has a second Ultra Ball in the hand, so she could just grab another Archeops, or she could utilize the Fluttermane now, jet into it, and then still Ultra Ball out Lumineon, but you're not getting a second Archeops in the discard pile that way. You're just hoping that this Jet Energy is disruptive enough.
And I think you've laid it out very nicely there, Joe. This is exactly what we're seeing. We did see the Fluttermane Jet Energy into the active. We then saw the Ultra Ball for Lumineon, Lumineon for Carmine, and we are going to have discard your hand, draw 5 cards. It's one of the new cards from Twilight Masquerade, not one of the big new cards, but it really is seeing a lot of play in these Lugia decks. They love the discard because you need those Archeops in the discard. So Carmine finding its way into most of these Lugia lists.
And despite just playing 1 copy, Elizabeth has used it turn 1 both games so far.
Because of the fish.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's a fantastic option to have. We're going to see a Minccino hit the bench as well. And we'll just pass things over to Kenny, once again locked out of the flower selecting by Elizabeth.
And it's important to note, like we said, game 1, Kenny was locked out, but he had Colress's Experiment. That was an option.
No.
Doesn't look like we have anything, no cards in the Lost Zone, and that is a big difference from game 1. No Colress's Experiment. Here comes Capturing Aroma, and it is a heads. Elizabeth seems happy with that.
Yeah, that's going to get rid of an Archeops, I think. There's already a Professor's Research in hand for her, so she can discard this second Archeops.
So all she needs here is the Lugia V-Star, and that is going to get her there.
This is fantastic, and again, the low hit points of these Pokemon means Elizabeth can just initiate the prize trade with this Fluttermane and keep disrupting Kenny.
This could be a quick game, Joe.
Yeah, I mean, Kenny is on very few top decks now. Nest Ball is keeping you in the game, but you're falling further behind on the prizes. You need to start top decking Colress sharpish, as the second Archeops is going to get discarded from Elizabeth. Do we see the V-Star here, or any additional Bull Search?
That is what you need.
Oh, it's a coin flip, Ross.
It's a Tails. That is not going to do it. Oh,
what a relief for Kenny.
I mean, that buys a turn. If Elizabeth gets the Lugia V-Star, she gets the KO this turn and goes, right, you've got Comfey, you're not allowed to flower select, I'm going to KO it next turn, what you got? But without the Lugia, you can't get the Archeops. Without the Archeops, you can't get the energy. Without the energy, you can't get the KO, and that gives Kenny 1 more turn.
Kenny is just having to look at the hand and laugh the situation off, because top deck to Roxanne, that is not live.
Nope.
Elizabeth can use the Jacques now, I believe, in hand to grab some evolutions. Ooh, boss's orders as well. This is very smart.
Yeah, I like this. Sableye doing nothing right now with no cards in the lost zone, but Comfey is a potential use if you can get Fluttermane out the active. This is a better target. And that was a whole turn, by the way. Elizabeth didn't double attach. She attached.
Yeah.
Kenny had a whole turn, and then she manually attached.
It's
Nothing
over.
for Kenny, and we are 1 game each, and we're going to game 3.
Game 3 for a win and in here at the NAIC in round 8. What more could you ask for? There's plenty of time on the clock for both of these players, so hopefully we get a thrilling conclusion to this round number 8.
And we said, you know, there's a couple options for Elizabeth. What does she want to do? Does she want to get the Fluttermane into the active?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that worked out pretty gosh darn well in the end, I think.
What a huge tech inclusion for Elizabeth. It's paid off. Even though she lost that first game, it was still such a huge swing in tempo. It protected her board for a decent amount of time and stopped Kenny really popping off with some of those lightning attackers. And it's still unfortunate for Kenny. Let's not take anything away from that, but Elizabeth at the end of the day is shutting off so many outs just by promoting Fluttermane in the opening stages.
Hey, do you reckon Kenny's going to choose to go first or second here, Joe?
I feel like you have to choose first.
Definitely. After what happened in the first 2 games, you've got to choose to go first and hope you can finally get an early flower selecting. You haven't managed it yet, so being able to do that would be pretty good. It looks like a comfy start for Kenny, which is exactly what you're looking for here. Any chance Elizabeth has started with her lone Fluttermane?
Oh, don't curse Kenny like that. Kenny's been through enough.
Sorry, Kenny.
We see some prize cards. There's the Iron Hands for Elizabeth there. Forest Seal Stone for Kenny as well. That could shut off some outs. But we are getting into this 3rd game. It's fortunately, Ross, a Lugia V start for Elizabeth. So Kenny will finally be able to turn 1 flower selecting.
That would have been starting your only Fluttermane in game 3 after what we saw from game 1 and 2. That would be quite harsh. But we are in game 3 here, and this is big. We've got 17.5 minutes left plus 3 turns.
Yeah.
If one of these players can manipulate the game and get all the way to a win, that will give them 19 match points. That is enough for game 2. If neither player can, then we are going to be tied and a little bit of work left to do for the pair of them.
And that's a nice flower selecting. You get a Buddy Buddy Poffin, so now you can retreat into another Comfey and continue to flower selecting here. Get them in while you can, Kenny, because I'm sure Elizabeth will once again look to shut you down early with a Fluttermane.
We see 2 Comfey, so all 4 Comfey are out now. 1's in the active, 2 the lost zone. And I do think Kenny is going, right, I know your game plan, Elizabeth. We've done this twice already. Point proven. And it's going to be, can I go turbo? Can I get many flower selecting? Because if you get 3 in the lost zone turn 1, then you open up the possibility of Colrus, Lost Vacuum, oh, I'm at 7 and I haven't used flower selecting, and that is a very different game if that happens.
Completely the case, Ross. Possibly throwing away, the Sableye not that valuable in this matchup, especially with Mist Energy shutting off potential options to Lost Mine. So Kenny's going to utilize a Nest Ball instead from the flower selecting. Might want to continue to draw cards. Yep, exactly that with Radiant Greninja here. I think there's a handful of energy already in the hand. I think Kenny's already holding on to Colrus for next turn as well. So as you said, it's just really developing as much as possible to get as close to 7 as they can this turn.
Yeah, and part of me wants to get a Cramorant down as a potential attacker, and part of me thinks, well, that wouldn't have worked in the first 2 games. Do you really want to use a bench space on a Pokemon that might not come out? So there is a concealed card. Gets Prime Catcher and an Energy, so that's an interesting option. And yeah, this is quite nice. Just try and make sure you can get up to... Wait, do we not see the 3rd flower selecting?
No, I don't think we have any other switching cards.
Oh, that is disappointing. That makes a big difference, because that means you have to flower select next turn to get to 7.
Elizabeth has what I like to describe a Lugia hand. This is looking awkward. You might have to Luminion for... Well, you could have Luminion for Jacques. Actually, your hand could have been really good there. You could have Luminion for Jacques, then Ultra Ball away, double Archeops, found Fluttermane, jetted into Fluttermane. That would have been an incredible sequence.
Yeah, that could have been quite nice. End of a Fluttermane, have 2 Archeops in the discard pile. Instead, we are using an Ultra Ball to go and get that Fluttermane. We've got a Lugia and a Jet Energy hitting the discard pile. And a Luminion comes down. What are we going to be going for?
With so many energy, yeah, you have to go Iono now. Oh, I feel like we had such a great path there with the Jacques, but we've gone for a different direction. I suppose with Read the Wind as an option as well, possibly, that we're thinking about here. But with the early search of Fluttermane, I feel like we're still going to see Jet Energy this turn.
Quite possibly. There were, of course, a couple flower selecting, so you know Kenny's got a decent hand, or at least you suspect that he does. So maybe using Iono, slow that down a little bit. Here comes the Jet onto the Fluttermane. Here comes the Iono.
Yeah.
Love it when you can match your sleeves to the supporter you're playing at the particular turn. And here comes a new hand of 6 cards for both players.
Elizabeth still needs to get rid of a number of Archeops here. Has drawn into Capturing Aroma and Ultra Ball, though. So she might be well on her way, especially with a heads flip. And she's just said it's absolutely insane. That's how it can feel with Lugia sometimes. If you just get into enough ball search, you can still make it come together.
I mean, when one of your key cards is Capturing Aroma is just, it's a card that makes me too stressed, Joe. There are times you really want a basic, there are times you really want an evolution, and both times you've just got to flip, and it's so awkward, but I do believe that was Ultra Ball for double Archeops in the discard pile. So all Elizabeth needs, I mean, do we get the Lugia V-Star now ready for next turn?
Wow.
No, we get a Minccino.
I mean, it's a tough call. You're hoping a lot comes out from this Iono. You're really hoping you're disruptive with this Fluttermane. She is just grabbing Minccino. Oh, there's the bundle, though.
Iron Bundle is going to force something active. Whatever it is does not have Fluttermane's ability. So that is going to undo all the good work Elizabeth did. Kenny has access to flower selecting. Oh, one of Roxanne and a Lightning Energy. You kind of want both of them.
Yeah, I think we have to get rid of the Roxanne because there's already Iron Hands EX in hand for Kenny and a number of switch cards and Colrus. We easily could be taking a 3-prize turn here if it all comes together. We're going to see the Greninja as well get into the mix. We see additional Ball Search. That's not too helpful, but we have plenty of flower selecting now unlocked thanks to the Iron Bundle. Kenny working towards that critical threshold of 7 in the Lost Zone. We still need to find some Mirage Gate as well, though, Ross.
Yeah, and it is actually kind of awkward. Had you managed to get one more flower selecting last turn, you'd be on 5 now, and that would be opening up Colress's Experiment just to get you up to 7. You would still need that, though. Hey, we're not there yet. We don't have Mirage Gate.
We can Nespal out a Raikou V, so if we are at least missing any pieces after this Colrus, you can just take 2 prizes with Raikou. You're still initiating that race and still representing a Lightning Pokemon, and you save Iron Hands for later, which also seems pretty helpful.
Yeah, and on the face of it, right, Kenny's got the Raikou and the Iron Hands, like you just said. It feels like you've got some good answers to Lugia, and Iron Hands also a pretty good answer to Cinccino, because Cinccino's trying to take out 2-prize Pokemon, becomes a 2-prize Pokemon with the Iron Hands. We haven't really seen that in either of the 2 games so far, but that is traditionally what these Lost Zone decks want to do a lot in this matchup. But here comes Colress's Experiment. What do we got? Prime Catcher and Mirage Gate.
Ross, we could be taking out the only Lugia V here.
That would be huge. Taking out Luminia for 3 prizes? No, who cares about that? Taking out the only Lugia for 3 prizes? Now that is a plan.
Kenny gets rid of Counter Catcher as well, because he knows full well he's going to be going up a few prize cards by the end of this turn.
Yeah, when you're going up by 3 prizes, Counter Catcher becomes a much less enticing option.
I think we just have to go with Raikou. I don't think we have enough for the Iron Hands, but still, taking out the only Lugia, it's worth it. This is incredible right now.
If I'm only taking 2 prizes off the only Lugia, giving my opponent almost nothing to work with,
we take those.
I'm kind of all right with that. That's a decent That's a decent eventuality.
Wow, what a turn for Kenny. Drawing back into the Prime Catcher. It was in the previous hand. It got Iono to the bottom. We were able to access it again. And there goes the Lugia. Oh, it's devastating for Elizabeth. She could have found a second Lugia V, went for the Minccino instead. And we do see the Lightning Rondo for the knockouts.
And that is always the risk when you're playing Lugia. You need Lugia V-Star. You have to have that to get your Archeops. If you don't, the deck doesn't work. So we do see enough energy here onto a Fluttermane, but that's just going to get KO'd by Raikou it's already. The energy's already on the board. Here's the thing, if you only bench one Lugia, that could happen again.
The hand is awful. Elizabeth also got rid of a Blood Moon Ursaluna. I'm surprised that wasn't benched, to be honest with you. We're doing 70 thanks to the reduction of double turbo energy, 2 onto a Comfey, but Kenny feels like they're in a commanding position now. boss's orders.
Oh, he
in the
does
hand.
have the boss onto the other Lugia, and I do think this is probably the game at this stage. 4 prizes up to 0 with no Lugia on the board. Elizabeth is not going to be getting a Lugia V-Star next turn, maybe ever. That Fluttermane is still in range of a Raikou. There's another Lugia. Can we do it again? Probably not, honestly, but there is a Power Pad in the list. It is possible.
And there's Forest Hill Stone in hand for Kenny as well. That was taken off the prize cards. Elizabeth can do essentially her only play here, which is continue to use Hex Hurl. Can Kenny wrap up the game right here with the Forest Hill Stone?
Do we have Power Pads?
Not sure I see it. You can maybe use Pokestop and dig towards an item card first. You can fleet-footed as well. That's shut off.
Yeah, don't fleet-footed with a Fluttermane in the active. Certainly not when you're this far up in the game. So here's Pokestop. I like using this before Forest Seal Stone.
Yeah.
So if you hit the Power Pad, you can then just get the boss back, and that will... the game kind of feels over, but that will make the game literally over.
Ooh.
We are searching first here.
The
we are
bundle
searching
won't be game.
for a Mirage
unless we can use Iron Hands. If we can combine Iron Bundle with Iron Hands attacking, that could be an option. Elizabeth going through all the eventualities here of what could possibly win the game this turn.
Loving every time we show the crowd, people want to show off their plushies. A lot of love here for our favorite Pokemon. Now, here comes the retreat into Iron Hands. You don't do this if you don't have enough energy.
Yeah,
so
there's the rod.
There's the rod. And
we have double gate. I'm pretty sure we're there.
Yeah, we should be absolutely there. So here comes the double Mirage Gate, and Elizabeth's going to be thinking maybe he doesn't have enough energy, but there's the concession, and Kenny wins 2 games to 1. You can't win with Lugia if you don't have Lugia.
Yeah, congratulations to Kenny. What a thrilling third game. Devastation for Elizabeth, unfortunate for her. She did have a strange opener, and her hand wasn't really cooperating too well. But Kenny was flying on all cylinders in that third game. Exactly what you want to see. Throwing the Prime Catcher into the mix, then bossing the turn after. And Kenny gives a huge fist bump to the crowd. So many fans out there watching these last couple of rounds at the NAIC. And we will be seeing Kenny again tomorrow.
Yeah, that is 19 match points. That does get him into day 2, a number of match points. And if anyone in the crowd can hear us over the rest of the noise, I refuse to believe that's enough people. More of you out there have got to have plushies. I would like to see a few more next time we have a little bit of a crowd shot. That's like one Sudowoodo. Come on, you can do better than that, crowd.
The plushie gang is in full force. And we can see they are loving that last round. A lot of fans out there for Kenny, who's had a great run here with Lost Zone. A lot of respect being shown by both players here. Elizabeth has another chance, let's not forget, to still make it into day 2. So let's have a replay of this game, Ross.
Yeah, so we see here we're in game 1, and we saw the boss's orders, and Elizabeth having that fantastic start with Fluttermane taking the first 2 prizes while putting the pressure on. But then we saw the Greninja coming in, the big double KO on the Minccino, taking out that attacking option and actually putting Kenny ahead on prizes. But things would get very, very tight towards the end of the game. We saw Lugia coming out for Elizabeth, and it basically said to Kenny, do you have an option? Can you take it out? And the answer was yes with the Raikou. That was a big turning point.
That was a huge Colrus. Literally had to hit a 3-card combo from a 5-card Colrus and was able to pull it out. As we get into the highlights of the second game, not much of a game, to be honest with you. Elizabeth got the early Fluttermane. Midnight Fluttering meant Kenny had not much draw whatsoever, so we went straight into a game 3 where Kenny had it all his own way. A lot of early flower selecting, plus Greninja, then was able to get the Prime Catcher on the lone Lugia V, and was able to follow it up with a boss's orders. And Raikou V swarmed the board and swept up so many prizes.
And from there was no way back, unfortunately. Iron Hands was ready to take the last 2 prizes, but when 2 Mirage Gate hit the board, Elizabeth says, you know what, I think we've seen enough. You take this 2-1, but a lot of respect between those 2 players. We saw the hug on the stage at the end. Disappointing, and especially if you're Elizabeth there, when you're so close in game 1 and then you win game 2, but then game 3 just does not go your way. It's heartbreaking, but that is unfortunately the way this goes. sometimes.
That's Pokemon, I'm afraid. And when you are playing Lugia, you sort of take that on the chin. You know that you're playing an archetype that can sometimes go against you. And we have seen it already on the stream a couple of times where it has just stumbled at times. But Elizabeth has that extra opportunity, one more chance.
Yeah, and you know what? When you're here, just keep swimming. You've got one more game. There is still a chance. You've got another round. You only need one more win. Get yourself into day 2. And when you're in day 2, there's a lot that can still happen. You need to go on a run when you get there from 19 match points, but that can happen.
And speaking of Kenny's deck, what do you think about Lost Zone? It feels like it's having a pretty good tournament so far. A number of pilots. We've seen a lot of aggressive builds. So many players are picking up on the heavy Pokestop, the heavy Lost Vacuum. Is this the new way to play the Lost Zone archetype, Ross?
Certainly seems to be this tournament, of course. Lost Vacuum, it's weird. We think of Lost Vacuum a lot of the time as a, hey, I'm going to get rid of your tool Lost Stadium. It's a little bit of a control card. But here, you're basically using it almost like that's a little bit of a bonus. If you can play a Stadium or a tool and then play Lost Vacuum, that is +2 in the Lost Zone. So free Comfey, Chorus's Experiment, Lost Vacuum, that's 7 cards in the Lost Zone. We didn't see this even a week ago before Twilight Masquerade came out. I'm sure there were players doing it, but that was not generally the way it was played. Then you build in that Pokestop to draw into things like your Lost Vacuum, to draw into your switching cards more aggressively, to get more Comfey rolling. They're not always agreeing, these Lost Zone players, on the attackers that we're using, but they do seem to be agreeing on let's go fast.
Yeah, and I think Kenny's constructed a fantastic deck list. It's all working out for him, making it into day 2. He's got to be chuffed with that, and we can hear from him on the stage.
Thank you, casters. Juancho Saldana here, and I'm joined by our Round 8 winner, Kenny Hernandez. Kenny, you just made day 2 at the North American International Championships. You must be feeling great.
Dude, it feels so awesome. I got my boys in the front over here. I'm shaking. Words can't describe it. I'm speechless, bro. I got boys back on the island as well. Oh.
Take a minute to breathe. Take it in. You made it. Day 2. There's still a lot of work to do, though, tomorrow. But right now, you can still celebrate. Well, there's still one more match to do before you can end your day. And, got to end it strong, right? So, let's talk about your deck, Lost Zone. Tell us about the deck choice.
It was what I've been playing since Lost Zone came out. And I thought, well, for the meta right now, it's going to be a lot of Guardy, a lot of Pull. And Lost Zone has, favorable or, even matchups into them. For Lugia, it's a bit iffy, but I had a certain tech card that did not get to show on stream. But it was in the prizes. It was the last one that I took for game 1.
Interesting. Yeah, again, you have your tech cards. You have a lot of lightning as well to try and deal with Lugia V-Star, and we got to see it. You dominated game 3, just knockout after knockout on the lone Lugia V-Star. Sometimes that does tend to happen. Tell us how you were preparing, though, for the biggest tournament of all time.
We would get on cams with my boy Alex over here in the front. We would literally just get on Discord and just webcam and be like, okay, we could go this or we could playtest this. And then on the side, I've been playing a bit of live. And then at locals, I got my boy over here who runs them. Yeah, just a bunch of on and off live local things and webcams.
I love it. You can make it here. Biggest tournament of all time. And it's because of friendship, because of all your friends down there. Definitely, a good testing partner goes a long way. With that, I just want to ask you, do you have any advice for any aspiring Pokemon master out there?
Just play. You learn your skills over time. Don't rush it. If you make a misplay, just learn from it and play it off. You go for the next round, and that's it.
Great advice. One round at a time. With that, anyone you want to shout out?
Yeah, I got a lot of people. There's a whole list. All the boys here in the front. I'm looking at you, Randy, Ted, Alex. I got some boys on Long Island. I got that crew. I got some. There's too many, bro. But I'm just gonna list them off right there.
You know what? You can win again on stream, and you can list them out then.
Next 3.
That's for sure. With that, thank you so much for the great interview. Good. Best of luck with the next round. Best of luck with the tournament tomorrow. I'm sure we're going to see more from you.
That's what I hope to do.
All right. With that, we're going to throw it back to the casters for more Pokemon action.
Thank you very much, Juancho. Always nice to hear from a winner. Always nice to see players who have brought their friends along, got a bit of a crowd there cheering them on, and like super hyped for their friend, and then also to be kind of shown on camera cheering for their friend. Always lovely to see, and it's that relief. I'm in day 2, I've got 19 match points, I've still got another round. Hey, all it's doing is giving me a better chance into tomorrow to, you know, it's not just top 8, it's also ranking, top 16, top 32. Your chance of all of those increases a lot with a win here. But you don't have to get the win, you've got that day 2. That feels good.
That's what it's all about. As we saw, the relief literally washed over Kenny in that game. So happy, the big fist bump, all the friends out there. You can see he's a popular guy. You can see why, it's infectious. Just how much fun he's having out there. Some great advice as well, just get playing, get at the tables, however you can with your friends, in person tournaments. All of these things are great practice, and it's paying dividends this weekend.
But that is how you get better. You need to play the game. Theorizing is fun. And talking it through with your friends is fun, and watching games is fun. There's a lot of different ways to engage with Pokemon, but you've got to actually play. There's a lot of merit in watching other people play. There's a lot of merit in talking through ideas with your friends to get some deck list ideas, get a list going. But then you actually have to sit and play the game, and that's where you start actually really learning the ins and outs. And there's no substitute for just getting games under your belt, and especially when you're kind of learning to play, when you're starting to see those big results, the more you can play, the better.
Yep, so Kenny makes their way into day 2. Also going to have a quick update on who else is doing well so far in the tournament. We have 2 8-0 players right now. Alessandro Cremascoli simply cannot be beat so far with that Pidgeot control. 8-0. We saw the Farigiraf EX doing wonders for him on stream. And we also have Henry Chow, 8-0 with Gardevoir EX right now.
Yeah, Gardevoir's doing very well. And actually our 3rd place player at the moment is Kato Arai, 701 with Gardevoir. Other 701s include Ben Cryer with Snorlax Control, Dylan Gunn with Chen Pao, which is being underestimated all weekend. Noah with Gardevoir, also sitting at 701. Ryan Antonucci with Gardevoir, and Nicholas Moffat with Chen Pao. It's a Gardevoir Chen Pao show, Joe.
Yeah, all the old faithfuls doing well out there at the tables right now.
It's Control, Gardevoir, and Chen Pao. Like, that's what's at the top table.
Nothing's changed. In many ways, nothing's changed. In many ways, everything's changed. Incredible to see.
We do have a couple of Lost Zone box also at 701. We have our Finnish player, and we have Pedro Eugenio Torres there as well. Nico Gist, or Geist, apologies for the pronunciation if that's wrong, 7-1 with Future Box. It's one match point down again, but still 7-1 with Future Box. That is not necessarily what we were expecting. Lots of ties in that last round, but maybe a coincidence. Lots of those ties just happened to put the players on 19 match points.
Hey, not bad. That's where you want to be. A couple other great shout-outs here. Jesse Parker on Goldengo EX. We got to chat to him out in the floor earlier.
Yeah, we did.
Having a great time with the Goldengo. Literally isn't playing any new cards from the new set at all, and just said, well, the format's better for Goldengo now. Let's lock it in, and let's use that Radiant Greninja to our best effect alongside Palkia V-Star. Michael Primewort finally taking a loss in that last round, but is still doing excellently. 6-1-1 with that Dragapult archetype with so many inclusions. There's also a couple Ancient Box. Zach Lesage and Aiden both losing in this round, but that was their first loss of the tournament, both doing well with Ancient Box so far.
Yeah, there is. It is not the tournament we're expecting. I'm looking through all the top decks, and it's Gardevoir, it's Control, it's Chen Pao, Ancient Box, Lost Box, Golden Co.
We're just yoinking new ace specs, and we're upgrading the current archetypes by the looks of things.
It's like, where's Roaring Moon? Where's Lugia? Where are all these decks?
Yeah, Raging Bolt. It hasn't had a great tournament so far.
People promised me Raging Bolt was great, Joe. Have I just been lied to for like the past 2 months?
Well, the metagame just seems to have formed around these sorts of archetypes. We even saw an Enhanced Hammer in Kenny's Lost Zone box list. That's how much respect is being given to the Lugia deck and Raging Bolt as well, just by virtue of other deck choices. That's why we're seeing these rogue picks of the Ancient Box from some of our top contingent of players. That what's made Gardevoir a great pick is how strong it can be into the Raging Bolt matchup as well. So people have taken note, and that's always such an intrigue for the first and only tournament that we have in this format. You have to get that meta call right exactly this weekend.
And you know what you guys at home have got to get right? the community prediction bracket. We are not done with that yet. We need to have another round where we talk through a couple of decks, and it looks like we're going to be moving on to Dragapult EX and Lost Zone Box, which, I mean, I'll be honest with you, coming into this tournament, I think there was an answer where Dragapult EX is going to run away with it.
Yeah.
But, I mean, apparently we're not just going to yell at each other for 30 seconds each, Joe. So if we're going to have a nice, polite discussion about this, I'm going to start off by saying, if we look at what has been going on with this tournament this weekend, it's Lost Zone Box.
Yeah, Lost Zone Box is thriving right now. The unfair stamp, no problem. Let's just skip the Cramorant swing and get straight to 7 as quickly as possible.
That is wild
and Mirage Gate and find all sorts of 2-prize combos, either via virtue of your Iron Hands, your Greninja can completely swing many board states, and of course Raikou can even weave in attacks into other multi-prize Pokemon as well. And of course you now have that fallback of the Blood Moon Ursaluna. Let's not discredit how important this card is for fixing the late game of the Lost Zone. So often you could go down to 3 2-card hands via Iono or Roxanne from your opponents, and you had to find 3 or 4 card combos to respond. Now you can just pre-bench Blood Moon Ursaluna and it's right there ready to go.
Yeah, that Blood Moon Ursaluna's made a very big difference, but we mentioned it a couple of times already. The way in which the deck is being built is making a very big difference, because we are going fast. We're going Pokestop, we are going for
vacuums and high counts,
and just trying to get 7 in the Lost Zone. The wild thing to me is, we were only playing 1 Cramorant anyway, and just recovering it if we wanted to use it lots. And now we're like, well, we'll still play 1 Cramorant just in case. But that Cramorant, it's a nice bonus now, rather than necessarily the early game plan. So let's go over to Dragapult then, Joe. Dragapult coming in, like you say, the beginning of this format over in Japan, in the City Leagues, it wasn't the best deck, it was the dominant deck. It was everywhere. We got to the first big tournament in Japan, the Sapporo Champions League, and it was basically, let's beat Dragapult. My boy Miraidon did great in Sapporo because it had a great Dragapult matchup, and a lot of top players transitioned to it because of that.
And Dragapult still did well in Sapporo. Dragapult got top 4 as well. Obviously was knocked out by one of those more aggressive archetypes. Probably, I think the Miraidon did beat it in that top 4.
Did, yes.
So people were respecting Dragapult, but it still did really well. And that just showed that it was popular. There were counters, but it could still go far in tournaments. And we know the strong elements of Dragapult.
You've called it the best. You said it's got the best attack in the game, Joe.
I think that's not like a spicy take. I just think that 200 damage plus 6 where you can place them anywhere is still just incredibly flexible, so worth building around that there has to be ways that we can make this come together. I think what we're figuring out still this weekend is that there are still such a huge variety of lists, and there's still so much up in the air with the 60 right now. We're having to juggle different engine pieces, and we're trying to make the most out of this card. We haven't seen a huge amount of the Xatu yet. I don't think we've seen much of that at all, actually, on the stream. So far, we've seen a Lost Zone variant, which is still able to retain a 1-prize board very effectively, still has early game pressure from Cramorant, which does align quite nicely with Dragapult's 200 damage output. You can do really good numbers into V-Star Pokemon, even set up certain EXs to then deal with damage counter placement later down the line, and it plays Radiant Charizard, which is incredible. But then we've also seen Pramort's smash of basically every other good card. You're playing the full Charizard Pidgeot suite with Bibarel, and then throwing the Dragapult EX and the Neo Up energy into the mix.
And that, I think, is the argument for Dragapult. It's all well and good sitting here and going, well, at this tournament, the answer is Lost Zone Box.
No,
right now it is. Although we're not at the end, we could still end up being surprised in the latter stages of tomorrow. But it's not necessarily fair to just look at it that way, because Lost Zone Box has been out since Lost Origin in some form or another. That's even predating Scarlet and Violet. Dragapult, we are still struggling to try and find the best deck. There's different ways to play it. The potential for Dragapult could see it outshining Lost Zone Box in the end. So don't just look at it as a Lost Zone Box is better this weekend, job done. Look at it as we have a very established archetype making the absolute most of all the experience we've had over, well, really 2 years at this point, against deck that literally became legal today. The deck wasn't born yesterday, Joe. The deck was born today.
Yeah.
It's going to take some time to figure this out.
Yeah, and let's actually check in on some of our players to watch, because I think one of the ones we're trying to follow this weekend is Tord, and he's been very vocal about Dragapult. He has been showing us the way to play this archetype and talking all about the selling points of this deck. And Tord, he's a great innovative deck builder. He can take a card and a concept, and he can maximize every inch out of that concept and create incredible deck lists. And I think Tord is rocking Dragapult this weekend as well. He's currently on a 6-1-1 record, so already at that 19 match point threshold with Dragapult.
He's in day 2.
Yeah, in day 2, so will continue to progress through this tournament. He's having a great run so far and is proving why Dragapult is such a powerful card.
And do you know which deck he just beat to go to 19 match points and book his space in day 2?
Is it going to be Lost Box? Are we going full
Lost
circle?
Box.
Yeah, nice.
So all I'm saying is, you know, if you want another argument for Dragapult over Lost Box, Tord chose Dragapult and just beat Lost Box. What more do you need? It is not quite as straightforward as it might seem. And, you know, does anyone really doubt that Tord is going to go on a bit of a run in day 2? Tord is not the kind of player who gets 19 match points, gets into day 2 and goes, yeah, I got another day 2.
No.
For some players, and like I say, every player is different. We've got different experience levels. That first day 2 means so much to so many players. That first time you make it into day 2, it is huge. It is an accomplishment. And a lot of the time, it is a springboard to better things. I've got my first day 2. Now I want to go one step further. How many ICs has Tord won at this stage?
Just the 5.
Yeah, he's won 5 international championships, and that's not including the ones where he got second.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm not talking singular here. I believe there was another 2 where he made the final.
Yeah.
So when you've made 7 international finals and won 5 of them, you're not really looking for a day 2 finish. I think it is not unfair to say you've kind of gotten past the point of, yay, I made stage 2. At that point, you've got to be fighting for the title. That is the only thing that is really going to hit that competitive hunger. And how many times have we seen a player make their first day 2, and then a couple of months later, they're in their first top 8.
Yeah.
And then they're winning their first regional. That is something that we see. It is a great stepping stone. Tord was there a while ago at this stage.
And some of those other players to watch, Ian Robb, I know you're a huge fan because he's rocking the Miraidon this weekend.
He is.
Also at 6-2 right now, so just a tie away from booking their spot into day 2. Brent, still in the tournament, is at a 4-1-2 record, so has to win 2 on the bounce now to be able to get in. It actually depends on how this round plays out for him. Still playing, I imagine,
yes,
in this round 8. So has to win this round and the final round to book his spot into day 2 as well.
Yeah, tie would not work if you go. You can get over a bunch of ties, but it then has to be a 5-0-4 record. That's the only thing that gets you in. If you take, 3 ties and a loss, that will unfortunately eliminate you from the tournament. So not ideal. You need those 6 wins and a tie, or 5 wins and 4 ties. That is unfortunately the only way we can get there. Did you manage to see where Stefan Ivanov is here yet?
Haven't been able to track him down, actually. You've just sprung that on me, Ross. I haven't been following. But I think we're getting pairings for our round 9 soon, so we can have a look, see. But we also have a little something from Juancho, who's been able to chat to one of our judges, of course. The tournament cannot run without the help of our TCG judges. So we're going to throw to that now and show you guys how we can keep these tournaments running thanks to our wonderful judges.
Hello, Pokemon fans. Juancho Saldana here, and I'm live at the North American International Championships, the biggest international to date. And you know what? I have with me a very, very special guest, Chris Bow. Chris, how are you feeling today?
Feeling great, feeling great.
So Chris here, he's actually one of the first judges for the Pokemon trading card game. Did I get that right?
Yeah, I was one of the very first ones back in 2002, I think.
Back in 2002. Again, tell us about your history with the game.
Well, it first started out with me and my daughters. They were into the Pokemon series, trading card game, and when they started bringing the cards home, it's like, let's learn how to play this game. And I was like, wow, this is actually really fun. This is really fun. So we started going to the Toys R Us Pokemon League, started going online to look at strategies, and then at the time, Wizards of the Coast was doing a Thursday chat, and there was like all kinds of questions and answers So me and some other guys, we got together and we collected all of the Q&A rulings and compiled them into what we call the compendium. It's hosted on PokeGym.net, and we still have it today. And we've been collecting rulings for the past 20-plus years.
Wow.
And we use that as our main judge's reference when it comes to like rulings.
Wow. The compendium. Again, so basically, you were part of really organized play from the very beginning. Like, really, what we do today is something you've worked on to really build a structure for.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. So one of our first tasks was after we had got the compendium published, Wizards contacted us and said, hey, we're doing some Super Trainer Showdowns in the East Coast. We'd like to fly you out and put you in a hotel, put them on staff. Is that okay? And I'm like, getting paid for having fun? This is perfect. It's a perfect job. Can't quit my day job for it, but it was a lot of fun, and I've been doing it for over 20 years. Still loving it.
Wow, can you imagine, though? Now we're here, North American International Championship. There's over 3,000 players playing, and they wouldn't be here playing without your work. Wow. How amazing is that?
That is pretty amazing when I think about it like that, yeah.
No, that's for sure. That's exactly why I wanted to get a chance to really talk to you. And, you had a fun fact to share with everyone. What is your player ID?
It's 2 digits long.
2 digits long?
Yeah, 66.
66. Mind you, I've been with the game for over 10 years. Mine is about 6 digits long. So
up to 7 digits, I think. Some of them are 7, I think.
And wow, 66. So really, one of the first. It's absolutely amazing. I just have a couple of questions before I do let you go. Just a little fun facts just to really get to know you a little bit more. What was what's your favorite Pokemon?
That's a tough call. It's a toss-up between Alakazam and Scythe. They're just the old school ones that I've liked so much for all the years.
Is it because of the whole base set, how good they were then?
Pretty much, yeah. And they've always had good artwork, decent attacks. Just I like it.
Awesome. I absolutely love it. Anyone you want to shout out before I let you go?
Not really particularly, but I would like to say hi to my wife and kids, who are probably not watching this, but hello, love you.
We'll clip it and we'll show them. With that, thank you so much for the interview, Chris. And again, thank you for everything you've done for the game.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, with that, we'll go ahead and head back to more Pokemon action.
Welcome back into the casting desk here for the trading card game. Wonderful interview with Juancho. Wow, that was such a cool interview to see. But we're taking that cool interview and we're taking you into a very cool match. Now, it's been a long day. I'm Boo, and I'm with Pablo here, and we've been working hard today, all right? We've been working so hard today, Pablo. Maybe we'll get a coin bonus.
Perhaps, perfect, yeah. Now, we are in for the last round of the day. A win and in match. Yeah,
I know.
A lot to play for. And I think making day 2, saying you made day 2 at the biggest international tournament to date,
huge.
That's going to have a lot of merit.
I mean, making a day 2 at all, really.
Yeah.
But especially, here at NAIC, the prestige is as high as it gets. Outside, of course, our World Championships. And there's a ton of players that you would have had to have played through to make it into a day 2. So I would argue the winning in here in our round 9, day 1, is one of the most exciting parts of our day 1 stream. We got to open the show today, Pablo, with a really exciting match, and we're closing it out now on a winning in match. And we have some awesome players lined up for you, some notable people that I'm sure you maybe have seen around on Twitter today, dancing around.
Now, before we jump into the match, though, we do have another community bracket to be decided.
I just want to play some Pokemon.